Yeah, you know how we do. Come on, we hear that beat. G Block in this bitch. Shall see. Yeah, big up my black brothers, yeah. Same providing the question of the day today. Hopefully he jumps on when he gets up and all that shit. All right, yeah. Big up Sosa. First comment. Big up yourself, Sosa. First comment and that. You get me? Yeah, I'll take the G Block team. Yeah, man, we need the team to jump on earlier these days now, man. Don't want them super late overriding shows again. We want the team in the place from early, yay! Yeah, right. So, yeah, it's the Curry. I bring it to you early. The outside kicks better up. Outside, vortex light. You got yourself. I'm on. Operator Hotel is now open for business. Mm. My. Come on. It's G Blue. G Bleezy. You heard me? Yeah, mate. So, question of the day today. Yeah, Bradley's trying to stick it on the Hebrews, isn't it? Bradley's just trying to stick it on the Hebrews, fam. So, yeah. He said he wants it with the Hebrews. Yeah, try come in at like half 1, 2 in the morning talking about he's got proof that Jesus is white. Oh shit. Oh shit. What up for? Yeah. Oh, G Blue. You hear me? Yeah, man. Ultra voice. You get me? G Blue. Man, I need to run up in the shop again. Oh, whew.
Let's go Ric Flair drip go woo on the bitch.
Yeah, I need to make a remix video, yeah? You get me? Rob featuring Offset. The Woo remix.
Oh fuck. Oh, mate. I've got to slap some money into my bloody other account. Mate. Hold on. Hold on. One sec. One sec. Yo. Alright, alright. Hold on a sec here. Left my other bank card indoors, man. Uh, yo. Yeah, mate. Yeah, that'd be less than two. Actually, I have more than one bank account. Transfer money between them. Alright. So, alright, we're in the game, mate. Um, can I get? Do you still do the dual click ones? Yeah, can I get 20 BNH dual Super King and a pack of silver as well, please. Cheers. Yeah, pay card.
When they coming and they collecting? Old one.
Yeah. Cheers. Thank you. So are they gonna come and take them away?
I think I will ask them about this about
Until they're finna run out. Okay. Alright. Yeah, man. We got my like old funk in the building. Yeah, man. We got some octopus sauce. Who's Jesus? You know. Cesare Borgia. The Flavian dynasty, that guy. Some call him Yahawashai. Yahawashai. You get me? You get me? You know about Yahawashai though, fam. Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah, man. So, yeah, brothers, don't let Schiffer catch you trying to paint Jesus white now, you know. God of Jacob or Camo or one of them, man, there. They catch you lacking, B. It's gonna be fake. Coming to take them away. Yeah. Yeah, man. They saying they're getting rid of the click cigarettes now, innit? What happened to some fucking government conspiracy theory? Mad thing. What? Alright. Rip flare drip go woo on a bitch. You hear me? Alright. Must have AB rip flare drip go woo on the bitch. Oh snap, we say it's good this way, yeah? I am, homie. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Bruh, I tell the truth, yeah. I heard Jesus was like an Arab looking dog. But, but yeah, oi, my team. Brothers is saying his pops put him onto the, you get me, yeah. We got man like Cops V cameras, yeah, man. Make sure you got subscribe to Kane's channel, man. Cops V cameras, you get me? Yeah, man. Look at make everyone's channel blow up. Still got beef with me, yeah? Ha ha. How's your beef? What's your beef for? What have I done now? Everyone's in beef with me. So, see. Yeah, man. Yeah. All right, so let's see, man. Let me know, man. What's the beef, bro? Let's see if we could sort it out real quick before the Brews and the Christians and the man them jump in the building. Yeah. We got man like actual factual in the building. Grab it. Grab it. Oh shit. I'll just gonna take a minute and let that sink in. So what we saying, mate? Yeah, bro. You know why that happened to you? Why? Because I got a strike in it, man. So I couldn't even upload no videos to say I was gonna be on the other channel. I was like, we would have been on G Block for the week instead. We invented Jeebus, Frank Zappa, or Duke Ellington. Wow. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Yo, Billy, research Apollonius of Diana, mentioned in the Bible. He is that Jesus already. Mad. Party. Party. Yeah, but make sure everyone subscribe to the other channel, yeah? Global Waivers. We're gonna flip in between, yeah, so everyone knows where we are all the time, innit? It's like we have to build up the momentum back on this one now. People fickle in it and funny. They don't like change. So let's build up the momentum again. You get me? Yeah. Yeah, we. Yeah, mate. Yeah, B. So I got a little bit of a drag today, so we need the family tree to jump in. Yeah, me. And we can see, obviously, I don't think Jesus even existed anyway. But for the purpose of trying to find the truth, we have to go anyway. Yo,
Oh, go on.
what?
Yeah.
Something, man.
I'm driving at the moment. First and foremost, big up Veli, big up the G Block, aka the Money Team, aka the House of Pain. Big up everyone in the chat. G Block. Yeah. Now I read the title of the show, and the first thing I did was I just rolled my eyes, I sighed, and then I thought, well, Jesus, the Jesus character of the Bible didn't even fucking exist, right? And then like it's so painfully obvious that this character is an invention of Rome, and then you got people betting their eternal soul on something that's an invention of the Catholic Church. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying inventions are like bad things, because obviously we've invented PlayStations, cars, EasyJet. These things are great when they work, right? But it's just like, hang on a second. I know you love Jesus. I know you love him. My nan does. But it's a joke. It's a sick joke. And then people have built up entire fucking worldviews around something that's a nonsense. And I'm just like, raw. Like, the Romans told you what it was. They told you, listen, we got our thing, and the people them's got their thing. So what we'll do is we'll fuse it, so we get to do our thing, and it don't upset the other people them, and we'll make our thing superior over time. And then you got some white dude. Oh shit! Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, man. Yeah, so that, yeah, you know how it goes in his, when Ultra gets in Ultra's mode, take a minute and let that sink in, you get me? So, I was out with my Hebrew gang, with my Christian, yeah. You know what, actually, yeah? One sec, yeah? Something, I forgot to mention. Rest in peace to Isa. His funeral was today. So, rest in peace to Isa. Condolences to the family. Yeah, yeah. In Jamaica, yeah, or in Jamaican families, yeah, when someone passes away, yeah, like, it's like 9 nights before the thing, so we'll go through certain bits and pieces, you know what I'm saying? Like, people come and visit the family and prepare for the funeral. Yeah, rest in peace, brother Isma. Yeah, yeah, man. I don't know what man is talking about. Man are trying to say Jesus didn't exist. Jeez! Where do you think we got the word Jeez from? If Jesus didn't exist yet, why did Gig say Jeez? When you said the cover in red like a portion of chips. Yeah, yeah. What kind of creature is Jesus' father? Man, I don't know. Good question. That's weird, bro. Yeah, man. That's the J Walker. But J Dilla. true, man. Come true. That's not about you with Jesus. You get me? Why do people believe Jesus exists, man? Why not? What I gotta see?
All right, you know, it should be King James on trial.
Yeah. We get him tomorrow still.
Mm. So what's the heading? What's the heading today?
What race was Jesus?
Was Jesus Christ? Does the Bible tell you? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's for what's his name?
Yeah. Brothers, isn't it?
Yeah, brothers wants to break that down.
Mm.
Mm.
What are you saying though, man?
Just got up, man. See what is going on in the house.
Mm.
Well, you off to work?
There, man. Say again?
Yeah, I was just, the science thing is too much, man. It's too much. You're never. You see, spirituality and science are the same kind of thing, but then you're never able to get they'll never agree to being the same.
You got science and Christianity, man. Christianity is nothing like science, man. Christianity is like pseudoscience. You know, like the pseudoscience where they say,
Yeah.
oh,
But
this race is stronger and this race is so and so and this race does this and that race does that.
I call it fixed science. They're staying disciplined to the science they know. They're not evolving.
Mm. Yeah, man.
So you know it becomes that thing, and whether we state certain things, whether it's in a book or whatsoever, no one can tell me they have evidence of Jesus. So you know then because that becomes hearsay, because just one book says it, but no other book is talking about it. Then who is this person? What color is this person? Is this person green, black? Before we know, this Jesus can be an alien.
Mm.
There's no truth about it. Some people go into the Vatican and say, "Yeah, well, we've got his clothes that's got stained with blood, blah blah." But is that really was that really his cloth?
Mm. Yeah, man. Yeah, obviously, to me, I don't think Jesus even existed. Anyway, yeah. But for the purpose of finding the truth, a statement was made late last night. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So let's investigate and find out the truth of, even if it's not a real character, what race the fictional character was supposed to have been.
Mm-hmm. So we have to go into documents of the Roman times,
Yeah.
in breaking out what they explain, because the name Jesus wasn't around at that time.
Yeah.
Because as far as people are concerned, his name ain't Jesus.
They call him Yahweh.
You know, there's many different names. You know, the Muslims got a different name for him. So which one is the right name, or is there each person different? That's what we got to say then. You know, was he actually in Israel? Or was he in Egypt? Or you know what I mean? there's so many different stories, but if we're concentrating on one book, it becomes difficult.
Yeah, man.
So we have to look at certain things to see in the facts.
So
Well,
you know, like you listen to this, yeah. Like I was saying, like sometimes to try and prove something was real, yeah. You know, like in the same timeline, at that timeline,
mhm.
if you look at a society that was close to that society, shouldn't they have stories or think of this said character in you know what I mean, like in their biographies or whatever?
Yeah.
Like,
So and the Romans recorded at them times. So we have to look at what were the Romans saying at that time. So it's looking at them stuff before we can even look at what race he was or what color he was. So then it gives us a
what sort of years?
Huh?
What years would that be?
That's the critical point. If we're going into our years, you know, we have to look into before Christ and after Christ. So if I look into that, we have to go into that history. Okay. And that a rough estimate we'll have to go just before AD.
Just before AD. So what's the last years before AD in it? That what because it goes up and then back down. So
yeah. Like, so even in the time or roughly, I would say.
So the lower the BC year, the further back you go, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So but 600 BC is older than 6000 BC.
So then we have to look into Roman period. Because if it's in the times of the Romans, so that means we have to go into the Roman period. And when Romans took control of the Greeks. So,
but the Greeks took. What about what about the Greek period? They weren't they about during Jesus' time or supposed time as well? Then, because why is the thing written in like Greek and Latin?
Yeah, because remember it's the transfer from Greeks to the Romans. So we're talking.
So when it's written in Greek.
We're talking like 300 just around before, like let's say between 400 and 300 BC. So the Greeks run it to around about say 31 BC.
So the Greeks run Christianity till 31 BC, did you say?
No, the Greeks run the world around that period. The Greek control, not just in not in we're talking like a world domination period. That's the same time as gone.
Don't it gets confusing, yeah?
When
you're talking about actual real time history and what religion says.
Yeah. So, but that's what I'm trying to say is that we need to able to talk on what was going on around that period of time, who was dominating at that time, who was controlling things at that time, and at the same time, then we can go into the contents and look at what we actually can relate at that same period from the Bible. It's not going to be accurate, but then we can see what we can try to relate at that time.
So at that time, would the Greeks have been ruling Egypt?
Yeah. Because that's the
time when.
Remember, that's the time of Alexandra.
So, when Alexandra was alive, yeah, what sort of year biblically would it be? So around Alexandra the Great, sort of Macedonia or whatever.
Alexandra's like 200 something BC.
Right. So because all them years, like 200 BC,
yeah.
In theory, the Bible story should still. So anything from 200 BC that you can correlate with what time it is in the Bible, yeah.
Yeah.
You should be able to correlate what sort of history the Bible, the real history was, and then what the Bible was saying at that sort of time.
Yeah, exactly. So then you
because if it's 200 years BC, that's 200 years before Christ was born, in it. Because how old was Jesus when he died? Like 35 or 27 or something. We weren't mad old, didn't it? We weren't like 50 or 80 or nothing. So it's only like 35 years in the new calendar. So
yeah, because like if you look at when actual Christianity started to take its toll, and that's after, and that is, remember, Jesus' period is supposed to be in the times of the Roman control.
yeah, Walter said Christ existed 2000 AD. Yeah, and it don't make sense here because AD is supposed to be, what's it, Anno Domini, that's like after the death, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he can't have existed 2,000 years after his death. It doesn't make sense also. It doesn't make sense, does it?
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to go by what the calendars we're going by, say, yeah. If it was, because I know now they say BCE rather than before Christ and AD, yeah.
Yeah.
Just say BC now, yeah. But if we're just gonna go with the BC and the AD thing, yeah. So the Jesus period would have been in 0 AD. Did I say that? Because he wouldn't have died yet.
Yeah.
And then the first 36 years of the AD years is supposedly when Jesus was supposed to be alive. So whatever was happening in year 01 AD, yeah, if we can get any historical records for that.
Yeah.
If that doesn't match up with what the Bible's saying, then obviously that shows where the Bible's got its own story and what actual history tells is what history says.
Yeah. So then that's why, as I said to you, it's, you see, and this is where the Bible's very calculated in its format of not putting dates, even though there's calendars there at that time period.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't they have put dates? Why would they not put it in the Bible itself? It's like me saying, you know, if I said to you, yeah, we was in Speaker's Corner in 2017. Do you understand? We would have recorded and said, yeah, this is what we was doing in Speaker's Corner at that time. There was calendars and dates and records at that time. Why wasn't it recorded? Why wouldn't you put the record? Why would you put the record time of when Jesus was about?
So, is there any historical records that you can sort of bring up from around the year 1 AD? Because what was the last? What's the last BC years? I don't
Okay.
get how it goes.
So in the forms of just before AD, you had the Roman control. You had the times of the Romans.
Yeah, the Roman Empire.
Yeah.
You mean the people that are responsible for creating the Jesus character? Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you talking about the Council of Chalcedon and the Council of Nicaea, where
that's it? Idea comes after.
Yeah, it was one of them. I can't remember. I think the Nicene Creed is when they was kind of saying, like, anyone that goes against our thing, we anathematize them, and we expel them from society, and anyone that goes against this
what you're gonna get
shit that we've clearly just made up, Indians, it's madness. Yeah, and then the Council of Chalcedon. Listen, all you have to do is take off your fucking rose-tinted sunglasses, activate your brain. The information is there for you to see. It's all nonsense.
But that's why I said,
and I'm not gonna lie to you.
That's why
it pains me to say it, because my nan believes in this BS. My nan, she's innocent. She's an angel. She's a beautiful, beautiful soul, and she's sitting there with her fucking dementia, waiting for fucking Jesus to save her. But what she don't realize is, Jesus has been coming back for 2,000 years, and all now my man can't come back. And let me tell you why. If Jesus is real, he looked down and said, "Look at these fucking morons. I'm out. Fuck them."
And then you got to look at the Roman times. Because even outside the Vatican, you've got what we call the obelisk. The obelisk was put into Rome in AD 32. This is when the Romans were rife in Egypt.
So they got influenced by Blackie, and then try inculcate their thing, and then make their thing super. Bro, listen, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you're a Christian, cool, and you love Jesus and all the rest of it, and the Bible and rare, but the information to tell you that this is a nonsense is there for you to see. Like, there were cultures, superior cultures that existed prior to this shit, and our shit has similar characteristics to your shit. And if our shit came first, what does that tell you?
And that's why when you understand, when they commissioned paintings, they utilized certain cultures to able to utilize in painting Christianity in that time period. So it's not of what happened back then, but how would it look at this precise moment. So then that's where you go back into the times of like the 14, 15, 16, 1700s. Like when I said to you, like where you get Henry VIII making himself look like King Solomon. You know, you go to the artistic work. This is why you get the picture of Mary and Jesus. Where did they get the concept?
And this is it. This is listen, this is the thing, yeah. I know when you say certain things to a Christian or a Muslim or a Jew, rare, like I get why it's difficult for them to process. because their mind's in a particular place where they're set now. They've got the truth and they don't need no more, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's based on lies. And this is the thing. Like, I heard someone say to me the other day, the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing people he doesn't exist. The truth is, he doesn't exist. The truth is, Jesus don't exist. The truth is, Noah didn't exist. The truth is, Moses didn't exist. None of these people existed in world history. Now, I know
What about
that's like
Abraham?
rubbing you like coarse sandpaper.
But then
What about Abraham?
No, of course, Abraham's an allegory. He didn't exist. Bruh, listen, don't upset my feelings.
that's
It's
why
all
you have to go into the
nonsense.
sources. You have to go into the sources. You have to go into the sources of the Roman, the Roman administration, and the sources of Roman administration. And when you go into their sources, tell me where you find Jesus.
Not even that. Terry, do you know what? That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. Now, let me just even hammer the point home. Ancient Egyptian cultures, just for instance, documented their stories on the wall. And let's be clear here. Their stories. But it's their stories, well documented. Show me Jesus. Show me Abraham. Show me Noah and all this. Bruh, listen. Move from me, man. But saying that, don't get me wrong. If you're a Christian and you want to be a Christian and you love Jesus, I really don't have a problem with it. But don't push it as if it's true and it's a fact. It might be real to you because you believe, but that's it. Because when you scratch beneath the surface objectively, it all falls down. And also, let me tell you something. When you fuck up Jesus and you prove and you say that he didn't exist, Islam gets brought into this thing as well, because Islam's telling me Jesus is real and fucking he was on the cross, but he didn't die, he got taken down, he's a prophet of Islam. Bruh, listen, if Jesus falls down, all of your shit falls down.
Yeah,
All of you.
I've never really understood why Muslims are against Christianity. Because, like, in my
Why do you think, bro? Listen, everyone wants their thing to be the best.
Then, yeah, but if Christianity is not real, yeah, then how can Islam be real?
This is the problem. Apparently, when Muhammad was in the cave, allegedly, because I weren't there, we don't know it happened, I don't believe it happened. Yeah, when he was in the cave and the angel was busting him up, he had to go home and ask a Christian what the fuck just happened. Like, just let that sink in for a minute. Islam's prophet, the guy that's meant to be perfect for all times, had to go to a Christian to ask him what the fuck just happened to me. That's mad. That's mad. That's mad. And then, so that means because of the Roman Catholic Church, Islam was born. And if Islam are accepting something that's a lie, that's made up as a thing, then your shit falls down too. Why do you think the Jews don't accept Jesus? It's because they were there at the time and they were like, nah. We got our thing, bruh. You keep your made up shit over there and we're going to keep our Jewish shit here. Just know, don't expect us to bend over for this fuckery. Yeah, that's why they don't accept Jesus. Because they were there. They know it's fuckery. But big up the Christians though, innit? Because obviously you're still waiting for Jesus and the rapture and all this nonsense. Yeah, big up the Christians. I love Christians. You know why? Because the other day some Christians came into my home and they painted my front room for free, and all they asked for was like a cup of tea and some sandwiches. I was down for that. Yeah, big up the Christians, innit? But the Jehovah's Witnesses, you motherfuckers get on my nerves. Stop knocking my door. Stop knocking my door. I don't need no good news. The only good news I want to hear is that Corona's gone.
Oh, you getting more money?
Yeah, no, just not even Belly. I'm not gonna lie to you. You know what it is? Yeah, the truth is, like money-wise, I'm okay. Like, so even the more money thing, that's not really my thing, right? But like, I just want to know that Corona's gone. I just want to live. I just want to be able to go out and not be fucking infected with some shit that could kill my wife and children. You see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't want it. I just want to live. I just want to walk around. I just want to be happy and be nice. And Christians, hear what I'm saying? I love you. I really do. But you have to understand that your shit is based off a lie. It's based off a lie. The Romans made this shit up. They made it up. They made it up as a way to shoehorn their shit into a society, into a culture that was already there, who had their own shit. They mixed the two and then slowly started to make their shit superior. Now we've got Jeebus.
Okay. In the name of Zulu, the Hebrew, Christy Brew, Zulu guy, yeah. What about Josephus? He's got accounts of Jesus and he's not in the Bible.
So say it again, Billy. Sorry, I just got a message come through. I didn't hear.
Yeah. What about Josephus?
Yeah, what about him?
He's supposedly.
No. Wait, Billy, pause. Billy, pause. Right. See this Josephus cat? If he was alive, within 3 to 5 years of Jesus, I'll accept him as a viable source. Yeah, but if he weren't around at the time, all he's done is report on things that he's fucking heard and or been told. Get the fuck off my fucking list with that garbage. Just get away from me. Get away. Go. Yeah, just go over there with it. Like, and then listen to the biggest mind fuck of this whole Bible thing and Jesus, yeah? None shall know the day nor the hour that I'm coming back. That is the biggest mind fuck ever. That keeps people in a perpetual loop waiting for something that ain't gonna fucking happen. And because you got faith and you love Jesus, you'll still stand there waiting. Like, imagine that. That's the biggest mind fuck ever. None shall know the time, or the minute, nor the hour, or whatever the fuck it says. And then that means Christians just have to sit there and hope and wait. And let me ask you a question, Veli. Since Jesus' alleged death until today, how many Christians in whatever the fuck sect have died waiting for this dawn? How many?
Billions.
How many?
Billions. Stop. Billions.
Just let that sink in. Let it sink in.
Billions, if not billions.
Let that sink in. And then on top of that, you got people that read the Bible and think that the people writing it, the things that are being said to people today. No. Like, for instance, Walter, Walter's ride or die Christian, yeah? Bless his heart. When he reads the Bible, he thinks these things are being said to him. No! It was being said to the people at the time. Think about it. How the fuck can I write? Right. I'm going to write a story now. Right. Anyone that can hear the sound of my voice shall not taste of death. Right? Am I talking to people that's going to be born 100 years from now? Or am I talking to the people that are around me right now? It's madness.
I'm not sure. Did he cut it? Ultra. I think he cut it. I'm not sure if you cut or if I cut it.
Yeah, my battery's dying. Yeah, I was saying, if I write on a piece of paper, and I say on this piece of paper, everyone who is within the sound of my voice shall not taste of death. None of you who can hear my voice or see these words will taste of death. Now, am I talking to the people that are around me right now, or am I talking to the people 100 years from now? Do you understand what I'm saying? But listen, hear what I'm saying, Christians. I understand that this is your whole world, and da 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 da. I ain't trying to take it from you. I'm just showing you that I think is BS. All of the religions are BS, and this is the thing. Remember, Islam ain't free from this shit. If Jesus falls, Islam falls. And then if Islam's main don is going to Christians for advice, then just let the fucking implications of that sink in. You've gone to somebody who believes in something that's a fucking lie. Imagine. It's madness. It's madness.
So, if anything, listen, hey Ultra, to ask you a question. If something starts off based on a lie, yeah, did you ever find the truth?
Well, no, because its foundations is built on a lie. So that means you built shit on sand. You built a house on sand instead of a sturdy, steady, rock-hard cement foundation. You built your shit on sand. So eventually it must fall down. It must fall down. If you tell somebody anything that they don't want to hear, they shut down, they get defensive, they get angry, and their only fucking defense is to either insult you, start crying, or threaten you with violence. And that's another telltale side that you need to maybe strengthen up your mental defenses. Because if you have the truth, if your shit is built on a solid, sturdy foundation, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Yeah, Veli. Just quickly put up. Yeah, put up. Hold on. Yeah, put up my shared stuff.
Yo, Veli, listen. The Most High don't want to hear me no more. My battery's on 1%. I gotta go, Veli. Listen, when I've charged up, I'll come true. Yeah.
So hold up. StreamYard is the Most High now.
Yeah, because StreamYard literally predicts how long you can be on for.
That's why StreamYard is not meant for mobile phones.
What? At all. Bro.
There's always a confusion.
Yeah. I'm on my phone now, so I probably got like what, 30 minutes? Shit, 50%. Shit.
Yeah, boy. You better plug it in now. Basically you have to have your phone on charge while it's on.
Yeah. I'm by my side, man. I'm about to go burn a spliff real quick. Once I see Terry on, man, I gotta come on, man, get some information. Always learn something new, man. Trust me.
So what you saying, Terry, man? Is that about Josephus?
No, this is the periods. You got to look at through the Roman periods, yeah, and time. Like, if you look carefully, what year? Because these are all what was going on behind the scenes with the Romans, isn't it?
Yeah.
And when I scroll, so you're going through the administration of the empire.
Right.
You know, and these are vital, because remember I said to you that when you go through the administration, what were the Romans doing at that time? What countries were they manipulating? What were they controlling? Who was in control? So if you look at the thing where Constantine, he was posted and standard and rather low, and tributes, places, grounds was elevated by Constantine in 320. So that means we have to go further back. So like what was I gonna say? Let me look at the year. It's finding out what year and period of who was controlling what at that time.
Right.
So what's the guy that you mentioned his name?
Josephus.
Okay.
Flavius Josephus. You gotta remember that Flavius part. Big family.
Yeah.
So if we go into the family, okay. Hold on, let me try and find something. What was the name of the family again?
Flavius.
Flavius.
How do you spell it?
Flavius. I think.
Vies. You said.
IUS.
IUS. All right.
Yeah, Josephus wasn't even a part of the Flavius family at first. Like,
yeah,
it's
so
a weird story.
Is this it?
You'll see the type of Flavius Josephus and like the Flavius family, like they were like royalty, I think.
Yeah, so this is the family you're talking about, their dynasty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably. All right. Yeah, the Flavian. Flavian. So I guess Flavius is the singular name, and Flavian is the plural name, I guess.
So this comes in the same time before seeing the Constantine dynasty. Hold on.
I just know at this time period, Josephus is pretty much the main person who's writing the history of the Jews during like the first century. So any information that we got pretty much around that time is from Josephus, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I think he's around there.
To find anything to instigate Jesus, period. Because it's funny, as I said to you, is let's put a date or a time or a period where Jesus was around. And then just look into the Romans period time of if there's any persons that was like Jesus or was Jesus.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say, man. You gotta find out when the end of BC and the start of AD is, because it's in them 30 years there.
Yeah, and this family
is the actual time that Jesus is supposed to be alive.
So this guy here, where Pushkin Museum. Okay, this period here, this family.
Hey Terry, hold on a second. What's the Roman emperor's name when Jesus gets crucified?
The emperor.
Yeah. The Roman.
I'll tell you now. I'm going to my old notes.
He started with a P or something. I can't remember his name.
They went to him first of all to get
Was it Herod?
And remember, Herod. That's it.
Herod. Yeah, Herod. Yeah.
So is Herod a real person?
Yeah. See, that's a good question. That's a good question. He should be, right?
But you know the funniest thing is, in that time period, we had we had Augustus. Augustus was the Caesar. Augustus Caesar was just in that period going into the transition from BC to AD.
Yeah, see, so that's the literally time where if Jesus is a real person, he should be alive in them times, and then whoever's the popular people around that sort of time should be having accounts of someone like Jesus who's causing a storm in the nearby village, innit? Whoever's next to Galilee and all them spots there.
Okay, but last question, yeah. What do you lot mean by the time in between BC and AD?
Huh?
Because we're trying to get what actual years it was, or how to find out the years that it was that Jesus was alive.
Yeah, he died in 33 AD. That's the point. So the moment he was born is the year of our Lord, and then the moment any before his death is before the Common Era.
Yeah.
So the moment he was born, every day that passed from he was born is considered Anno Domini. So he died.
Yeah. That's what I said first of all. Yeah, that obviously from 0 to 30 AD, yeah, is actually the time period that we need to look at for historical references to who is actually alive at that time, and who's making accounts of who's about.
Immortal Technique. I remember Immortal Technique. It's the only reason I even know this. Immortal Technique did an interview, and he was basically saying, like, on fame and stardom, he was like, the emperor at the time of Jesus is, like, I guess when Jesus was in his pomp, was Tiberius, and no one in the world knows his name, but everybody knows some poor pauper from fucking Bethlehem's name. Do you know what I mean? So, and then I remember reading something recently where I think you'd already mentioned this, that it's Josephus or one of them people, and apparently the account that Christians use to prove Jesus is like, he writes about, or the person that was the, like, I don't know how you describe it, like the court, not the sort of marshal of Israel, or whatever region Jesus was in Israel, that person speaks about executing someone of great influence or something, some shit like that.
So that's what I was trying to say, is that because then we have to know what was his name at that time.
But hold up. But first we have to check. Hold up. But first we have to check the credibility of Flavius Josephus. Read his story, how he became a Flavian. That's the main crux of everything, really, because it's a little fishy.
Yeah, and that's why I said let's not look for Jesus, but look at what was happening in that time period. So when you're looking at times of the Romans and what the Romans were doing at that time and who they were persecuting at that time, then it gives us a kind of
that's the key. Yep, you just got to read his Josephus story, man. That's the key right there. What he just said. Yeah.
Morning, Veli. Morning, James. Morning, Terry. James. Ultra Funky. Yeah. What's up? Morning, Ultra Funky. James, what I was going to say, we should later on carry on our discussion about speculation and belief, because it got sidetracked last night. It went into the whole thing with Shaka Rastin, which I'm not really invested in, and it just went on for ages, but I switched off. But in regards to that, James, I always said he needed evidence to prove it, number one, and two, I'm open to accepting most things, well, to entertaining the speculation of most things. I don't believe in it, so we should do that, have that discussion.
Yeah, definitely, man.
Because I was talking to you about the wormholes, and there was other things I was going to talk, and then it got sidetracked into the whole Indian.
I'm glad you reminded me. I'm going to start looking into wormholes now. Yeah. So
what was the point that you was trying to get with Witness?
I was trying to point out that with certain people, atheists, when it comes to speculative study that scientists have for certain things that don't exist, that they will accept it. So, for example, the speculative study into wormholes and what wormholes can do. Even though astronauts have not seen a wormhole, they've never traveled through a wormhole, scientists have created speculative research into what wormholes are and what they do, and most people will accept that. But if you start going into, if you then start saying, what about the speculative study of ghosts or poltergeists? They'll be like, well, that's stupid, that's rubbish. But then with the speculative study of wormholes, it goes into the realm of the theory of relativity and time travel. And no one's cussing that out. That's pretty more fantastical than a poltergeist moving a fork in your kitchen. You know what I mean? So it's like this hypocrisy there.
When you put a scientist on a pedestal, yeah, their talk starts to become facts, and that's my issue.
Yeah, it is. And I wanted to have a serious debate with James and whoever later about it, because I even found scientists who will go into speculative study dealing with the paradoxes of time travel, how you can deal with it emotionally and psychologically. And I'm like, well, hold on a minute. We don't even have time travel yet. But you guys can speculatively study the paradoxes of it. And I can give the scientist, the physicist's name, and that's considered A-OK. But if you want to speculatively study scientifically the existence of certain creatures in the depths of the oceans, you're looked at as some kind of a numpty or something. I'm like, that's pretty, hypocritical. So that's what it was about. And then he got sidetracked into the whole Indinkra matrix thing, which I'm not really invested in. But I don't want to distract from this whole Jesus thing. So let's go back to it.
Hey, before you go back, hey Terry, you watched The Last Dance, innit? I heard you saying that.
Yeah.
You see what MJ told Reggie Miller, though, who's the real Black Jesus? You gotta love Mike, man.
And that's the funny thing when you say that, right? Because when I went to the Barcelona football ground, and I was going around looking at the football ground, and they've got a mini church inside the actual football premises.
Did they?
And yeah, and guess who the color of Mary is?
What? Black?
Yeah, you're damn right. A black figure.
When you say black, you mean like the Orthodox black, like not black, but like brown kind of.
Yeah. No, black. The black. Madonna.
Okay, yeah.
And I was just cracking up that you go in there and you and then you see that and you think to yourself, boy, wouldn't you just put the picture of Jesus in there or something?
I thought you were gonna say fucking Messi was Jesus still.
No, but that's their shrine. They got a shrine there. It's actually they made it like a shrine.
Quickly, yeah. I don't know if you know what he spoke about this, but Tacitus is another person that apparently is impartial, that writes about Nero falsely blaming someone called Christus, who's the founder of the religion of Christians. And I'm gonna fuck this pronunciation up, but is it Pontius? I feel like I've heard Pontius Pilate before.
Pontius Pilate.
Yeah, he's another person that wrote. Wait, hold on, let me rephrase that. Shortly after Tacitus, Roman governor Pliny the Younger wrote to Emperor Trajan. The early Christians would sing hymns as Christ. Some scholars believe Roman historian Sentius referenced Jesus in noting that the Emperor Claudius had expelled Jews from Rome while making constant disturbances at the instigation of Christus. Yeah, it seems like Christus is the term used by the Romans.
Yeah, it's a Roman Catholic word, bro.
What, Christus?
Yeah.
Oh, anointed one.
Is that what it means?
Yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Jesus Christos.
Yeshua Atmashiach.
Yahawashai. Yo, Shifa okay, bro?
I gotta jump. Huh? Say again.
Is Shifa alright, yeah?
But I don't even know still, man. I spoke to him in a minute still, man. I'm told that and still.
You see when you look at these Roman times, they've actually got full dates of what they were doing at that time. And I still don't get why, they wouldn't have a date for Jesus completely.
But why? Why do you think so? For example, you see these, like, for example, there's Christians, therefore there must have been somebody to start the religion, right?
Yeah.
Or some group, and then people and the emperor, a Roman historian, Josephus considered? What was he Roman as well or no?
Most of them were Roman at that.
Jewish Roman. Jewish Roman.
Mm.
So he's considered.
All right, cool. So you got a Jew, you got an actual Roman historian, and they're talking about people up like all the way up to emperors knowing the existence of this man Christos, and that he was executed on a I'm not sure if it's a certain date, but that he was executed in the way that the story describes. Is that not evidence, or what?
But then is that the same person that we're talking in the Bible? Because then is his what was his, if his name was Christos back then where does Jesus arrive?
That's a good point. But now, I mean, I don't think anyone. So let's take someone like me that's an atheist. I don't believe Jesus fucking was resurrected and made multiple fish or whatever. Yeah. So I don't believe any of the Bible stories are true. But what I may or may not believe, I'm undecided on, is whether a man who resembled Jesus, whether all the myths and folklores were based on an actual man.
Yeah. So that's what I was trying to say is let's just look at the times, what was happening in them times, and look at what kind of person could have been Jesus, or who was persecuted at that period of time, and then able to gather that evidence, and then able to look at the Bible and see where it correlates together. Because for me, as I said to you, the Bible is like philosophy. It's going to give you, it's trying to explain something else, but because people are taking it literally, it becomes confusing. Because if a Bible was a proper true document, then you would put some form of dates or months or something to prove in so.
But so what, you know, from like a Roman's perspective, did they like document all the executions and that back in the day?
Yeah, they had some documents saying what was happening at that time period and what they did and how they were persecuted. But
wait, it wasn't considered Anno Domini because they didn't know who the fuck Jesus was, isn't it?
These are the kind of things that will start to appear. And how
did they date it? What were they dating it like?
Like, remember
33 AD. What is that in the Roman?
Romans had their own calendar. They had a calendar.
But you know what, like, so because you would need to prove something trivial that they documented and dated. So like maybe another crucifixion of someone else that has a date by it, because then if there's one for that and none for Jesus, then it looks far more suspicious.
Because the Romans were in and out. Because you see, remember from the time of BC to going into AD, this is the takeover from the Greeks. So whatever they were doing, they were always influenced by Egyptian stuff as well as the Greek stuff, as well as European stuff.
No, but he's saying at the bare minimum there should be some records of somebody getting executed at that time period. Like look at the court records, I guess, from that time period. There has to be some judge or justice that had documents. So then, if you're saying that, then we will have to go into like as I was saying to you, in forms of the administration, the military and court documents. So then that will come under the sources of administration. So hold on. I'm gonna look there.
It's interesting that no one has Jesus' date in the Julian calendar. Why is that? Because that's where that's how they would have recorded it.
Yeah, because all his date of birth and the time periods, it corresponds. What the Romans did was make it correspond to their ideology of their religion. Because I'm not even going to say they were atheists. They had their own concept. which was arriving indirectly out of what the Greeks did. Court situation and court administration, military construction.
You probably should come back to that point and continue with the Flavian.
I'm going to come back to them.
Yeah.
I'll come back to them, but I'm just trying to. What year would we say? What year would we think that Jesus will just give it kind of an estimate? What year would you say in AD?
Well, they died.
That he was born rough.
Yeah, he was born literally 0 Anno Domini.
So if he's born 0 Anno Domini,
or one, if you like, maybe 1.
Allegedly born.
Allegedly, yeah. Because after a certain amount of years, so if we're looking here, look, the Romans,
or you could say, the
Roman
46 BC is when the Julian calendar started, or you could say he was born 46. That's it, the year 46.
So just look for any records of people get executed or hanged from 46 BC to just say 40 AD. If you can find any like 2 or 3, it's case closed. That's it, really. But I guess the Flavian issue is more interesting. I would think because Josephus wrote the history of the Jews. So
there's other people though, isn't it? That
there's a lot of other people. But I'm saying one guy wrote the history of the Jews that people use quite a bit. Yeah. So you can actually get a better, I guess, detail out of what Jews were thinking at the time about Christ or anything like that, really. Because remember, there's a lot of different sects of Jews that had conflict. A lot of them didn't even agree with Paul. I think like 7 of 13 Paul's books, people say, I think it's called pseudepigrapha or whatever, or somebody else wrote it, most likely, or something like that. So you can even see in the earliest times when people converted from Jews were converted to Christian that they had issues with certain doctrines. So yeah.
In the first AD. Okay.
Alexander Jannaeus on 76 in the year 76 BC ordered the crucifixion of 800 Jewish men in a single day. There is not a single Roman record of the event. During the reign of Herod, Quintilius Varus, 27 AD, ordered the crucifixion of 2,000 Jewish men in a single day. There is not a single Roman record of the event. During the reign of Titus, 81 AD, the Romans crucified over 500 Jews daily on the walls of Jerusalem in an attempt to break the Jewish resolve. There is not a single Roman record of the event. In fact, there is not a single contemporary Roman record of any individual crucifixion occurring in the Levant during the time of Jesus.
Oh, this guy here was between BC and died at AD 68.
Who?
He took over from Augustus. Julio, can you see it?
I thought Tiberius took over from Augustus.
Look, it says here, look.
Yeah, Tiberius. The first emperor was Augustus, then Tiberius, then Caligula.
I think Augustus like ends in 14 AD or something like that.
What, the Judeo-Claudian dynasty?
Yeah, but James, what source you was reading from earlier a while ago?
No, this is a Quora. This is a post on that Quora site.
What source they gave you for that?
I don't think they did. You know, just reading what they was writing. But
Oh,
to
they
be
did.
fair, I think based on that and based on the fact that I can't find anything, I don't think there are Roman records of any crucifixion. And earlier I was reading that although the Jewish, this is from Wikipedia, although the ancient Jewish historian Josephus and Appian referred to the crucifixion of thousands of people by the Romans, there is only a single archaeological discovery of a crucified body dating back to the Roman Empire around the time of Jesus. This was discovered at Givat Hamivta, Jerusalem in 1968. So there's only one evidence of an actual crucifixion, and yet the way they're describing it, millions of people were crucified, and then there's no Roman records of any of the crucifixions either.
Interesting.
See these documents, you know, and
I
that's
think though Christos is a good argument.
because you know it's funny when you look at have you ever read the story with Constantine and his wife? Because you know that cloth, that Jesus cloth.
Oh, sorry, 1 second, Tel. Hey, Vel, Khan's in the background. Khan's trying to get on. But sorry, go on, Tel.
Yeah, no, I was saying is Constantine's wife.
I don't know the story.
The Turkish woman. She's one of the people that went out to do research when they found they supposedly the cloth that was on Jesus's back.
Okay.
That's in the Vatican with the blood stains.
Okay.
So they were trying to galvanize evidence at that time period. This is why, for me, there is a confliction in that between that time and at the time of, like, let's say, when the Vatican was rife, they were trying to galvanize things to prove in their status of Jesus.
Yo. Just that tumbleweed. So James, why were the Jews getting murdered, man? Why were the Romans killing up all the Jews? Like,
Is that like I don't know the answer. You want me to Google it?
No, I'll tell you.
Oh, okay.
So if we compare Islam to the Hebrew religion, you can see why the narrative of Jesus really comes in to save the day for them. Because really the true story of Jesus should have been the Jews are rebelling because they can't accept no one but God to lead them. Romans are telling them, no, you can have your religion, but the state comes above you. So they kept rebelling, innit? And like loads of people kept dying. So Jesus was supposed to be the reincarnation of Isaiah, who come back to earth with mythical powers that would lead them in this rebellion to kick the Romans out. So when that flopped, they rewrote the end of the story, yeah, and put an alternate ending like in Butterfly Effect. Yeah, so there's two endings to the same film now. And the second ending is, oh no, he didn't really come to kick out the Romans. He came to save you all individually. All you got to do is believe in him, yeah, and you're cool. Don't need to worry about no Romans, because like the saying goes, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's and give unto me what is me. So at that point, there's a juncture, isn't it? There's a split between, are we supposed to be ruled by these pricks, or are we supposed to fight them until every man dead? You get me? So when you look at Islam now, when you have nationalistic frameworks, like for example, the Republic of Turkey, yeah, whoever is the leader, he will be a leader of a Muslim nation, but you will get Muslims saying, no, but he's not a proper Muslim because he doesn't govern according to Sharia, he governs according to democracy, so therefore we can't count him as a Muslim leader. So that same issue would have been around with the Jews as well. Get me? That they've got this idea that only God rules over them, and anyone who tries to stop that, they have to basically fight until they're dead. And that's really like where Jesus come in and saved them, because he's given a different ending to the story, whereas with Muslims they ain't got that really. Like when people are talking about, oh, let's rewrite Islam, let's make Islam, you know, fit in with the world narrative, really that's the one thing that you'd have to change. You'd have to tell people that Islam is your personal jihad,
It's not nothing to do with democracy or world governance or world banking systems. Forget all that. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. The Jewish part was I like the Jewish part. If it was coming from an atheist, I would be more receptive to it. I'll be honest. But I feel like
But here's what I'm saying, James. When you look at it from my point of view, it doesn't really matter if Jesus came or he never come, if he existed or he never existed. The fact is, they got run by the Romans, and still to this day, they haven't managed to get out from under their thumb. So all these prophecies that say, "Oh, who's going to come? Is it Isaiah? Is it Jesus? Is it John the Baptist that was the chosen one?" It don't matter. Did they live? Did they die? It's all irrelevant. The fact is, still to this day, you're being run by Romans, my friend. So, you know, that's the end of the case, isn't it? That means that all these prophecies were bullshit.
yeah, Khan's a star witness, boy.
But that's how it is, though. That still to this day, they're living under Romans, isn't it? You see what I mean? So when you see Jews, for example, like Orthodox Jews, go into Israel, to us it seems like, oh, they're endorsing the state of Israel. They're saying that, no, the state of Israel is Israel, but they're not. They're saying, we're going to keep going there because we've got access to it now, but we're hoping and praying that this actual state of Israel, this democratic state of Israel that recognizes everyone equally, is going to fail. And then the new state that's born out of it, out of the rubble of the current state of Israel, then they're all going to be on the ground already in position to kind of bring about the new messianic age, where they're going to build a temple and they're going to carry out blood sacrifices. So indirectly, humans will be living without sin, because, you know, rather than you know, like having Jesus as your blood sacrifice, you'll then go and have to buy a little chicken, cut him up, you know, cut him into pieces. Like, I don't know how many pieces you get out of a chicken, 5 pieces or something, innit? And then you just get and hand it out to poor people. So then you've kind of absolved yourself of the sin. So it goes back to these ancient myths of you can pass a sin from a human onto an animal.
Going to allow that?
You get me? That's what they're saying. They're saying that that's going to be the new messianic age.
John, you think Peter's going to allow that?
Who?
Peter.
Which one's Peter?
The animal, the animal charity, man.
Oh, I don't know about them, bro. I'm just saying that from what I've heard of Jews,
they got Michael Vick go to jail, man.
From what I've heard of Jews, there's 2 different types of Jews. There's the ones that won't even step foot in Israel because they're sticking to the fact that they're being banished from there until the Jews repent. That's their prophecy, innit? So for the Jews to be able to go back to Israel, they must repent as a nation, and then they can go back there.
But
so these ones are saying we're not even going to step foot there.
Khan, is this something you've read though? Because I mean,
not read from one source. I've read it obviously, but not from one particular source. I've had to compile it.
What I'm saying is, you see the fact that you believe there was a remix of the of the Messiah, right? Of the sort of motivation behind endorsing the Messiah, and then after he died, the sort of remixing of message.
So the sources for that is easy. It's actually the Christian scholars themselves, and the Western scholars that look into Christianity. They're the ones that Muslims don't come up with this stuff.
So you
don't come up with this stuff. The Christians themselves come up with this stuff. That's why they say. Sorry to cut you. That's why they say that in the Bible there is a gradual increasing of Jesus's powers. So at the beginning, in the first gospel, for example, he's just Jesus, isn't it? By the end, you get to the end one. Oh, he's God. So you know that alone proves that over a period of time.
You're saying that initially he was a revolutionary. Is that what you're saying? Or
yeah, of course, man's overthrowing tables. Police is busting up his fucking gang. He's there like hiding up with his gang. You know what I mean? Someone grasped him. The fucking stormtroopers coming on them and like, which one's fucking Jesus? You get me? If they ain't revolutionaries, what are they? Do you know what I mean? That's the whole story, isn't it?
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
They should make Jesus like Huey P. Newton.
But bro, like think about the significance of the story. Yeah, like he goes into the temple and he overthrows the table, the moneylender's table. Like the significance of that is they're exchanging money that they're using in their daily lives, like with the Roman heads on it, for same coin, same value, but it's got the Jewish stamp on it. And then they go in and they spend it in the temple, and then they come out again. Yeah. So to Jesus, somebody who's saying, wait a minute, we're supposed to be living under God. We're not supposed to be compartmentalizing what part of our life is under God and what part isn't, because you basically made them two parts equal, because you're changing coin for coin, one for one. Get me? Or whatever exchange rate you've got going. The fact is, you're handing in a picture of Julius Caesar and on a gold coin, and they're giving you the same one back that writes God's name on it. You're making God and Caesar equal at that point. So that's why he targeted the money lenders, because that's where that transaction physically is happening. Get me? So obviously, some people don't have a spiritual understanding. It's everything's physical. So at that, if you look at it from a physical, that's at the point where that transaction between state and religion is occurring. Now, as we know, with Sharia and the Jewish laws, there is no state system. The religion runs the state. You get me?
Hold on. Can I just ask a quick question? I love so, yeah. You know, so did not Tacitus, what's his name? Did Josephus write in Hebrew, or did he write in, I guess, Latin?
Who's Josephus?
Yeah.
Didn't he translate it from Hebrew to Greek?
Or
wasn't he the translator?
I'm pretty sure he used Latin, right?
Okay, so
yeah,
Josephus either wrote Greek or Latin, not Hebrew, basically.
He probably could have wrote Hebrew, but I'm saying he's a Roman.
The reason I'm asking,
you got to remember.
One second. The reason I'm asking is, did the Hebrews or the Jews, whatever you want to call it, did they refer to Jesus as Christos, or is that just a Roman?
No, of course they never.
See, that's what I was saying to you. Is a lot
of shit. Yeah, I would have to say I don't know. I'd probably defer to somebody who has more knowledge on that. I'm not going to.
They refer to Jesus as the Mashiach.
Yeah,
he's called the Mashiach.
Everyone's giving Jesus a different name. So who is the right Jesus?
The word Jesus, if you look at it, is pretty similar to Zeus. So it's obviously a Greek word that means a type of like God, but it's not God. Like it's the difference between Allah and Ilahi.
So stop. Yeshua. Sorry. Yeshua though. Forget. Sorry, Jesus is confusing. I'm saying, did the Hebrews, were they calling man Christos as well, or were they calling him Yeshua, Yahweh Shai, whatever the name was?
That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, so I would.
Yeah, we can't answer for them where they got that from, bro.
What are you eating,
but James.
Who, me?
No, Ultra.
James.
Go on, tell.
Ultra's eating the longest baguette you've ever seen.
At that time, a lot of the stuff was Greek.
Exactly. But you know what it is? The Hebrew would have always been Hebrew, innit? So like the only time they lost their Hebrew books is when they got enslaved. So you know, when they come out of slavery, they had to reform they had to like get all the pages again from here, there, and everywhere, and try to recompile it. So they can't even guarantee that their book's 100. You get me? But let's say, for example, argument's sake, it is. Yeah. The fact is, the book's in Hebrew, but the tafsir of it would be in Greek or in Aramaic. Like the explanation for what the verses mean and what the scholars have said and what notes they put down, they would have been the main thing. The main problem of what's making people really lose their religion is that they can't really understand the text because it's in a Hebrew, which is technically a lost language. They don't use it in everyday speech. So even for them, it would be difficult for them to translate it. So they would need scholars like Josephus and them. You get me? But Josephus probably will speak about 3 languages in his time: Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Aramaic, whatever.
But that period of time, let's talk about the period of time of Jesus. Majority of stuff at that time was in Greek.
Yeah, definitely. But only the scholars, but not the layman's. Not the layman's. The scholars would know. Greek's so hard, man. Have you ever tried to learn Greek? You literally have to have a degree in science to know Greek. Like, it's so hard. Like, people walking around would be speaking Aramaic. In Jesus' time, they would be speaking Aramaic. Like, only the scholars and the top people would know Greek. So, like, all these people that claim that they wrote the Gospels, John the shoemaker and Jimmy the fucking gem or whoever they are. Yeah, none of them would have known Greek. Luke and none of these people could have known Greek. You get me?
But
out of the 4 Gospels, maybe one of them know Greek.
All the Old Testaments or Bibles were all in Greek.
Yeah, but they were translated into Greek by scholars.
Yeah, but the Bible itself is Greek. The first foundation of the Bible is Greek.
No, it's not. It's Aramaic.
Yeah, but yeah, hold up. But about the Josephus language question, Colin is right. Pretty much he knew a bunch of different languages. He knew Greek, Aramaic, and
I'm not
Latin.
No, documentation, in forms of documentation, majority of it's in Greek.
Yeah. Eventually he went to Latin. Yeah.
Before he even went to Latin.
It was Greek. Yeah.
Because even if you go into the British Library,
just on a quick Wikipedia, for many years the works of Josephus were likely known in Europe only to imperfect Latin translations from the original Greek.
Yeah, all the English stuff was coming from that Greek and a bit of the Latin.
But we're getting this information from Europeans that are telling us the first version of the Bible was in Greek. But really, we know that it was in Aramaic.
Yeah, but
they're not counting that first step. They're not counting it.
Yeah, but
we are, though.
But if the Roman Catholic Church is the mother of all mothers, yeah, what language would it have been done in?
No. The Roman Catholic Church is not the mother. The Catholic Church is the mother. When the Romans come in, that's when the corruption occurs.
Yeah, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. From the time
I'm hearing you. You're saying the original church was the Catholic Church. That's right. Before the Orthodox, before the Protestant, yeah, the Catholics was there. But what I'm saying is the Catholic at some point become the Roman Catholic.
Yes, I get that, the Roman Catholic, but there's still it's still the Romans, because the Romans were dictating at that time period. They were the powerhouse. So anyone that defines them in that time period, they blew them away.
That's right.
When you go to the Council of Nicaea, you see they blew anyone that was Orthodox. They were out there to destroy the Orthodox.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That is true. That's 100%. The Orthodox got up and left.
Yeah.
They got up and walked out.
They and look at the Orthodox priest from Egypt. As soon as he left, within months later, man was found dead.
Sounds like these times, isn't it? Things happen a lot. Still going on.
So,
so the whole Jesus story is like, to me, it's like, I don't know if you've ever written a paper, a scientific paper, and at the end, come to the conclusion, you're just basically putting a whole different conclusion to everything that's ever gone before it. And that's just how the story is. It starts off different and it ends different. Now, to me, it don't make sense. Even if you isolate it and just look at it as a single story, it still don't make sense. There's no way on earth that story can ever make sense, that someone's come as a chosen person to free his tribe from a tyranny and ends up getting crucified, and somehow that was his purpose all along. That doesn't make sense. So what was the point of him rounding up people together? What was the point of them kicking up all that fuss? What was it, just advertising? Making their cause heard? You're going to die in the end anyway. You might as well just turn up and die. All you need is one witness. All you need is one person to walk with you with a pen and write everything that you did. That's all you need. You don't need 12 people who didn't see shit. So if it was his real purpose from the beginning to die, he could have gone about it in a completely better way. Like, he didn't need to go and link up with John the Baptist and get him beheaded either. He could have allowed him, innit, and let him carry on living. Because don't forget, John the Baptist and Jesus were cousins. They were first cousins. And they were like the royalty. They were the lineage. They were a house of David. But the High Commission, the government, basically didn't want them. So they pushed John the Baptist out to the country, let him do his little practices there. When Jesus turned up and said, I'm the leader, I'm like the Queen of England who needs to be at the head of the parliament, they were like, nah, mate, you're finished. And that's all it is. It's a simple thing. And these things happen with small tribes. Like what we see today, like the Queen being the head of this select committee. Yeah, it's not nothing new. Ancient people doing them things as well. There was ancient forms of democracy where people would get together and sit down, and all the chiefs would make joint decisions. That it's not a surprise that there was a Jewish High Commission that they didn't want Jesus around, so they murdered him. They couldn't get the Romans to do it because the Romans don't give a shit about what the Jews want, so they had to time to retreat.
Sorry, Veli. DC Brothers is in the back. Is in the back chat.
And you want to jump off for a bit, innit? Let me say hi to Brad though before. Don't want you to think I'm
Hey, damn, you're really letting Khan rant like this without showing any proof for his claims.
You don't need proof when you're disproving something. I'm coming along and saying, where's the proof? It's just a made up story. I don't need proof for that, do I? So I'm saying a lot of people ain't got science background, man. Well, it's not their fault, innit? I don't blame people.
Well, I mean, if you're providing a counter narrative, you do kind of need to prove that.
No, what I'm saying is, if somebody hands in a piece of work to you and they say, okay, we collected data on whether pink balloons fly higher than green balloons, and then when you switch to the conclusion, it's going, oh yes, and elephants can run faster than cattle. I'm sorry, but the conclusion and the beginning ain't matching up. Do you know what I mean? And with Jesus' story, it's the same thing. It's like he turns up on the scene to perform one duty and ends up fulfilling a completely different duty.
No, but
it doesn't make sense.
If someone's hypothesis is blue and green, whatever, pink and green balloons, and you come to actuality, it looks like green and pink balloons, but in actuality, it's red and white, and they took a different course and they were released at this point. You kind of need to provide evidence for why you think that is.
Yeah, if I did do that, then yeah, but I didn't do that. I'm just saying the beginning of the story doesn't match the ending.
Revolutionary.
I know it's difficult for all you ex-Christians to have a Muslim come on and start telling you about your religion. Like, when you diss your own religion, it's cool, isn't it? Like, you're all sitting there together dissing your religion. Oh yeah, we're so intellectual that we don't believe in all this bullshit. But when a Muslim says it now, it's an issue. So like, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
It sounded a bit like a Jew there, mate. You know what I mean? Fuck, you know.
Whoa!
What is me?
I'm reviewing the situation. If you know that one.
No, I don't. Is DC Brad your boy? Yeah.
Oliver, innit? Fagan out of Oliver. He's counting his money. Yeah, of course.
So you support the Ku Klux Klan as well? Say no more.
Well, if the Ku Klux Klan come out and said, you know, we want Africa for Africans, it would be pretty difficult to argue against them, isn't it? It's just the methods that they're using, isn't it? Like, what methods would they be employing?
I was joking. You were being serious. Yeah, let's just.
I'm always serious, even when I'm joking.
Okay. But yeah, no. Back to you guys were talking about.
Where's Brad?
Flavius Josephus. I don't know. Very probably busy.
All right, cool. I'm gonna go back on YouTube and listen to your lot's intellectualisms. It was quite interesting. But thanks for letting me on. Chat to you lot later.
Shade, that's the.
I heard that little dagger.
You get me? That was fucking hell, bro.
Silence.
Yeah.
No, see, this is the thing. That's why religion is just crazy, man.
You saying that's why we shouldn't let Muslims on, isn't it?
Keep him out.
Like, man coming like a fucking hurricane, bro. Man, just look at information.
In. He just wants to get his narrative. What's wrong with LB? LB trying to put his words in as well.
Yeah, LB don't let go, boy.
Yeah, I know. I can see that.
A lot of people, I don't know why. A lot of people hate Gone, boy.
But it's the way he came in. Did he run and ran off?
Oh, bro.
Yeah. Where's this work? Veli, we need Brad in because he needs to put his documentations up, man.
Yeah, we need Bradley.
Bradley.
Let me get the fucking blow up. All right, man. Let's see where our Veli is.
I can't be bothered to go into my archives. If I start going into my archives, it's too much work. Khan did his dawah for the day.
He did though, still.
No, I thought they were going to do King James today.
But I think, like, from the article I read, I don't think a lot of people disagree that Jesus existed, or like a person that, you know, the Messiah, that Jews believe was the Messiah or Christos or whoever. I don't think they argue that he existed.
As I said to you, if you follow the book, then, you know, I have no qualms against it. That's people's beliefs and things like that. But then we should able to justify things in its full perspective, not just rely on one source. And it's for the people to make their own opinion or judgment. What's going on? What's going on? So you've been in the sun yet, James?
Yeah, I was out yesterday. I was out for most of yesterday.
I was in East London yesterday, enjoying the sun.
Where? In the park?
Wall Street Common.
Okay.
Just in the heart of East London. It was packed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. It was a joke. I went to a basketball court yesterday, bro, and it's like back to normal. And I was like, this guy's an idiot, bro. This Boris guy, right? What the fuck is the point in opening all these parks, opening all the courts, telling people stay 2 meters away, but they can stay out all day?
I saw about 7 man them. It was like they brought the whole gym to the park. Man bought bench, dumbbells, the bar, weights from the.
That's the only difference. The only difference now is that gyms are actually closed. But with regards to people actually socially distancing, people ain't no socially distancing, bro.
Yeah, they're using that. What's the distance again? Is it 2 meters? Yeah, 2 meters. That's the plot. All the restaurants, you know what the restaurants do? I do it even in East London. I was cracking up. All the restaurants and the bars, they're not allowing people to come in, but what they've done is they've opened up the front and then made tables in front of their shop, and then had seats all over the main street.
Yeah, it's retarded, man. I can't lie, bro. The only it's weird because yesterday, bro, man's all linking up my bread.
James, you are an utter cunt, and I hate you with all my heart. I hate you so much.
I love you, bro.
I hate you, James, with all my heart. No. Hey, how y'all doing today?
Yeah, we're doing good.
Mr. Riggs, I don't get my laptop back until about like noon today, so that would be like later on. Is it possible you could do me a favor, brother? Can you do? Because I noticed I saw 2 of my favorite Hebrews in the chat. Saw my uncle God of Jacob in the chat, and I don't want to take him out of his Bible at all. So I was reading the Bible, you know, just as I do in my free time, and I came across a very interesting scripture in Revelations, and I just wanted, if you can do me a favor, can you research the proper definition for the word head, like the human head? Like, what is a human head?
What, human head?
Yeah, like a
So
human
what,
head.
do you want
Like,
me to
what
put
is it?
into, what do you want me to put into Wikipedia? I mean, not into Google. Sorry.
You mean like a medical definition, or do you mean
Or
like
what's, I think the word is
etymology?
no, not etymology. Like, to properly describe what a human head is and what does it consist of.
Like a medical definition or a scientific definition?
A scientific definition would be fine. Yeah.
Hey, can I just ask, Brad, do you have any nephews? And if so, do they call you Thomas?
Oh, so I Google up human head.
Mm-hmm. I just want to know what it can. Like, what the goal is to figure out what is a human head and what does it consist of. Is the human?
So in what degree in
describing it in description? Like, if I were to say, a person has a yellow head, what would I be talking
the
about?
upper part of a human body or the front or upper part of the body of an animal, typically separated from the rest of the body by a neck and containing the brain, mouth, and sense organs. A thing resembling a chief principle, being the leading position of, give a title or caption to.
Okay, so that we would know, and we also know what hair is, right? We know that the hair is okay, cool. So we're talking that the head would include the nose, the eyes. Oh, excuse me, the nose, the eyes, the
brain above the neck, brain and sense organs. That would be the best way.
I'll put it up.
Okay, cool.
The head is a part of an organism which is usually including the eyes, the brain, the forehead, the neck, the chin, the eyes, the nose, the mouth.
Okay, so because I know the Hebrew Israelites, they're very, 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 very adamant in making sure that the only Bible they read is the King James Bible. So I'm just trying to figure out, why would a black king describe the Messiah in Revelations 1 and 14 having a head and hair, white like wool, as white as snow, if this is a black man?
But that could just be an old black man.
Exactly.
Old black man with a white head? No, I didn't say white hair. It says head and hair. There's an and between head and hair.
You're right. Sorry. So
it's not just like, it's
So
not.
where would that scripture be?
Revelations 1:14.
Okay.
We're gonna do Afro Dawa today.
Oh my god, man said Brad needed to have the concept of a head defined for him. That $45,000 a month private education was a great investment.
I guarantee that was scientific method. I guarantee you, bro. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. We ever build a black nation, I promise you, we're gonna build a special star just for scientific method to walk around.
I don't know. I'm waiting. I'm trying to like take my time with it, but I'm trying to get scientific method included into some of the pro-black back chat.
What'd you say?
1 to 14.
Yeah.
1.
Yeah, chapter 1, verse 14.
Why couldn't King James be black here and love white people? I mean, after all,
because his grandmother. No. I'm honestly, actually, I'm not even going to speak on that. I'm gonna let Riggs destroy anyone who believes he's black. Okay, because Mr. Riggs literally knows what he's talking about. So I'm gonna let him destroy that. Okay, but no, I just want to address this thing because it's just weird to me that a very black king would describe his Messiah being white as snow, and would authorize the book that would allow such a defamation of who he is. You know what I mean? If you're trying to do the thing, wouldn't you want your God to look like you?
I'm not gonna lie though, I see how somebody like you is really would really want King James to be white. I mean, I see how you'd want anyone with king as their prefix to be white.
You know what I'm saying? Can you see it?
Yeah. Okay. So his head, we described what a head was, right? His head and his hairs were white like wool. So whenever time I've always heard people read it, and I was talking to my father about this on Sunday. And my father was talking about we always shorten the scripture. So the way the scripture is said in America.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I just remember what verse this is. This is that metaphorical verse. This isn't literal. His head and hair were white like wool, but fuck that.
No. But you have to understand, James. This is the scripture that black people in America use to say that Jesus was black.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that this is clearly metaphorical. Because it says,
I know the Revelations is a replacement. Oh shit, man, I miss Khan too. If Khan's still in the chat,
but did he have a sword for a tongue as well?
But bro, listen to me. Hey, verse 1, don't overthink this one, okay? I'm literally just giving you a context of why this scripture is important right now, because black people, the Hebrew Israelites, every black organization that's tied to the Bible uses this verse to justify Jesus's blackness, okay? But they shorten it. My dad was telling me that it started with the AME Zion Church shortening this scripture to hair like wool and skin like bronze, using the King James Bible. When if you actually read it, it actually doesn't even describe his hair being like wool. It describes the color of his hair being like wool, being as white as snow. Okay? And this is why it is, I think it's safe to say, and I hate, as much as it sickens me to say this, white people, according to the King James, Jesus was a white man. And the Hebrew Israelites.
I don't think you can take. Don't get me wrong. I can see how an idiot would interpret that as No, that wasn't a shot. But I'm saying that I see how someone who already wants to confirm their bias to say it's white. But that, like, if we're going to accept that, then we're also going to accept that he was juggling stars.
But you have to understand, James. See, you're overthinking it again. Okay,
why?
This scripture is not used as this scripture to the Hebrew Israelites and to the Christians are literal. You understand? Foundations of black churches were built on the idea that Jesus was not a white man.
You got that point. You don't need to reiterate. I'm just saying.
That's what I'm saying. You're fucking up. If you say your statement again, you're literally fucking up. Okay?
Yeah, King James, didn't grow up in fucking Mississippi. King James, when he's writing this, I'm not sure, because your thing was saying, how can King James be a black man and write this? What I'm saying is, I could easily write, if, like, for whatever reason, if I wanted to say the top half is white, the bottom half is brass and brown or whatever.
Brown, yeah.
And then juggling stars and fucking wagging
eyes
around
of flames.
Wagging around a sword for a tongue. I don't think I'm really selling out my people, because that's clearly a metaphorical fucking description of something.
Yeah, and this is where it gets. This is why I say, because like when he said it to me, he was like, actually read. He said, "Damn, read the scripture," and I was like, "All right, cool, I'm gonna do it," and I did, and okay, I thought it was like his hair was like wool. I thought that's what it meant, but his hair was described white like wool, not his curls or not curly like wool. It was just the color of his hair, and that's why after it says is white as snow, and that right there, when you look at his head, like why would it? Oh yeah, it's good.
But yeah, I'm not disputing that people could definitely use that term to validate a white Jesus. I'm just saying that
no, people have used it also.
Entirety, that's not proof of any of the author attempting to describe him as a white man. I don't think that is.
Yeah, it is.
Is it proof of the author describing him as a black man?
No.
Because why would a white man spend his time trying when his
Wait, hold on. Did you say is there or did you say is this?
No, the reason Brad brought this up is because this has been used to describe God as being black. Because they say on his feet like unto fine brass, but they miss out that part. His head, saying his head and his hairs were white like wool. So if you, James, are saying that this shouldn't be used to describe him as white, yep, I agree with you. But then I'm asking, should this be used to describe him as black?
No.
Okay, so yeah, we're cool on that. Yeah.
So we're good on this side.
No, but this shouldn't be used to describe him literally at all, unless you're saying
James, you're overthinking it. You're overthinking it. Stay within the context, bro. God damn it, bro.
James, It's just what the Hebrew Israelites are using.
Yeah, it's what
Yeah,
the
I
black
know.
church and the Hebrew
This
Israelites.
is
Yeah.
what I'm explaining to you. Forget churches in Mississippi and God of Jacob hunting down Iraqis. Yeah, forget all of that. Let's focus on King James and the people that were writing the book. Yeah, were they saying yes, and now everybody's gonna believe that Jesus was a white guy like us? I don't.
Well, let's look at the depictions. But no, because you can easily go off what was the earlier pictures of Jesus. If we look at the earliest pictures of Jesus, right? The earliest picture of Jesus, right? If someone look at the earliest picture of Jesus, it's a Syrian Jesus. That ain't a black man. So we can go off the earliest picture of Jesus. Go ahead.
But
Someone
what
right
I'm
now
saying
look at
is-
the
you're
earliest
missing
depiction
the-
of
yeah,
Jesus
you're
right
missing
now.
the point,
Mr. Rick, no, because you're over intellectual.
I'm literally just looking at it and saying, that doesn't look like a possible. And you're literally saying,
Oh no, we can easily go off the earliest picture of Jesus then. Like we can go off the earliest picture.
You're missing the point that Brad brought. Sorry, Terry, what were you saying?
Mm-hmm.
Were you saying something, Terry?
Yeah, no, what I was saying is James is just missing, is going into a deeper notion. We're going on the facts of what these people are saying.
Yeah.
let me ask you something. If there was absolutely no description of his appearance in the Bible, do you think white people would have made him white or black?
No, they would have made him white 100%.
Right. So I'm saying logically that if some moron pulls out this verse to verify whether or not or confirm Jesus being white or black, they're stupid, because in the wider context, they would also have to admit that he was a star juggler, which is just dumb, right?
Yeah.
But if we're saying hold on, if we're saying the person that wrote the book, were they writing it to persuade people Jesus was white or black? I'm saying I doubt they were writing it to persuade the white, because they had literally have the power to just say Jesus, a fair-skinned man, a white man with brown hair. They could have.
Mr. Riggs, let him finish. James doesn't get out much, and this is like his.
No. On the logical terms, James, you're right. James, you're right. Yeah, but on someone that is spreading propaganda or something is what we're trying to target. In the facts that black people in general, like to see something and turn it black, regardless.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest here, because I'm such a argumentative cunt. Yeah, when Brad came in, he literally said, he brought about King James, and then the implication he made was, what's a head? Okay, so how could somebody be black and they're describing God as white? And I'm saying that isn't a good argument.
But James, did you hear the context in which I did this though? You hear the context in which I did this?
Yeah, I'm saying that's not a good argument.
All right, then stop talking about it. Just stay within the context.
No, but what he said was a good question, because when you say his head, chances are the theists are going to come in and they're going to give some diabolical, allegorical explanation for what the head is. So we might think their head is someone's head, but they'll say, oh, well, in this verse, it doesn't actually mean that. It means something else. So you have to be careful when you're dealing with the theists.
But this is pre-slavery, right? So the fucking
the King James Bible.
Hold on. The propaganda.
The King James Bible was
hold on.
The King James Bible is literally in the 1600s, bro.
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
Oh, was it 1600s?
Yes, bro. What the hell are you talking about, bro?
This is what we're talking about.
God damn it, James! I told you not to over-intellectualize this. Once you learn Black history, I know as a white man, you're able to do blackface pretty well. But once you learn Black history, bro, you'll be
Bible.
Yeah, 1611.
I mean, I'm still hold on. I'm still right because the propaganda wasn't in full effect at that stage. Yeah, but you're right. I'll concede that I was wrong on the.
And then, wait, Mr. Riggs, was it King James's grandmother?
Finish my point real quick.
That was trying to get rid of Black people. Was trying to demonize Black people within his auntie.
Can I just finish this one thing? Yeah, but I still think it's valid to say that you came in. Your point was, King. How could this man be a black man and he's postulating or putting a white man as God? And I'm saying, if this was the device he chose, it wasn't a very good one, at the least. At the very
it was a horrible choice. Very horrible choice.
James,
right. You good now? No. Is he good? No, make sure he gets it all out, Mr. Riggs, because he's going to keep talking about it until he gets it all out.
I know.
Let him get it all out.
James,
listen, I feel like I'm here to help. Like, I'm here to help you argue.
James, you're like the autistic kid on a Make-A-Wish Foundation football team. It's like,
that is a piss poor argument for somebody to come in and say, "Do you know how you know he can't be black?" Because
so you believe he could be? Then give me the argument that
you didn't understand the simple basics of it. This thing is being used to describe Jesus as black, and Brad has pointed out it says his head and his hairs were white. Yeah. So how can you ignore that part and read the other part and say, yeah, this says he was black?
See, the hair like wool.
Oh, okay. I thought what he was. Sorry, then I apologize. I thought he was saying that how could King James be black and right? God had his God had.
See, James, with the congesture.
Yeah. No, I'm wrong. Then I apologize. You're right. I didn't misunderstand.
I'll tell you. There's another conflicted argument in the fact of Queen Charlotte. The same kind of format where there's a painting, because there is a painting that makes her look black. People are now saying that she was the first black queen. But then if you look at all the paintings, you realize that the painting that makes her look black, that painter does his painting in that same fashion. Because all the other ones, it shows her as being fixated as being white. So what color is she?
So I just want to say that today is the birthday of the real Black Messiah, Omowale Malcolm X. You know?
Yes, we know. Yes,
95 years old today. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, we're looking for a Black Messiah. We've got a few still.
At least we know he was real, though. At least we know he was real.
You know? Without speculate, you know what I'm saying? Like, man was certainly a black man. You know what I mean? By all images. You know what I mean? So that's why I just want to pick up Omowale Malcolm X on his 95th birthday still. Don't know.
I reckon in 200 years they're going to make him white or something. You know what I mean?
Of course. They're going to make him white.
In 200 years.
Still, there's about 1,000 speeches of him saying the white man's the devil. So, you know,
there's video evidence. Hey, listen, hey, Taka. All somebody has to do is go to that. You know that guy in the green room in the white suit. All they have to do is go to him and just get him to change the matrix for them, innit? I like.
Is the avatar.
Yeah, we're gonna ignore James this morning.
Really?
Yeah. Rebuttal mode.
You know what my favorite one is so are you saying I can dodge bullets? No, Neo. I'm saying that when you're ready, you won't have to. Shaq can be waiting for that conversation. He's just waiting to talk to someone to tell him that.
Really, you want to take it there with the wormholes and time travel and the speculative scientific research.
You think you've got me down pat? I didn't.
Yeah, because the scientific world does not have any problem with the speculative research into wormholes and what wormholes entail, and it doesn't have any problem with the speculative research into time travel and the paradoxes of time travel.
Yeah, but there's a practical time is relative, innit? I think even you would agree with that. So there's the.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. 1 second. I'm sorry. Can we stay on this Israelite thing? One last thing I want to talk about.
I mean, in regards to I don't know how much Shaq has paid witness Orthodox Moore and M.A. Brown, but I'm just
pointing out the hypocrisy. If I speak to James about the speculative research into poltergeist or noisy spirit moving cutlery in the kitchen, he'll laugh. But then when we see the scientists talking about the speculative research into time travel and the paradoxes of time travel, that's like A-OK.
So what? No, I'll help you. So give me the equations. Give me the equations for poltergeists. Give me the equations for poltergeists, and then we can have somebody that spent their life.
Okay, wait. I'll answer your question. Give me the mathematical equations for time travel and the paradoxes of time travel. And
I'm not saying it's real. I'm not saying I believe in them. You're saying you believe in poltergeist.
No, I didn't say I believe in them. You see, you keep confusing it.
Magic when he's on the cloud.
I said that when these people go into the speculative research, I'm open-minded enough to wait for the results. Whereas you will say straight away, no, it's not true. It can never happen.
That's true. Yeah, you are
No,
very
'cause I know
dismissive,
people.
James.
Listen, I know people that fucking died and they don't speak to me. And there's and this evil spirit nonsense.
So I've never heard of people coming back from the future to speak to me either. But scientists still study that shit.
Yeah, so what? That's your problem that you have to deal with. I'm not saying either is true. You are receptive to both of them.
You're like a cynical cunt. That's what you are. A double C.
James, can you be on our side for one day?
Go on.
You're about rebuttaling.
Right, say.
Hey, but no. Can we ask? I want to ask one more quick question though. I mean, because Mr. Riggs has his laptop, he has his computer up. I just want to ask him one quick question. Could we actually look up the genetic makeup of what the Israelites were? Because I'm just like, I know that there's some. I know like the Saracen Jews and things like that. I know but like, weren't there? Like, what is the genetic makeup of? Okay,
my brother, I've got you. You know,
that's a big, massive question because.
No, hold on, lads. I've got you. 1 second, Jay. I've got something. I think Ziria brought me in still.
Yeah.
There's a book written by some Jewish guy who's like now a social pariah in Israel. So carry on talking. I'm gonna find it. I wrote it down somewhere.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out because I'm tired of like, okay, 1 minute they're all black, next minute they're a mix of different. They're a mix of different, like kind of how like the Turkish people are, how like the Turkish people can look European, look Asian, and now they're like dark Turks. You know what I mean? So it's like,
what do you mean, like lots of back hair and that?
Huh?
Carry on. Don't worry about it.
Fuck you.
James just in a rebuttal mode.
I know, bro. It's just, it's his whole existence.
Please don't let me get some duct tape.
But there has to be consistency in the rebuttal mode. He has to be 100% consistent, which I think that's a bit wavering when it comes to certain people. You're like you won't rebuttal the scientists, even though sometimes you might think they're chatting shit, which I think is inconsistent.
Yeah. No,
because the scientists are white. That's why usually James is okay.
Can I just have one statement?
Because they're white.
No, James, you're not allowed to have those.
No, quickly tell, yeah. There are people that dedicate their lives to certain research. They will demonstrate what they have learned. People like me that do not have the tools to be able to interpret their research, it now becomes whether I trust in the method, their methodology, right? If these people are saying this is theoretically possible, who am I to agree or disagree? I don't understand the evidence they're providing. Me personally, I don't understand it, right? When you're talking about poltergeists, show me relative research. Show me an equal sort of theory based on evidence. Show me that. And if there
wait. Why did you say evidence? Right, cool. Why did you use the word evidence? Where's the evidence for wormholes? Where's the evidence?
Are you going to keep saying something? When I've told you I don't know, the first time you asked me.
Okay, good. So that's good. You were truthful. You were truthful. You said you don't know. And because you don't know enough to judge whether wormholes could possibly exist or whether time travel could possibly exist, you said you don't know. You don't know enough about what the parapsychologists have been doing in their research about poltergeists, so you can't.
I watch their movies, bro. I watched loads of movies.
No, that is not studying. It moves. Nah, you see, you've done it again. You don't know what the parapsychologists have been doing their speculative research, so you can't come up with a quick judgment until you've looked at their research.
Listen to this. If it is some fucking interaction with an electromagnetic field and whatever, and it's not people dying and their spirit and soul coming back to life, those things that we can't even quantify, if it's not that and it's some kind of scientific phenomena, I don't have an issue with it. I don't disbelieve in that anyway. So what's the problem?
Okay, so now that's good. It took a while, but you finally said, when you started saying in regards to electromagnetic energy, you don't have a problem with it. So then, yeah, we can agree on that part. That part we can agree on. You've shown that part.
When you say poltergeist, are you talking about spirits and souls?
No. I'm saying what you've just said with the electromagnetic energy.
Yeah, of course, there's phenomena we don't understand. We haven't mapped the universe 100%.
Okay, good. Then we have no problem.
James, I've been watching a lot of Star Trek, and I believe that you can beam myself up.
When I was a kid and I used to see Star Trek, I never believed that we would end up having devices like smartphones and tablets. But look at what we have in 2020. If you had said that to me when I was a kid, people would have thought you were crazy, you were mad. But people and children walk around with tablets now, play around with it, iPads.
I witness. You know what? Remember what the show we watched? I don't want to kill it for anyone, yeah? The show you brought me in on. Like, imagine that was happening in the... So imagine the future people have worked out time travel, and people are coming back, but the way in which they're coming back isn't physical. Yeah, and then those are. Say again.
What's the show?
Oh, what the fuck is it called? Witness.
It's called Devs.
Devs.
Devs. Devs.
Yeah, Devs. Sick show. Yeah. Real indie kind of shit. Low budget.
I like that.
Well, basically,
I like independent films. I like independent.
What if it's a TV show? What if people were coming back from the future, and what we consider to be poltergeists now is some kind of interaction with some particular field? I don't know what exactly it was.
Exactly. Now we're talking.
All right,
the
cool.
research, the speculative research could open up that.
Yeah, yes. But that, if you said that to me, I wouldn't say. When you say poltergeists and ghosts, you know, people are thinking of dead spirits. No, I don't.
But as witness,
I told you that already. Yeah, this argument is linguistic. Yeah, because people don't like the word spirit, so they don't care what the definition is behind it and whatever. They're not dealing with that. It's an aversion to a word, and people are responding to it. It's all linguistic. Yeah, let's make it that clear. Go ahead.
But yeah, I'm saying it. That if
yeah, but that is a good point Shakara makes. The word gets people triggered. They don't like the word, and
people keep saying it gets us triggered, but I don't think that's the case. You're on a panel, on essentially a debating panel, where you're putting forth an idea that people just disagree with. It's not so much.
Not putting forward an idea, putting forward speculative research. Like, for instance, I don't want to go back to it, but when Shakara was bringing up what he was talking about the research that a scientist was going through. And that speculative research was immediately rubbished and looked as a piece of trash. The guy hadn't said that this is 100% going on. He was still investigating it. The investigative process, the investigative research was being ridiculed. But then I'm thinking, well, if you're going to ridicule that, then let's ridicule.
But no one's really ridiculing the investor. To get that's incorrect.
Rob, so Rob wasn't
absolutely correct.
No, I don't know about Rob. I can't speak for Rob. I'm not Rob's advocate. But from my perspective, I didn't ridicule the research. I ridiculed the connection that was made. Like that research to validate two things. That research, I don't think
you cast various versions on the research, and that's why I ask you, have you read it? Like, because you're making all these claims.
What did I just say? What are you saying now? Did you hear what I just said? I said I'm not. I said that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying I'm ridiculing the connection made. If someone says, general relativity shows me how I can bring people back from the dead. Well, I'm not. If I ridicule you, I'm not ridiculing general relativity, am I? I'm ridiculing the connection you made, the inference you made. No, but that is what I'm doing. That's what I've been doing.
But your analogy there has nothing to do with anything that I've said.
It does to me. Yeah. That makes sense to me. It doesn't to you, but what can I do about that? I can explain it, but I guess we're just going to be going around in circles.
Therein lies the essence of the conversation.
No, but you do the same thing to me. You ask me a question, I answer it 5 times. The other day, you asked me what are the properties of dark matter. I explained it to the best of my ability. You asked me about 25 more questions. It's like you're satisfying. You're trying to satisfy an idea you have in your mind, and I just think it's not at the stage where you can completely flesh it out and broach the topic with people like me that aren't really.
What the only issue there was that is the idea of explaining the concept of a thing and explaining the properties of a thing. Yeah. The question was about the properties of dark matter. So we can explain the concept of dark matter. We can give it a conceptual definition. As yet, we can't give a substantive definition because we are yet to understand the properties of the thing.
But that's irrelevant. Like the reason I brought that up is to say that you're saying therein lies the problem. Literally nothing. But no adequate response. There's no response that's adequate to any of the sort of questions you pose, or whenever you don't seem to understand what I'm saying, I can explain it to you 5 ways, and you could be like, "Yeah, I don't get it. It's not a connection."
Sorry, Shakara. I just wanted to quickly mention. You confidently mentioned and spoke about dark matter. You do understand at one point the scientists had to indulge in a speculative research for this thing we call dark matter.
It still is speculative. It still is speculative.
Yeah, and exactly. And why aren't they looked at as a bunch of quacks or a bunch of numpties for doing something that's speculative?
Okay, so in that instance, right, they're responding to phenomena and they make simulations and models, and that's what best fits the models for the universe. Like when it comes to practically it's not so much as like, so what we consider theoretical physics is based on a model, i.e. there is some kind of phenomena, or there is something produced, there is an effect, you know, from the mathematics, whatever, and then you model, or you simulate what fits. You've got all these different models, and it's what, you know, to use Shaka's terminology, what unifies them all, what is constant and therefore is reality, innit? Is consistent with reality. So you're saying like, for if the person that made the research said this mathematics, or this mathematical equation, or this observance, or this phenomena, this effect, this force implied a spirit, and a spirit was X, then I think Shakara would be
that's fine. That's cool.
For him to say
that's fine.
I
don't dispute that.
Essence,
no, I don't dispute that. I just think that a lot of people who push scientists are hypocrites, because for certain things, certain forms of research and analysis, you will say it's a load of rubbish. But when the scientists do their things for the wormholes, for dark matter, for fucking white holes, none of you seem to have a problem cussing them out for that.
I don't see. I'm going to be honest. I don't see your angle at all.
Speculative research here is fine in some instances, but not in others. So whereas if I'm saying that the research, because I've said it is speculative, yeah, the criteria for whether it should be considered or not is whether the properties of the thing can be substantively explained. Yeah. So I am now required to give substantive property-based definitions, yeah, for something, yeah. Whereas speculative research is not required to do so. You see what I'm saying? And that's the only there's a difference.
Yeah, but like the problem you're having, I think
there's a difference in criteria. Also, whereas
no, there's not, bro. You're just saying stuff like
also whereas what's it called? When it comes to the language of the thing, if the article doesn't use the term spirit, yeah, then the argument is null and void, right? That's what I'm saying. But there's a reasoning, that a process of reasoning and language that is being used, yes, in this environment, whereby when you explain these concepts over here, they're using similar language, yeah, and people don't seem to be able to make that connection.
Yeah, you know what I said yesterday, Shaka, to M.A. Brown? Hold on, can I ask you a question, yeah?
Magnetism, and these people don't say spirit.
Yeah, hold on. Can I ask you a question, yeah? Yeah, because it's well, just I can help you with that one really quickly, yeah? Make this as fast as possible. Is electromagnetism spirit?
So the issue is not whether
you cannot ask. You do not want to move anything along, do you? You don't. You want to be heard speaking.
Because you and I both know that your question is.
So don't make that statement about people can believe in electromagnetism, but they won't believe in spirit. Don't make that statement.
Can I answer?
But you cannot make that statement then. No, because I don't really care. It's just stupid. Don't say that, because you're making it seem as if we're all we're doing is trying to undermine your points. But it's like that don't make sense, bro.
So now, but you've just done exactly what I said, which is that you're pinning down, yeah, to in order to, the criteria is whether one can substantively explain or identify the properties of the thing. So now, in order for there to be any validity in what I'm saying, I must be able to identify that.
So what is it then? So how can you explain it to someone that doesn't know what it is? What is it then?
Electromagnetism, in and of itself, is the thing, or that gravity, in and of itself, is the thing, or strong force.
Oh, bro, man, this is so
in and of itself is the thing. When I've already said, we're talking about a force or an interrelated combination of forces. So to ask me, yes, whether
this is literally attrition warfare. Like, you're just saying, but whatever, there won't be a point to this at the end of it, and I'm just gonna, every time anything you say doesn't make, you literally said, what's the difference between consciousness and spirit? Man gave you a definition, and you had 1,000 more words to say rather than accept that there is.
You misunderstand. You keep asking, saying things that I never said.
It's funny. You can't lose here. You can't lose here.
And it's funny that
you can't lose here.
And it's funny that most of the conversation is based upon a redefinition of my argument rather than presenting.
Yeah, no one's ever got you're like Esau. No one's ever understood what you've said perfectly.
But that's what's happening. I never
I never asked
what is the difference between consciousness and spirit. I was asking the question in relation to the research into consciousness and why one is viable and the other is not viable. I
Because
did
one
make,
has a definition and the other does not.
I did
And
make
then
the
you heard that, and you know what you said? You know what he said? Everyone that's listening, he said it can't be a scientific definition if it's used in adjectives.
I did make
That's
the
a quote.
argument.
That is a direct quote. I'll prove that one to you.
Find me saying it, yeah, and then I believe you. I did make the argument.
You didn't say that? All right, cool.
No, find me the what's it called? I did make
For
the
me to
argument.
waste my time and find that stream, can we have a month? Can you do a money bet on it?
The argument, however,
Can we make a bet on it though?
I did make the argument, however, that consciousness in some philosophical bodies of thought, consciousness and spirit, yes, or should I say, consciousness is an expression of spirit or an aspect of spirit.
Can we wager money on that if I bother to look for that?
Yeah.
If I bother to look for you saying it can't be a scientific definition, it's using adjectives. Can we have a money wager on that for me to waste my fucking time?
You don't have to have a money wager. Find it. If I said it, I said it. Just find it for me. I can't say I never said it. So find it. What's it called? The whole point is that when we're dealing with this thing, people have an idea of the concept of spirit that is specific, yeah, to certain schools of thought.
Oh, Veli's taking all this video. No, he's not. Sorry, carry on.
You get me? That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So if I say primary vital force and somebody else says essence of reality, like what is the major difference between the meaning in those two statements?
James's favorite porn is slave play.
Who's that? Circusson?
No, that was me.
Oh, hey.
Now, seriously, I'd like to ask that question. If one says essence of reality and one says primary vital force, what's the major difference between those two things?
Shakara, I wanted to state something about James today.
Listen, you know what you should do?
He's just an argumentative move, so there's like no
Google,
point.
Google Occam's razor. Google Occam's razor and fucking live by that shit. That will help you so much.
But can we get back to what I was originally talking about though? Because I really have
vital force and one says essence of reality. What is the major difference between those two things?
I don't know what primary vital force means, bro.
Oh man.
You
know we did this yesterday, yeah. You know
what essence of reality means.
I mean, I know what nature is, and I know what reality is. I understand what those two.
I didn't say nothing about
essence of reality. Essence of reality, the substance of reality, the unit of reality. I don't know what that means to you. That can mean a bag of shit to you.
So wait, 1 second. So but all those things that you just said, you understand what they mean, yes?
I understand what a fucking unicorn means to somebody. I don't know what a unicorn actually is because I've never seen one.
So what is the difference? What is the fundamental substantive difference?
I don't know what either of them mean to you.
Oh,
what are you not understanding about that, bro?
Nothing to do to me. I'm asking just on a linguistic basis. The two statements, yeah, is there a fundamental difference between those two things? Yeah,
obviously. What do you mean? One is a primary force. So one implies a force must be applied to the substance. Yeah. So a force must be applied to the essence of reality in my understanding of how you do it. So that would be where the break would be. So the essence of reality is the nature of reality or natural reality or whatever, our reality. That's your essence thing. You don't need the fucking prefix at or the first word at all. And then the primary vital force, based on your technical definition from yesterday, was, I think, something like the one you agreed with more was like the energy or the grand unification of all forces into an energy. Blah, blah, blah. So those two things, I imagine, would be separate, right? I guess. Again, I don't know what either of them are.
All right, cool. All right, so whoever's on their computer, I was wondering, can we just actually look up the genetic makeup of what Israelites were? Because I'm just so curious. Because I get my laptop in like 6 hours, or 7.
6 hours. You got Mexican fiction.
So wait, hang on a second. Listen, since Shaka and James were finished doing WWE, did we find out what race the fictional biblical character Jesus was?
He was a white guy with black feet. Done. Let's go.
Black feet. Yes.
Do you know, like, so when he's wearing, so did Jesus wear Nike Air Jerusalem? Or like Nike Air Jerusalem? That's what we call sandals.
Nazarene sevens.
Sorry, that's what we call sandals in high school.
Nike Air Jerusalem. Oh, that was good. That was good. Yeah, we called them Nazarene sevens where I went to school. So that was good. I ain't gonna lie.
So
Isn't that a mumble?
All right, James. So Jesus was the fictional character. Jesus was a white dude, yeah,
with a black head and a tongue for a tongue of swords.
Do you think that's because the people who invented him were white with Nike Air Jerusalem?
More than likely, my friend. Yes.
And they had like really brown feet.
Okay. So what happens when like Jesus comes back? Are we all fucked or
no?
Are we saved or?
We're not. Like because technically, let's be real, Ultra. Jesus did come back already.
I don't think he did. I don't think
he did because he died. He died, and 3 days later he came back.
Oh yeah. So and then he appeared in the clouds and all that shit as well.
You didn't know about that, Ultra? That part, that fundamental part that is part.
No. Do you know? No. It's not that I didn't know it. It's just that he just made me look at it differently because I was expecting some grand motherfuckers I'm back type in the clouds type thing, but it already happened in the Bible. Yeah.
Hey Brad, I found it. I don't know. I haven't got the authors' names, but I don't know if these are documentaries or books. I think they're both books. The Invention of Jewish People is one book, and The Wandering Who, a study of Jewish identity politics. But those are two things Ziriab told me one time to.
Also, there's actually there's another, and this is something that I think will take a stab at the Ashkenazim. If you look at the history of Ethiopia, you had Ashkenazims who were trying to politically help. Oh shit, this is gonna piss off some Rastas. But apparently, like Haile Selassie was trying to like retain power. So like the whole Queen Sheba and all that said to be used as a political ploy for him to solidify power. It wasn't even like real.
Hold on a second, Bradley. Hold on. Pause. Shaka, is Shaka still on the panel? Is Shaka on the panel? I can't see.
No, I think he's gone. No, he's still there. He's just muted.
Yeah, he's still there.
All right, Shaka, are you there? Shaka, are you there?
I think he had to take care of something real quick because somebody was talking in the background.
Fuck's sake.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
But yeah, I think so it's a book called The History of Ethiopia, and it literally covers that, like the whole King Solomon mating with every Habesha to create, all that. Apparently it was made up. And like, man. Oh man. This is crazy. I'm done.
But I was going to say, James, later on we can continue. It's a good discussion within the right circumstances with the right.
Witness, you're taking too much pleasure from this.
Because this is the kind of stuff that I used to get into big arguments and debates on Discord, and I used to say there were people who are scientism. They follow scientism. And we have massive debates about this. Rob used to be there. He used to get really heated and angry.
Rob, like, I don't know, I'm not trying to criticize him, but he definitely would fall into that category of scientism. Like when we're talking about the incest stuff, and he's like, whatever happens, whatever the scientists say, he would agree that they were right. I don't agree with that at all, mate. But
wait. But it's already been proven that like genetically, like there's no like incest is just wrong on a theist.
No, he said if a scientist proved there was an instance of incest which was absolutely not harmful, therefore could be viewed as positive for whoever was partaking in it. He's saying that he would agree then it was okay. And I don't.
Do you think he was just being cynical?
No, he's trying to express unwavering faith in the scientific method. But I don't. I agree with that in the method, but I don't believe that scientists. I believe that everybody arguably is a scientist, isn't it? So I believe that at the point at which there is a hypothesis you hold that's contrary to the belief of a consensus of scientists, I believe it's your duty, if you truly believe in the method, I believe it's your duty now to experiment or to attempt to falsify it. There's not just accept it as being true. So if in your gut, if you are not attracted to your sibling and you're fucking
is he? Do you mean by he would accept the consensus? Because I'd never seen scientists ever agree on one thing until like there was a general consensus made. I always saw them as like everyone, because like you still have groups of people that believe that climate change is a hoax, you know, and then you have people that show
no one believes climate change is a hoax. People believe,
bro, you have people you literally have people who like, even with the overwhelming odds of scientists that are like, yeah, this is a real thing we need to worry about. Even with the Pentagon saying that climate change could be a threat to national security, you still have people who say climate change is a hoax.
No, but they're saying.
I was going to say it was a good thing that interesting that you brought that Gospel Revelations chapter 1, verse 14. It'll be interesting to hear the spin or bullshit that they'll say to it. Say, well, it says that his head is white, but it doesn't really mean his head is white. They'll come up with something else.
But that's where Whitney, this is where even in the fact what it is to justify their flow of things being black. This is why they would say, oh yeah, well, King James, he's in Scotland, all the kings in Scotland were black.
Mm-hmm. Or like you hear Urza say that, like, you know, the Moors conquered Scotland. That's why King James is black. Come on.
Tell me one part in Scotland where the Moors conquered. Show me any forms of documents or evidence of Moors conquering Scotland.
Yeah, that's why it's bullshit to me, man. It's like to the point now I'm done with it. Because my father told me that he was like, we did it. We said these things because he said that usually pastors will shorten scriptures and things like that for their crowds and stuff like that. And he was like, you know, just to be real with you, there is no evidence within the Bible that Jesus is black. None. And I was like, what do you mean? Hair like wool, skin like bronze. And I mean, I was living off that scripture, man. I was like, hey, you know, you just mad your Jesus don't look like you. You worship a black man. And he said, read the scripture. I was like, they didn't describe his hair like wool. Like the texture of his hair being wool. They only describe the color of his hair being wool.
We like to glamify things too much in the fact that we want to turn everything black. So it verifies the information that is being put out. But the issue is that not everything is going to be like that.
Yeah.
Even
because we got to be real, the history of this thing. I mean, we know that, like, especially like, okay, if we talk about people who come from the diaspora that have had to deal with the slave trade, I mean, the odds that most black people in the diaspora have a King James Bible, where's the King James Bible from? You know, it's like put two and two together, put one and one together. You if you can't see that connection, you know, I don't know.
I'll be honest with you, Brad. I mean, I'll just say again, that thing you pointed out is good, but I don't think on this panel you're going to get any sincere answer. You're just going to get fruit from the low-hanging fruit from the tree that's going to come on, or dead food, as 90-99 would say. You're just going to get that, and you're just going to get dumbos who won't address that fact. They will do what they can to distract from that simple thing you pointed out. They won't address it. But
that's why I say, witness. That's why you don't go into the book. You go into the what's happening in that time period. So when you explain what's going into that time period, if you want to debuttal that time of history, then you show me evidence to debuttal it.
But are they going to use history? They won't use history, or they'll
no. Because the thing is, history to them, I mean, especially when we talk about the Israelites, right? History is based off like so John Henry Clark had a speech in which it was a group of, and I'm only going to use, because I've only been using Mr. Riggs's method when I look at this speech. John Henry Clark had a speech when he talked about the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. Mm-hmm. Okay, and he talks about he saw no migration patterns leading into North or Eastern Europe, but he saw them going south into south into West and Central Africa. Okay, mm-hmm. So the question is that, all right, who were they at the fall of 70 AD, first of all? And then secondly, let's look at how the Romans dealt with them, because the Romans just wanted the city of Jerusalem. So that means that all of Israel wasn't conquered. Secondly, if you look at what happened after the fall, Tiberius literally built a wall around the entire city so no one could escape, allowing his men to pillage, burn, rape, and murder anyone they saw, just to get. Because I mean, I ain't gonna fake that the Jews did not give. They did not that did not come easy for the Romans. Now, I would say that was one of the. I think the siege of Jerusalem is listed as one of the toughest Roman battles next to the Parthians. I mean, next to the Gaul. I mean, I'm gonna say the Carthaginians in a sense. Okay, but even if you look at it, you would see that like these people weren't like, all right, disperse them. No, Rome sold most of them into slaves, and then these people have the Jewish people have a very, very good way of keeping their history intact. Okay, based off their culture and things like that, and you see them admitting that they went to Greek Jewish diasporan communities. You see them going to Greece. You see them going to you have what's known as the God, they begin with a K. God, forgive me. Horsemen. They're like Jewish Huns. The Khazars. You know what I mean? Like you don't see them like going into West Africa. And then when you do see the Jewish communities in West Africa, you hear communities known as Bilal el Sudan, which were merely Jewish communities established for trade via the Visigoths. So it's like, where are these Jews? Where are these Israelites?
It's like in Spain. Spain gives a good example in the time of Isabella when they were putting laws saying that they had to convert. What they did was they created a synagogue inside a church, so that they weren't able to see their practices. But so they will prove that say that they're Spanish Catholic, but under it they were Jews.
So that's what, and that's where that's where I look at it like, okay, let's just look at history. Now I'm using only your method because I'm not gonna lie, Mr. Riggs, it's very ingenious. Don't even try to look at the people. Don't try to look at what was going on at the time these supposed things were to happen. So it's like, how can because you have Herodotus say 1.1 million, but you have someone else, I think he said 600,000, but you have someone else that say 1.1 million people were killed, enslaved. So it's like, were these people killed, enslaved, and sold to West African kingdoms? You know what I mean? Like, that would make no sense. And then when you read Tiberius, I think it was Tiberius that wrote it. Let me see. I think it was, I forget the name of the commander that wrote how he saw the commander who wrote about the battle and wrote about his interaction with them. He did not describe them as the description of them. Yeah, the description of them was not described as melanated, black people. I mean, like, it's kind of embarrassing now. It's getting to the point now that this shit is getting embarrassing, especially with the internet and everything we have today. Like, we gotta just think, like, as a people, are we just gonna keep believing in fluff? Or are we just gonna grow the fuck up and put fairy tales away? Where's the Kia watch? Open mic. I'm done.
It's like even in understanding, the Moorish word. And go into the times of the Tudors and the Stuarts and all them time period. Time period, they used it as a form of color. So when they use it as a form of color, that means that anyone that came out of Africa, was a Moor at that time. That's why you have Saint Maurice. I mean, Saint Maurice wasn't a Muslim; he was a Christian, an Orthodox Christian.
This is sad, man. And these are grown adults pushing this shit for 100. Like, I would say the Hebrew Israelites are at least 100 years old. The Moors are at least 100 years old. So for a century, you've had two organizations in the black community pushing utter bullshit into our community for 100 fucking years. Thank you. That's your achievement. Thank you. Goodness. Done. Thank God for like the West Africans that came over and said, nah, it wasn't that complicated. You know what I mean? Like, damn.
And that goes back to the same thing of the trivium, meaning that they go pick up the knowledge without having no form of understanding of it and thinking that they've got wisdom.
Yeah, and I want to be real. It was acceptable at a time because African Americans were just fresh out of slavery, trying to comprehend on a spiritual, mental, some kind of level on like, why was this shit happening to us? So I can see why you would want to quote Deuteronomy. I can see why you would want to say that, oh, we're the people of this book. Or like, oh, we were Moors, we owned America, they overthrew us, all that dumb shit. I can see the fuck why. But like, after a while, you got to be like, let me sit down and actually examine this thing. You know, like, it's dumb. It's like we literally built colleges and none of this stuff is taught in none of our universities. And I mean ours, ones with black teachers, black deans, black, heads of the university. And it's like, this stuff's been debunked. I've seen Leonard Jeffers actually like have arguments with Israelites within this. I've seen professors, Dr. Gregory Carr, like debunk the whole theory in less than 35 minutes. It's like, you have to show he used the word Africanisms. So if you look at some rituals within, oh God, Shakara, if I mispronounce this, forgive me, brother. Okay. Oh God, fuck. Obia? I hope I said it right. Let me say Obeah. All right, Obeah. You have this thing in Obeah where they do, where you'll see a person give a command or say like a certain spiritual command. And you would see the people surrounding them respond to that command. You see the same thing happening in voodoo, Ifa, but the same, and that goes into, and it's the same thing that occurs within the church. You look at how some of the architectural, if you look at the freedmen towns, some of the architectural buildings were built off West African style homes, the round central homes with no corners to them. You know what I mean? Like just like so much of our culture has existed that we've brought back from Africa to America. None of it was Moorish. None of it was Hebrew. None of it was Aboriginal to the Americas. And it's just like each time we get closer to home, each time someone tries to come like, hey, yeah, here's a way back home. Here's a way to know who you are. It's like another group pops up. Like the Aboriginals came out of nowhere. I swear to God, 2016, the Aboriginals came.
But the Aborigines, but then if you look at the strength of the Aborigines when they came, I'll say 70% of them were Hebrews.
Huh?
70% were Hebrew Israelites.
Wait, are you talking about I'm talking about the one where black people in America who believe that we live in Africa? Yeah. No, ADOS is different. ADOS is different from the Aboriginal movement. ADOS is just it's an advocacy group.
You look carefully. You'll find that some of the Hebrew Israelites went to Aborigine to go into ADOS.
Yeah,
they're trying to, because you remember, they're trying to prove to people that they were the ones that was enslaved.
Yeah.
So they're trying to claim. But you see, you still gonna come with a Hebrew mentality.
Yeah.
Because remember, they reverse it. The Aborigines reverse slavery.
And they say that slavery went from the Americas to West Africa. And literally, I don't understand this. It's like black people, like I can show you pictures, Mr. Riggs, of black people, ADOS, being killed for just knowing how to read a fucking book. Lynched on a fucking flagpole and a sign put around their neck saying this nigger knew how to read. And we have all the knowledge in the world. Those white people cannot stop us from learning. And now if a black man comes out and says, hey, what the shit we've been pushing for years is bullshit, guess what happens? He's now a sellout and a coon to his community. I think, honestly though, I think maybe we are Israelites, because it's funny how like in the Bible, there was like a generational there's a generation that needed to die off. And I think maybe the boomers just need to die off within Black America for us to like move forward as a people. Because I don't hear young people saying this shit. Like I'm not lying. Like I remember when I went to this is a really bad example to use, but it was a good day. It was a really good day. But when I remember I went to the first premiere night for the Black Panther movie, I didn't. You just saw young people. I mean, like when I was a senior, and I just saw like straight up young people sitting around, like talking like, "Oh yeah, man, I want to know where I'm from." I mean, Rick Kittles, Gina Page. Okay, these people became famous overnight because they've been famous for a while, but they became famous. Once again, they became famous like overnight because everybody was like, yo, who the fuck were we before these slave ships came? And it's like, just knowing that knowledge almost triggers a huge section of Black America. I mean, not a huge section, but a section. It's more of a generational section too, because I asked my grandpa, I was like, Grandpa, who were we before? You know, like, why is it that your father, you know, your father was a pastor? Why is it that he would do, why would he be called a hoodoo priest? And he's like, because that's what we did. He did services, and he never called it rituals. He called it services on the weekday, but then would conduct church on Sundays because we knew who we were. We knew that there was something more to us than, you know, tilling tobacco fields and slaughtering pigs, you know? And it's just, it makes me sick sometimes. Like, white people wanted us to be dumb, and now we have a chance to actually have an education, and it's like, some niggas just don't want to let it go. And I'm using that word because only a nigga would like hold on to falsehood and like blame someone or curse someone who doesn't, you know. It's a shame. It really is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What's going on in the chat? Oh, God of Jacob must be on service again. He changed his profile. Nah, Brad, you're Nigerian. Oh, God, this is what I'm talking about. Oh, my goodness. See, it's a generational thing. I don't understand. How can I be Nigerian with an American? Nigerian is it's a nationality. Oh, God. I'm not going to do it. I've like given this man respect. I've called him my uncle. I'm not going to disrespect him publicly. Let him just be. Let it be. I guarantee you he's disrespected my father, though. Let me see. There it is. Pork chop eating father. There it is. I knew it. See, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Because after what happened with Samarone, I feel bad. So I'm not going to do it. Not anymore. Brad, give this to Papa Pork Chop. See, it is what it is. That's what I'm saying. I think it's just a generational thing that just needs to die out, and then we can be able to move forward.
Go be Nigerian.
Go be Nigerian. Literally, like I can trace my ancestry
Tell Brad to come
this country. To this country.
Tell God of Jacob to come on.
No, he's probably overseas, so his reception may not be that good.
He said he was going to come on.
Yeah, but he's probably on duty right now, so he can't really come on right now. Goodness, go be Nigerian. I would need an. And then if you break down the history of Nigeria, it's like, okay, I become Nigerian. Doesn't mean my ancestors stopped being slaves in America. Doesn't mean my ancestors weren't hunted by Native Americans. Doesn't mean that my ancestors weren't used as accountants, sharecroppers, and when they try to unionize in Charlotte, North Carolina, literally being castrated. Huh?
I said he's asking you to go to West Africa now.
Go to West Africa. If you say he's triggered now. Never mind, because that's ad hominem talk. He's actually really smart. This is when he's going through his ad hominems. So I'm just, I'm gonna do what my West African culture taught me and just respect my elders and just let them be. But yeah.
Yeah, he said he's in a refresher's training.
Yeah, see, yeah. So I know. When he changes his picture to his uniform, he's on duty. When he's off duty, he has that like he's chill, because he would have hopped on if he was home. I know that. Because he was very frequently on. I see you talking about my Bible again. With his Virginia accent. But yeah, this is how Black Americans interact with each other. Everybody's a sellout when you don't agree with each other. Like no lie, black conservatives, most Black conservatives are seen as sellouts just because they don't agree with like a popular liberal. So like if a Black conservative is like, yeah, I don't really want abortion and homosexuality, then they're a sellout. Even though the Black community has been conservative for the longest time. It's so funny, like Thurgood Marshall, conservative. Martin Luther King, conservative. But it's like now, I mean, not personally, I don't think I can be part of the black conservatives today, because it's just like whatever the consensus in the black community is, they just go against it. So it's like we talk about police brutality, then they bring up black on black crime, Mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but Veli, is it possible though we can remove that video? Because I do feel bad, man. I do. As I think about it, I really don't. I don't ever want to be seen like that again. I look so braggadocious. I look like an asshole. I come on here to have fun, to lighten people's moods. We're going through a pandemic, or a supposed pandemic. I don't come up here to be like an asshole. You behave like disloyal rats. What the hell does that mean, scientific method? Are you calling African American rats? I want to make sure I'm not reading that wrong. So I'm going to give you time to either clear up your statement, because I don't play that, bro. Yeah. Kushite smoke, they're going to die out, because they're now trying to say that West African groups are Hebrews now. They're clutching for straws, so it's over. Same thing with the Moors. The Moors are dying out. It's a generational thing. And most of the out-of-camp Hebrews are even if you meet a lot of out-of-camp Hebrews, they'll tell you like, all right, we know Jacob was Israel, but who was Jacob before he was Israel? Ooh. Oh no. Yeah, I want to know that you behave like disloyal rats in a barrel. Yeah, you have to explain that shit. Cause that'll change my whole viewpoint on you. I swear to God, you better not be trying to call my people rats. The modern conscious community in America is a load of bullshit, though, and conspiracy theories. Like everywhere we turn, it's like, what's the point of existing? Everything is trying to kill black people. Like vaccine, everybody, like I would say 99.9% of black people in America are already vaccinated. And most of the times we die of heart disease, liver failure, like bad hygiene. Not bad hygiene, excuse me. Bad nutrition. Black women primarily die of pregnancies, but then the major killer of all of us is vaccines. And then like the one thing that kills me is that they say that black women commit the most abortions. Where statistic is that? What statistic is that? Like where? Goodness. Oh, scientific method went off. Okay, cool. Because I don't want to hear him explain that shit. Like I don't play that shit. Who's disloyal rats? You're a rat. America's the bear. Oh, wow. Wow. Okay. All right, cool. I officially now hate him. Like with a passion. Cool. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's just me. Yeah. Hey, yo, so does that mean that Jesus must be like, never mind, I'm not even going to ask this question. Because if Jesus spoke a particular language, holy shit, my phone is at 6%. Yo, Mr. Riggs, man, I have to get off real quick. Please, I beg you to hold it down. I hope you can. Can someone please come on and hold it down? Would you consider a bona fide squad? Yeah. The Amin-Ra squad. I'm gonna answer this real quick. The Amin-Ra squad, the Dagger squad, anything that is pointing towards actual historical fact, Anything with like, if you hear names like, I would even say, in some degree, depending on his day, Jabari Osazi, he's a really good historian, but like as long as you keep him away from Kemet, because he gets like, because he's a Kemetic priest, he then gets all spiritual. But I would say Amun Ra Squad, Dagger Squad, New Black Knowledge, Rawborn, and I think Rawborn is part of New Black Knowledge, MBK. But yeah. But anything else that's more like speculation and then like making up shit, like even the Nation of Islam is done. Because like they're trying to unite Latinos with black people and Asians now, saying that the Arabs are part of the original family and all that bullshit. Like we're supposed to be, black people supposed to be the original people, but then like apparently the original people had like siblings that were around, but every sibling that was around wasn't what. It's just dumb. So yeah, the Nation of Islam is just more like suits, ties, and Scientology apparently, because apparently, you know, what's his name? L. Ron Hubbard, a sci-fi writer. Apparently, he was able to cure white people of their devilishness with Scientology. So, whatever. But I mean, that's the trend. I think that's what happens. These groups had, you know, they had a good solid run. They had 100 years. They had a solid run. You know, it's dying out. Hell, even the black church is getting weak now, starting to fragment. You know, it's the political power of the black church is losing. You know, there used to be a date and time you could facilitate the vote of like 10 to 20 million people at one time. Now you can't, because black people are no longer falling for the, you know, because you can't, like, look at Detroit. If you look at Detroit, Michigan has, I think, 12 of the largest black churches in America. Pastors who make close to 36, I mean, I would say between $1 million a year. But the overall unemployment rate of the black community in Detroit, I would say, is well over 50%. So it's like that the black church was meant to die because of just that fact alone, you know. So it is what it is. Hey yo, I'm at 4%, so I'm gonna hold it down so someone can hop on for 4%. So if I pop off, please really know I didn't just drop myself. I didn't just hop off. It's just because my phone died. So I have to put it on the charger. But if I put it on the charger, it's like really hard for me to like, my mic sounds horrible. So it sounds better through my earphones. But when I get my laptop today, this won't be an issue. So we'll be good. But yeah. So I begged someone to please hop on. Can't let the stream die. There we go. Anybody in the chat got anything else they want to say? They want to ask me at 3%? Lucifer is doing his part. Listen to the results. Question. I call myself goofy because I didn't question everything. I call myself goofy because I don't want. Lucifer's doing his part. Listen to the results. What the fuck does that mean? Let's see. Me too. It's going to be, and the thing is, I hear that, the thing is, it's a very fair book too. You know. Oh, goodness. Walter's in the chat. Hey, Walter, come on here and prove Jesus is real then. He talking, I mean, unless, I don't know if you're at work or something like that, but come on here and prove that Jesus is real. I think Walter's in Canada, and I think because of his universal health care, he has a lot of energy, you know. Walter's the man, though. You're full of it, Brad. You're so full of it. You don't believe in Jesus, Brad. That's why your problem is. Brad Do you believe all black people came from Africa? So the political term of black in America, if you ever look on any official document that has a person describe who they are, black and African are literally tied in. They literally put black or African in the same bracket because black people in America identify themselves. Someone who's a black American or African American is merely a person of African descent or a person that comes from Africa that has an American citizenship. Okay, American is nothing more than a nationality. It is a political designation to describe people who come, and I would even consider, because I would be real, not even North Africans. Like Arabs aren't considered African in America; they're considered Middle Eastern. So the Arab League, and I don't know if that would include Somalia or not, or Mauritania, but the Arab League in America is considered Middle Eastern. So those, no, I think Somalia would be too, because they got banned right along with all the other Muslim countries. So yeah. But no, they're in America, that's all it means. Okay. Ask your granddad. Oh, every church has a Brad's working for Lucifer. Brad's working for Lucifer. I need some devilish money then, bro. Man, still got loans to pay off, still got bills to pay. The devil ain't helping me. But good try though. Ask your granddad's people. Who's my grand? Yeah, what do you mean by my granddad's people? Oh, I forgot. You must have no knowledge of how the Prince Hall Masons operate. So, never mind. I'm not gonna even try to engage you. Seek out your own. I agree with that, Goofy. Yuck. Oh, I'm at 1%, so it's about to die out. I'll be back though. But yeah, it's at 1%. Please, I beg someone to hop on. Mr. Riggs, could you possibly break down the formation of the King James Bible? Because I just need to charge my phone. I have a really good, like I have the iPhone 11, and it's really good at charging quick. So I'll be back in like 30 minutes. A good solid charge. I just don't want my boy Veli's thing to die. Why you say that? Oh my God! Please answer this quickly. Why do you think his book will see the light of day? Please. Oh God! I don't want my phone to die before you do. Oh God! Please type quickly. Why do you think he won't see the light of day? I think he's in the manufacturing point because he's been collecting money for it. And Garfield don't play no bullshit. Oh God! 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 Fuck it. I'm just gonna. It's just. My mic's just going to sound horrible. All right. I'm sorry, Veli, if my mic sounds horrible, bro. It's just gonna have to do that until silence comes on, bro. I can't leave it. All right. Do I sound like some shit? For real. Maybe you're right, but it will. Was a black King James was a black gay. Yo, can someone put a 1 in the chat because the dude used to use his published. Because the dude he used is published and debunked already. On what angle, you mean? Because his book attacks different. His book addresses various. Like so many different subjects. They even talk about the early history of the Hebrew Israelites in America. Like there were certain things I didn't know that still exist today, like Judahtown. Well, I don't think Judahtown Judahtown is being rebuilt, but yeah, it's more than just disproving the Israelites. Hey, can someone tell me though how I sound though? Do I sound choppy? Oh, really? Alter, do I for real? Do I sound horrible? Because I'm trying not to let the stream die. So I need a real Christian assessment. Because if you just bared false witness, I need you to go repent. Because you're a liar, and Satan is the father of all lies, and you're working for Satan right now, Walter. Ouch. Walter's an asshole. Goodness. DJ Patman, do I sound bad, bro? Or are you saying no to me sounding bad? Only if you talk. Okay, good. I don't sound bad. Good. I don't sound low or anything. I sound good. Good. We're in here. We're good. All right. More of the DC Brad monologue until someone comes on here who want this fire. But the thing is, I'm gonna be real. If you disprove Christianity, does that mean that Islam has no leg to stand on? Because I think it was Mr. Riggs who did that earlier, who said something earlier today that has me now looking, because I think the only thing about being a Muslim I like is that, like, they don't do the whole turn the other cheek thing, They literally will take down towers for their thing, Thank you, DJ. Not by me, but my peeps in academia. The Jewish dude, he does not use any historical facts. It's based off pure acupuncture, Josephus, and who's... Yeah, I've read that Josephus would have been considered nothing more than a storyteller. Like, his goal was to mirror, because they said that when you look at the Battle of Thermopylae, that he kind of hyped the Spartans up only because Leonidas was the only king that died. Oh yeah, man. No, we don't have to talk about Christianity. I don't, it's not a big thing, But no, I think that is a very, because I that's why I question a lot of what, because a lot of stuff he wrote is like, I'm wondering, like, were you there to see it, or did you just get it word to mouth and you just kind of like made it interesting, Because I believe storytellers, because like, when was written history, an actual practice? You know what I mean? Like, when did human beings actually start to, like, let me write history for this event? Because I know people want to say Kemet, but I don't see that. I see this like them it will be some degree of romanticization. All right, good. Good. We got the charge back. Let me lower. Islam was created 700 years after. They are clueless about anything to do with Judaism. But what do you do about Jewish scholars, Walter, that say that the Pentateuch, the Torah, weren't factual events, but merely like cultural stories told by a particular people? That there is no like real functioning proof of David. And I heard, I think it was my boy Oromu, Raph. I'm gonna say it till I get it right. But it was Raph that said that like theology in America was like the theology was merely created just to make just to continuously study an attempt to make the Bible real. So Brad could make a better girl. Walter really thinks I'm just a dumbass. Holy. No, I listen to scholars who use historic. Like, if they didn't bring any history to it, I wouldn't believe it. Like, the first Nicene Creed was literally picked on if Jesus was man or ooh. That's why I never denied that Jesus doesn't exist. I always wanted to know, like, okay, because Rome had a practice of like being the iron fist whenever they conquered an area. So, and then using puppet kings. So it would make sense that, like, if they had to crucify one guy, even in the book of Acts, I believe, that Jesus wasn't the only one claiming to be the savior during a very politically harsh time. So it's like, what makes his crucifixion more special than anybody else? Because like, didn't Barabbas actually kill Roman soldiers? So like, wouldn't he be the one that would have that more, memorable death, since he was prepared to actually kill Roman troops. No, but see, the thing is, people say that I've heard that I've heard argue that the Pentateuch was merely cultural to particular people, that it was merely meant to uplift the nomadic people. That was it. That they had this great kingdom and they're going to get it back again, and there's going to be a promised land for them and stuff like that. Because there still is no historical evidence of an exodus that was in the result of the destruction of Egypt. And you see a mass exodus of people crossing the Red Sea. And don't try to use the Hyksos, because pseudo. Goofy. That is the most ungoofy thing I've heard anyone say. That is great. Yeah, because I listened to Raph last night. He was talking about well, I guess this morning for him, but last night he was talking about how there's certain scriptures that were put. Yeah, because Mr. Riggs knows this better. The formation of the Bible, the King James Bible, the political ramifications of why the King James Bible was written and formed. Because there was one that was made right before it, and that was the Geneva Bible. So, and I'm wondering, and then on top of that, you have the Abyssinians who had their Bible. So yeah. My dog can write your garbage Bible. So I take it that the one with so Garfield's using Jewish kisses to master doctrine to write his own book for the African American community. Although the debate with Jabari didn't happen. Well, the debate with Jabari didn't happen because the COVID thing happened. And they wanted to make it a big event. Because the way the side edit events work are the big ones that you usually see that you have to like they're usually like Kemet on trial, the one when the Israelites went against Polite, all this like that. They're more for show, but it's like the local vendings, like everyone gets paid in a sense. So it's like it's more bigger than a debate as it is a financial benefit for the actual conscious community. So you have like the sisters, like, and I mean this is the thing. Within the conscious community, it may seem like it's like this big division between everyone. It's not. Like, as much as they've torn apart the Hebrew Israelites, they will still call them their brother. They will still advertise their businesses. Like Tazariak will still get his like weird oils and shit sold and things like that. And Koktazak, which is a white man. Koktazak is a white man. I want everyone to know that. Koktazak is a white man. His mother's Sicilian, and his father's a white his father's a white Puerto Rican. Okay, he trying to call himself a cake unturned, but he's not part of the community. Okay, I like what Polite called him. He is the iceberg lettuce of the iceberg lettuce of of white people. God hid in the cave. Yo, to Walter's point, was Warka a Christian? Was the Prophet Muhammad's uncle a Christian? Because if that's the case, all you have to do is destroy Christianity and Islam will follow. Because if Warka's uncle is a Christian, that means that the whole religion is way dependent on Christianity than anyone else. And they just merely, actually, I think it's more related on Judaism. Because they turn Jesus into a prophet, but yet they keep all the other prophets relevant. I don't know why they call Moses black, though. I don't know what the gimmick behind that was. Jesus followed the devil willingly in your garbage book. Where did Jesus follow God at? Oh, God. Oh, my goodness. I'm going to say this. The Israelites in the UK, far worse than the ones, like, literally, this is so dumb. He literally doesn't even, like, You have to understand, he literally is not black. The African American conscious community is pointed to serve the African American community, not the like black and brown unity, which does not exist, by the way. I want to know. There's no such thing as black and brown unity in America. Okay. Mexicans will sell us out to make white people feel good. So don't, I mean, like Hispanics, non-Afro Latinos will sell us out in a heartbeat. Okay. If you want to know, look how Afro Latinos are treated in Latin American countries. There's no sort of Zach is a white man. All right. Goodness. Jay the Barber. Jay the Barber. Uh-oh. Torok's in the back chat belly. This is going to be interesting. I can hear Torok now. Brad, we're not Africans. We're the native. Oh, you can't hear? All right, cool. No, I don't know what that means. Your phone's not working. Basically, he was having sex with what? Walter, what are you talking about? I already told him. Yo, Belly. I'll give you $100. Well, yeah, we'll see. If he's a fraud, he's a fraud. Then, you know, he has a clean record so far. The only person with a degree on the arm Ross is Sar, and he fucks with Jabbar. Garfield has a degree too, literally in finance. He literally is he's literally an accountant and a historian. So I would say Unc doesn't have one. Actually, I think Unc does. I think Unc went back to school. I think that's the thing. I think a lot of I think Reggie went back to school. I think everyone went back to school, to be real, to legitimize things. No, because you have Wu Zhao went to school. What are you talking about now? Now you're talking shit. Because Wu Zhao went to school. Wu Zhao's really a professional linguist. What are you talking about?
Pick up a one. Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. How you doing?
Man, pick up. Yeah, it's a good subject, you see. But I think everybody knows.
1 second.
Jesus is some sort of brown brother.
Huh?
But the people who they might call Jesus, I mean, Yahushua is a black brother. But the people who they depict or try to play the story of this brother, Jesus, was maybe a Greek bloke.
What language did Jesus speak?
Some people say Amharic or what else he speak? Amharic or
Greek, right?
Amharic. Yeah, maybe Greek, maybe.
Okay, he was brought up in Nazareth.
Where's Nazareth?
Nazareth is in, I would say, modern day Palestine.
Ethiopia? Okay.
It's in Ethiopia.
I would think so.
No.
So where is Bethlehem then?
All right, so far we're up to $300 right now that this guy's going to bet me. How do I know you're actually going to pay me back? Literally, Garfield has a degree in accounting. And Wu Zhao, like he's literally saying Garfield Reed did not go to college, and he's saying that Wu Zhao did not go to college. I think he's probably a Hebrew.
Garfield seemed like he's in one of their fraternities as well, man. To be honest, all them, man.
Who?
Sonata TV.
I know Well, me and Jabari are part of the same fraternity.
Jabari. You and Jabari would have to be fucking part of the same. It's probably not even the fraternity that's bad. It's just you and Jabari.
No, we're part of the same fraternity. He actually pledged. He pledged Alpha chapter. I pledged Beta chapter.
Okay. Always at the black and yellows.
Black and gold, but yeah.
Oh, black and yellows.
No, black and gold.
You were Wiz Khalifa and Jabari.
Wiz Khalifa. Tarak, you do realize I'm the only person that knows whatever panel you come on, you can never troll me because I know your game too well.
No,
you can't.
Funny. No, because I used to tell that to Jabari as well. I didn't even know if it was in the fraternity or not. I just used to say black and yellow.
Wait, you used to troll Jabari?
Yeah. I called him the Harlem.
When?
I called him a Sinetta Harlem Somalians.
Bro, can you please? I would want to see. Like, did you hop on and troll him?
No, I was in the live chat. Yeah, I
damn it, bro. When he does another video, I want you to hit me up on Hangouts, and we'll troll him together. I promise.
Oh yeah, we need to, man. He's too annoying, man. He's annoying.
The thing that frustrates me about him is that like he doesn't know how to separate like the comedic.
Yeah.
It explains why the comedic his like approach to like comedic history. Like he would actually argue that like, you know, like the concepts were real.
Yeah, but the thing with, I don't know. I just find him like annoying that him, Garfield, who else? And the other one with like a big lock to his side. Is it Shaka Up most?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're cool. They're the worst.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry.
I say Jabari, Shaka Upmost, and
yes. Shaka Upmost, I think he also Shaka Upmost, but he kind of cooled down because he moved out of New York. He's in Florida now.
Okay.
Yeah, he started a school and everything now. He's a good dude. He's a good dude.
Yeah, I know it's a lot of New York people moved down to Florida or Miami afterwards.
Yeah, or Georgia, like Unc is in Georgia now. It's like it's funny how when you leave that New York scene, it's like you get some real ass scholarship at that point. Because it was like Unc was a Nuwapian, you know.
Oh yeah, Unc.
I'm curious what Jada Barber means right now. I need to stop saying his name like that. Jada Barber. Is mad. Jabari come out the fraternity sounding all what? Oh, let me guess. White. Let me guess. I don't understand how does eloquent equate? Never mind. I'm not going to explore.
Yeah, bro.
Oh, sounding all feminine. Ah, there it is. Feminine.
Yeah, but the thing what people forget, the culture, what is in the Middle East.
What is?
The culture. Type of lifestyle. And
Wait, there's a lot of rustling, man.
One thing people have to remember now is that you have people that worship the sun, and you've got some people that go by the worship of the moon. We get Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Within Christianity, they had different types of faith and gods, but Yeah, like they haven't left a lot of the culture behind, if you know what I mean. Like the pagan beliefs and certain things.
Yeah.
And also, people have to understand the L's and the L's. You understand what the L's and the L's mean. It's going to make much more sense to people if they understand the culture of the people of that region and land. But definitely,
what did Brad have? What was what initiation did Brad do to get into his beta fraternity? Beta fraternity. My goodness.
Alpha Gamma Gamma.
I think it was no, it's Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. But I think it was Steve Boko that said this, that like sometimes the greatest enemy to a black man with the pursuit of a betterment is the black race rather than the white one. That makes sense. Just crazy, like a college that was established by military officers.
Yeah, but when you're capitalist, it's for yourself, innit? When you're capitalist, for all, in a sense like that. And really and truly, a lot of Asian people, they still work on socialism, really, but somehow the other bring a family name into the capitalism, right? And that's how a lot of capitalists work, is when they have like a family unit around them working, and they keep like that socialist type of order.
Oh, thank you. This dude, Wab Funk is really. This dude, Funk is really helping me.
Oh yeah, Brad, did you see that thing about that man in Atlanta who's like a black supremacist, and he works for Homeland Security?
Who?
I'm not sure what his actual name is. Like he has like a show, and it's like a proper like, not say extreme.
Oh, Irritated Genie.
I think so, and he works for Homeland Security, and they never fired him.
Yeah, no, yeah. Irritated Genie is literally an opportunist. Like, no, don't take him seriously.
No, but I'll be honest, like when you see
Brad
people
takes
like
classes on how to be African. I don't know what that means.
To be honest, I think the white people outed him out.
Yeah, because no, he was trying to. But then again,
I think it was
because of COINTELPRO, anyone who has any connection to the government is always going to be seen as suspect. Like okay, so Bobby Seals was like a Marine, you know, and he was seen as suspect. I mean, it that's bound to happen, you know. But yeah, Irritated Genie, I've met him.
Yeah, but I think white people have messed up. Not say messed up, but put a red flag to the brother, showing said that he's actually an agent who's actually destroying the black community.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say that he's more of a.
It's the white people that outed him when you think about it.
Yeah, but one thing I'm gonna say is he kind of talk, because the thing is you can't talk like fuck the government, and you literally still live off your pension from the government. You said you go to Yoruba classes. Well, to learn a language, I didn't know. Never mind. I need to start reading the chat. I think because I was on here so much. You're on here now. I usually turn to the chat when no one else is up here. But yeah, huh?
Tell us some Yoruba words. Actually, tell us Yoruba words what we use, what we do not know what we use.
That I don't know yet. I'm not gonna. I'm not even.
I thought you black.
Shut up. I thought you black. Fuck you, Torah. I thought you black.
Yeah, because I could show you my Arawak words and my Kalinaga words and Garifuna words.
Well, so you know them though. Yeah, I was literally raised off English. I started this thing I started taking classes in January, but then business started to kick up, you know. So I had to forego it sometimes. I don't even study like I should, to be real with you.
What did they call Black Eyed Peas in Europe?
I'm not doing this with you. Nope. We're not doing this, Tarak.
I have to say, I do love moi moi. Have you tried moi moi?
I don't know, Tarak. So let me guess. Do the Black Eyed Peas? Oh wait, Mr. Riggs is also Yoruba, but I think he had to step away. I'm about to get breakfast soon.
You're American.
No, I think he's in the UK.
Okay.
Yeah. So you talk shit, he can run up on you.
Okay. We like to hear a bit of cotton Yoruba.
You say cotton. See, now I got them privy to your trolling tactics, so they're not gonna fall for it again. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, bro. That was some primo work you did. You had Maku. You triggered Maku. Good job. You did a good job, man.
I don't know why Maku triggered himself.
No, because you know what you do. Like literally, the man gave you math. He gave you full on like history. And you shot it down and said something totally.
To our existence, like our input in Africa as West Indians and Americans.
What is your wait? How did Tarak? You're Garifuna, correct?
All right then. If should we put it this way?
Tarak, are you Garifuna? Tarak, are you Garifuna? Okay, so you descend from West Africans. So how can someone deny something?
Yeah, but I'm saying, what about the people that they brought in from America into the west coast of Africa?
Do you know where they primarily brought these people at?
They call them Afro-Brazilian communities.
No. You know what? You know why they call them Afro-Brazilians? Let's just have that. I'm gonna try this with you. Why do they call them Afro-Brazilians?
Because they're from Brazil.
No. It's because they're from Africa and they live in Brazil. It's a destination for Africans that are from Brazil.
They call them Agundas.
Like African American.
They call them Agundas or Tombons. They don't call them Yorubas. They don't call them this or that. They just call them Afro.
Because they had a different title. I mean, you have to understand, no one knew where they were unless they had proper scarification.
They have different food, different type of music.
But Tarak, you're talking about a cultural practice. Tarak, you're comparing a cultural practice, right? You're comparing culture, right? So, like for example,
what are you comparing? DNA?
I look at DNA, yes.
Oh come on, man.
No, because I get it. You don't understand DNA, so I get you. You can fluff it off.
Right. If from the 15th century, there's been black people of American descent being in gone into Africa.
Do you understand what that means? American descent. You know, America did not exist. So, like, what are you talking about? American descent
of Caribbean descent, South American descent.
All right, so let's look at because you're Garifuna, you're a mixture of both West African and Caribs. So that means that you would be considered like you're like the iceberg lettuce of West Indies. Okay, so even with that, if you look, when I look at because I was looking at the very day we put you in a casket about this stupid ass issue, I looked up people revealing. I looked up Garifuna revealing their DNA, and they would have 20 to about 15 to 20% like indigenous West Indies, but 60 to 70% West African.
Yeah, but if you understand what's happened to those people, they've just been subjugated with black people.
Tarak, that's not. But how? But how is it? How is it? No. 1 second. Okay. If you were to actually, you need to take this up with your actual people and come up with actual. No, Tarak. You need to take it up and you need to come out with a way to refute your own people.
Of the Englishman, the Garifuna using words,
but they use. But the woman that put it forth brought three stories. She brought the one from the Spanish and the one from the British. But Tarak, you understand that they took on.
But this is the story they gave to our people. This is the stigma and the history they put our people under. You have to understand the English got.
Now you have to prove that though, Tarak. You have to prove that then. You have to prove that then.
Listen, the English only started coming to the Americas in the 1600s.
Yeah, but Torah,
Spanish and
you
English
have
people
to
have
prove.
already been here.
If you go by the Spanish narrative, because we can go to that website again. Oh shit! Well, give me some time. Let me get my laptop. We'll go to that website again if you want. All right. If you read the actual website that you put in the back chat for us to look at, mind you, this is not stuff we put out.
There's 4 different.
Yeah, she brought. We need to know other stories then.
Yeah, but what? Yeah, but even Schiffer said the other day, and even in that College Brown, whatever they done presentation, they said there were black people already there, called the Tupinamba Bar.
Do you understand that they compare? We keep talking about that. The Spanish were comparing. You understand? I can show you writings. Kimmel actually, I can show it in my Google Hangouts. Kimmel actually sent me a picture of a clip in a book where they were comparing people from Polynesia to Negroids. They were using Negroid. They were using the term as to say the people were like or as these people. They didn't even call them that. They were literally using it as a comparison. So because of that, all right, especially with your own, this is your ethnic group, okay? You should be competing with your ethnic group right now.
But that's only those people specifically. There's other people all over different places of Caribbean. You have Garafunas in Belize. You have Garafunas that's still in St. Vincent and Grenada and certain other places.
I'm sorry. I don't want to be disrespectful today. So it's just like, I'm reading the chat. I keep saying I'm not going to read the chat.
All I'm saying that.
Go ahead.
People don't talk about the American import or the West Indian import into West Africa.
Well, show it then, because all you do is bring up words. All you do is show words. But cocoa, bro, you can understand. Cocoa, chocolate, okay? Cocoa beans. All right. When you talk about agriculture, you're talking about my field. Okay. When you talk about my field, you're looking at words. But when you talk about the actual plant itself,
what is African word for cocoa?
Let me look that up right quick. The so-called AA did not become about. Yes, we were known as niggers, Negroes, the Negro. Dr. King referred us to the American Negro. Still doesn't change the fact that African and Black are still part of the same class of people. Stuff all over.
Different experiences.
Huh?
Different people going through different experiences.
Yeah, I know. I'm not.
You can't say the Fulani experience and the Yoruba experience is the same experience.
Oh hell no! I wouldn't say that at all. Why would I? Why, Torah? Have you ever heard me say some of that statement?
No, I'm just showing you. But even though we all happen to be melanated people, you can't say that we're all the same and we share the same experience.
But Torah, here's the thing I want to know about you though. Okay, here's the thing about you though. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, because now I'm gonna start calling you. I'm gonna start treat you the same way I look at like when Zabeda wants to give her opinion on a Black issue, because I feel like you're an outsider now trying to give your input on Black people. When it's like the way you make your claims, you have no.
Why don't we hear it from Africans then?
Huh?
Let's hear it from Africans then.
What do I hear from Africans?
Since you class them as the only Black people on the planet, let's hear it from only them.
Are you talking Black as in skin? Like, what does Black mean to you? Because I think because of what Black means here in America.
DNA still.
So what does Black mean to you?
Yeah, are you talking DNA still?
Say that again. You're talking skin, right?
Are you talking from African experience?
No. I'm asking you, what does Black mean to you? Like, because I can't hear you. I can't. Your mic is on. So Black has so. Why did you say? Do you believe Black people only come from Africa? That's what I'm trying to like. Why would you use that term if Black means nothing to you?
Because you keep putting Africa as the only Black place where have Black people. So I gave you a scenario where the Yoruba and the Fulani people, even though they might appear to be melanated people, they don't share the same.
Well, I also gave, but if you also listened a couple of nights ago, I gave an example.
Hold on, just like Yoruba and the Aboriginal Australian and the Polynesian, they might share melanin, but they're going through two different scenarios.
Yeah, so I'm trying to ask you, Black means nothing to you. So I'm only going off what is relevant to me. So I know that from my ancestors here in America, our names have changed our political names have changed based on how the climate is. So, like, what does that have? Why are you throwing in Christianity now? We're talking about Turok. Stop. Don't play this game. If you want to have this conversation, let's have it right. Okay. We can't hear Talmud, bro.
So are you saying some of these religions don't subjugate melanated people, and because of that we have changed our?
But I didn't. Turok, who said that? Who said that though? Turok, who said that though? Who said they don't?
You said with your black experience, and you said lots of names and lots of things. And I'm saying, is that due to the Christianity or religion?
It was, but Christianity was widely popular in America too. It's literally the country that says there's one nation under God. It's written on the money.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say, as melanated people, whether it was Judaism, whether it was Islam, whether it was...
Well, as melanated people, so what are you trying to say? All melanated people are connected?
Take for instance the Fulani people, they got a whole different type of religion, a whole different type of faith.
No, Torok, I asked you a question. Are you trying to say melanated people are all connected?
What do you mean?
You keep saying as melanated people. So what does that mean? Just because someone has melanin in their skin, does that mean that they're all supposed to be under one banner?
I'm just saying that the Christianity that we have been indoctrinated as melanated people with the white version, with the picture of Caesar Borgia.
Yeah, but Torok, what do you mean by melanated? Because I think you're from the UK, I'm in the US. So what does that mean? What does melanated mean in the UK to you?
Somebody of Negro or very highly melanated, so they would be classed as.
So it's just skin for you.
No, I'm talking about their appearance, their how can I say, their identification and certain things like that. Culture. So mostly is some sort of religious bias with how they use religion with people.
Hey, they're saying your mic is crackling, bro.
My one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So basically, I'm saying they're just showing biases with melanated people in religions and the people that exercise these types of faiths and beliefs.
Well, I don't follow a westernized religion, so yeah, that's you know. Thank you for the point.
You might not follow it, but it's gonna follow you. Okay, hi, Brad.
Yeah, I knew it. That's why I don't follow you down the rabbit hole too much, bro.
So back to your blackness.
Yeah, go ahead.
How do you see blackness then?
Well, black to me is an experience that cannot be like duplicated. Like it's something that's so unique. No other American in this country would ever experience the black experience. Down to the point where it's like the very wars in this country would have never been won if it wasn't for black people. Like we would have never beat the Nazis if it wasn't for the Tuskegee Airmen. The country would have never been established if it wasn't for the Buffalo Soldiers. And I mean established to the point beyond the 13 colonies. So it's a history that's like bittersweet because you have all these achievements, but like literally nothing to show for it because people have literally robbed you of every opportunity, every way, shape, or form. And there were so many times that it's like it's funny how like we talk about our ancestors here in America. And it's like, if you look at the first Negro Conference, right? It was an event held on what black intellects and businessmen and people, African Americans or Black Americans did to, try to think like, how do we propel ourselves forward? And everybody was like, let's leave. Let's just get the fuck out of here. Prince Hall was like, yo, let's get the fuck out of here. The establishment of Liberia was just to get the fuck out of here.
But did they ever go?
Well, okay, so if you look at, like I said, if you bring up the conference, right? The reason why we didn't is because we did not know the language, and we had no physical representation of integrating ourselves into the system. So everybody was like, what do we do about our businesses here? Because if everything goes belly up over there, we have nothing to fall back on over here. See, I personally believe we should be in the middle. Like, I have no problem in, like, I would see, because I agree, there's like tons of African Americans. I would not.
Why do you link up with the other Mason brothers that's in Africa?
Huh?
Why did they link up with the other Mason brothers in Africa?
I couldn't hear you, bro. Say that again.
I'm saying, why didn't they link up with the other Mason fraternities that are on the west coast of Africa?
Why did I link up with other fraternities on the west coast of Africa?
Yeah, traveling.
We have my fraternities in Ghana and in Egypt right now.
Benin.
No, Alpha Phi Alpha is not in Benin.
Benin's got a big fraternity there from God knows how long.
Yeah, but it's not my fraternity. You understand that just because I'm part of a black fraternity, all black fraternities are not connected. There's like, you probably never heard of the Divine Nine. The Divine Nine.
You're going there as black people now. What are they doing there as Masons in West Africa?
Masons. Oh, you're talking about our ancestors, right? It's just established businesses. Like, for example, in the high times of Liberia, we were doing well. It was just when you always see the integration, whenever there was a president of Liberia that wanted to integrate the American mindset and an African cultural system, then you saw like a rift between the people. And then there was like times when they used to put like puppet presidents and you know.
Can you show an example of an event?
Oh shit! I got a phone call. Hold it down for me, bro.
Yeah. See. Wake up, everybody. Hope you're enjoying the glorious weather. Not a cloud in the sky. Pure blue sky, blue like the ocean. Never seen it so blue in my life. Like the man in China when they do the Olympics, they said, "Boy, I never see blue sky such since 70 years." So even the cloud hide from the thing them. Even the cloud in Ghana them yard. Oh gosh. Thank God for that. Let me see what I can see. Heartbreak Hotel. This is the Heartbreak Hotel. Today we look at people's DNA. This is the way we can trace people's origin. Not through culture, language. So when you never had the DNA, how could you trace the people them now? Must be bad reception in his TP. It is so hard to enjoy this conversation because of the mic problem. And it is a shame because it's a good subject. Yeah, because me want to ask the brothers them in America, how come they don't link up with the Mason them on the west coast of Africa? Because the Masons in Africa were actually artists. I don't know what that is. Anthropologists denote the different races based upon skin color and the size upon bone structure. The various humanoids found in different parts of the world. Brad, that's a reach. Focus on your black, including Africa. Sucker fat. Oh, what is this now, man? Okay, right now. Right about now, me I do this, yeah, sir. This is why Diop melanin test was flawed. Was it? Diop's melanin test was flawed. I never know that. Tell him to raise the volume, brothers. Let me raise the volume. Okay. Oh my god. Oh gosh. Blacks tells us how we look. It doesn't tell us who we are. Yep, that's right. Watch this now. Oh gosh. Can you both fix on a mic? Brad, we can't hear. Oh gosh. During the early first century, King called us American descendants of slaves. So that's right. Big up God of Jacob. That's right. The place was there before humans. What's your point? I suspect it came from Latin to describe the animals found there. Early cartographers wrote the name Africa on their maps. What year, Bridget? What year? And where was it? Not sure where the name originated from. See, you don't know where the name originated from now. But subsequent map makers copied the name. But the only place that was called Africa, Africa, was Tunisia, next to Egypt and all them place there. Tunisia and not sure what next side of it there. Maybe Algeria. Jesse Jackson popularized the term late 80s. That's right. God of Jacob. Africa came to existence before humans. You watch this where Kuya. Africa is a Latin name for the man named Africanus, who come a place like Tunisia with the Carthaginians. You see? Under the Sahara is what they call Nubia. You understand? And in what 16th, 15th century map they call West Coast of Africa, Guinea, or Negroland. You dig? Then, in the early 1700s, you had white people from Dutch, English, and all type of descents went to South Africa and called themselves the Afrikaans. And them same white people who is Dutch and British and all different types of Europeans in South Africa, them speak an Afrikaans language. Them language is called Afrikaans. There's no black people that speak Afrikaans. You understand? Only Afrikaans, who come from Dutch and British descent from Europe, were the residents living in Africa, call themselves Africans with them Afrikanos language. You dig? Did you watch the video sent to you more? This guy Torah claims he's Bani Israel. Benjamin or Benjamin is the brother of Yusuf. They were not black. Listen, right? When you hear the name Saul, who do you picture in your head when you hear the name Saul? You understand? When you hear a certain man name, you have to know who them people their name is. You understand? So when you hear a man like Saul, it's not no local funky people them, you know. Jesus was a Semitic. What is a Semitic? Torah. See, the owner don't really know nothing, man. This is why you have Israelite and you have people from the Hebrus mountains. You understand? Learn the thing, but man, that's what I'm saying. It's too deep for Uno, man. And the people who you call Jesus, Jesus is a great name, don't it? There's enough man you see play football in Greece or Athens and them place with the name Jesus on them jersey. The brother named Yahweh Shai was a brown brother, like bronze. You understand? Yeah, Jesus was white, but Yahweh Shai was a black man with a afro. You understand? Them say that his hair like wool. You understand? Afro, not Jerry curl. Mine, he was old age still. What, bro? That's though I think Jesus was black, white. Already back's foot. You already said the man raised his Shemeti to blows now. You know what I mean? Yes, because he called Krishna, and even Krishna was a black brother. Krishna was a bluish, blackish brother. Blacker than black. You understand? Had dreadlocks and everything. That's what they don't want to show no people. You don't understand. That's where you get the word Christian from Krishna. That's why I say you can play with the DNA, you have to look upon the language. You understand? Look upon the language and the culture where them are deal with. Yes, you can see, but we don't have no J in Greek. So this is alright then. So if you take the J off now, you see Jesus. This is where you get Esau now. Jesus. Esau. You understand? You get Esau. You take off the J. You put the Y on it, you get Yahawashai. You take off the J where you don't have J in a Greek now. You get Esau. It's the same thing where you get in a Arabic. You understand? We'll have to look upon those words and I spell sometime, you know. We'll have to look sometime. Mm-hmm. We'll have to know language. So it's only 500 year now that letter coming up clear. You understand? So when they have Septuagint Bible from 10th century AD, there was no J in that Bible they used. Yes, them have triangle. They have triangle for true, because then deal with the Trinity. Brahma, Abraham. You understand? Scap, babala, babam. You understand? When I'm talk about Aripu, Hebrew, Aripu, look like Greek now. You see them Greek, the style they write in the Cypriot Aripu. They were not the Hebrews. Exactly. I feel them spelling that and feel them people. Yahawashai. Mm-hmm. Benjamin. Yahudis. The Yahudis. Who the Yahudis? Yahawuddin. Yeah, I mean. Kanye 2020, damn right. Yeah, and play upon it as well. You see the Zeus? All right, you see it there? You see him there? Jesus, Esau, Isa. So you have to look about letters and all them type of weird them, you know what I mean? Because now the translation, what we are dealing with now, going to the Old English. $16.11. You understand? Brahma, Abraham, Book of Isis, Genesis, Krishna birthday upon 25th of December. Them a party. Them keep dance. But you funny now that the Jesus say no one no tree in him house. So you consider see
Yo,
him too. Big up, ready.
fuck up, bro.
Big
What
up,
you
big
say,
up.
bud?
Yeah, man. This will
Yeah,
show the
bud.
knowledge. To, you know what I
Yeah, I
mean?
wanted to
People
try and get
mentally.
some knowledge from man still
Mm-hmm.
about the Nibiru Mountains.
Nibiru.
Or the Hibiru. Where's the Hibiru Mountains?
It's up in the Asia part, Caucasus area.
In where the
But this
Caucasus
is what,
areas?
yeah, but this is what I have to show you. This is what you have to understand: the people, them, and their traditions and then culture.
So,
The same style they keep up in that area. Cause all right
we
now,
be able
ready.
to spell, hey, Tora, see, we be able to spell like Hibiru for us. How'd you spell it?
I have to go look up in the what they call it again, cause it's
Yeah.
there's
Or even
variations
if you
along
got
the
a link to it,
periods as
yeah,
well.
post it for us, right, so we can have a look.
It's just go in the etymology dictionary for Hebrew or Hebrew, and it will break it down from where it start, where it finish.
What, Hibiru?
Yeah, because the etymology dictionary keeps a record of the times when words change and the spelling. Because you have to understand, you get French spelling, you get Spanish spelling, then you get the English spelling, and you have the what they call it, Germanic them spell how them spell.
But what about
Then you get
the Hibiru?
it gets changed in it. Like the one you see in the chat that looks like a Cypriot Greek sort of style how they would say it, but there's even different ways people say it. But when they're talking about that now, they're talking about a specific people with a specific culture now, which goes back to the Khazarians, Ashkenaz. And it goes back to the Hebrew Ashanavi. You know what I mean? You have to
Let
know
me tell
about
you
them
another thing,
words.
yeah. What brothers trying to bring up today, yeah. He said he wants it with the Hebrews, isn't it? Yeah. He said Jesus is white, and it says so in the Bible.
No. You probably have modern day Bible, that's why.
Yeah. He said that his hair is white like wool, and his head is white, and he's got a white head.
Yeah, but if he have you seen what an old black man look like?
Yeah, we say like he never no cocoa butter or no cream and them things there.
What does an old black man with an afro look like? What does his hair look like when him old?
Like Guinness.
And grey, don't it? Like wool.
Like wool.
Okay,
yeah.
Not
That
like
could be like a white afro. But what about the white head though?
Not like Bon Jovi. If Bon
But like
Jovi
Bon
old
Jovi,
and
yeah.
grey, yeah, that's like goat hair. They say like wool. Goat don't have wool.
What about like a white Jewish guy?
He's
got
have,
grey hair.
They don't have hair like wool.
What about like Alan Sugar? Remember Alan Sugar's If his hair is all grey, what does it look like?
It could pass as a look or something.
So you think it
But
could be wool, like?
yeah, and him feet burnt like brass, and him eye red because he drink Guinness.
So why do you think that he had like a white head and white eyes and black feet? Sorry.
Like they've been burnt in a furnace.
But what about if he's wearing like sandals all the time and his feet getting covered in the dirt?
It come like it burnt like brass.
I like it bad, yeah.
Like it's been in a furnace.
Why would they say Jesus is white though?
Because they get picture of Caesar Borgia. Then you have Greek man in Greece now call himself Jesus. We're talking about Yahushua, the Jewish spelling from the Jewish tribe, the Shemitic.
Yeah, but why does it say that like the white head as well though?
Because it taught from him head to him toe. We ain't gonna say, oh look on him nose. It's a bit disgraceful, isn't it? It doesn't say why him head was like wool. If you had a different description for it, they would say a different description. They say him feet them burn, innit? Like it being a brass.
So what if it said in the Bible is ugly like puzzle?
Have you ever seen well you say he got yellow or brown eyes, and it's mostly black men I see with them type of eye when they drink Guinness. And if you understand about Kemet and them type of places, they used to harvest barley, malt, so they used to drink malt liquor and all them type of thing there. Pure special brewed tenants and all them thing there them man I drink. So yeah, I read.
Special brew, yeah? You tenants and that, yeah?
Yeah, even the Polish.
Then man in Kemet was drinking tenants and that, yeah? So my uncle said Kestrel when life gets stressful.
What they call it? What's that other one? Super Skull.
Super Skull, yeah? What they call it in there in them days? Like Haru Skull.
Not sure what they call it.
Set Skull. Set Skull.
I'm not too sure what they call it still. Because you have to understand that they're the people that harvest barley and all them type of thing. And if you know it's black man and Irish man, that's the type of liquor we drink. You know what I mean? We like the malt liquor. Even in Nigeria, them drink malt, super malt, we love malt. Irishman drink malt.
Irishman's white though.
We just say, but it's not every white man that drink Guinness. You know, I understand. That's when we try to show you the Scottish man drink Tenants. The Polish man, the Tenants and all them type of drink is sort of similar. So you're showing you the culture.
So what if
because when you remember,
you know, like obviously, like the Irish people drink hard beers and whatever, yeah. So why couldn't Jesus be like an Irish guy? Jesus could have ginger hair.
No, because
he
you
could
have
have
to
been ginger, but it's just gone grey.
Yeah, you have to remember.
And that's when they said his foot's like brass. So imagine if he's got hairy legs here and he's got like orange, like ginger hair over his feet and on his thing. Well, they could say it's like brass burnt in the furnace. So that's like dirty ginger. His feet's like dirty ginger hair.
No, they see black men already in them places. It's not hard to see black men them times.
Yeah. So there's no way it could be like the ginger hair.
Why would it be ginger? They never say him here, brass.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you see his hair's white, innit, man? When ginger people get grey hair, their hair goes white as well, innit?
Yeah, but why am I for ginger? Yeah, but
like brass.
It's a white like wool. Does all ginger people have afro now?
No. I'm just saying that you could have had like a ginger afro, like a ginger Jewish sort of afro. And like,
you've gone all the way up in Scotland there, really. You're telling me a ginger youth could hide that in Egypt when I'm 13 with him bright ginger self, looking like
why not,
Chris Tarrant, or that man who used to do the breakfast show. Is it Chris Tarrant? Not Chris Tarrant.
Yeah. Looking like Chucky from Rugrats.
Looking like Paul Scholes in Egypt. Kemet.
Looking like Paul Scholes in Egypt. You get me?
You did.
Gozy with a cross in his back. You dig? Yay. Never knew. And he was an underrated footballer as well. So, you know,
Dude,
that could have been
Jesus.
Jesus' return, man. Scozy.
Oh, he didn't drink too much. He was like the George Best or something. He
Mm.
loved wine.
Uh,
See that, but because of the image what they give you, you think Jesus is Scottish.
yeah. Well, I think that the description. I'm just counting on the description that Brad gave me. Obviously, I don't really believe in Jesus,
Or
so
you
I'm
might.
getting it.
Are you?
I'm just trying to give
No,
you.
but
No, wait.
in your
Listen.
mind now.
What?
In your mind, you think
What I'm
he's
trying
God.
to do, yeah. Yeah. Now, what I'm trying to do, yeah, is trying to give you the description of what Brad gave Jesus, yeah, so you can give any answer to that in it. Yeah? So like I'm pretending like I'm Brad right now,
Yeah,
innit?
good point.
So, like I said, obviously when Brad read out the scripture thing, he said his hair was white like wool
No, but
and
it's
his
a
head
good
was
point you
white.
bring as well because you have.
That's what he said. So,
But you have to remember, like, his mama and Mary, she was a Levite like Moses, when Moses was a black brother. So is either just trying to say Jesus was albino, which he could have been, because Noah was albino, and albino run through the family, because Esau is albino.
yeah, I mean, he could have been a throwback, man.
But his name is
They're like a throwback.
Yahweh, not Esau. His name is Yahweh, not Esau. And this is also why people. This is why I say there's two different people.
Yeah, man. So like, obviously, like I gotta try and pretend to be Brad for the minute to make it like the conversation worth hearing, innit? So, like,
Yeah, I see.
remember that the verse talking about how the head was white as well. So, if he was black, why would they say his head was white?
So came all in it.
Torok.
Him all. It's not a baby with grey hair.
Yo, you there still?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh,
Can you hear me? Yeah, me say he's not a baby with grey hair. He's an old man. Can you hear me? Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me? Hello? Oh. Yeah, Jesus was not albino. He was him hide in Egypt. So you can tell he look a bit Ethiopian and nigger.
So you don't think there's no way it could have been like, you know, like a Mediterranean looking.
Yeah, but this is what I'm trying to show you. They had black people up in those areas as well, because the oldest bones they find in those areas are Negro bones.
Yeah, but why would they say his head was white though? So why would they say his head was white?
He's an old man.
No, but his head, not his hair, his head. Like they said, his hair around his head.
Yeah, he's talking about his hair in it. So he's an old man.
No. But they said they made the distinctive description of his hair and his head. So like, why would they say his head?
Yeah, because his crown in it is your hair in it. Paul and all these type of people were Nazarites.
So what about? Do you know what? Yeah. Do you know what's that MC? That white MC done from Dagenham? What's his name?
Devlin.
Devlin, that's his name. Obviously, Devlin's a young Don with grey hair as well, isn't it?
In Egypt.
You say Devlin couldn't pass in Egypt? He's with
What,
fucking
Egypt is
Getson. He's with Getson and what's his name?
Dagnum is Asian Kemet.
What's my man's name again? Scorcher. He's with Wretched Scorcher. You get me? That man gave him a pass.
No. They used to build pyramids, but they built Dagnum motors instead.
He's with Wretch, Getson, Scorcher. You get me?
He's a black brother, man. He's in a hideout in Egypt. So, like, just like Moses, he could be mistaken for an Ethiopian or a Kemesh. So he could so he's one of in between. So he's like maybe like a Falasha or a Habasha or Habashi, one of those folks looking.
Yeah. So that
the
people of the people of
he probably had to put some eyeshadow on.
Yeah, you know, like the citizens of Kemet, they would put the Remech in it. The Remech.
I should have been mocking.
Yeah, man. So, man, like Devlin, you get me? I can't remember none of Devlin's parts.
Yeah, but some people even said Jesus came to Portsmouth or Cornwall to get some tin.
Cornwall?
Yeah.
Maybe ice cream, yeah?
Yeah, probably to build Ford cars.
Which ice cream? The caravan, yeah? Yeah, Jesus like them low budget holidays in the caravan and shit.
Probably.
You get me? Family bonding time and them things there.
Yeah, probably was ancient Butlins.
What's the other spots? Western Supermare and all them things there. Yeah.
Bob, no. Bob.
Oh, Bob, man. Yeah.
All inclusive.
All inclusive. Yo.
No, we shouldn't be mocking like this. Really, it's not funny.
It's brothers, isn't it? Brothers tried to bring it to Jerusalem, innit, man? He said he thought Jesus was black, yeah, but his daddy told him now Jesus is white, and then showed him the scripture. They go back out.
What scripture was it?
Yeah, man said Bartlett.
Yeah, it's probably the same Bible Jupiter was reading.
Oh, shit. Brothers reading, yeah? Reading the Jupiter Bible, yeah?
It tells you enough times that they even have to call some people N-word in there to tell you, yo, they man a black man, you know.
Right. Whoa. Whoa.
You put N-word on the better than.
Yeah. Hey.
Don't call him Israelite and call him N-word.
Hey, you know what, yeah? They're doing, let me just announce this to everyone, innit, yeah? So people can make the decision to go over if they want, yeah? They're doing, Easter's burial on someone's live stream still. But they're choosing, yeah, I announced it, yeah? But it's, yeah, it's I'll pay my respects from here, innit, by letting the thing roll across with the rest in peace. You know how we do in like Jamaica, yeah, we do like 9 nights, innit, like, so it would you need at least the 9 nights to pass away before man's burial still, man. So obviously we're just gonna have the show up.
So did they do that? Did they do that for other Muslims as well?
I'm not sure, you know. I'm not sure, bro.
Has there been any other Muslims been televised on YouTube for their funeral or anything like this?
I'm not sure, bro. Like, true stories, yeah.
Do you think that's haram in this time of Ramadan?
Right. I don't know if it's me personally, yeah. In my honest opinion, I do not think that the man them was trying to disrespect by doing a stream or anything.
No opinion, but in my own thing, I wouldn't have done a stream at the place like that still. But I don't know if it's on in it, if it's actually at the place, or if man saying that man's at the funeral or going to the funeral. You get me? Just say man's paying man's respect and whatever still. So,
but the thing is, are they gonna do that for every Muslim?
Say again.
Do you think they've done that for every Muslim because it's been COVID, you know?
For every Muslim, no. Maybe if it was like a one of the speakers calling the younger lots or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like, so like, let's say it was Muhammad Hijab's funeral or something. They might have a stream on or something. I'm not sure though. I'm not sure, man. So like, obviously,
did they even stream funerals like?
But it's not something I would have done personally myself, innit? But
I know it's
I'm not gonna.
Sort of new. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Like, but wait though, so look, what man's got to try and do? Yeah, man's got to be like, whether you agree or disagree, yeah, you try and see let the man rest in it, man. So instead of causing any sort of controversy around it, whether man agrees with it or disagree, just let the man rest. So yeah, and the family asked for it to be live streamed. So yeah, so the family asked for that still. So boom, if the family asked, then no one else can even say anything, can it?
No, that is it. Yeah, as long as that is that.
No one can say nothing now, then, innit? Like, so yeah, rest in peace to Brother Issa and that anyway, still. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, because I was looking at some stock and all them type of things, and they were saying like I was looking at that Zoom. Well, I'm not too sure myself if I want to buy in with it. But they were saying like they're showing more weddings and certain things like that on Zoom, and I think it's going to be one of those things in the future where a lot of people who are abroad, they can't see the wedding.
Because most people can't attend, innit? And at this time, you can only have like six people there, innit? So even family members can't attend. So like, it might be a thing where this is to help everyone that would have. Maybe if it was at a different time when everyone could attend, then they might not have done that, innit? Do you know what I mean? That, but because it's like no one can go, like
I'm just saying that because
if one person live streams it, then everyone who is like close to the family or wanted to go to the funeral can sort of pay their respects from there as well, innit?
Yeah. Because now, because of what's happened with like the lockdown and all that type of thing, there's like a lot of people are using video call, maybe even Hangouts or Zoom and all them different type of things. And I think because of what's happened now, it's like everybody's used to it now. It's just like that people you wouldn't really think would have like been on these types of things. Like I think it's something that's like it's going to be the forefront of a lot of things now, in a sense.
Yeah. It's bad day in it, man. Like for the Frimpong family, you get me? So yeah, obviously my condolences goes out to the family and obviously to the close friends of Issa and that still. So yeah.
No, definitely, man, 100%.
Yeah, trust me. That's not the easy thing to deal with, and that still.
Yeah, jump on, JP. Let's say your side of the story about Jesus.
About what, Jesus?
In the old
man.
Bible, and I don't mean in a parable when I say old Bible, but in the old 1611 King James, it tells you that he's a bronze, and he's got white hair, and even some of his relatives.
Yeah, so what? That's what I'm trying to say. So what? Because like I did want to sort of get an honest answer from man, like why would they why would it say like the white hair and white head as well if it was a black? Huh? So that again, cuz?
Why would he have white? Why would he have a white head and brown feet?
Yeah, why would it say white head? That's what I keep saying. Bro, why would it say head? If it was literally just it wouldn't matter in it like white hair. Anyone can have white hair. But why would they say a white head? Phones in here. Yeah, man. Nah, everyone's at Jeds, yeah, everyone's over on probably on Rass's stream or Ali Darbar's stream in it for Issa's funeral still. Like
All of his relatives are black.
who's
Jesus is and the Israelites.
like who? What, Mary?
Yeah, all the Israelites, all their families, all their different tribes, they're black people in Africa or the Middle East, or they call it. But the thing is, you can't look at what you
And
see
Joseph.
today. Yeah, you can't look at what you see today and try and compare it with the modern day. There was loads of melanated black people all over that region.
Your thing sounds low though, you know, cuz. You know where you got a phone call where you got to put your headphones in and out and it goes loud.
Hold on. Hello?
Yeah, that's better now.
Yeah, so Bob, you have to remember that all of his family members are dark-skinned people. All of his disciples and their lineage and their culture and who they are as a people. You can't really look at today's time and try and say, yeah, that this is how the biblical time looked, where it doesn't. Everybody knows there were different people in different regions at different times.
Yeah, man. So, right. It's a strange thing, isn't it, man? Right.
No, it's not strange. It's just people has corrupted it and tried to entwine it with their pagan beliefs.
If they're pagan belief, yeah.
Yeah, because basically this is of the Israelite culture. So it's talking about one specific people, one specific nation or folk. So even it might have biased parts, it might have non-biased parts, but it's coming from their eye view, if you know what I mean. How they seen other tribes and how other tribes treated them, how they integrated and certain things was going on.
Boy, seems a bit mad, isn't it, man? I still ain't really heard like. So that means why would they lie? If they're lying about what color Jesus is, what else are they lying about in the Bible? Why would you take anything else as truth in the Bible if they're lying about it? If that's a lie. You sound low, bro. You need to get close to your mic. You sound like you're on the other side of the room or something.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better now.
Do you think the Egyptians are right then?
What's that?
Do you think the Egyptians are white?
I think the Egyptians are white.
Yeah.
Well, no. Because they're Africans.
Why not? African people can be white as well.
Yeah, the original white man don't come from Africa.
They do.
Well, okay, the original white man comes from Africa, but he was black when he left Africa, innit?
Yo, are you listening, yeah?
Yeah, go on.
Swear down, Isa alayhi salam was from fucking Dagenham, fam. I didn't even know that, rude boy.
What do you think? What do you think they call it up, Minister?
I draw. Does that mean your ancestors are from Dagenham?
There's black Hebrew Israelites or Israelites in Britain. Even the word Britain is a Hebrew word. This is why
But
I
I'm
said
saying, are you
prefer
anticipating Dagnam and that?
Dagnam. Daggers. Yo, I thought
Mm-hmm.
have any of the man who got a store at Dagenham Market?
No.
Gangster shit.
No, but hey, do you know why I come on though, for real? Yeah, I don't think you understood what Reggie was saying. He's saying it said head and hair. So
read it out then.
scrap the hair part. What happened to the head?
Where is your head?
Huh?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, you know, like your scalp, your forehead and your cheeks and your so and so, like that's like your head in it. So maybe he didn't use cocoa butter that they use. Like,
Alright then. We do one better thing then.
No,
Why don't we go to the
really,
original? Why don't we go to the original language of this then? And see what it says. Just like how the Muslims do with the Quran. Let's find the Arabic or the Hebrew word to see how they would describe this brother.
I'm gonna say, what if it say Yahawashai was Ashley, like
Yeah, but
Ashley Larry?
Hold on, yeah. But you man are the ones that are saying that the King James is right, blood. That's what you man are saying.
Which King James was he reading from?
But ban all of that. Which original language are you talking about? King James ain't speak no Hebrew, bro.
What Bible was he speaking? I
But
mean,
bro, King James don't speak
He
Hebrew.
speaks Old English, bro.
So how
And
did
can
he
just about read
interpret the Bible then?
Latin.
You
got the scribes to interpret it, bro.
Man, like King James is from Dagenham and that. You get me? That's the kind of English.
So how did he get the? So how did they interpret the Bible then?
I don't. So
What
is
do you
it?
mean?
Is
King
it
James
wrong?
is from King James is from Glasgow.
Is it wrong though, Turok? Then is that what you're saying? Because we're happy to agree with you on that. Is it wrong? Yeah.
We know that the Bible has been translated into English, isn't it?
Is the King James one right or wrong?
So what did they translate? What did they have to translate it from
Is
to
the
be
is
for
the
it to be
King
in
James one
English?
right or wrong? Oh.
I'm just saying, you have to. These are things people have to look at first.
From Greek and Latin. They translated it from Greek and Latin.
You know what I mean? Make some
Bro. Has it got some kind of spelling error, or has it got some kind of error where it's
a mistake? Is that a mistake?
Describe the concept properly? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying it's translated out of Hebrew, Latin, Amharic.
No, I got
Different
quite a
types of
mistake.
languages.
Are you just quickly? You're not going to answer that question, then, yeah? So it's right or it's wrong?
What are you saying?
Is everything in the King
is that part right where it says the Jesus has white hair and a white head? Is that right, or is that a mistake in the Bible?
Well, I'm not too sure, to be honest. You don't have to read it out again.
Oh, all right, so no, I'm going to be back on in a bit, Billy. Yeah.
All right, cool, dude. Yeah, it's like it said that. When was it in? I think it's in Revelations or Exodus, where they, where it says the hair was white like wool. It's in that verse there. So what you need to do is read that verse.
No, you don't have to bring this verse with because I know that easy.
Yeah, let me know what verse it is, man.
Yeah, you don't have to get the same verse.
And King James was Scottish life. He's eating haggis and that, man.
So what do you think of the documentary Hidden Colors?
What saying Hidden Colors said King James was black?
I'm just asking you, what do you think of the documentary Hidden Colors?
If it says King James is black, then it's definitely pseudo, cuz.
So all Hidden Colors is pseudo, yeah, when he was talking about black royalty in Europe. So
He's talking about black royalty of Europe.
Even the Queen of England still claimed these things.
Yeah, there was people that was like the Prince, is it Queen Elizabeth? Yeah, no, Queen Victoria, I think it was, or Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, used to adopt African princes and so and so. There was even an Ethiopian prince that came over, and he missed home so much that he went back home. So.
You have to understand, they had black kings in Spain, all different types of places, Portugal, and they all interlinked with each other.
Portugal doing what?
Blood ties.
Portugal's in Europe, No Portuguese people are white. Still, know that.
So the Moors, so the Moors wasn't in that area from the 10th century. and got renegated out in from the 14th, 13th century. No,
What are you saying? That did Europe start in the 10th century?
saying the Moors,
Huh?
the black royalty. I'm saying the Moors, the black royalty.
But where did the Moors? Did the Moors come from? Morocco?
Even they were coming to say black Britain and other places in Europe.
You sound low, man. On the other side of the room, cuz.
You hear me now? Hello?
It sounds all low, mate.
You hear me now?
Sounds a bit better, yeah.
Yeah, basically, what was I saying? Yeah, like there was black people in Europe from donkey's years, mate.
Yeah, but so what are you saying? I'm not denying that there wasn't black people in Europe. I'm just saying that King James wasn't black.
Oh, what would you say? Just pure white.
But yeah, I said he's a white guy, man. His mum and dad's Scottish. They're from Scotland.
So even when the Romans came to Hadrian Wall, the Romans said they didn't see black people in Scotland, no?
The Romans said they saw black people in Scotland.
Yep, Hadrian's Wall.
They've heard of that still.
That's why they called up their period.
I've never heard of it. I'm bringing the evidence, innit?
There was a big BBC documentary about it, man.
A BBC documentary?
Yeah, and into deep the things.
So what about if I show you a BBC documentary on the roles of England and it shows King James as a white man?
Well, we can show, well, we can go by our history and also through what do you call it again? Through royal.
So what? Wait, are you accepting BBC's evidence or not?
I'm just saying it's well documented that there were black people already here when the Romans got here.
So you wait, no, but I wanna know the answer to that question. Are you accepting the BBC's evidence that King James was a white man and then there was black people at Hadrian's Wall, or are you saying that they was lying about they lied about one and told the truth about the other? You're low, bruv.
Have they ever came out and said, yeah, King James was a white man?
Yeah.
When?
Do you know where the Royal Portraits Gallery is in London?
Yeah, but you know they had a Renaissance period as well, innit?
Yeah, but the Renaissance period was it? So what? In the Renaissance period, does that mean that they stole and they changed everything?
Yeah, they whitewashed a lot of things.
They whitewashed everything, yeah, in the Renaissance period.
Mm.
So where's your evidence for this?
It's called a Renaissance. It's called the Renaissance.
The Renaissance. So you're saying that the Renaissance period of Europe is when the white people came into Europe and whitewashed all the black royalty of Europe.
Mm. So even what's his name? There's a book.
No, but wait, you're not answering no questions. You know, that's the second question I've asked you, and you've not answered.
They even whitewashed Charlotte picture, Queen Charlotte.
Queen Charlotte, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, the mixed race princess, yeah.
Mm.
So, do you accept then BBC's evidence that there was black people at Hadrian's Wall?
Yeah, because it's undeniable.
Yeah, you accept that, yeah. So that means you accept BBC's evidence. Do you accept BBC's evidence that King James was white?
Can you show me that then?
So, if I bring up a BBC document that shows that King James is white, will you accept it?
You just show me the pictures of King James. I could show you royal archives, royal literature, royal everything royal. It's coming from the royal families and all these types of things.
Where? That says King James was black, yeah?
Yeah, because and this is another thing people forget about the Anglo invasion into England.
It's been the Anglo invasion. They're Germans.
Exactly. So you had the Scottish and the
Yeah, but
Irish.
they was white people invading other white people.
No, mate.
So who was so what you're saying that the Gaelics of UK and the Pixies, are you saying that those were black people? Is that what you're saying?
That's like saying that I forgot what they call them, I forgot what they call them people, the Goths of Spain and all that are the same people as the Moors.
But who said that though?
I'm just saying that
Is that you're trying to change it because you ain't got an answer, man.
I'm just showing you. It just sounds like the same sort of thing we just saying.
What sounds like the same thing? The Visigoths and the Moors. How does that even sound like the same thing?
Exactly, but what I'm trying to show you, even from the Roman time, they tell you look, there's black.
The Visigoths and the Vandals come from the German area as well, man.
Yeah, exactly. So you have the Scottish and Irish people that are the original people of that area, alongside with other black people.
You're saying that so now there wasn't just black people, there's white and black people, was it?
You know what I mean?
Turk.
Or mix.
Turk.
Black and sort of.
Turk.
Can you hear me?
Nah, man, your shit goes low, man.
Yeah, basically I said that
if you Google where the Visigoths come from, they don't come from Africa, bro.
Exactly.
They're from Europe.
No, but they're but what I'm trying to say, they're like a people that moved from the inner.
Yeah, but they're from Europe. They come from Europe.
No, they're not from Europe like that. They moved into those regions. That's what they.
No, they're from Europe. The Visigoths and the Isigoths of. There's two in it. The Visigoths and there's another one, yeah. Yeah, and they're both from Europe.
What about the Druids?
About the what?
Druids.
The Druids. You keep every time you go to one timeline, you skip another. This is what. Listen, bro. Listen. Listen. You skip timelines, bro. Yeah. You talk about Visigoths and then you say Druids, like they was like it's all just at the same time.
What you're trying to say. I'm trying to say, look, I'll give you the example, like the kind of things what you're trying to say. England have always had black people in these areas. This is why you have these certain names of these areas. And King James, his father was a Moor, and his mother's side was from like Norway, of royal family. So obviously there's other people.
Whose family? Who was from the Moor side?
King James. I think his father was either a Moor.
Who? His mother's Mary Queen of Scots, man.
No, his mum or
his mother's Mary Queen of Scots, bro.
There is somebody with a Norwegian link into King James's heritage. I'm not too sure.
A Norwegian link now. So you're saying that the Norwegians, the Vikings are flipping black people now?
I never said they were black. I said there is some sort of link. It's either like there's a Moorish link and there's also like another sort of royalty of Norway or something like that. I heard, or Denmark or one of them places. Because this is the thing, a lot of these people are all related. All their royal families, somehow they're all intertwined and they have loads of children, just like how in Africa is. And
what, the European royal family, they're related between each other in Europe?
A lot of them are, yeah. And they have loads of children.
Yeah, but that's in Europe, bro. That's not no Africans, be.
But there were black people already up in those areas already. A lot of these people have intertwined with each other, and the Moorish people used to steal a lot of white women and all that type of thing.
I'll tell you what, yeah. Why don't you check who King James I's mother and father was?
We have done
and see where they come
millions and millions of times.
Yeah, but they're from Europe, bro. They're from Scotland.
So what if they're from Scotland? I don't understand what is the.
What do you mean? So what if they're from Scotland? That means that they was European people.
There's black people in them areas already, Venny. The oldest bones they found in these places are Negro bones. Get over it.
Nah, man. That bruv, I'm telling you, man. You man are some something, cuz. Hey, what my man saying, yeah? My man saying that this Scottish guy, yeah, The Scottish guy. Listen, you know that King James commissioned companies and stuff that even her grandmother. I think King James commissioned the ship. Yeah, something Jesus. Yeah, King James or Queen Elizabeth commissioned the ship called Jesus something. Yeah, or something Jesus. Yeah, that was the first explanation of where the British first got into slave trade. So the British, yeah. So the British royal family, yeah, financed the ship, yeah, something Jesus, yeah. Everyone calls it the good Lord Jesus, yeah, but it's called the Jesus something else, yeah. That went to Africa, yeah, bought slaves, yeah, in Africa, took them to America, and then sold them, and then went back with the gold and everything that they got back to England to show that Queen, to give the Queen back their money and whatever, and to show them how much money they got. And then that was like them lot starting to kicking off to go in.
What year was that?
I can't remember, but it was during either Elizabeth I or King James.
Yeah, but
United Scotland, England, and all that.
We went through this yesterday. It was the Virginia Company, innit?
The Virginia Company was the first, was commissioned again by King James to go to America to explore. You get me? And they was wiping out Native Americans.
King James or the London Company.
Yeah, the London Company, the London,
They had different things as well, different little
yeah, King James commissioned it, man. Before they started doing remember before listen, they always had to do chartered companies, yeah, but it had to be signed off by a royal. Yeah, before it got signed off, before they made the charter house, company's house and all that, yeah, it was by the head of state that was signing it off. Yeah, obviously that's the king or queen of England, isn't it?
So you know, like in the 1600s, they first went to India, yeah, and it's about 1610 they set up in America. Or 16.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Portuguese had a head start, and the Spanish had a head start.
We're talking about the English.
Even the Dutch had a head start in the slave trade in Africa, yeah. But like I was saying, when we're talking about the English, yeah, because they document their stuff with companies, yeah, and people was buying and selling, yeah, and you know what I'm saying, like people was getting loans and finances. I can't remember, there was a hall we was talking about, yeah, of the guy's surname is Beckford, yeah. So there was a hall made, yeah, and it's a Gothic building, yeah, made out of fucking working his slaves to death, planting on his sugarcane plantation in Jamaica. You get me? Like, and he was around the same time as King James and them man there.
What was I gonna say now?
That's the first thing you know.
So it's 1611 this Bible comes out, right? Yeah. So it must be some time after that, isn't it?
It could even be before that. It could be around them times though, in the 1600s, isn't it? Because again, that's when Britain starts to get involved in the slave trade, in the 1600s.
No, but they probably already had slave trade up in them places already, to be honest, from Africa.
In where? Now I'm saying when Britain first got involved in the slave trade.
This is what I'm saying.
Like the African slave trade, isn't it?
They already probably had slaves from the 1400s.
Yeah, there was slaves in Britain already, innit? Yeah, there was British people as slaves in Britain. But I'm saying when Britain first got involved in the African slave trade, was
that slave trade has been going
down to Elizabeth I.
I'm saying that slave trade has been going on for years in Britain, because they used to buy slaves or take slaves from Portuguese and Spanish people and bring them up.
Say again?
That African slave trade with Europe has been going on longer than what happened within America. From the 1400s, they've been using African people.
Yeah, but that's not Britain though. We're talking about Britain.
Yes, Britain. I'm talking about. They used to buy slaves.
Yeah, Britain's not 1400s. They're 1600s, man.
They used to buy slaves of the Portuguese and the Spanish and all these types of things. And
Where's the evidence for that? Of
Why
them
not?
buying the slaves from the Portuguese and
Why
Spanish
not?
from before.
Why not?
Well, where's the evidence? What do you mean? Why not? You can't just
Why
say
not now?
they was doing
Why
something
not?
and then when wait. Listen to what you're doing, cuz, yeah. You're saying to me, yeah, rah. What's the dates? Yeah, I'm trying to give you a roundabout date. Yeah. Then when I ask you for any sort of evidence, you're just like, why not?
About? Are you saying that they never had some sort of auctioning of slaves before they went in the 1600s to the Americas and Africa?
But I never said they was or they wasn't. I said, well, I'm talking about when they got involved in the African slave trade. You said they was. You said, wait, listen. You said they was, yeah, and I just asked you for the evidence. That was it. Like, I didn't deny it or confirm it. I just said, where have you got the evidence for that? I'll keep talking about the African slave trade and King James's involvement. But it's like you don't want to talk about King James's involvement. You want to talk about everything else but King James. I'm like, but King James popped it off, bro.
Yeah, but I'm saying if it is King James, before he got to the Americas and all them type of places, they had slaves from Africa in England, even probably before King James was even born. This is probably why he's brown.
Before King James was even born.
Yes. But there's black people in Europe. This is what I'm trying to show you.
And is that what you're? So that's what you're trying to say, and that's how. So King James's mum or dad was a slave that came to Europe, and he ended up being a king. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying there's black people been in Europe for God knows how many years and
so who was his parents though? What was he, black royalty then?
You were saying there's only in 1611 or 16th century when the English start doing Atlantic slave trade and all these types of things. I'm saying no, they had
that was in the African slave trade.
They had loads of different people.
Yeah, that was when they first went to Africa with their own company. Yeah, the
14th century, they've been using a lot of African people.
I can't remember his name. Had chartered the first voyage to go to Africa, buy slaves, take them to America, and sell them for gold to go back to show how much riches he got, and then all Lloyds of London, Barclays, and Royal Family, and all the people that had money at the time were started to plunge money into getting ships or financing ships to buy slaves from Africa to sell in America to start their riches. And then obviously after a while they started to set up their own plantations in places like Caribbean and whatever.
Was it in Ghana first? So Britain was it in Ghana, going back and forth from Ghana to England?
Yeah, from the Gold Coast, they went to, like I just said, they went to Africa. Yeah, they bought slaves from Africa. Yeah, from the Portuguese or whoever was there trading at that time.
1500s, I'm talking about, before they even
went to America.
If they went to India, you have to understand that the travel, what they have to travel for them to get to these places. Is either they go through the Mediterranean or they have to go all the way down through.
Did they have to go to for them to go from Britain to India? Yeah, did they have to go through Africa?
You either go through the Mediterranean or you go the longer way, where you go all the way under South Africa and go.
So when they go through the Mediterranean, yeah, like, do they have to go through Africa or do they just go through the Mediterranean into the Indian Ocean or whatnot?
This one I say is either two ways you can go. Right?
Yeah. So once they get to the Indian Ocean, well, listen, you're trying to sidetrack again anyway. Forget about India's colonization. Yeah, I'm trying to ask you about King James and that.
1500. I'm saying these men have been having slaves from Africa from 1400, 1500 up in England. Before they even went to places like India and all them type of things and proper done any colonization and all that things. But these men used to trade. Portugal and Spain was the biggest thing. They had the university.
Yeah, but remember what you keep doing, yeah? Every time I keep telling you about what other people was doing, yeah, you keep telling me about, we're talking about Britain. But then every time you talk, you keep telling me about what other people was doing.
I'm talking about Britain. I said there's only 3 directives you can go to get to Asia, and that's the first place they went. And they also was dealing with Africans before that time.
So where was they dealing with Africans before that?
From Spain and Portugal, Morocco, Ghana.
In Morocco and Ghana. So you've got evidence of Britain sending ships to Africa before the first chartered company that went to buy the first African slaves.
You have to remember, there's never been slavery in England. They have his servants. They don't have slavery like that. They have servitude. If you understand what I'm trying to show you.
Did you understand the question I asked you?
So sometimes
Oh,
they
you
used
just
to
said
rob.
it's like every time I say something, it's just saying whatever you want to say. Yeah, but you keep saying you can't be asked, bro. But every time I ask you a question, yeah, you're not even answering. God damn, Mr. Tribal.
Because you have to understand, it was places like the Dutch, the Spanish, and the Portuguese were the first people in the 1500s, and the English used to rob all them and their ships and all them type of things. But you have to come through Portsmouth to get to Holland and all them type of places. So these men used to make all treaties and all these things. So all right, then if you don't do this, we give you so much of this, but let our boats go through and all these types of things. So these men have been dealing with black people and African people, because African and black people have always been in Europe.
Yeah. So Britain could barely make it out the English Channel without being sunk by the French, Spanish, or Dutch. Yeah. Britain got involved in the slave trade in 1640. So where's this pre-1600 Britain and Africa slave trade thing then?
Yeah, there was in Ghana, innit? In the early
Yeah, but they wasn't in Ghana. It wasn't in Ghana. Yeah. Because like I said to you, yeah.
For you to get to
I showed you already, bro. I showed you already that it wasn't until the 1600s until Britain started their exploits in Africa.
They know about India and them type of places. They've been doing.
Yeah, but you keep talking about India, fam, and I keep telling you about Africa.
Where was these Portuguese or Spanish people trying to get to? Not America or India. All these places India, in it basically, and all these types of things.
No. Listen, yeah. The Portuguese. Listen. Let me break it down for you. Yeah. I'll give you a quick rendition. Yeah, simple rundown. Yeah. The Arabic Islamic slave trade started. No, the Roman conquest. Yeah, started, and they had slaves. Yeah, from the 200s or whatever. Yeah, to about the 600s. Yeah. Then the 600s was the Arabic / Islamic slave trade of Africa, yeah, where before that, since, and then Mansa Musa done his pilgrimage to Mecca, flooded the place with gold, came back, and then the Portuguese saw the map of the king in Africa who they could trade gold with. They got involved in the slave trade in the 1400s, where they started trying to trade first of all, and then obviously when the further and further in they got, like the more into the market they sort of got, which the rest of Europe started to follow on, which the last but not least, yeah, to catch up was Britain in the 1600s when Elizabeth I commissioned the first trip to Africa. Was it Elizabeth I or I thought James I? One of them, yeah, commissioned the first trip to Africa. Yeah, a chartered company, a boat on the Jesus something. Yeah, it's called the Jesus. You know, remember the boat is called Jesus something else. Yeah, and they went there. They bought slaves. They went to Africa, sold the slaves, came back with the money, and then from then they started plundering money into the slave trade economy, which fell out. After that, it fell out with Britain trying to pretend to be high and mighty, where they had a new plan, which was colonization. But to start colonization, they had to stop slavery. So once the slavery had stopped, they started colonization, which Britain was the first in that, and the rest of Europe was closely behind. Obviously, France was probably the second biggest colonizer of Africa. But although Portugal got there first and Spain was all involved, they didn't get their colonization of Africa as pax as their man. And then the second colonization was where the people that have colonized these countries gave a false independence, where they're siphoning money, reparations money or tax money out of offshore bank accounts, and they're giving them dud loans, which they know with interest rates that can't ever be paid back, so that keeps them in debt. So they're always indebted to the places they was colonized by. The short rendition of exploitation of Africans till today. So your thing's just making noise, man, like a scratching noise, like you're doing Morse code.
Hello?
Yeah, your thing's making a mad noise still.
Is that now? See, look. See, the Dutch was in the 1700s. South Africa. See, the 1600s. It says, though, an English merchant, as early as 1530, an English merchant and trading with West Africans come into conflict with the Portuguese in 1581.
Where 1581?
Yeah, Francis Drake reached the Cape of Good Hope in 1663. The English built forts.
So what was he trading with the Portuguese? Sorry, was he trading with the Portuguese Catholics sort of thing? Because I know that the Portuguese Catholics had
It's like loads of different.
Yeah, well, obviously, remember they set up the Elmina Castle or whatever, was set up by the Portuguese, innit? And then overtaken by the British after. So that's what I was saying, right? Obviously, if any of them man was able to set up a
about merchants, so that certain people
yeah, and I'm saying any of the merchants, yeah, because if you're a merchant, you can be like a freelancer. So if any of them was able to secure a trip on a Portuguese boat to one of these places to trade or whatever, that's different. Rather than that's still not the same as being commissioned by the, you know what I'm saying, the first actual commissioned boat that went to actually start and buy slaves, because
it's a trading post. So like, so basically, when you're going on a journey, basically, because if you don't want to go through the Mediterranean, you're gonna take different routes, so that people will stop off at certain places to rest up and get resources and all these types of things.
it's a trading post, but obviously man goes to trading posts to buy swap goods, which you're going to come back for, which you can sell for much more money, which people will sort of fund your trip to go and get more goods to sort of sell back in it. So they might have first of all been buying like spices and shit like that. Like, fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then yeah, he's getting slaves for sale as well.
Yeah, and that later on in the 1600s, I think the English tried to settle in Madagascar or south of Madagascar, because it's all about getting to India and having certain ports where people can't rob you and all the type of things. You have security there.
Yeah, pirates.
Yeah, just like, but this is the thing now. The Queen,
Barbie Coast or whatever, all that there.
No, but the Queen can commission you like an army on the water, basically. So any Spanish, any other people who you don't have a little contract with, you can try and teeth them.
No, but in them times there, the Queen's figure bob, like if you went through if the royal family was in any sort of conflict with each other at that point, then their boats would have just got shot down.
How do you mean?
So if the Dutch was in beef or the French was in beef with England, if England goes past the Channel, the English Channel, and gets into
any bit that's close to France or whatever, France is going to start firing on it.
Yeah, but this is where things like maritime law start coming in, because if you're in certain parts, it's like a free for all basically. So you have to have other people there to help your shit come in, so you don't get robbed or all them type of things.
Hey, but listen though, yeah, I need to jump off though, man, because I need to go and do a job still. But you need to get close to the mic here, and you keep making a crackling noise when you're talking still. Someone try to jump on and get involved, man.
What's the saying, King? He was crowned in 1604 after
Elizabeth died on the 26th of March, 1603. So that means it was King James I that commissioned the first slavery boat then.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
Imagine the Black King. So why would the Black King, commission boats to cop slaves?
Yeah, but think about it. The Spanish are doing it. The Dutch are doing it. What else are you gonna do? It's trending.
So they did it because the other royal families were there. So what were they? So the Spanish royal family and the Dutch royal family, William of Orange and all them, man, they like, what are they? Are they black people as well?
I haven't really looked into them, man, there like that.
So do you know who the Dutch royal family was at the same time as King James?
I'm not too sure, but at that time it was a bigger colony than what we know of it. If you know what I mean. So
What's
like
that?
the Dutch.
What, Netherlands?
No, it's called the Duchy colony because it had the Holland, Germany, Sweden, Poland, Lithuania, maybe even Brussels as well. But it had like a lot of different people, like as a United Kingdom. Then later on, like in the 1700s, they all broke apart and started to have their own little kingdoms.
What?
Like,
You saying Britain and France and all them countries were all together until the 1700s?
Did I mention Britain and France?
Who? Who's the Dutchy?
I said it was a Duchy colony where it was a kingdom basically, like Germany, Holland, Sweden, Poland, and certain other places. There was one colony basically, so they had their own different little kings and queens and certain things like that. But it was like a bigger. They were like how England was, like a United Kingdom.
Poland had their own Polish royal family, and the German had their royal family, plus the Dutch had their own royal family. From before them times,
that's who Queen Charlotte.
The Russian royal family.
Yeah, that's who Queen Charlotte comes off from some of the Dutch sort of royal family. And some of these people
the Danish play a big role in UK history with the as the Vikings and whatever, because they come over around in King James's sort of era as well. Because they're from when
but they used to be in some sort of alliance. I'm not too sure when it was. I think maybe the early 1700s. Yeah, they had like some sort of alliance what they built amongst each other.
Is that email? You got your camera on, Mel? Oh yeah, I see. Well, big up, Mel. Big up yourself.
Big up, big up. Good afternoon, everyone. Grand rising to all the people.
So Mel, before I jump off here, let me quickly put this to you, yeah. Brad has read something from the Bible which said Jesus has white hair like wool and a white head.
Yeah, I heard that. I don't know what I think about that. Like a white
What can you mean by a white head? You can't mean that he had a black face and a white head. What does he mean that he didn't use no cocoa butter? What?
Maybe he had
dandruff.
Dandruff. Yeah. Dry skin, psoriasis.
Psoriasis, yeah. Eczema.
I don't know, because even if you go with the fact that his head was white, it did say his feet was not. So what does Jesus have?
Yeah, but listen to this theory. What I've come up here.
with, yeah, I've come up with, yeah, that he was ginger, yeah, because if you see someone with ginger hair, yeah, and they're quite hairy, yeah, see their feet could look like brass, especially if they're wearing sandals and it's kicking about dirt all day. Could look like burnt brass.
Look at how you got it wrong.
Tightened up, man. You get me? For my ginger gang, you get me? Come
You're
on.
wearing the sandals, kicking up. So ginger is like a white person with freckles and stuff, right?
But you can get black ginger people.
Okay, so you're saying that Jesus was a black ginger?
Nah, I was saying he's a white ginger.
So he's like Carrot Top dude, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he's like a ginger Jewish sort of guy.
So if you
like Mazel
ginger,
Tov, that sort of.
you still get gray hair, but you ginger.
Yeah, still get grey hair.
I've never seen a gray haired ginger person. How do you know if they're ginger if they got gray hair? Wouldn't they just be regular white?
That's what I'm saying. That's really where the hair on his feet and his legs come into play. That's what I'm saying. Why it might have been ginger because they was talking about the feet was burnt like brass. Yeah, when they was talking
No, but
about
didn't it say he had
the
an
orange
afro?
hair.
It say he had a hair like wool.
Yeah, but
right?
you can have a ginger afro. You could have a ginger white Jewish sort of afro sort of look.
Nah, man.
So if he had listen to this, yeah, if he had a white ginger sort of Jewish afro and he had like hairy legs as well, yeah, walking about in Jerusalem, kicking about dust and his dusty feet all in the sand and so, yeah. Don't you think that he could get enough dirt on his foot?
I think it might be Brad might have some I don't know. He might be on to something. Let me say it that way, because when you look at the scripture, it doesn't say that his hair was like wool. It said it was white like wool.
Right, that's what I said.
So the texture, it still could have been straight. It don't mean he had woolly hair, which what most black people will say. Jesus was black because he had woolly hair, but the scripture doesn't say he had woolly hair.
Just says he had hair like wool.
No, it says it was white.
It says white like wool.
White like wool.
It's like wool.
So
and a white head.
That just sounds weird. Why would it say he got a white head? What does that mean? Got a white head. Like, did one of the religious people jump on and describe what a white head was?
Well, I was trying to get Torah to explain it to us, so maybe you could have a conversation with Torah about it. Still there, T?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't really understand.
Hey, Torah, hold on a sec, though. Yeah, I heard you wilding out, though, the other day, you know.
He's wilding out?
Bare blood clots and pussy clots, I heard, coming out.
No.
Yeah. Are you going to go down and take a picture of, man, whole blood clot family and pussy clot this and rah.
Whoa.
I was like, Raz, what up to Torah, man? You got your Torah, man.
What's your
Who got you that upset?
Roger come out and say, oh, you know, Torah, I've got a picture of you. So I'm thinking, what have I done to you for you to have a picture in there? So I said, why have you got a picture? And he's like, oh, I'm not saying why I've got a picture. So I'm thinking it goes back to all the same.
Oh, you talking about Raj, yeah?
Yeah, so it just shows me the racism.
I thought you were talking about Raj still, but I didn't know.
It shows me the racism that Asian people practice, because I don't think black people
shit.
have Asian people in their
oh shit.
And to be
you say Raj is racist, yeah?
Think about it now, be honest now, when you go down to Speaker's Corner and you was amongst certain people of a certain community, if you start swiping through your phone and they saw their brother or their cousin in your phone as a picture, don't you think they would say, what you doing with my cousin or my brother's picture? As a black person, what are you doing with that picture? What do you want with that picture? Hello?
Oh, what part make him racist? Because he has issues
Why
with.
do Asian people have black people's pictures in their phone? Do you have any Asian people pictures in your phone, Melanated, or on your computer? Do you desire any of their pictures?
No. Why are you asking like that? Why are you asking like that?
I was gonna say, why have they got our pictures?
we have no urge or no nothing for a picture in our phone taking up
But with
terabyte or
this
gigabyte.
YouTube stuff, all of that is like some sort of
Yeah, but make sense
evidence
out
or
of it.
something.
Make sense out of it then, because now he has to admit that he snapshot women's photo of YouTube now. So
Which
as
is
a man now who's got women's picture in his phone who he doesn't know, what would the police say about that?
mm.
They'll say you're a stalker. Who are these
He
women
said
in
that
your
to a
phone?
woman too. He told a woman that he had her picture.
I'm just saying, if he's doing it to men, and you don't want to seem like you're a funny person taking men photos of black men, you have to admit that you take pictures of women as well then, in your computer, in your phone from YouTube.
So what is
How
he
does that
doing? Like
make it?
screenshotting a
Yeah.
video? Like
So how does that make you? How do you think that makes that person look now? As a big person, like an old person, like in their 40s or something.
that's how old Rogers?
I mean, must be or something, but you know what I mean. But it's like, what? It don't make sense to me, and like, not to say certain men won't have certain women's photos in there, but people on YouTube now, you snapshot their picture and you keep it in your computer for what? You keep it in your phone for what?
So they could look at you, say, "Oh,
No, because what they're doing
look at
now,
my favorite YouTube
what they're doing,
person."
what they're doing is plastic smile, because they're smiling with you. You haven't done nothing to them yet, but they're already preparing for you, because they feel like you and them are gonna fall out anyway. So they're planning your demise from the off they meet you, even though you and them are cool. They're already planning your demise. So you have to look at the psychology of it all. But he's not taking my picture to for arranged marriage. He's not taking my picture because I robbed something in somebody's shop. He's not taking my picture so he can give me a job. Or is he using my picture to make money now? What's going on there? Or is he using my picture for excitement? You still there, melanated?
Yeah, I'm here. My mic doesn't work when my screen times out on the StreamYard.
Oh.
I said, please don't say that. I don't even want to think about no excitement business going on.
No, but it could be anything. I'm not just saying that it's like anything, but I just said the excitement could just circle a lot of things, just round it off, because it is excitement they're looking. It's not sadness, I think. In it, melanated.
I literally don't know. No, Moment is during an unpaid day off. I definitely don't know what, but I know that that's a tactic that they do. You know, it's like they just have not everyone, but you know, just have one in the clip waiting. Like they just, because in YouTube land, everything is a doxing and
But the
taking
same
your picture.
same person complains, oh, you're using my mom's picture, you got people of my family on the internet and this, that, and the other. You have me on the picture as a young boy and all this type of thing. But it's all right for you to collect other people's picture who don't even want your picture in the first place. I even complained to Raspet, why have you got Jupiter and Raj's picture in your thing? You shouldn't have it in them people picture in your thing as a Rasta man, not just as a black lad or a black boy or a black man. No,
We shouldn't have pictures of who?
Jupiter and Raj as a Rasta or as a black person.
That's
Or
what I'm saying.
RGB.
On this YouTube stuff, that is a thing, a tool.
No, but as a RGB, somebody's into black, whatever. You ain't got time for that. You're trying to get all the PDFs. You're trying to get all your black knowledge and what you need to get about your knowledge. What time have you got for other nation of people to keep in your computer? You need your own gigabyte. You need your space in it, basically. You don't need to. You know what I mean? Fill up things for no reason, or you don't have nothing to fill up.
I ain't getting into all of what Rasta
Mm.
got on his channel. Big up Nine Ether.
No, I'm just saying,
Big up Pack Stop.
there's never been a reason why we have these people picturing our phone.
But
Never
you know
been a
the
reason.
picture thing is
Never.
what all of them is doing. So I don't know why you
Never.
even.
Because if I do that now and I was amongst the Asian community and they see me swiping through my phone and they see their cousin or some Asian person, they'd be like, what's that picture doing there? What you do with that? You're a Rasta. You're a RGB. What you do with everything with it?
Mhm.
You're an Arawak. What you do with them? You know, come on, brother. then they have the cheek to admit it and feel like, oh, like me and you is friend for you to have my picture in the first place. And it just shows you the psychology of these people is feel like, oh, black people just they don't care. Oh, they won't mind. Oh, like, you know what I mean? But, like, oh, they don't, yeah. We got Tupac pictures everywhere. It doesn't matter.
So did he show you the picture?
No, he tell me the picture what he have, but I'm thinking, why have you got that picture? That's what you have to ask people. Like, what's your mindset? When you do criminal cases and all them things, they ask for the actus reus. In Latin, that means the action and the reason of your crime. What mind state you in? That's why he can't open his trap, mate. He can't say fart. Cause him start it, and I can go to his temple with all that fuckery in my keep up now. Can't tell me fart.
But see, I don't
I
recommend
could
you
go to
do.
his temple with all that type of thing, cause the Sikh people they tell you what y'all do with the people them picture now your blows not thing. Well, they say what you do with the Gala's picture in your phone.
I don't recommend you do all of that.
Why not?
Going to his temple.
Why not?
Because
Why have you got my picture?
just because
Yeah,
he went.
Yeah, sir.
See?
Yeah, ramp. No, them a ramp with black people. I'm not the people to ramp with like that, mate. Me's West Indian. Yeah,
I can't with you.
Are you a ramp with? Come on, Miss.
I can't with you, man. So much. I'm just saying that I know that you could escalate it, but just think about
why not?
For what? For what? Because this is foolishness. This is
Black
internet
people like
foolishness.
Escalade.
Yo, Tori, when you start trolling, yo, you hilarious, man.
Yeah, you're on a high horse on 22s or 34s. You know, may Escalade. Think West Indian people easy like that. Yeah, take the picture. You think we come here as Windrush for you to have our picture? You're mad. I want to fuckery I'll keep up. From time you don't rub nothing out of your pussy class.
But what did he say he was gonna do with the picture? What did he say?
He can't have not an excuse. He best say you best say that he's snapshotting women photo as well in his phone. And make him look even away. You have to admit that. You can't tell me you have black man on your phone, you have Snapchat. I mean Snapchat.
In the onboarding email were clear.
I know them funny man game. I think this is a game, boy.
I want to say NA. It's easy to sign up. Not required. Not required. Really understood the steps.
Because real black people you fuck with. Real blood clot West Indian Windrush. Yeah, mess around with. Yeah,
He
deal with.
done got
It's not
Torek
them black British you
upset.
fuck around with. It's not black British you suck.
He done
Windrush me
got
say.
Torek upset.
A
What?
Windrush me say. And not black British me say if you take my photo. Me's not an exhibit of England.
He said this is not black British.
Yeah, me's not an exhibit of England. Yeah, fuck crowd.
Hey, peace, national racialism. How are you?
Good evening. Good afternoon. Because we have to bring back some morals.
Cotton Sock says that dreadlock comes from Indians, but they had locks in
Where?
On the continent
In America.
before it came to Jamaica. Like, I forgot the
What do you
name.
mean before
like
it come to Jamaica? There's always been dreadlocks in Jamaica, man.
I'm saying before it came to Jamaica. Come on,
There's
man.
always
Stop
been
playing.
dreadlocks. It's called the country boy hairstyle.
I'm saying before then.
Trust me, Betty and all these people already said they don't have dreadlocks. It's called
I don't even call my hair dreadlock.
What do you call it?
Call it lock. Yes. Because my hair not dreadful. Bundat is beautiful. Beauty locks.
What African do is twist. They don't lock their hair.
That's not true.
They call it dodo. When Nigerian
no,
people
they
come,
lock their
Nigerian
hair.
people come, when Nigerian people saw the Rasta movement in England, they call it dodo.
Oh my goodness. Terry, where you at? Mr. Riggs, historian. Come on. Come with the truth.
The only time they will keep a dreadlocks if a child is actually born with dreadlocks and they say that child is special.
You talking about how it's done currently. You talking about currently.
I'm telling you how back in the day and from the day start.
How did you rate your experience during fingerprinting? How do you rate fingerprinting? Like, is fingerprinting an excellent experience? Nobody likes to get fingerprinted.
Right. They call it dodo, madman hairstyle. And
yeah.
African men, they don't really have long hair, to be honest. African men, they don't really do the hair thing.
I'm not saying that the whole community had locks. I'm saying that they were.
The African men, they don't
okay, I'm gonna let you talk again.
Like that. I'm just saying in generally.
Okay, can I speak now? I don't necessarily recall the group of warriors, but there was a group of warriors that they locked their hair. You think I stayed quiet when you was talking.
You asked me you don't know the tribe. I said maybe Fulani. This is what they call Fulani braids. What a lot of the women
No, it wasn't braids. How you gonna say maybe Fulani, but it's Fulani braids? And I'm telling you, they had locks. And when the white people encountered them, they called their hair dreadlocks. They called it dreadful.
The Maori people, the Maori in Kenya. I think they call them not Maori.
That wasn't. I'm talking about. What I'm saying is not something that is recent. I'm excited to be a part
with
of.
The Rastas, they also do attribute it to the what them people called is a tribe in Kenya, but the English come and done something to.
So they are like asking mad questions. Sometimes when they say, "Can you do a brief survey?" It don't be brief. They need to learn to make it brief.
Well, even there was a lady from Ethiopia. She said in Ethiopia they don't do dreadlocks. Even the people that go over there in Shashamani land, the Ethiopian people say, "Boy, that's not really our culture like that."
Please share your thoughts or suggestions. Everything good. Everything good. I'm sorry. These people is harassing me to complete the survey. So
you can see the Mayans and the Incas with big locks,
like bag of locks on their head, like big, like how the man wear it in Florida and them type of places, like big, mad bungalow locks and things like that. With the Aztecas as well. And like it's kind of racist as well. The that Gollywog doll as well. They were trying to depict the 10 Indian boys, and they depict the 10 Indian boys with like spiky dreadlocked sort of hair, and that was before even there was a Rasta movement, or maybe even the time of Rasta. No, I think even before Rasta movement.
I just saw where they had mummies in Kemet that still had locks intact. It bothers me that they actually dig up the mummies or the what they call it, sarcophagus. I can't pronounce the word. I'll just say mummies.
Yeah, but they were hair extent, not hair extensions. It's sort of like
no, it's not a hair extension. Why you? What? It's like you want to believe everything except for the fact that of the truth. Like you cannot. You got like cognitive dissonance.
It's like braids. It's like braids. What they do?
Like super, like a concentrated version of it. No,
like
it's hair extension. No, it's this. Or no, it's that. Like you.
The Ethiopia say they don't do it, and the only way you hear about this type of style is called a
Ethiopia is just one region on a whole big old continent.
The Kemet came up the Nile. So
just like you telling me, oh, they don't do this in Texas. What they gotta do with the rest of the United States? Like what is that? So that means Americans don't do it because they don't do it in Texas.
No,
like that don't make no sense.
No, you see, even the native people of the land, they still do the little fine.
I'm saying that there's it's a whole continent. It's not a country you speaking of. A whole continent.
You cannot. People of their regions. Like if you notice, the women they do them fine plaits.
So supposedly the ancestors of the Kemetic people come from the Horn of Africa. So if they're doing it in Kemet, and those people came from the Horn, then what are you trying to say?
It's not locks, it's braids.
Listen,
braids
you go ahead and
well. You can even call braids.
I don't argue with you, Tori. You don't you reject.
Tori is always wrong because if you go to any places in Africa, they have places where they call that people that have locks like Dada. So there's many people that had locks across the African regions. So I don't know where you're getting your information from. Period.
What does Dada mean? What does Dada mean? Or Dodo? What does that mean? And I told you, it's only if the child is born with that locks, they will say that child is special and they will keep the locks. Bet you already went through this a long time ago.
I'm done. It's done.
What does that mean? And Dodo, before we go any further. Because now you like, is there a tribe in Nigeria where the men actually grow their hair?
Why do you only use Nigeria? Listen.
Yeah, but he just said a Nigerian word. He just said a Nigerian word there.
I'm sure it's a word in some other African country too.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, you'll be able to name these people. It's the same thing in Ghana. If a child is born with the locks like that, they say, yeah, that child is special. I'm telling you, when the Rasta movement was in England, they used to say that is a mad people hairstyle and called it Dodo. It's a fact.
in Hindi. It probably means, yeah, see, because a lot of these words, they connect as well. It could be me that as well, grandfather. Yeah, Hindus did have dreadlocks. I'm not saying they didn't. You can see all these type of men. Even the gods are depicted with not gods, but that some of the idols. Buddha is what they call it. Is pictured with like what they call it China bomb, what can go into locks as well. And it's the same sort of teaching. Like a lot of the people in them areas but have locks, they're like high teachers, like priests and certain things, or even disciples, in a sense, where they actually grow their hair and live that type of lifestyle to exclude themselves from the normal modern world or the corrupt society of Babylon and all them type of things. Most of these people, they be called like high priestess or monks, and this is where you get the thing called also the Nazarite
I
vow.
just saw something in the book called Pan-Africanism, Political Philosophy, and Socioeconomic Anthropology by Kini, how do you say this
Yeah,
joint? Fangut,
yeah, I
something
think
like
it's
that.
the Mau
So
tribe.
they
That's
talking.
it.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So I was reading,
Yeah, hello.
and so in this book, they're talking about in the Congo, the people were called Nazi Dread Congo, or and I think that it says that is where the Nazi Dread Bengi from Naya Bengi Bongo, which Bob Marley, the reggae Rastafarian music, refers to in his lyrics. So he's referring to something from the Congo. So I'm just saying that I just think you need to get that out of your mind that somehow in Africa, I just think that you need to get it out of your mind that somehow in Africa all they were able to do was braid your hair and your hair would not lock. Like that doesn't make logical sense because even if you can start locks from braids, like you can braid your hair and if you don't take them out, your hair will lock. So it just makes common sense to say that they had braids and they had locks. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, why would you?
It's twists.
Your hair locks, twists, locks, braids, all of it. If you don't loose it out, it will lock.
Yeah, but I want to show you that's why they call it dada or dodo and things that they say it's a madman hair.
So then, how can you say it's not locked?
But also we cannot not look at the Indian influence into Rastafari as well, and also the word Congo could also refer.
Nobody's not saying that.
Hold on. Congo or bongo could also refer back to a drum where you have but also.
Warwick, why do you chat so much shit?
2 seconds.
Why do you chat so much shit? Because you don't know.
2 seconds. Name the 2 seconds.
You talk shit. That's it. Full stop.
What does Dada mean?
What does Dada mean?
What does Dada mean? What does Dada mean? What does Dada mean? What does Dada mean?
Stop
what
talking
does Dada
shit.
mean?
I'm
What
gonna
does
tell
Dada
you
mean?
that.
Learn your fucking language. Go learn your African language before you talk, man. Go learn your African language. Go learn your African language. Go learn your African language before you talk, Bedrin.
Listen, Torek, you do not want to get cussed out in Yoruba again
What
today.
is wrong with learning? Go learn before you talk.
Torek,
Also,
you do not want to get cussed out in Yoruba right now.
I was just about to go into the Kumina.
You talk shit.
I was just about to go into the Kumina.
Go back to India and go and learn Indian language before you even talk to me, bro.
See, you don't even know what Kuminar is.
You know all of this stuff, but you don't know.
You don't even know what Kuminar is. I'm talking about where they hold a session with the drums and all them type of thing. But also
Andre 2000 said something about Kuminar. Kuminar. You and Aquarius and Gemini. That's what a Kuminar is. Andre 2000 said it's a Kuminar.
Because he's not bringing out no knowledge. He's not bringing out no knowledge.
Renegade Ralph, you got Dada in your hair? That's what you got? Dada? Dada means sister in Swahili, just to let you guys know. Ooh, because I know a little Swahili. Big up, melanated. Oh.
Nigeria, man. You don't know what Dodo or Dada mean, man.
Baba is father. Dada is sister.
What, in Yoruba?
No, I know. I'm learning Swahili. I don't know Yoruba.
He's from Nigeria. He's coming from the Nigerian perspective, so I'm trying to deal with his word, the Congo-Farian language.
How you know he come from a Nigerian perspective? He could be coming from a Pan-African.
No, he said Dada. Where do you in Pan-African say Dada?
First most, right? I'm coming from a Congo perspective because I know Congo history, because I learned it from a queen from Congo. So you chat shit.
And just a queen. Big up Queen Yambi. Hey, big up to the queen.
So what does Dada mean?
It means lock.
Please go and learn India before you learn about Africa, please.
So tell us then, what does Dada mean?
I'm not going to say no more. I don't need to argue with you.
I'm not
arguing. Oh, look, he says, Ralph, hold on, Torek, listen. Torek, Renegade Ralph just answered. Torek, Renegade Ralph just answered me, and he said, yeah, I have Dada. It means lock in Yoruba. It doesn't mean twist. It doesn't mean braid. In mindset, it means lock. Is the conversation done now?
Let's see this now.
Yo, Torek is hot funny. He's funny, yo. And Terry, I'm going to get you because, yo, you be hearing me just going back and forth with him. I said, Terry, come and answer the man. You stay there quiet. And then you just stop chatting shit. Oh, boy.
See, look, children born.
Belly, hold on. Espérate. Belly, Ultra Funky's in the back.
Born with it.
Belly. Oh, MG. Belly's in the back. I mean, not Belly. See, you got me messing up. Ultra Funky's in the back chat, Belly. Belly. Ultra Funky's in the back chat. Come on, Renegade.
Look at this. The word Dada derives from to children born with that kind of hairstyle.
How could you be born with kind of a hairstyle? Your hair grows into locks. Your hair will not come out of the pom-pom with locks in it. What are you talking about?
The Igbo people call children with Dada.
Have you ever had a baby before? You have children?
Bring out some African words, please. Can you just bring out some African words to
I'm just saying, but I'm saying when you're reading, use consonants when you're reading. With a baby will not come out of the vagina with locks already formed.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
No.
That's what they do. That's what they call it, Dada.
Torek. How old is your child?
Chris.
What the hell?
How old is your child?
Energy, man.
How old is your child, Torek?
Stop wasting your energy, man.
Go into Google and it will tell you straight. Is it only when a child is born with
big up to the two sisters them with them locks, them beautiful crown. Yes.
Yeah, sis, I don't even know why you're worrying about this guy, yeah. This guy, yeah, is a kaleidoscope, yeah. He says he's Indian and all them thing there. When an Indian man tell him about him bomber clock, he remembers that he's Jamaican. Move and go, man. Move and go, boy. You're a fool.
Tell him again.
She said when an Indian man tell you about your bomber clock, hey.
One of them Indians tried to move to Jamaica and try and claim Jamaica.
No, it's only when Raj make my boy, you get me? And then my man start remember who him be. Yeah, fool. Yeah, big idiot to her. Go back to your, go back. Yeah, to where all the losers are. Why are you here balling to us?
Go and learn.
Why are you here balling to us? Because Raj ragged you up.
Go and learn your black.
Why have you come back to the family? When your family ragged you out, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
That's how it's supposed to be. You know the family is.
Man, you're a fool.
They ban you out as well, Melody.
You're a big fool.
But the family is supposed
to ban you out all day
long.
long.
Ban you out. Yeah,
they laugh at you.
Your Indian brethren ban you out, and you're coming back to us. Are you stupid?
What are you talking about? Sorry, now what are you talking about? You're supposed to be talking about locks.
You're an idiot, man. You're lost to it. You're lost in the source, man. And when you got a ticking coma, you didn't know what was going on, man. You're an idiot.
Listen. You talking about Google? It's a Nigerian man in the chat that just told you the word in Yoruba, and you're gonna say that he's wrong?
No,
you sound crazy.
That means children born with that kind of hair.
Is that what it means, Terry? Hold on. I'm asking a Nigerian. I'm not asking you.
No joke.
Is that what it means, Terry?
No joke.
You got to be born with it. It's gonna come out. Like, I know you don't have any children. I know you have never been in a room and watched a baby being born, because you would know it's no way the hair is coming out of the vagina with locks.
Africans for? Why are you arguing with the Africans? They're telling you their culture.
No, listen. You talking about the Africans?
Come out with dreadlocks.
Hold on.
Crazy,
listen,
man.
Renegade Ralph, that's his culture. What are you talking about?
You're crazy.
Renegade Ralph, that is his culture. You're reading something and it's telling you what it's called.
Complaining because you don't.
Cognitive dissonance is serious.
No, man.
Cognitive dissonance is serious. Like,
you should stop reading Timbuktu.
Go read, man.
You go read.
So you look at this, Dodo. Someone sees his
He didn't say Dodo. He said Dada. Now you changing it. I hate when Terry laughs like that. Oh my God.
No, this guy's an embarrassment, man. He's just an embarrassment. Yeah. You're an embarrassment, man. Seriously. You're an embarrassment. Cocoon is back on the barbecue, family. Remember, hashtag
what are you doing?
We see.
Dickhead, man. This guy's so lost in the sauce. Can you see how much youths out there are lost in the sauce? You see what Google's come and done, family? This is the Google generation that you're listening to right here. Trust me.
I'm done. I'm done. Between 9 Ether and Terry laughing like that, I'm freaking done. All we need now is Witness to come on here and just cuss up. Be like, hold on. Oh man, sorry. Yo, your denial level is serious, for real.
What is denial about? I told you.
No, I'm just saying, like, the things that you deny them very, very strongly. And listen, if you let me finish my sentence. Oh my goodness, it's like literally talking to what's his name yesterday, Bernie Day. It's like talking to. Okay, so like I was saying, if it's something that you reject, you are not open to learning what possibly could be new about that. You just stay in denial. Like, so then you really begin to feel like, what's the point?
Have you
Don't
got any,
understand.
Have you got any references you can tell me?
I just told you.
www.turcoon.com.
I just read something to you about Congo people having locks. You said, "Oh, but it's twist." I'm literally telling you it's locks, and you're telling me it's twist. Like,
what's it called? What did they call it?
Something wrong with your brain.
What is it called with their language?
You be needing somebody to like spoon feed you.
I'm not saying they don't have dreadlocks.
Yeah, melanated. Listen, yeah, just so you know, yeah. Right now, he's pissed off one of his brethren, yeah? One of his brethren, yeah? He's pissed off Raj, innit? Yeah? One of his Indian brethren, yeah? And now he's coming to the family for sanctity, for sanctuary, yeah? Move and go, boy, you're a fool, man. Yeah, you're an idiot, brethren, yeah? Go and face your brother. You don't need us, man. Go and face your brother, man. You're full, brethren. You're idiot, man. Trust me.
You pretend
Belly,
like you're
once again, share screen. Belly, share the screen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, look at this fake one. This black Afro British.
Wait, that's fake? What do you mean fake?
Afro British.
What does it say? What does
I
it
can't.
say?
We can't read it. We can't read it. It's too tiny.
All right, let me enlarge it for you.
Read it. You read it. You read it. Go read it. Go read. You can type. You must read it. When we can type, you must can read, don't it?
What it say? What it say at the bottom, Terry?
You can love. You must can read, don't it?
Hold on.
Read it, man.
The most identified. I can't. That my thing hurt in my eyes. I need new glasses.
Can you read it for the woman before she strain her eyeball?
My eyes. Yes, my eyes. Mm-hmm. But would that take anything away
in the most noticeable, however, that practice was first notified thousands of years ago on a mummy of an ancient African, some of which are available for visual in Egypt, Africa. Period. Done. You're done.
A dead
Get
person.
out here. Come out.
A dead
Bye-bye.
person. Where's somebody who
Hurry.
a live
Finish.
person. A dead person.
Boom.
A dead person.
Listen, he said bomb
Wait,
boom.
hold on. What's going on?
Oh, right.
What's the matter?
I'm in fun mood, right? But yeah,
Big up.
this guy.
All the lots crew.
What's all this wahala?
Monsofu, this guy has too much wahala in
What's all this wahala?
He's talking, what do you call it? Escape from Babylon, Timbuktu, rubbish.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Oh, this guy, look. This is for
I
you.
bought a disposable barbecue today. Talk. Hey, you're on it.
That's just for you, Tori.
What does that mean? You're not joking. You don't know your language.
You're done. Come off. You're done. You're done.
You're
I beg you, come closer to the mic. Pause. Pause. Come closer to the mic, though. Pause.
Turcoon is back, family. Hashtag. Come check 9E for show to see how we roasted this youth before when he was coming out with these nonsenses. But he got a power bank. But yeah, man, let's roast this boy, man. Chat.
No, you can't roast shit.
It's a beautiful day.
Even the white Google's telling you. It's written by black people.
You're an idiot, brethren. Like, seriously, man. You're an idiot, man. Seriously. You're just a fool, man.
You're an idiot. You're the idiot, 94. What you come to promote? Nothing. Come to chat off your mouth with a bag of farts.
Yeah, come on. Let's get that Jamaican back. Come on. I'm listening, Bab. Come on. Give us your best shot.
What does that mean? What does that
Give
mean?
us your best shot. Come on. What you got?
What does that mean?
Let me help you out. Go on, Bab. I'm listening.
Nice. You can't answer nothing. You understand? You're the love it woman. Allow me. You don't know nothing, 94.
I know that you're a confused young man.
What does
that don't mind sharp Google will become your daddy. That's what I do know.
What does that mean? Mrs. Black Pride. What does that mean? Language.
Yo, Torque, you so far away from the phone, and you.
Listen, at the end of the day, Turcoon, yeah. The fact of the matter of this, yeah. You are of Jamaican and St. Lucian background. The rest is a fantasy in your head. Yeah. And when your Indian brethren come and put it on you, yeah, when he put on a proper
empty barrel, make the most nice. You have nothing to
When
say
your
now.
Indian
You
brethren
is
put it
wrong.
on you, you should
Wrong.
come back to the
Wrong.
family.
You're wrong. When you're wrong, you're wrong. You try say you're right,
Ah,
but you're
when your
wrong. You're wrong. You're
Indian
wrong.
brethren put it on
Okay,
you,
so
you come back to the family and remembered who you were. You're a fool, man.
You're
Just
wrong.
stop
You're
it,
wrong.
man.
You're wrong.
Yeah, stop it,
You're
man.
wrong.
Yeah, learn your
That's the
lesson. Know who you be.
Don't know.
Allow
Go
Google.
learn.
You
Go
get
learn your
me?
African
I know
language
what I
then before you
want.
come shut up yourself in a British language.
What's You're just a kaleidoscope. Anyway, I'm gonna allow you to talk now, man. Let's see
Kaleidoscope.
all your beautiful colors, man.
Kaleidoscope, yeah. Miss Rung and Shrang.
So there's a part of the definition that Torek left out when he looked it up, right? So he read the part where it says that it refers to children born with this kind of hair, but he left out the part that says that Dada is just a type of hair that is naturally and untidily matted. So
Yeah. That's it.
right.
Yeah.
So it could be like a afro that's matted together, right?
Well,
Or it's
after
just
that's my together is dread anyway.
When a child is born,
or it's not, or it's like it's not well kept, it's not tidy.
Yeah.
Your hair is dada, right?
So it's not well kept. When they say it's not well kept, is I even take that to be derogative anyway.
So what do they call it when it's unkept?
You say what about untidy?
Yeah, it's just like another way of saying that. Yeah, we don't like the hair and whatnot. And this is all like from the British. That's why in schools in Africa and even in the Caribbean, when their students they make sure that their students shave their hair, even the females and whatnot and everything. Say that the hair when it grows up is unkept or whatever. That's all racist undertones. That's the way I look at it.
So that's not
okay. They look at that child as somebody great. If a child is actually born.
Hey, Tara, put your lips close to put mic pause. But come on, man. Like,
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So I just looked up a video that says, how do you fix dada hair?
When a child is born like that, they look at that child as somebody very significant or very holy and certain things like that. They even give these children or these people like priestly roles and certain things like that. And I was right.
I don't know where are you getting that from? Why don't you share your screen? Share your screen, like teach. Come on, don't just say random stuff.
What did Torek say? Did you say that? Did you say priests have dreads? Hold on. Did you say priests have dreads?
I said some of those people will look at them as very like holy people. So some of them might even take on like priestly roles because their children have been born like that. So even in Ghana, there's something like that as well, and I think maybe the same in the Yoruba thing, but maybe not.
So they're born with what? When you say like that, what is that?
They're born with their hair naturally like dreaded or whatnot. That's what I think she was trying to say. That is a very like in a lot of African customs today. Before you could even cut, if like my uncle said that when he was young, that his head was naturally dread like mine, and that when he had to pay his dad had to pay the local spiritualist to cut before he could cut his hair. So it's very sacred. So it's not like this idea of a madman comes about when the Europeans come in and obviously superimpose their ideology onto what it is. So yeah.
A lot of African people saw the Rastas like that.
I can't hear you, brother. I can't hear you. You go in. Yeah.
I'm just saying when a lot of African people saw the Rasta movement in Britain now, like that and certain things like that, they classed them as like mad people and certain things.
Yeah,
like
of course.
Or dada. No, I don't think they use dada.
Don't let Tory try to change the goalpost. Don't even go there.
He was not talking about African people in Europe. He wasn't talking about people with locks in Europe.
Even
we can rewind it. We can rewind it. I don't have to lie.
No, you said that there was no people with locks in Africa.
I don't need to lie.
You are lying, but you are.
I don't need to lie. I don't need to lie. Africans laugh at you, though. Africans laugh at you. What are you doing? What are you doing?
When Kenya dyed their hair red it was in dreadlocks. So
Mau Mau, there. I said the Mau Mau people afterwards. I said the Mau Mau. The Mau Mau people. The Mau Mau.
So isn't that Africa? Aren't they African? You said that. So when I made the comment that the dreadlocks came to Jamaica, you said it was always there, and I said it was in Africa first, and you said no, it wasn't.
I'm not saying it who came first or who comes second.
You're lying. That's what the whole thing.
I'm mad. I could show you. I don't have to lie. I've got evidence in my phone. I can show you. I can show you the Mayans and the Incans. I can show you the Mayans and the Incans with the same hairstyle. The thing what I said to you, I said to you, there's a set of people. I said there's a set of people in Kenya who the English done something to what I can't remember the name of. I said their name begin with something M, and I said it afterwards. It's called the Mau Mau people.
I think we full 1, 2.
I said it was called the Mau Mau people afterwards.
You said
yes, it has got to connect, and we can rewind the tape, and you can make on the cow ball in how much you want. We can rewind the tape, make your cow ball in how much you want. It don't change the truth.
I've been hearing you talk shit all day.
Rewind the tape then. Rewind the tape and we see who caught Cobalt afterwards.
Allow it.
Rewind the tape and see who Cobalt.
Allow it.
Rewind the tape and we see who can Cobalt. No, why not allow it? No, not allow it. No. See, you're like Nanifa. You're the male version of Nanifa. Allow it, man. You're the allow it, man. Allow it, man. Allow it.
Are you guys finished fighting? Because I want to talk about why Jesus ain't real. I also need to go in the boss, so I need to know. Y'all finished fighting now?
The man got shot over $1 million mommy with dreadlock. What kind of job business is this money? Go learn your heritage, yo. Behave like a girl. You allow it, man. Allow it, man.
I'm done with Terry.
Who is the idiot? I love how you show up yourself. Show up yourself. That's right. Show up on yourself. This is the black man. This is black power. Everybody see what happened to black power? Look at this black man. Look at this black man, African. Brighton. I have sound effects. I have to play Beethoven because he can't play his own music. You understand?
I know, Brad. What is he? Yo, he be wildin'.
Frighten people.
They all have the same fight.
Allow it, man. Allow it, woman. Oh no, don't have no advice. Allow it, man. Allow it, woman. Allow it, man. Allow it, woman. Allow it, woman. Allow it, man. Allow it, man. Allow it, man. Man.
I'm done. I'm done with this. Oh man. See, Jedi got locked. Everybody got locked coming out the woodwork. Like, what are you talking about?
Come on, man. Sheikh Auntie Diop don't behave like that. One must behave, man.
Everybody's like, what are you talking about? That whole conversation started because you said that there was no locks in Africa. You said they didn't have locks in Africa. They had twists.
Show me somebody live. Show me alive. And I said to people,
what you mean alive? They got people in. I typed in.
Yeah, but you know what's interesting?
Oh my God!
Wait, Tarek, in the Bible, are you going to say that it doesn't really talk about black people having locks? God, one of the when he talks to a few Hebrew Israelites, they say that the Bible talks about black people having locks. And they talk about Solomon. They talk about the Nazarene vows. They go into
the Nazarite. That's all of that came up.
Yeah,
when I looked it up.
And not even just that. You know, what's his name? Samson. He
researched with a bias. He researched with a bias to look for things to confirm what he already thinks.
Question: is it really do African men in any sort of culture grow out their hair, and if they do, for what reason?
Yes, man, we should put on some countdown music.
Listen, ask Bati, get out of here. I don't know why you come over here if you hate West Africans. Just stay over there with whatever East Africa, because that's all you care about. I don't know why Ask Bati is even in the chat.
Right, so since no one's talking, I'm going to take this opportunity to take over the G block. Basically, atheism over religion. Non-religious over religious. All religions are wrong. Black people that think they're from Native America, they're wrong. Anyone who's a vegan is wrong. Shots fired. Shots fired. What else, man? Listen. All my Jesus freaks and all my Jesus pimps. Listen, it's not real, people. It's not real. You like, especially my black brothers. Just let it go. Let it go. I mean, obviously, like what Morpheus said, for some people to let go of that shit, dangerous. And some people will struggle to let go.
So
if you're one of these people,
Ultra, did Jesus have? Was Jesus white or was Jesus black? Because to just have a white head, supposedly the scripture says he has a white head,
melanated,
but he had
melanated.
feet.
He didn't exist. You can describe him until you're blue in the face.
Yes.
He didn't exist.
Jesus existed because there is plenty of archaeological facts.
Yeah, show me one. Show me one.
Confirm his existence.
Show me one.
Even though I can't confirm them.
Show me one.
I can't show you them
Case
because
closed. Yeah,
they
case
are
closed.
outside
Next
of
one,
my
next
scope.
Case
They're
closed.
outside of my scope.
Case closed.
There's other people's scopes that is inside of their scope.
Yeah, those people are normally heroin addicts, but we won't. Yeah, we don't go there with anything that you can't prove. Is that thing? And I think, is it Stevie Wonder who said it? Where if you believe in things that you don't understand,
that you was
then
born.
you suffer.
That's what Christian people would say.
Huh?
You can't prove that your parents are your parents.
No, listen, my nan is a hard Christian, and guess what? Love her to death. Guess what? She's wrong.
What?
Imagine that.
Brad, do you want to jump on my spot, please?
Huh?
I said, please, Brad, do you want to take my spot?
Listen, wicked man don't give man their spot. You understand? Wicked man don't put next man in their spot. Understand that? Yeah.
Pause. I have to say pause.
I gotta build this cop, man. She's gonna kill me. Oh, also as well, listen, Jesus ain't real. Mary didn't exist. Moses, Noah, Abraham, none of them existed.
No, somebody told me that they knew that they was alive.
No,
yeah, somebody told me you could use mushroom as a fucking substitute for oxtail. You see what I'm saying?
Oh my
God!
Yo, I'm not. gonna live this down. Oh my god.
Some people said to me that Zeus existed. You know, some people said.
Yeah, but those people were heroin addicts.
Yeah, I know.
We don't know. No, I don't know nobody that believes that Zeus existed.
When are we going to stop entertaining the madness?
So what about Ogun?
What?
But listen,
Ogun and Shango.
We can't hear you.
Yeah, come close to the mic. Pause.
Yeah, come close to the mic, Toro.
What about Ogun and Shango?
They didn't exist.
Yeah, what about them?
What about them? Nobody says they really existed. What are you talking about?
Yeah. What's your point?
And not even that. Let me ask you a question, Torok. Here's the $1 million question. If I don't believe in Shango, do I go to hell? For all
that
eternity?
you actually don't. No.
Let that sink in.
Sink in.
You understand?
What I'm trying to show you then.
What I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
there must be some similarity with even it might be a different culture, but you can see the similarity what these people are trying to
say
elaborate on.
Yeah,
those people could be wrong, Torok. Listen to what I'm saying.
Oh,
People with the
my
best of
God.
intentions can be wrong.
This guy talking a load of shit again.
He's up on Torok, man. He's up on Torok, man. He's a young youth, man. You gotta give him time.
He's only like on Shango. I think Shango
How old are
represents
you,
fire.
Terry? He's young. I thought he was. He got to be like you got to be in your
Torok,
30s, right?
Torok's like 18. He's like 18, man.
No, he's not.
Torok's like
Torok is
18,
not
19.
18 years old. No,
20,
no,
20,
he's like in his 30s.
No, he's not.
Well, you not scared or something?
Torok, how old are you?
I'm asking a serious question.
Are you in your 30s or your 20s? So just answer that. Like, what
I'm
decade?
asking
Are
a
you?
serious question to Funky a minute.
Wait,
ago.
I'm asking a serious question too.
I'm
I need
asking
to
a serious
know
question to Funky.
your maturity level. Are you in your 30s
but how can I answer two
or your
questions at the
20s?
same time if I'm talking to Funky?
Oh, you always do that. Fine.
Yeah, so Funky. So all these people are doing basically is trying to show natural elements that are alive in a human understanding. So even
I won't lie to you, Toro. The truth is, I wouldn't presume to speak for these people, right? Because I wasn't there and I don't know. But what I can tell you, without a shadow of a doubt, no matter how well our ancestors were, no matter how vehemently and how genuinely they believed that deifying nature was a good thing. And whilst I understand it, in fact, if I was going to deify anything, it would be nature and women. But they were wrong, bro. If they think it's anything other than
What are they actually wrong about if they deify nature?
no, I'm saying if they because what do you need? Why? Where? All right. Hey, do you know how many parts this are in this thing? Look at it. It's gonna take me ages to put this up. I'll do it tomorrow. All right. I'll do it now. Can you close the door? I'm moving the cot and it's heavy.
I'm hungry.
Don't make mushroom oxtail.
So how are they wrong?
I make all other kind of things, and you just keep want to talk about that.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna lie, my heart broke like a little bit when you told me that. And I don't.
So how are these people wrong, Funky?
In what
I
sense?
didn't even make it properly.
If they deify nature.
No, deifying nature is something that I could get down with. I understand it, right? But what I'm saying is, if it's anything other than an appreciation for the natural processes, then I get it. But if you're telling me the sun is a god, then you need to go fuck yourself. Whilst don't get me wrong, I understand it. Hold on.
But what is a god to you?
A god. Well, the thing is, to me, a god is just like a magical excuse to explain away anything that you don't know.
What is
or
a
can't
god?
really explain. I'm telling you, a god, as I'm given to understand it, because remember, I don't believe in these things. Other people tell me, is this magical deity who lives in space but not in space, and he's everywhere all at once, all perfect, all knowing,
What is the actions
all
of God?
wonderful, and he makes human beings to worship him or her or it, and then there are, if you don't worship it and you don't love it and you don't pay attention to him, he gets upset and will chuck you in an oven forever. And I know you like that because you love ovens. I know you love ovens. I was on that show. That was fun. So yeah.
Okay, yeah. So you're saying basically a god is just only a pigmentation of what Europeans have made out of it. A god can't be like the sun.
No. God's come in all cultures from all cultures.
Exactly. So what the people, or mostly pagans, used to do is deify nature, and some of them might worship the sun, and some of them might even live their life accordingly to certain seasons. So they will use the moon, the sun, certain
that makes sense to me. Correct. That makes sense to me.
And all these different things.
Yeah, but that makes sense to me. That makes sense to me. But because if you're deifying nature and living according to the seasons, that means you know when to harvest, you know when to plant seeds, you know when it's going to rain, you know when the plants are going to die, and you can live accordingly. And I understand why ancient civilizations would deify the seasons, nature, photosynthesis, and all this good stuff. I get it. It makes sense to me. But where I had pushback is when motherfuckers want to tell me if I don't believe in their particular chosen God, I'm going in the oven forever. No. Go fuck yourself with that.
Yeah, but that's what's happened.
Yeah,
to
Valley, you can switch me for that. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, but this is what's happened to a lot of pagan beliefs, whether you're black, white. Somebody's come with their doctrine and try and impose it on other people around the world. Where sometimes, like religion, I believe is a culture of certain people of certain regions, what they hold.
I can't get it out. Hold me for the scissors. Babe, where's the scissors? Shine, can you bring me the scissors, please? I can't get this thing out.
And at the end of the day, you have primitive people like the Dogon people that Europeans will call primitive, but have a vast knowledge of the solar system and all these different types of things. So,
Ultra, you're making noise, Ultra.
Sorry, I'm trying to rip open the box.
I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Hey, yo, what the fuck is Getty talking about? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He's just being. I don't know why he comes here. He doesn't even rock with.
Yeah, I didn't. Why does he always have to say something?
Everybody
West
over
Africa
here
all the
is
time?
mostly like, you know what I'm saying? Like he it's like that fake unity kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like fake unity. Oh yeah, Africa, and then oh yeah, West Africans eat dogs. Oh, West Africans this. Oh, y'all West Africans, y'all wanted to be enslaved. Y'all ain't do nothing. Y'all
said
willingly. Yeah, he willingly.
Wow.
We walked onto the slave ship. We didn't give up any.
Wow.
Yeah, don't come over here with that bullshit.
Yeah, bro.
You
Yeah,
only
I'm done
want
with that. Nah.
East African unity, so fuck you. Straight like that.
Yeah, I ain't got time for that. What are you doing in my office? You guys want to see my cat?
Yeah.
Look at this. Look at this fat boy right there. His name is Leonard.
I'm about to say that's a big ass cat.
Yes, he's well fed. He's well fed. I got work to do, but yeah.
That's a
Goodness.
big old cat.
And Torok, you did a great job
y'all
today,
done
man.
seen.
Way to troll the whole panel once again with your nonsense.
What have I told people with now?
Torok, you know none of the shit that comes out of your mouth is real. So don't lie.
Okay.
Come on now.
So what does Dada mean since you've been going Yoruba classes?
Dada?
Mm.
Does it have to do with? Didn't they answer that? Doesn't it have to do with something about hair or something? You say Dada or Baba?
Oh shit.
No, Dada. Dada in Swahili means sister.
So why is he asking me something about Yoruba if it's in Swahili?
No, this is also a word in Yoruba too.
Oh, okay.
But I literally read what it meant.
Oh, I forgot. Listen, when it comes to languages with Torah will take two words that just sound similar and say they have to mean the same thing. So just ignore them.
Call this out and now you're classes, Brad.
What'd you say? I can't hear you, Torah.
Go to more Yoruba classes.
Oh, I have to go. I haven't been able to go since the COVID thing, but yeah.
Oh, wait, you don't have the Yoruba app?
No, I don't. I'm more of an in-class learner. Hey, Torah, do you have an oven?
No, I definitely do.
You don't? I don't. Let me hear your oven. You want to hear my oven?
Yeah, why
not? Huh?
Yeah, why not?
All right.
All right. You did.
I'll show it to you. There it is, right there.
There it is.
That's my favorite line. You said he had a fire hazard sign in his house. That was funny.
It's a drawer. No, it's a drawer. Okay. Yeah, right.
I swear that triggers me more than anything.
Hey, atheist, got no drawers from cots.
Why do people use my driveway to turn around? Like, stop. Probably Jehovah's Witness. Yo, Melanated, you know Jehovah's Witnesses are out?
It's nice weather.
It's a whole pandemic out here. Who needs to hear their BS in the middle of a pandemic? Gracious.
This man, I guess he was a Jehovah's Witness, or maybe not. He just asked me, did I want a track of the gospel? And I was like, no, thank you. He's okay. He just walked away.
Get out of here. Get out. Get out. Ah!
Jesus, he didn't exist. Jesus didn't exist. I know it hurts your feelings, but it's true.
No, there is some relevance of a historical Jesus, though.
Bradley's wrong, and I know it hurts.
The truth hurts. The truth hurts.
Do you know what's not real, though? I can tell you the one thing that's fake. Hello?
Go ahead.
Oh, that's someone who's talking. No, I can tell you one thing that's fake is black people that are Native American in the Americas. That's fake.
Why is that fake?
Well, you can't say all of them, but you could say
you can have
all
Chinese
black
houses.
people in America.
No. Before America was established.
Jesus didn't exist. La 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 la.
Don't. Oh, it's stuck in my head.
Is that
now.
okay?
Damn it. Yeah.
La 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 la.
Now what he's saying is stuck in my head.
Jesus didn't exist. He didn't exist.
I saw you, Mr. Riggs, up here catching bodies early in the morning.
Oh shit! I didn't realize it.
Oh, good. Is James Jones around? Because I have some jokes. I don't want him to get privy to them.
Brad.
Yeah.
Belly said, "Tell Torek why Jesus is white."
Revelation 1 and 13.
1 and 14. Revelations 1:14 indicates that the Son of God had a white head and white hair, like wool, white as snow. So Torah comes letting you know if you are an Israelite, your Messiah is also your oppressor. So alhamdulillah to you, bro.
Little boy. Little boy.
Hello? Everybody can hear me?
Jesus was a Bantu.
You know he wasn't. No, Jesus was Somali. We all know Jesus was Somali.
Jesus was a Viking.
I thought Jesus went to India.
Jesus was a Taino.
I thought he was Arawak.
And Jesus was an Igbo.
No, Jesus was a herdsman, a Fulani herdsman.
From the tribe of Judah.
He was sparring with Buddha.
From the tribe of Judah.
Tribe of Buddha.
Matter of fact, Buddha was Jesus in disguise.
He faked his death. You know that, Torah, right? He faked his death.
Jesus was a Jacobite.
He was a Jacobite. Oh, shit. Oh, God. Somebody said, no, stop it. If Jesus was Somali, yeah, he would be most likely killed. They would call him an infidel. There is no prophet. Hey, yo, Mr. Riggs, did you ever hear about a prophet that was in Senegal that said he came out the same time as the Prophet Muhammad? And he was supposed to be for the Africans? The Wolof people celebrate him?
I'm not too sure on that.
Yeah, I heard it's a celebration I saw, I think it was last year. They held it in Brooklyn, New York, a bunch of Wolofs. Talk about there was a prophet who came out the same time as the Prophet Muhammad. And his job was the Prophet Muhammad was for the Arabs, he was for the Africans. And he was in Senegal. When I look up his name, I just want to get your take on it because you know how to like really decipher information way better than me.
I want you to check up some information on Pastor John.
Pastor John. Okay. Yeah, that sounds. So I have to paint my own pantry today. Brad, your grandfather is a Indian. No? Well, actually, that's true. That's actually true. My great grandfather was actually half Native American. That's true, but not like an Indian. No. He wasn't a. Thank you very much. No, he wasn't one of those. Tarak, are you a coolie, bro? Is that why you defend India? Oh man, I'm gonna fuck this wall up. I know I am.
Wait, Torah, what do you think about King James being black then?
Tarak doesn't believe King James was black.
No way.
Of course he does.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. I don't believe you one bit.
Yeah. Tarak doesn't believe that. He don't believe that. No, Tarak, he just trolls when it comes to various information, but he's not. Tarak is not actually stupid. Like I want people to understand, he's not actually stupid. He pretends to be dumb for entertainment.
He believes in the Babylon of Timbuktu.
Oh, okay. He's maybe mildly mentally challenged, but not retarded.
Yeah, I honestly I don't believe that either, Mr. Riggs. I honestly can say hand on heart. Yeah, I don't think Torah believes.
Now, let me tell you how serious I am.
King James
Okay,
is
as
black.
a devotee, I swear on my ancestors that Torah doesn't believe King James is black.
Torah, defend yourself, Torah.
I'm telling you, I can say 100%.
He doesn't believe. Wallahi, them
To lie.
All right, defend yourself. Defend yourself.
I'm
You are
telling you,
called out.
Torah does not believe King James was a black guy. I'm telling you now. Do not.
All right, defend yourself. Defend yourself.
Turok's blood type is Miranda. Oh, that was so funny. When you said that shit.
Strike me down. Torok does not believe that King James I was a black man.
Come on, King James. Come on, Torok.
We've discussed this millions of times on there, so it's just like it's a bit of a.
So Torok, yeah. What's your stances on it?
Yo.
Belly.
Yo. We got the man them, yeah? Okay, quick thing, yeah? If anyone wants to know who King James was, yeah, I'm putting a link to a documentary. If you skip to the 2:minute 50 mark, it shows you a picture of King James of Scotland and England.
Okay, you can play that. Why are you trying to play documentary?
You can't play it, man, because it's it's copyrighted. Yeah, it's copyrighted.
Oh, but you're saying if you want to put the video.
Yeah, it's in the private chat and it's in the main chat. So maybe got a chance.
Is that you, Belly? The Heartbreak.
Yeah.
Heartbreak Hotel.
Yeah.
You get me.
This is Heartbreak Hotel.
Been broken.
Man, we broke Bernie yesterday. It was bad.
So wait, what year was these Mau Mau people? I'm trying to find it.
The Mau Mau would have been like in the 70s, right?
No, I think it's
1970s.
No, it's back in the 40s. It was
the 40s
of around what's his name? Churchill. Is it Mau Churchill?
I thought it was like in the sorry, I said 70s. I thought it was like in the late 60s or 70s.
It was just after or just before the World War II.
Okay.
Before World War II?
Or around them sort of time. Because that's when Churchill was president.
My bad. I was wrong. I have to paint.
Yeah, man.
For real, and I'm really scared.
So the reason why I've made that documentary, the one that you wanted to see, yeah, because you said to me earlier about the BBC documentary that shows that there was black people at the Hadrian's Wall, yeah. And I said, what if I show you a BBC documentary that shows King James is white? Would you accept that he's white?
Wait, Torok, you don't accept he's white, bro? You believe he's black?
Alright, then
Belly, you're such a liar. Belly, I don't want to hear it.
Torok, stop. Belly, you're a liar, bro.
Can you read it, Belly?
Wait, what? Wait, what?
All you need to do, yeah. Go to 2 minutes 50.
Stop trolling, Belly.
Belly, come on, Torok. Don't let him slander you like that, bro.
On that BBC documentary, I got the Torah, and it will show you a picture of, and it will tell you who it is.
Belly, stop
So
slandering.
if you go to 2 minutes 45, or even 2 minutes.
Why do we have to
45,
share this video if we know Torok doesn't believe King James?
Yeah, come on. We know.
Come on now. Let's stop this. Come on, I understand taking the piss out of him. Don't slander him.
Yeah, don't lie that man's name, you know.
Yeah,
Torah. You know what I'm saying? You want the full house in the Heartbreak Hotel, you know what I mean?
You don't really lied on me, so it don't make sense that you stopped there.
So
Torok, right now though, can you just simply clear it up though? Can you clear it up though? Can you clear up and say that he's not black? Just say he's not black. Just say that he's not black, and we'll be alright, cool. Because me and Raph are trying to defend you, so just
because I brought up some real information and I'm gonna try and twist it.
Torok, you're not saying it though.
Yeah,
I need
you're
you
not
to say it.
just, bruv. Come on, man. Like, don't let these guys continue to
like
slander.
Fulani braids. You try
What?
to be twist me up like a Fulani braid.
No. Torok, we can go back to that. I just need you to say that King James is not black. That's it. We can go back to the braids.
Yeah, we can go back, but just say it. Come on, man. Like,
Please, just say he's not black. Please, I'm begging you, bro.
Clear the air, man. Come on, man.
Torok.
Torok.
Oh, never mind. Rap. Torok is trolling us. He's just trolling us. Never mind. Okay. Never mind. Go ahead, dude. Let's go back to the braids. He was just trolling us. He's good.
Oh man, let's go back to the original.
I was scared. I was so scared there, Torok. Thank you. Thank God.
Not the truth. We're talking truth.
Yeah, we're only talking truth. So let's go back to the braids.
Believing in that King James was black. He knows he's saying it's white. That's what Torok's saying now.
Oh, Torok's saying he's white. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, Torok, are you saying he's white?
He's mixed race.
Sorry, what?
What? Fuck! Damn it, Torok! I believed in you. We believed in you. God. Carib education must be horrible, bro.
I feel sick. Guys, I feel sick. Right.
So you don't know you don't know about the Moors stealing white women.
No.
Oh my God.
Oh my God! Wow.
I'm on the phone. I think I have coronavirus. I think I have coronavirus.
Terrible,
Okay, good. He's joking. He was just joking.
Hey, so you just gotta say it was the Moors.
It was the
Moors. It was the Moors.
What do you think they call them? The Yorkshire Moors.
That's still. But listen, you man, yeah, I'm gonna be back in a bit though. Yeah, I've got to quickly go and do this job. And I got my phone done. But yeah, if you want to find out who the real King James is,
Wait, where did you think England got rice pudding from?
Oh my God!
Oh, he's just trolling now. Rap, he's just trolling us, bro. He's not serious.
Laugh.
He's not serious.
Is it the 1st of April? No, it's not the 1st of April today.
This is the 1st of April. Oh man.
Ambrosia.
Oh my God!
Oh my God. Shut up. All right, Torok, you're funny, man. Torok is the king. He's the king of the trolls, bro.
The Yorkshire Moors.
Good. All right, we're good though.
I like Torok, man. He's got banter, man.
Yeah, he does. He's a king
It's
of
not
that.
even a joke. It's serious things.
Wait, no, you're not. You're joking. Torok, what is serious though? Let's be real. What is serious?
The rice pudding.
No. But like, King James wasn't mixed race. You know that.
Come on, man.
Mixed race, man. They call him two black man. They call his son the black boy, and his son had a Jericho like back his name Rick James.
No.
Jerichos.
No. They called him the black boy because he looked like his Sicilian mother, his Sicilian grandmother.
One second, Brad. Can I just?
Yeah,
Brad, can I just read something? It says in Africa.
Sardinia.
Okay. So, Torok, listen. In Africa, we find sects of people wearing locks. Ethiopians. I remember you said that in Ethiopia they wouldn't, right? So in Ethiopia, Baha'u'llah priests of the Coptic faith were the observers of the ancient Nazir or Nazirite vows of Judeo-Christianity. Baha'u'llah priests of Ethiopian Coptic Church have been locking their hair since the 5th century. In Senegal, the Baye Fale and Mouridism. Oh wait, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Oh, my screen was black, so I didn't know if you could hear me. In Sudan, they have found several small sects of Islam. Many Sufi Islam sects wear locks. Within Kenya, the messing it up. AKORINO of the Kikuyu Nation sect called the Oromo Beja, or the Church of the Living God. And in Ghana, also has the Mordais and the Bayi Fall, the Bongos, Pitchmen, and Fetish priests. So all these people wearing locks. You hear this? The Maasai of Kenya grow locks at a stage of age called Morin, symbolizing warriorship. So if you don't get out of here, all right, that's all I got to say.
I found him. The Wolof Islamic prophet. I posted in the back chat. Yo, I swear to God.
So all of these people were before Rastafarians. That's what I'm trying to say. Sorry. So just
they felt
so hopefully this is new information and you can actually change that narrative, because what happens is he gets so firm on when he has a position that even when he gets new information.
So what
I'm
about
sorry?
the ones who wear locks in West Africa?
First of all, did you not say they do not wear it in Ethiopia? Can you go on record and say, did you say that?
I said.
You said they. Riggs. He said they did not do it in Ethiopia. Am I making that up, Riggs?
This is all I gotta say.
I'm just saying, like, he literally said they did not do it in Ethiopia. And I'm sitting here, maybe I'm a little invested in it because this is talking about how I have my hair. And I'm like, no, he's not correct. It says right here in Ethiopia, the Mau Mau people in Kenya, people in Senegal, people in Ghana, hold on. Pictures and stories of Mau Mau were shown in Jamaican newspapers in the 1950s and were major inspirations for the early formation of the Rastafarian movement. You want me to read that again? Pictures and...
I said that at the start. You still there, Minerated?
What's going on? Oh, Belly, there are people in the back chat. Belly, there's people in the back chat. So, between me and you, are you actually being for real? That man's mixed race.
What, they never have black people in Europe?
Yeah, come on, man. We know there was black people. We're not denying that. Yeah, but are you being for real? Man, it's mixed race.
Yeah, Israel brought it up the other time.
Sorry?
Israel brought up, I think it was called, like when they put out, what they call it? Like when they put out a warrant for somebody's arrest, they give a description of the person. So they said the person is swarty and all them different types of things. So if you understand, in the early...
Are you saying King James had a arrest warrant?
Hold on.
Yeah, come closer to the mic. I can't hear you, brother.
Hold on 2 seconds.
Yeah, he had a arrest warrant for him, and they described him as a tall black person or sort of tall brown person. But you have to remember they had intertwined relationships with certain different clans, tribes. There's something called hidden colors where they talk about some of the Egyptian royalty end up going up into places like Scotland and different places like that.
Egyptian royalty, yeah?
Yeah.
In
And
hidden
also,
colors,
yeah, so it also talks about
which hidden colors was it? Because there's bare of them. Which hidden colors are you talking
I
about?
think it might have been the first or the second one, to be honest.
Okay.
Yo, by the way, if you listen to Tariq Nasheed, you really have problems. He is a former pimp and as well as a comedian. So if you take Hidden Colors on face value, literally get out the house and read an actual fucking book. But continue on.
But Tariq is not doing most of the talking. Don't do that. So he don't do all of the talking. It's other people presenting their information.
Bunch of different
Melanated. He literally only pushes a narrative. You saw 1804 was literally the only one that is rated. Okay, amongst scholars, it is the only one that is rated as being close to scholarship. Okay, everything else is just how did Bernie say it? Congestion. Okay, half the shit he makes up. Okay.
So basically, you're saying that there was a arrest warrant for King James, and they described him as
No, it's in the archives. It's in the British archives. They described him as a dark man or a swarthy, tall, black, dark man because his features were that close to his grandmother. You click on the link of who his grandmother is. She's literally just
So
an
King
Italian.
James' grandmother was black?
No, it wasn't. It was just he.
What?
No. The way they
He
described.
just looked black, but he was white. What's that?
No. It's because of his hair. It was because of like he had like a Sicilian like
So maybe
tan to him. So he was
his grandmother had a little black boyfriend, and she couldn't tell nobody. So she
no
just
melanated. I swear to God, you're literally
Yeah, but
feeding
hold on.
into this.
Have you seen the flag? Have you seen the flag of Sardinia? It's 4 black heads on the flag, and it's white and it's red.
wait. See, this is where you lose it, Torque. What are you talking about? You going to something else. Stay on Prince James. I mean, what's his name?
They
King
had black
James.
people all up in these regions and all these type of things.
yeah, but we no one's denied there's black people in Europe, bro. Come on, man.
King
Like
James now,
we're just talking about
he's
we're
of
talking
mixed
about
race
King James the
origin.
first.
Yes, he's of mixed race origin.
So who was the?
And you know this because what? What he say on his birth certificate?
Say that
Told
again.
his son.
He had no birth certificate.
You're muffled, you know.
Oh,
I think King James had a son, and they called his son the Black Boy. I think Charles or something like that.
Charles the First was called the Black Boy. And they why did they call him the
Ralph,
Black
this
Boy?
is on the This is on the British archives. What he's quoting from is from the British archives. They literally
Yeah.
have a picture of this dude, and they literally say he was called the Tall Black Boy on a wanted picture. And they said they called him that because he looked like his grandmother. His grandmother, who was of Sicilian origin. Okay, and I guarantee he's going to say, "What about the Moors?" No. Okay, they literally have a picture of her too. We're talking about white people here. Like these people literally. Why are we playing this game with this dude?
Yeah, I know, but just to like give him the benefit of the doubt, yeah, just to be intellectually honest as we say in it, yeah. Let's play the game in it. You understand? So,
Ralph.
Yeah.
Did he say just a minute ago that he had a son called the Black Boy?
Yeah.
No, he said his son was his son on a wanted poacher was called.
No, he said King James Charles the First was called the.
He
Yeah.
just said that there was no locks in Ethiopia, and they was. So he's not being honest.
No, Mr. Riggs, he did say that. He did.
He did say that.
Yeah.
When did King James have a boy?
King James had Charles the First.
No, he never. He had one spouse, which was a girl.
So who was James the First? Charles the First then?
Google it up, and you will see in the facts that his spouse was Amy of Denmark, who died.
Man, y'all shouldn't be trying to claim King James anyway, because he wrote all the suspect letters to that dude that's supposed to be his boyfriend. So like,
You know why?
shouldn't be trying to claim
A lot of people get mixed up in a lot of things because King James is not just King James the First. He's King James. What's it called? This
Sixth of Scotland.
Huh?
The Sixth of Scotland.
Yes. So they mix it up.
Okay. So his successor was Charles the First.
It was the Moors.
Yeah. So when you look at it, you look at the issues, and then you look at where Charles the First comes in. Charles the First comes in way.
No, Bob. He says that his spouse was Anne of Denmark.
Yes.
And that he had several children, brother. It says he had.
Yeah. And who are they?
Henry, Prince of Wales, Elizabeth the First, Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia.
Elizabeth First.
No, Elizabeth, Queen of Bohemia, Elizabeth Stuart,
Yeah.
Margaret.
Were they his children?
Yeah, well, that's what they're saying, isn't it? Okay.
That's one of the last Mr. Rick knows. I got the information.
That's what I'm saying.
I got the information. That's one.
So you're saying that they're not his children, right?
It's what you want to perceive, innit?
Cool. Let me click on Charles I and let's see who
Don't
his
be
father.
conceited, Mr. Riggs.
I'm not gonna say nothing.
That's a proper asshole move. It's what you perceive, but I know the answer.
So hold on. So what they're saying from his father's side, his grandma is from Sicily.
Yes.
Okay, but
From his father's side.
But you have to remember as well.
Henry. So that's we're talking on Henry Stewart's side. So Henry Stewart's side. Henry Stewart's side. His mother was Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret, Scotland was a Tudor. Henry VIII. That's his grandmother.
Wait, hold on. It doesn't say that Charles I was not the son of James I. So I'm confused. Where are you getting this information? I'm following Wikipedia and it's saying he was the second son of Charles I. So
who was the second son?
He was the second son of James the VI of Scotland.
James the Sixth.
Yeah.
Scotland.
Yeah.
Interesting.
James the Sixth of Scotland is also King James the First of England.
Yes.
So,
as I said,
what do you mean? Like, it's just directing you back to the same. So, how is he not the son? Like, where are you getting this information from?
Who's the mother?
The mother's Anne.
Anne who?
Anne of Denmark. Anne of Denmark, like you said. Yeah.
Okay. Was she a queen in England?
She was a queen in Denmark. Well, I don't know. I don't. It says that she was the queen and consort of Scotland, England, and Ireland by marriage to James I.
Okay.
Anne married James at the age of 15 and bore him 3 children who survived infancy, including Charles, the future Charles I.
Okay.
So, where are you getting this information from?
Anyway, we're moving on now, Ralph.
Well, we can't move on. Come on, man. You gotta do things. You can't do that, man. You can't.
Ralph.
First and then move on. Yeah,
Ralph, we're going to talk on a different note. We're going back to King James. What's it called? His grandmother, Lady Margaret. Lady Margaret Douglas.
Who was the Sicilian? Yeah.
I don't know. Just what I'm hearing. She's a Sicilian.
Yeah. I don't know why Brad keeps cutting out for her. Brad needs to come on here and give that information. Yeah, I mean, he's the one that knows that.
I know. We're trying to look at the Sicilian, isn't it? But it says was a daughter of a Scottish queen. This is his grandmother. This is King James's grandmother.
So King James's grandmother was Scottish?
Well, if you Google up, Ralph, Google up Margaret Douglas.
Margaret.
So you gotta speak closer to the. You gotta speak close to the mic because you can barely
man,
hear
you.
you.
Come closer, fam. I don't know why you're doing that, fam.
You gotta get a new mic, man.
Margaret Douglas, yeah?
Countess of Lennox.
Yeah. Wiki page. Yeah, what do you want me to do?
I'm trying to find where she's from. She's a Sicilian.
Control F. If it was Sicilian, SIC. Boy. Italian. Let me see if it says Italian, if anything.
Yeah, because this is the mother of his father.
I can't see anything here that says she's Italian.
It's all to do in Scotland.
About Italian.
She's Scottish, isn't she?
Mm. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah. These men are all incest, you know. Man's talking about she's related to Catherine Howard.
So they're
What?
Scottish olive. So they're Scottish and olive coloured, yeah.
What are you talking about? Wait, hold on. Say that again. Scottish and olive colour. Where does it say Scottish and olive colour? No one's even said that. You've just thrown that in.
On that warrant for somebody's arrest, they said that he's tall and he resembles his Sicilian grandmother.
So are you saying that people with olive skin are black?
So I'm saying there must be some sort of link from somebody from Italy linking up with somebody up in Scotland.
Are you saying that people in Italy are not black, are not white?
Or what happened? What happened? They might be mixed race people, and people might mistake them for Sicilians.
Hold on. Before you even go there, which grandmother are you talking about?
Of James.
Yeah, on his dad's side or mum's side?
I think his dad's side, maybe.
Well, if you're talking about his dad's side, this is the woman that we're talking about, Ralph. The one from Scotland.
But on a warrant, on one of the archives, what's old, they say that he's kind of brown looking and he's he resembles his grandma. So
Yeah, and if he resembles his grandma, what I'm trying to say to you is his grandma is Scottish.
Sicilian, they say, isn't it?
Ralph, what did you read?
Sorry, like that the grandmother.
Yeah,
the
grandma.
Was the daughter of Scottish Queen? What's her name? Queen Down Margaret Tudor, and her second husband Archibald Douglas. So yeah, Archibald Douglas. Unless you're saying Archibald Douglas is some type of Sicilian, I don't think you can really point. No, that doesn't sound Sicilian to me.
Even let's even go to the grandma's parents.
Yeah, which one do you want to go to? Because Margaret Tudor is definitely white. Let's not go there, innit?
I'm trying to find this Sicilian business.
Yeah, but what we read that of where they could depict him as brown and looking like his grandma, who might.
Yeah,
Hold on. That was of the Royal Archives.
Yeah, but we got to look at languages. We got to look at the lineage. We got to look at.
What you reading
I'm
that
not
of?
denying what they've said. Listen carefully. I'm not denying what the people said, but then we have to look at all their lineages. And the more we look deeper into the lineages, it doesn't give no foreign person.
Yeah, but that's the Royal Archives.
Oh my gosh. The archives, and I'll tell you this, as I've used to work there in the forms of the archive in Kew Gardens, it's information that someone may say. Someone might say that, but does that mean that person means it? Or is it true? Doesn't mean nothing. It's just a hearsay.
So they basically so they're looking for the wrong person, basically, then.
Yeah. Whatever it is, whatever they're trying to inform. Because if you go through the lineage of the parents, it doesn't say the same thing.
Yeah, but this is what I tried to say earlier. They had a Renaissance era where they lighten the pictures of a lot of the darker people, and this is what Helen brought out.
I get where you're going, Tariq, and I know you're trying to connect the dots. I get it, but what I'm trying to say is we're going to go through the parents and go through King James lineage, and if you go through King James lineage, I'm still trying to find where it is related to black person or any form of influence of black people.
But let's be serious now. For you to be writing anything of royal enforcement for the law, because back in those days it was straight to the kingdom. It wasn't really like a government like that. So basically you have to learn how to read and write and know certain things. So the person who wrote that, they had the perfect authority to do so.
Not all the time, bruv.
Come on.
Not all the time. It's remember, archives hold documents. So if you decided to write a contract to a friend, that contract will go into the archives. So it doesn't have to be official. Not everything in the archives is official.
Yeah, but they know who their family members is. It's the Royal Archive.
Yes, I used to work there, bruv. I'm telling you this.
Yeah. But what I'm trying to show you now, what they're trying to say that is Sicilian is that the people were like mulatto, like they were like of mixed race origin. Because even the Hidden Colour said there were black people that went up into Scotland, and even the BBC done a documentary. What was they're talking about?
There was black
Hadrian's
people
Wall.
in Britain. There was black people in
Yeah.
Ireland. There
I
was
was saying
probably
that there was black people in Britain, right? But what I'm trying to explain to you, the forms of the royal lineage, it does not fixate that. Because they're already, even before King James, they're already creating hatred for black people before King James.
Yes.
So
Elizabeth was writing, was giving, was it propaganda about black people? Why would she then allow her own so-called family, who is black, to be king after that when she was writing all that stuff about black people? Like, come on, man.
That's ridiculing, and that don't make sense.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show you to you, there was a Renaissance era in it, basically, where they went
No, stop going back to there.
Can I finish? I'll let everybody else finish, man. Come on, man.
You've already said the Renaissance era before. You've
Let
already
me
said
finish
that.
then, please.
All right, cool, no
I'll let you
problem.
lot carry on and say what you're saying or whatnot. Even when the Romans came to England, all the way up into Scotland to Hadrian's Wall, there's even accounts that the Romans had black people in their army. And even when the Romans got there, they saw black people up in places like Scotland. And this is why, if you look at the maps of England, they will call it the Lancashire Moors, the Yorkshire Moors, and all them type of places, because it was black people or mixed race people all up in those type of regions. And there's
No
even
one
proof.
denies that.
There's even
That's
proof
because of
where
the
there's a
people that
book.
traveled and
There's a
landed
book
there.
called Ancient Modern Britons as well.
Yeah, but let's not play it like as if what's it called, after that these black people remained in Britain and were in royalty. You understand? That doesn't make it.
They're mixed. They're mixed
No,
people.
yeah, but let's not play it like they were in royalty, brother. Let's not do that, man. Like, come
Yes,
on,
there
man.
were.
Stop
There
it.
was clans. There's clans and certain things like that.
Oh my!
Because you have to remember, Portugal and Spain, they had the Moors up in them regions. So like at least for 300 to 400 years, from like say from the 9th and 10th century, the Moors were the people doing the most commerce, the most education, all these type of innovative things in Europe, and a lot of their descendants stayed off in.
We're talking about British royalty. We're not talking about Spanish. We're not talking about
Trying to say to you,
Portuguese. We're
they're
talking
all
about
interlinked
British.
because they go up to Britain and all these types of places. Because you have to pass Britain if you're gonna go up to northern parts of Europe.
But let's stick to kingship lineage, yeah, right. We went through the grandmother. We don't see no connection to even Europe.
What I'm saying, boy, there's 2 or 3 different pictures of James, and even the Queen somehow or the other.
Okay, okay. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Let me just land and I'll
Sorry.
answer after. 2 seconds.
Let me ask you a question. You can talk as much as you like. I'm just asking one question.
2 seconds. You don't even let me answer one question.
Yeah, I want to let you answer, but I just want you to answer this. Where was King James' body buried?
I don't know, bro. That is the one thing I do not know.
Okay.
The point I was trying to make earlier is that even with the Queen of England, with a lot of her possessions and a lot of the things what she do with the royal culture of being royal comes from Egypt. And even in the Hidden Colours documentary, it talks about some kings and certain people that went up into places like England and Scotland and all these types of things. Yeah, that's it.
All right. So, okay. Yeah, Hidden Colours now revealed that there was black people in Britain. We've already said that there was black people in Britain. We are not denying that there was no black people in Britain. Hear my lips again. No denial black people were in Britain. How now does King James I of England become a black man when you clearly see his auntie discrediting black people before, and then suddenly saying, "But my black nephew can become." Like, come on, bro, help me make it make sense.
Yeah, but well, that's what I'm trying to say to you. You have to understand the wars with the Stuarts and things like that. Because
The wars with the Stuarts.
You have to like the wars afterwards and certain things like that. Because you have to understand there's two different types of people. You have some people that are like mixed race and certain things like that. And what probably happened, the kingship fell to James basically, and his aunts and all the people. They're saying, "What? Oh, look,
The kingship dropped into. How did King James get his throne?
Can you tell me? I don't know.
What religion was King James?
Probably. I'm not sure. Either Catholic or some sort of Protestant.
Okay, he became the head of the Church of England. Yeah. The reason why Elizabeth needed to put King James into that position was that most of everyone else and his mother and all that were all Catholics, and they didn't want the England to have any form of Catholic on the throne from the lineage of Henry VIII.
Yeah, exactly, because the Romans invaded Europe, and there was all different little clans in different areas and certain things like that. This is why Scotland and places like England is totally different, with the Roman baths in certain places of England, in certain areas, if you know what I mean. And that the Irish had big wars with these people.
Oh, sorry.
Wow. Man was still making me laugh. If someone's mixed race, yeah, I want to know. If someone's mixed race, doesn't it make one of their parents black? So which one of their parents was black? Man said that grandma was dark skinned or had some dark roots, but I don't know it. That wouldn't mean that he's gonna be mixed race now. It would mean now he's different, isn't it? He's gonna be white. Yeah. So his grandma was mixed race. Yeah, that's a bit mad still. Don't know, man. It's mad.
Know what they say, innit? You could take the donkey to the water, but you can't make the donkey.
Force it. Yeah, you can't force it to drink that water.
How he gonna change it to a donkey though?
No, it's the same. It's the same.
Oh well, they say it, but they say horse over here.
Yeah.
So it just sounds weird, like him changing it to a donkey. A donkey just sounds even worse than a horse.
My mom said that even if you flock the dead horse, it will never come back to life.
Or Morano.
Uh-oh, here he go. He doing his word gymnastics now. There you go.
Charles, you do know how linguistics
goes, but where do you think the reference of Moors come from?
You see, I wish Brad was here to hear you say it. Because Brad kept saying you're going to say the Moors. Brad said you was going to say it.
Yeah, but you see if you say the Moors, yeah, are you saying the Moors are Hebrew Israelites?
Yeah, there's some Hebrew Moors that say that they are Hebrews as well.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Because you could be a Hebrew Israelite and adapt a different faith. You know what I'm saying? Like become Muslim.
But they don't say
like
that
they look at they saying that Hebrew Israelite is more of like your ethnicity or your birthright, right? So that doesn't mean that you can't adopt another.
I understand what you're saying. You can be Jew and be a Christian by origin. That's what some people try to argue.
Right, there you go. Yeah,
my
exactly.
point is like when you talk about
Rob, you
yeah,
know, the Moorish thing is that like for instance, like if you go to Saint Maurice was an Orthodox Christian, and he was fixated or called a Moor. As I said, it's just a statement, but people will try. For me, it was a period of time where the Europeans were just using it as a form of color.
where the Europeans were what?
Using it as a form of color.
Color, yeah, of course. Describing them the way they want to describe. So if what's interesting though is if the so-called the Spanish and the Portuguese were referring to black people as Moors, where did the whole Negro come in and nigger come in? Where did that come in? Why did they change from Moor to nigger if they were describing them as black in the first place? That's what I want to know.
From when something turned from good to bad. Just before they had people that they looked up to when they started to make them into slaves.
Yeah, like, and they changed the words from describing them from a Moor to describing them to be niggers or nigger or negro. That's an interesting.
No.
It is what it is. It's just, you know.
Yeah, but Tarek, yeah, you were talking about linguistics. You always use these words and say, "Oh, this word means this, and this could mean that, and whatnot." But bro, you know that linguistics doesn't work like that. You see, when you're using words like, "Oh, I've heard people say, you know, what you call negus, which means king, is another way of saying Negro." Yeah, that just because they sound etymologically, just because they sound the same doesn't mean they share the same linguistic root. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
I just gave you an example, brother.
Yeah, but what language are you talking about?
Yeah, because I hear you say, "Oh, what's it called?" Like certain words, like you're saying "dada" and "dodo" and whatnot and everything, and those just because they sound the same doesn't mean that they actually share the same linguistic root.
Let's not go back into that. That is not what I was talking about.
I know that's not what you're talking about, but you used that example.
What does it mean then? I put it in the side chat. I put something in the side chat if you're willing to read it and be honest.
What? About what? What did you put in the
If you
side
want to
chat?
go into it, I didn't bring up that subject, but I put.
I know you didn't bring up that subject. You're not.
It's done
not
by a
overstanding.
Nigerian person. It's done by a Nigerian person who goes to the University of Texas, and it tells you the real truths. And what I said the first time was never wrong.
Okay, hold on. So, what's your point though with that?
What you're talking about now?
I'm talking about linguistics. Come on, man.
Are you talking about the word Niger? And then he changed it to Dada and Dodo. That's disingenuous there, mate.
This guy, fam. I don't know what's. I heard you say it.
Try to play on people. No, mate.
I'm not playing on people, fam. Come on, man.
Be honest when you're coming to talk to me, man, and I don't hold no sort of I don't know.
No, bro. You listen. Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying because it's not emotional thing, fam. It's not emotional thing.
It is emotional thing for certain people, and I'm saying just have a clean heart. What I said was not wrong.
No, hold on. Hear what I'm saying. Hear what I'm saying in it. Yeah. In terms of when sometimes you do this, yeah, where you look at a word and you say, "Oh, what tribe?" Hold on.
You want to still walk down this road? Was I wrong in the terminology what I used and what I explained? Just because you hear people making noise, don't mean they're right.
No, I'm not hearing people making noise. I'm trying to have a conversation.
I'm saying come with proof. I came with proof. A dada is a child that is born with locks on their head. Not somebody go out their way.
That's only part of what it says.
Not somebody.
Read the whole thing.
Not somebody, but goes out their way just to do locks. It's a special thing.
Read the whole
it holds some significance. It holds significance. You understand? This is the whole point what I was trying to make about the culture, the language, the words they use.
So you're saying that if somebody has their hair unkept and it's untidy, people would not use they would not refer to their hair as dada. Only
I'm just
other people who
saying,
were
when
born
the
that way. I'm just
Rasta movement, when the
no,
Rasta
no. I'm not
movement was
talking
in
about
England,
Rasta.
and
I'm not talking.
a lot of people used to wear dreadlocks, and a lot of Nigerian and Africa people used to say that's either dada or dodo. I might have got it wrong, but it's along those words. And some people used to say it's a mad person hairstyle.
Yes, because
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but I'm explaining to you where it comes from.
So
The
what I
idea-
said the first time was not wrong.
What did you say that was?
Yeah.
We disagree with. I didn't even hear
Yes,
what
you lot did. You lot make a big bangarang and what
No,
they call
because
it.
you said that dada. From what I can remember you saying, I'm trying to. You said that dada is a mad person hairstyle, and I'm
Yeah.
saying to you, no, that is.
I'm not saying no. I'm saying that when African people saw West Indian people in England with their hairstyle doing Bob Marley and all them type of things.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
They say,
and
that's a
I'm
mad
saying to
person
you that
hairstyle.
where did those black people get that origin? Where did they get that
It's
idea
from
from?
Yoruba land. It's from Yoruba land.
And where did the Europars get it from?
It's within their culture.
No, it's not
say
in
they-
their culture because
It
if
is
they
in
had,
their culture.
hold on,
They
I'm
do.
trying to tell you
They
something,
have the
bro.
word
Because I
dada.
have people in.
They have the
Hold
word
on,
dada.
no,
Explain that it's only if a child is born like that.
a
Oh
child.
They say it's a
God.
mad person hairstyle.
No, because hold on, the idea you're conflating
Can
two
you show me
different
a
things
link to
now.
where you're
You're
getting your
conflating
information from?
the idea of
Can you
what's
show
it
me a
called.
link?
No, hold on, bro. Come on,
I
man.
show links. I show receipts. That's the
Yeah,
whole
I
thing.
know
Why
you show receipts. No
But
problem.
can you let him finish his point though, Torek?
I don't talk
Like,
on emotion. Can you show me some receipts?
can you let him finish and then he can do that afterwards? But like, don't.
Ralph, stick to the linguistics part that you was trying to get through.
Yeah, I was trying to make it. It's simple, isn't it? Like,
Don't use that information as to explaining it. Get something else what he does.
okay. I can't necessarily think of one right now, but in the past I've heard him say certain things like, "Oh, this word sounds similar to this word," and it's like Britain now. Britain sounds similar to a Hebrew word, and so therefore he come up with the idea that Britain is a Hebrew word.
Is it me or is it black people doing these things, or is there white people that agree and they've put these things out? Well, it's not the fight. Britain can call itself whatever the hell it like. It is what it is. You have to understand.
So Britain's a
I've
Hebrew
heard
word.
him do. I've heard him do that stuff. Negri, Negra, the stuff.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Garifuna. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes.
2 seconds. You have to understand where a lot of languages get their mother tongue from, and a lot of the Latin and all these Germanic languages.
This is history.
A lot of these Latin and Indo. You have to understand who the people are, or who you're using these languages. They're called Indo-European. They got like a modern version of a type of Sanskrit language. So when you understand the mother tongue of certain people's language from the Latin, you will understand Spanish, French, and English. If you go a bit further out now, from the Shemitic languages, the Hamitic languages, and certain things like that, some of the Greek words and certain things like that, it will all come back off of Sanskrit, because those people are called Indo-European people. So they carry a language group, if you know what I'm saying. People in Nigeria, just like the people in Nigeria that share a Niger-Congo-Varian language.
Okay, but are you saying now that what you understand to be in the Hebrew is of a Indo-European origin?
As well.
Huh?
As well, yeah.
Okay, so I don't know about that in it, but let's just go with that argument for instance. Yeah.
I even asked Sam Maroon the other day. I didn't even know it myself. I thought, let me just try this exercise because this man tried it. So I even just asked him just for exercise. I didn't even know the word in Arabic, and I explained to him what is the word for a high spiritual teacher who guides people and certain things like that. And he came up with the word alum, and the word what is that? Oh, I forgot the other word. That means high teacher. And if you go to places like Asia where they also speak Sanskrit languages, like Indo-Aryan languages and all that type of thing. They call like a high spiritual teacher a Brahma. The Buddhists call them lamas, and in the Arabic word for a high spiritual teacher is alum. So I look at the.
And those sound the same to you?
Does that sound the same?
Yeah, but they get changed after time because it's not the original Sanskrit language, but they come off the
Do
same.
they sound close to you? Abrum and Abrama?
Languages. The Indo-Aryan languages. So take for instance Aryans or Indo-Aryans.
Okay.
They're in places like Iraq. They're in all in the places of the Middle East. These are the events where the Bible is talking about and the type of culture what the people have. So take for the instance with the Jews and Christians, they do their calendar of the sun. And the sun is
What do you no stick with the Illumina Abram?
With the Arabian people in that area that have the culture, they go by the seasons or the.
But why are we talking about a calendar?
They go by the
You
seasons
were talking about linguistics.
The moon. They go.
Well, why are you talking about that? This over talking people doesn't make it make any more sense. All you like to do is just go on all these different topics to make people forget what the hell you're supposed to be saying.
You have the sun god. This is why in
Chatting
Islam
shit.
they show you the moon
I
crescent.
got staff meeting to go to. I got staff meeting to go to.
You sure?
Yeah, I got 8 minutes.
Let's do.
Yeah,
Virtual working, baby.
So these people speak the Indo-Aryan language, and that's the area. And these people share certain cultural beliefs and certain, if you know what I mean, like this same people just carry
So
on. certain
Alum and
cultures.
Abrama don't sound alike to me. Alum and Abrama, they don't sound alike.
Alama, like Isa,
Ala-
Lama. Isa, Lama, Islam, the teachings of Isa.
No, Isa Lama.
No, it doesn't mean teachers of Esau.
What?
What does Isa mean in Islam?
You want to say Isa is Jesus, right? That's what you want to say. Jesus, teachings of Jesus. So that's what you want to tell me. That's what Islam means. Teachings.
It's not Isa. It's Islam. It's not Isa Lama. What are you doing? It's just ISL.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to show you, this is the modern way
Not
how to say
Isa.
Islam. Yeah, but this is our sort of European tongue.
But nobody says Islam.
Isalama.
Nobody says Islam.
Aluma is a high teacher. That's how you have a lama, a Brahma. High
Okay, so
teachers. The teachers of Isa.
Terry, this is an example of
Lama.
what he was talking about right here. He's saying Islam, but nobody says Islam. I'm an Islam.
We
I
don't
practice
say it. We don't
Islam.
say it. Those are the
No.
people pronounce it in those regions. We're talking with a modern European sort of tongue now, so we just say Islam.
Okay, well show us where they pronounce what they call Islam, Islam.
You have to break.
Show us.
This is what I'm trying
Show
to say.
us.
When you learn linguistics, you learn how they put words
You
together.
do learn linguistics.
Show us.
You learn
Yes, I have
linguistics,
been.
yeah?
What's the problem now? I've
No,
been
but
learning Sanskrit. I've been learning Asia Tamil. I've been learning Mayan. I've been learning Arawak. I've been learning Garifuna. I've been learning Spanish. I've been
yeah,
learning
just
Latin.
like you. Hold on. Just like you said the other day, there was Cameroonians that speak Tamil.
Yeah, there is.
When I checked it up, yeah, there was a guy. This is, and you know, what's that? There's a website. There's a web page called Corona, or what's it called, or Cura, or whatever it's called. Yeah, and they do answers or whatnot. Yeah, it's not a proper professional, you know, not professional, non scholastic page or whatnot. Yeah, but I looked at one of the answers, and one of the people in the answer section, he claimed to be a linguistic, and he said he is of Tamil origin, and he said that himself, that this idea of it coming from a Tamil origin, from what I can remember, he was saying that it doesn't equate to the fact that it's a Tamil thing, and even then the video itself is not very accurate and whatnot and everything. The things that they're saying, it's not something that I would verify as there were so many things he said that was wrong about it for people to jump to the conclusion that it's Tamil.
It's very near to it, though, isn't it?
No, Baba. He said that video
There was a
itself is
video.
very.
There was a video where they broke down all the words like ants. The
No,
sound.
he said that
Yes,
he
they
said
did.
he said
Yes,
the
they
guy
did. Yes, they did. And they showed you two little
Torah.
children running about, and there's certain words that they say, and they say the same word. And the reason why what you might be, even I denied it at first. But when
Nah,
you look at,
hold on, man. Don't do that, man.
type into,
Don't
if
do
you
it.
type
Oh yeah, I
into
denied
Google,
it. So
if you type
when I
into
when I
Google, if you type into Google, it will tell you the mother of all languages now, where they might have a connection of different things like that. It's like Sanskrit or ancient Tamil. I'm not saying there's not ancient other languages from that, but this is the only one what they've noticed at the moment, where Tamil can even link to some of the Mayan words and all these type of things. And I've even noticed a lot of even some of the Congo-Farian ones can even date back to some of the Asian Taino words and certain things like that. But these people are saying, look, the connection is that these people got a Tamil or a ancient Sanskrit language.
Tarek, the guy specifically said, I can't like you. Maybe I'll find a link and tell you what this person was saying, but that is not scholastic. The guy, he said the person in the video was being biased and that he was
Why
coming.
they're being biased?
Come on, man, bro. Come
What
on,
is there
bro.
to be biased about? This is the whole thing. Like, it don't make sense. What is there to be biased about if there's a
Because
connection?
random want to say that Tamils came first, bro. That's the point.
No, it's not Tamils that come first. It's a language that's called Tamils. Don't look at the people what you see
That's
today.
what.
What they call
That's what them
Listen,
man are trying to say, though. That's not. That's not how. That's not how it's gonna come.
2 seconds,
Come on,
please.
bro.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Don't look at the people what you see there what call themselves Tamils to be the end and all of what a Tamil supposed to look.
But this is what the man was
if you
saying
understand.
that he was coming
It's just
with.
a modern terminology to say, look, this is what the word is in today's language and the
But
connection of a
no.
lot of different people's languages.
Oh,
That's all
man,
it
come
is.
on,
It's
man.
not that
Come on,
these
bro.
people.
Bro.
They're saying at one time everybody
Bro.
spoke the same language. This is the whole point what they're trying to show.
Bro, you can go. The thing is with doing this YouTube and scholarship, YouTube scholarship
Yeah,
or
but you don't even look at languages, Bridget, before you try and
I don't look at language, but I know I'm not of
I
linguistics.
said
But a
I've
guy
looked
who's
at this. I know
claimed
this language. I know this for a while
a
now.
guy,
Basically, I'm
a
actually looked in
guy,
it before I try and disgrace it. Basically, in a
a
sense like that.
guy
Go and
who
look at it
said,
first and
a
relax.
guy who said that he's seen the video, he studies linguistics himself, has said that this is not something that you can come to the conclusion of, brother. Like this is what he's saying.
Type in. Then, what is the mother of all languages?
No problem. I've heard it before. It's not
Type it in.
something
Just
I've
type
never
it in,
heard. Tamils,
and we go from
that the
there.
people suggested Tamils the mother
Just
of
type
their
it in
language.
and tell me what it is.
They're gonna say Sanskrit, yeah.
And I'm not being funny. The Bantu,
You should subscribe to Asar Imhotep website YouTube channel.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to say, don't look at the people you see there today to say that, oh yeah, these are the exact people. No, there was a multitude of different races of people.
And how old are they? I'm
Sorry.
1500.
Try to subscribe to Asar Imhotep's website. I mean, on YouTube channel.
Come to some proper knowledge.
He's a linguist. But you didn't even let me finish. See?
You told me. Don't tell me about another man. What him say?
Wait, aren't you relaying someone's research right
now?
now?
I want you to say, look,
aren't you relaying someone's research right now?
I want you to say.
No, I'm saying because he has. Okay, so
I want you to say, Torah. I've looked at it myself, and this is my conclusion.
And I can't recall everything because he's a doctorate level.
It's not that hard. It's not that hard. I'll be honest. It's not that hard.
Yes, it is.
I'm nobody. I'm a nobody.
He breaks down linguistics on a number of different topics. He breaks down linguistics on a number of different topics. So you can remain in the dark. This is not only this is not a conversation between melanated and Torah. This is on a YouTube channel where people actually come to learn. Right? People come to learn. So anyone that interested, Asar Imhotep, he's a doctorate level linguistics, and he breaks down the origins, the etymology, on a number of different things, a number of different papyri and so forth. He goes into the different trees, language trees of what's affiliated and what, like the mother language to this language, way beyond my comprehension. But I was just sharing the information. But it's 12 o'clock and I got to go to a meeting. Yeah, but I got to go to my staff meeting.
Yeah.
Right, peace.
Yo, Veli. Yo.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you still. I can hear you. What's going on?
I don't know if y'all can hear me.
I can hear you.
Let me
I can hear you.
refresh.
Can you hear
Hold
me?
on, hold on.
Yeah. Yo, what's going on? Yeah, Tarek needs to go check that out because when it goes, the mother of all languages, it goes as far back as 1500 BC, which is and they're only relating it to Indo-Europeans. They're not relating it to the Japanese languages. They're not relating it to the African languages. They're relating it to what you call Indo-European languages. So it's not the mother of all languages. It's just the mother of Indo-European languages. That's the truth. Yep. I don't know if Tarek heard that, but that's when you go and look into it. Yeah, it has nothing to do with what you call African languages, Tarek. Like that's you see what we need to do. We need to actually go look properly in it. Cause when I clicked that up here and I looked in it, it straight away said, what's it called? What did it say? Let me get up again. It said, what did it say? What did it say? What did it say? So it says Sanskrit, yeah, the mother of all languages. So Sanskrit is one of the official languages of India and is popularly known as classical language of the country. Considered to be the mother of all languages, it belongs to the Indic group of the language family of the Indo-European and its descendants, which is Indo-Iranian and Indo-Aryan. So people that you're referring to as Indo-European and Indo-Aryan, they are not of African origin. So
So what about hold on? So what
sorry,
about ancient Tamil now?
is that what you want me to go to now? Ancient Tamil, yeah?
No, but I've just said to you what a computer would say, but I'm saying the Tamil language is much older than the Sanskrit language.
Okay, so let me go to ancient Tamil then. Let me go to ancient.
The person broke down all them words. They're showing you the culture, that how the words change a long time. Just because you see these people, don't think that they're not black people as well. That's what I'm trying to show you, brother.
Torah. It doesn't say that at all. It doesn't say that these people were the person. Let me see if I can find what's it called. Was it the Morad like mountains or something like that?
My brother, their culture, they tell you that the Naga are the first people of the planet who are black people. Yeah, that's their story. They will tell you that plain and simple.
Let me see. Tamils.
Possibly, the Nagas are the first tribe of mankind, and that's in their language.
So it says. So this is from Quora. Yeah. Have any Cameroon scholars validated the claims that the people of Madara Mountains speak a deformed version of the Tamil language?
So what does Madara mean?
I don't know what Madara means, but what's that got to do with the point of?
What I'm trying to say now, look up the people who the ethnic group in that area and see what language they're coming from and see what they say what Madara is.
Okay, so this is
what
a.
I show you that
Hold on.
done all of the things.
Okay, let me get to the person I read this from. Okay. Okay, so this is the person.
Nagaland is in Bangladesh. The Vinga Kingdom conquered Sri Lanka.
Wait, hold on. I'll be back still.
No, just reading the comments. Just reading the comments. Cuneiform text was invented by Idris. Enoch was the first man to write alphabets. Sorry. You still there? Yeah, so like, don't look at the people. Just look at the knowledge, man. That same linguist took time out, man, and actually looked and researched and backed up and looked at all different things, and he broke it down like certain things where they're saying catch this or run this way, do this. The ancient Tamil words, and they're just showing you, look, there's something different what's going on.
Wait, what's this article on
But it's also showing
Tutankhamun?
you.
What are you
Hold
trying
on,
to say?
2 seconds. I asked if you're there and you didn't hear nothing.
No,
Like
because I went to toilet
they
quick.
also show you. Allow this, man. This is what I'm trying to say. People don't do it. It's not people not sincere right now, man. They're just working off emotion. If it's an Indo-Aryan language, what is right next to them? Not Egypt and them type of place. The Mediterranean and all them type of places. The ancient bones, what they find in the Europe and all them type of things. Yeah, sorry.
Okay, let's see. So this is what this guy said, yeah. He said, I am a native Tamil Nadu, yeah. Few months before, I watched some videos made by the person who had made the videos regarding the connection between the Cameroons and the Tamils. Can you hear me, Torah?
Yeah, McKenna, yeah.
Yeah. Superficially, his research may look excellent, but many things he said have been serious flaws in them. I should say have very similar serious flaws in them. When we attempt to do research on history, we need to first ask a question: am I doing this research to know what is true or to prove my premature random conclusion? Cultural bias and ethnocentric pride are the biggest enemies of historical research. If you already believe that you are the race of or language is superior to the rest of the world, then you will certainly end up distorting the research. More importantly, when you have basic premises of your historical research wrong, then your work will end up being a interesting fiction rather than the honest research. I'll give you one example of the very serious flaw that I noticed in his video. Tork, you said you watched the video, yeah? Yeah, he said, I watched a video where he was claiming that Buddha spoke Tamil. He was trying to
Right. No. I want to hear about Africa.
Yeah, don't worry.
No, I don't want to hear this from this man. This man sound bitter and sour.
Okay, no problem. No
Man
problem. Let me
sound
see.
bitter and sour like lime, man.
Okay, no problem, man. It comes bitter and sour, but he's telling you as a native
He sound
Tamil.
disgruntled. He
Okay,
sound
no problem.
disgruntled, man.
So he said,
hasn't pulled out
okay.
no.
So
sorry.
he
Sorry,
said,
go on.
I would suggest that a person making this video look at making these videos to learn these books, Anthropology for Dummies and Linguistics for Dummies. When you learn some basic linguistics,
You have to look at them certain. You know better, bruv. Come on, man. You know better than
he
that,
sounds
man.
disgruntled, yeah?
Do you know who that person sound? That scientific method, man. Come on, man.
No problem. No problem.
Come on,
No
man.
problem. No problem, man.
So what did he find wrong? He tried to say Buddha couldn't speak Tamil, or an ancient form of Tamil Nadu.
Let me just flick through it and see where he gets to the part so that we don't waste time in it.
Hey, be honest, man. This is why I said you have to look at yourself, brother. Say, all right, then let me try and see the people language and all these types of things. There's nothing biased about it, man. You know what I mean? That man just sound like scientific method cousin or somebody. Just
Yeah, that man's an idiot. I can't believe I'm hearing this.
They're in their feelings, their feelings.
So, Torok, you keep walking away from the mic still.
They're in their
Torok,
feelings.
Torok, Torok. Torok. Yo, Torok. How am I shouting your name and you're singing in the background? Man, fuck this, man. Who's in the chat? Big Arts is here. Really, Big Arts is in the back chat.
Tell the man that's bad, man.
These man wanted to boycott the G Block. They weren't ready for the G Block. Now they're ready now. You get me?
You get me? And there's other connections.
Okay, Torok, yeah.
Yeah.
You see, with linguistics of Sanskrit, yeah, does it end with M? Huh?
Some of them. You have to understand people have different accents and certain things, and they spell words differently and that type of thing. But it's how they put the words together, like how you would say photosynthesis or something to say that it's physical. If you know what I mean, they put like physiologist or something like that to make it. You know what I mean? That's how they build the word. It's the same thing like in the Tamil words, how they build the words up together to make certain meaning. That's why they say, look, that's a mother tongue. But it's not saying like but it showed you like there's a similar language what nearly everybody could understand at one point in time. Because this geezer even went into the Mayans and the things he broke down, I thought shit. But then he showed the Cameroonians, I was like, what the fuck? Then he showed even the Moors, and he showed Egypt, and they showed you about the llamas, the Brahma, the culture, the actual meaning of the Mabatara story, and all these type of things. Like it's very deep history, and it goes back to what maybe the Bible probably goes back to what the Bible has remixed as like the Book of Enoch. Because like it goes back to the same area, Babylonia, Mesopotamia, and all them type of place there. Petra, yeah, all them place. Because if you look at the architecture of the Mauritanian people and certain things, you can see it's either coming that architecture is coming from the Middle East. It's not really West Africa like that. And you look at the culture, what were they famous for? Trade, getting things from the Middle East, Asia, and other places, and trading. And it goes to show you with even Egypt and those places, they had a relationship. Ethiopia and them places, they have a relationship. This is where you even get the word Negas and all them type of words there. All them type of word them, man.
Yeah, Torok, like I said, yeah, you can't just say that words that sound similar are of the same origin, brother. That is not how linguistics works.
So what's an Igo?
Sorry?
What's an Igo?
I don't know what's a naga. What's a naga?
Where do you take that word from? I told you in the Mabatara story, which is a story older than Christianity and all the type of things, it said the Nagas, and even the Chinese talk about the Nagas. Sometimes they depict them as dragons, they just show you that they're a bit racist. But the Hindus or the original Buddhists, they will tell you about the Nagas were the original first race
of human beings on the planet.
So you're saying that
So this is
there was a
why.
group of people called the
No,
Nagas.
2 seconds. This is why when you look up Buddha, he has kinky hair, like the Bantu, or he has China bump hair. You don't see normal quote unquote Chinese people with them type of hairstyle there. I.e., look at Krishna. They call him the bluish blackish boy. So he was a very black person, and he wear dreadlocks and all that type of thing.
So all I'm saying is, yeah, your argument is that Naga was reference to a group of people who were supposedly discriminated upon because of their race or their look, and this is what later becomes what you call nigger. Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying it's maybe not too sure to be really realistic, but I'm showing you that look, there's a word that's been used to describe the first people on the planet. First human beings, first race of people. They're saying, look, they're black people, i.e., like the Dravidians, the Aboriginal Australians, the people in Kenya, the people in literally everybody was black. The oldest bones they find in the Mediterranean is Negroid. But it don't just look at the people what you see there modern day and say, yeah, because it's them people. Nah, I don't like it. No, things change after a while. They even tell you that they had an invasion from a light-skinned people from the north that came in.
But come on, Torek, yeah, Torek, yeah, come on, man. Like, we're talking about language here. We're not talking about whether or not a man was invading, man, and became like. We're just talking about. I don't know much about linguistics, but the little I know, you cannot assume that because a word sounds similar to another one word, that therefore they have the same linguistic origin.
But what they're describing the same thing.
Sorry?
What about they describing the same thing?
I don't know if they're describing the same thing, innit? Like that's just your assumption, innit?
Yeah, but what about if they're describing the same thing?
You're just that's your assumption, brother. Like you said that Narco was describing the race of people.
There is that. I'm just saying, what about if there is that?
Brother,
Exactly.
I don't know if they're describing the same thing. You're telling me that they're describing the same thing. But just because okay, cool. They're describing the same thing, right? How now does that mean that they're from the same origin now? Do you not have to trace it back and show definitively they are from the same origin?
They're saying to you the black people are the first people of the planet, innit? So at one point we spoke nearly enough the same language. After a while, words change, different words change, and all these types of things.
So were black people calling themselves Naga?
Not too sure.
Yeah?
I'm not too sure. Because in Ethiopia, there's somebody called Nagashi.
So what Nagashi means black then, or what? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Or something like that, but you could use it as a name.
So come close to the mic because I can't hear you properly.
I'm saying it could mean king, it could mean black person. I don't know. It's like I'm saying.
But that's my point, innit? Like it could be this, it could be that. You don't know for definite, so you have to be able to trace it back. And when you mean tracing it back, bro, it like you said, you use
in Egypt they talk about the Negus.
The who?
Negus.
So what does the Negus mean?
What I'm trying to say is this, like, it's saying a certain type of people, fam. This one I'm trying to show you.
How do you know this Negus means a certain type of people?
It's describing a certain type of people, innit? Basically, the same thing in the Bible. They said, look, that one they will call.
If I type up Negus, is it going to be talking about a specific group of people?
It's in the Egyptian language. They talk about they say Nabuti, and they also talk about the Negus. Could mean king again, or it could be somebody black, or a group of people.
It could, but you don't know the meaning.
Yeah, but I'm saying they're still using this N-word and all these types of things, and I'm saying, look, these are the first people on the planet.
No, Why would the black people describe themselves as black if they already know they're black? That doesn't make any sense.
So there's nothing else right with black around them except for themselves.
If everything around, like you said, if everything around them is just black, why would they want to be describing themselves as black?
I'm saying it's a certain type of people. It could be a title of some sort.
Say that again.
I'm saying it could be identity or it could be a title of some sort.
No, but okay, bro. I don't think you could. Like you're saying in it, you're not sure. And if you're not sure, and I'm telling you, I'm definitely not sure. But that's not how linguistics works, in it. So you can't just assume that because you're what's it called? It sounds the same, therefore it has the same origin. Especially if you're not sure what the meaning is.
You show me some linguistics. You show me some linguistics then that work.
I don't know anything about linguistics. I just told you, Baba.
Fight me then when I try to make something work, then you don't know yourself.
No, but don't make something work. That doesn't make any
don't know.
sense.
Because you don't know, I should not know now.
Brother, I'm not trying to argue with you. If you can prove it to me,
Look, this, that, and the other, and all you have
you can
to say,
prove it to me definitively, rather than just saying,
when you
look,
actually look
this
at
sounds the
yourself,
same.
Then talk to me. This is what I'm saying. When you look at yourself, then talk to me.
All right, no problem.
Because at the end of the day, just
No
language,
problem.
at the end of the day, just words.
No
Because
problem.
nobody's fate lies on it, you know what I mean?
Fake what?
I said nobody's fate lies on these words like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. That's it.
So did you watch the video?
No, I didn't. But it was interesting that you mentioned that. So I was going to go do some research to see whether or not they had any information. Now, and fair enough. There are people.
See what you say.
Hold on. I was going to say fair enough. Yeah, there are historians who will purposely, not want to look into certain information because they have a bias in it.
I'm saying, but look at the information, no?
Okay, what's your point?
I'm just saying, just look at what you and check it for yourself. That's all we're saying.
So I check it for myself now, and then what? Everyone says that Tamil is now the oldest language in the world. Is that what you're trying to tell me? Linguistically and all that stuff, innit?
One of many, but are old.
So the one of many. It's not one of. If it's one of many, then which one is older? Which one is the oldest language then? If it's not Tamil.
Some say the Bantu one.
So the Bantu is the oldest one. So if you go back even further, hold on. If you go back in even further,
with the Bantu one, they're linking it up with the Tamil as well.
If you go back even further, though, the Bantu will show that it has an origin or a similar origin with the Tamil. If you go back even further, when you're taking Tamil and Bantu.
Why say that?
Yeah.
Why say that?
Why say that? Because if everything has to come from one source, just like you would argue that there was a creator that's the one source in it.
Yeah.
So obviously, when group of people move out away from each other, they develop a new they might change certain ways of saying certain words or whatnot and everything. So this is what I'm saying. If you go back further enough, you'll be able to see where it changed and whatnot, and what happened and what led to what we know today as these groups of people. But when you said in the first place that Indo-Aryan is one of the oldest, no, it's not Indo-Aryan, Indo-European, sorry, it's one of the oldest languages in the world, or it's the oldest origins of all the languages in the world. I went to go check it up. Like I said, it said Sanskrit, but when it went to it, it said that it dates back to 1500 BC. Now we know that 1500 BC is like Middle Kingdom today in Egypt. So how would the Middle Kingdom, how a language that was traces back to the Middle Kingdom give rise to all the languages that we know today in the world. And even when it went down further, it said Europe, it said Japanese and African wasn't included in that list.
Yeah, but this one to show you that the other this man, he's showing you, look, no, it's not really Sanskrit, it's the oldest, it's Tamil, or whatever the Tamil language is. He said, look, this is actually the oldest one. The only reason why it gets that glory is because of the Aryans and all them type of things like that. But realistically, they are
Let's say for argument's sake.
Two seconds. At this point in time, they're literally mixed as a people, if you know what I mean. But it's really the Aryan language or the Indo-Sanskrit, but has traveled a lot, because you have to look at the places and the times. You have places like Mesopotamia, you had places like Petra and all them other little places and things like that, what was popping in that time, and Egypt. And this is where you can see the similarities with the cultures of the people that are sharing certain things. This is why I went back to the Abrahamic faith with the word Abraham and Brahma.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah. Some people worship the sun, some people worship the
Tarek, you talk too far away from the mic. But Brad, what were you saying?
Hey, man, I wanted to ask you something, bro. You were reading that thing about because Tarek always brings up the people in Cameroon speaking Talmud.
Yeah.
What was the guy saying? Because he cut you off. I wanted to know what he was saying, because I always wondered. I've never heard of the thing, so it's like you seem like you had a source or something that was going to address
just look at the video. Just look at the video for yourself.
I'll listen. I'll put the source in the back chat. Yeah.
Thank you.
But basically, the guy was if you scroll down to you'll see one. I think it's the top comments. Yeah. The guy says it clear there, innit? Like there is no when you're doing linguistics.
Yeah.
This is that he said, I'm a native Tamil speaker. That he said that what's it called? The guy in the video was just doing confirmation biases, and it sounded like he was just trying to confirm something that he wants to be true so badly. And this is he said that there's books that you can go to, linguistics for dummies or anthropology for dummies, and they will explain to you why what he's talking about doesn't make any sense. He went into even things about how basically Sanskrit ends with most Sanskrit languages or neuters or nouns or whatever they're called ends with M. So you can't literally say that also called these languages or the ones that he was referring to in the video are off because they didn't even sound like that. So it was just interesting, like why someone like that who's would say such a thing in it. So I'm not taking his thing to be gospel, because obviously like you try to be intellectually honest, but
I think that guy was kind of biased.
Yeah, that's but you're gonna say that you're gonna say that.
Hold on 2 seconds. Just look at the video and research the words yourself. This one kind of say like.
So the words actually mean the same thing, though. Like the words that this guy said, do they mean exactly the same thing?
Yeah.
All right. So what's the word?
Even the name of that place where it's called M or something like that. It means something like sand mountains or something like that, or dirt mountains or something like that, and that's the same word they use for their place.
Okay, so that's one word. One word.
What happened? They were little children, but were just walking around as normal, not really doing anything. They were just talking their Cameroonian language, and little things what they were saying like catch or do this or the thing what they called the red.
What was the Cameroonian language they were speaking? What's that known in that area?
They talk about it in it's a Congo, it's like a Bantu language, and they talk about it in the video in great detail.
What's up, Con?
What's up, Brad? What's up, Turok? What's up, Raf?
Yeah, what's saying, man? Yeah, nothing, man. Yeah, Tarek. All I was saying
I was wondering, like, I go by the out of Africa theory, yeah. I think DNA evidence and archaeological evidence and everything sort of backs that up.
Yeah.
I was just wondering, like, I was asked the panel, like, this other theory, like, you know what Turok and them lot come with this South American kind of like being origin or India or whatever. Like, do these not have any scientific backing for their thing, or is it no?
No.
Or is this like an old wives' tale or something?
Yeah,
No,
it's
like
like a wise tale.
so what part of Africa did life start?
It would be the Horn.
South
Khan.
Africa, isn't it?
No,
Yo, yo.
they say that it's out of all of Africa. So when they even talk about the
Well, no,
Horn,
they say
or
the
they talk about
oldest body. They said the oldest body on the
But
continent was found
Raf,
around
ain't
the
there
Horn.
ain't there a point? Raf,
Hold
ain't
on.
there a point where people went to the west? They separated off and went to the west.
Khan is the Horn of Africa in South Africa.
No, it's like right. No, it's the southern part
No,
of the
I
Horn of
heard
Africa.
that South Africa was where life started, and when people moved up, like closer to Egypt, let's say, halfway along the way, certain people separated off and went west. So there's like a
Yeah,
split.
it's like a split. The E1B1A, E1B1. Excuse me, one second. E1B1A and E1B1B splits, and you see one goes up to North Africa to the Horn, and then one goes through Central Africa to the west. So yeah, I seen a map on
That's
that.
how I know it, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, and then they talk about various groups that left the continent to go that came around the world, but that was like thousands of years ago. It wasn't like Greco-Roman period. You feel me? Yeah.
So like what I was gonna ask then, like carrying on from that, is if someone wants to come up with an alternative belief, like if someone like Turok, for example, is offering an alternative, like, and it wasn't based on any science, but it was, what purpose would it actually serve to believe that?
Turok is an
like
EBA.
obviously,
Turok is
it
EBA.
reasonable to believe what he's saying?
No, Turok is EBA.
Well, I
So
believe-
when you
well,
deal
I
with
believe-
EBA, when you deal
Well,
with
you can't
EBA
talk for
people,
Torah, Brad.
I
You
am
can't
though.
talk for
I am though.
Torah.
But when you do the EBA, when
There's
Turok
a
being an
box in me,
EBA though, when Turok being an EBA, it's kind of tough to like really engage him. But go ahead, Turok.
I know you like talking in third person for people.
No. I said you like to. I said you're an EBA. That was it. But I would say you go ahead and finish.
I'm just saying that there's certain people saying, look, life started all different parts of the world and certain things like that. So it's not safe to say everybody comes from a certain set of people in a sense like that.
But that's exactly what people say though.
This is what they say. There's a common ancestor what we all probably share, but it comes from the Horn of Africa. And that's what European scientists go off, because European scientists say that life started in the Horn of Africa. But obviously you can see there's things in South Africa were probably very much older. But not to
Like
say
what?
everybody
Like what?
came out of South
Like
Africa,
what?
though.
You do know the Khoisan weren't in South Africa originally. They were like in Central, like Zimbabwe, Zambia, and Namibia, right? You know that, right?
The thing is now then, they're probably people, because they say the Aboriginal people were the first people to leave Africa, and those people would be classed as Polynesians or Aboriginal Australians.
No, they wouldn't be the first people. I think there was more than one set of people that directly left Africa and went to wherever they were. And then there was a different set of people that slowly diffused out of Africa, maybe stayed in the Arabian Peninsula for a while, and then went out to the Fertile Crescent near Persia, and from there up to like Sumeria. There's all different peoples that left Africa, innit?
Yeah.
But that's why it's called the out of Africa theory, innit? Because everyone come out of Africa, including Neanderthals and everyone, basically.
So Khan, which one is the oldest?
Yeah, like, I'm not obsessed with this. I'm not obsessed with this. Who's the oldest and who's the original and all that. Like, I'm not really obsessed with it.
I'm not saying that I am right, but I'm just saying, what do you think?
Like, there was a nice video that Veli showed the other day when it had the family tree of human genetics, and you can see that from the Africans, like 5 different branches branched out. So that when you look at, for example, India, you can see that the Mongols, like the Mongoloid, dark, highly melanated people, that were one of the first to leave Africa and directly move to, let's say, the Siberian kind of like places where there was like ice and that. Like, they went from Africa straight to there. Now, by the time they got to India, there was a different branch of people that made it there. So then them 2 people met in Africa, in India. So these Dravidians, they were coming from Sumeria, same as the Aryans, they were coming from Sumeria. But the thing is, they came at different times. So the Aryans come much after the Dravidians. That's why they came almost like white people. because by the time they got there, they were white. The Dravidians got there earlier; they were still containing a bit of melanin. The Mongols got there before. The Mongols got to Asia before all of them, so they're even more melanated than them. So you can see it on a time frame, innit? Who's exposed to that kind of? Sorry.
The Mongols came out of Africa as well.
Yeah, the Mongols went directly from Africa straight to literally northern China.
Right up to the snow.
Huh? What's he saying?
I'm just saying, like, they went right up into the snow areas from Africa.
Yeah. So obviously, because they were hunter-gatherers, they had the skill set to survive in that area. No one else could have survived there apart from them. They were hunter-gatherers, innit? They weren't relying on farming at all. Not even in a slight way. Whereas most people, they'll either be hardcore farmers or a combination of farming, hunter-gathering to make ends meet.
And they changed color because of the Ice Age.
Well, that's what they said. The body adjusts. The human body will adjust to things it doesn't need. So, like, you know, if you live in an area.
You got to remember, like, even in the video that Veli showed, it shows that there was a great amount of sunlight deflected from the snowy surface that keeps them darker for a longer period of time. So it's like if you compare Irish people to Swedish people, they're white as each other, but for some reason with Swedish, when they go sunbathing, they can brown up. You get me? Like, even though they're as white as the Irish, they can brown up because where they come from, once you step out onto the snow, a lot of the sun's deflected from the snow up onto you, so you're still getting a lot of sun.
That's fake tan.
No, man, Swedish
No,
can
no.
tan.
Wait.
Irish have got no melanin. Maybe they got some freckles, a few little freckles or something.
Khan, I can feel it. Torak's about to start trolling, so I would just stop. Let's change the subject.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's just change the subject.
Are you saying blonde people tan?
There are blonde people that can tan.
The blonde gene actually comes from darker people. So, like Mongols, for example, their children are always born blonde, and they darken up after. So that blonde gene isn't supposed to really stay with you throughout your whole life. It's something that even if you see with animals, for example, animals are born different and then they like gradually change color as they get older. Like same with humans, isn't it? Like their children are always born with a recessive gene showing, like blonde hair or blue eyes or whatever. And like people as they get older, like me and my sister, we was born blonde, didn't it? Because we're Turkish and we got that Mongol kind of connection in our DNA, innit? Like, because our family is J2, so we go back to like the Uzbek Turks. So we got that blondness in us. But straight Chinese people or Indians or black people might not show that. Get me? Like it might be there hidden, but it doesn't present itself. It doesn't show itself.
When our hair is in the sun for very long, it will turn different color.
Yeah,
Say
they
that
talk
again?
about there's like white people who like can be in the sun for period of times and their eye color. What do you? Never mind.
I said there's certain
I
black
dunno.
people, but if the hair is out in the sun for a very while and certain things like that, it changes the.
Well, let's get something straight. That function of the body to release the melanin and make someone darker is there in black people as well. Like it's not like just white people are white and then when they go in the sun they get brown. Black people, when they're in England for a long period of time, you see that they're lighter,
They
innit?
get lighter,
And then
yeah.
when they go home, they get darker. So that ability
And redhead people,
is
they can't really
something
say
humans have.
things. This is why they need
Redhead
sunblock,
people.
all those type of things. Yeah, blondes and redhead people, they need it the most because they're very they don't have hardly any melanin in them. Like they can't really tan in the
Well,
sun.
they
and
have
all
something called e-melanin. Was it e-melanin? I think that's what white people have.
They have
Yeah,
to
there's
wear
two type of melanin, innit?
There's
Yeah.
new melanin and
people, but the
pheomelanin.
people with the black
Yeah.
hair, but the people with the black hair and the brown eyes, because they're mixed, and even though they appear to have lighter skin, they have got more of melanin in them. So those are the people that can tan. The ones with the black hair and the brown hair and all that type of thing.
Okay, so can we go back to language though? Because I thought we were talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was trying to. Oh God. Because
He's saying that the Tamil language is the oldest language, and
Yeah.
the Sanskrit is somehow
all
connected to the Indo-Europeans, which I think it is true that the Sanskrit, the Greek, and the most Indo-European languages are the same language family, really. But where Tamil fits in with that, I can't say.
No, we never said that it wasn't part of the Indo-European. What he was saying is the oldest languages are the Indo-European. He said it was the oldest language. So I searched it up, and obviously it said, yeah, it was the oldest. But if you read the article, it said it wasn't the fact that it was the oldest. It was the fact that it was the what you know today as the Europeans and all these groups. Their language comes from there. It says it doesn't include Japanese, or it doesn't include
I
African
understand.
languages.
Yeah,
So
I understand.
yeah,
I get what you're saying.
yeah.
But then you have like the Tamil one, what reflects more with the darker skinned people, because you have the Aryan one and you have the Tamil one, and some of the Tamil words can link up with the Bantus, some of the Aboriginal Australian words and certain things like that, and also a lot of the people in those types of areas, if you know what I mean.
So the goal is to try to figure out, because we know that Kemet, Egypt, is like one of the oldest civilizations in the world, right? We can agree on that, correct?
Yeah.
So is it, and we know that there were trade routes that would have gone through.
But you know
the
that
Middle East.
Sumeria did predate Egypt. You know that, right?
Samaria was like a conjunction. It was like I forget that I say conjunction. That was the wrong one.
It was like a.
I don't know what conjunction is.
It's
Yeah,
like
I'm
a,
sorry.
it was
My
like
bad.
to say their sister country. So there was like a they were one country. Sumeria, Egypt were one country basically.
Yeah.
They were like colony,
Right.
colony of Egypt.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's the best way to say
Yeah,
it.
but it would have started from Sumeria and then spread to Egypt, not vice versa.
It was actually from Egypt. Like
Yeah.
they do have evidence of civilization before. It's just the fact that when they go into things like linguistics, that's where when not linguistics, sorry, when they go into writing, that's where they say that Sumeria is older. But in terms of civilization before
Yeah,
that,
I get you. I get what you're saying. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
They all coincide with each other, and you can see where they share the similarity of the culture.
Well, because one traded, and one affected the culture. Like you don't see the Sumerians affecting Kemetic culture. You see Kemetic culture affecting Sumerian culture.
Yeah.
Not really. It's a oneness of some sort of experience.
No, it's not. The oneness is one being able. Like for example, if we look at the Mongols.
It's a
If we look at
oneness
the
with
Mongols.
Take for instance, Egypt had the golden calf. In places like India
Bro,
and
the
those
golden.
places,
No.
No,
Listen. I don't,
man. The cow was the main thing for the European civilization, and it's the first woman.
wait, we're talking about Kemet. Where you going to Europe for?
It's
Stick
talking
between.
about the whole area, Samaria, Mesopotamia, and all them type of areas there.
Yeah, but how do you get to Europe? Explain.
I said Turkey.
you did say Europe though.
Areas.
You did say Europe though.
Yeah.
So he's counting Turkey as Europe. He's saying, which is the gateway to Europe. To be fair.
It is.
The mother of Europe, and the cow is, well, not to say worship, but it's the main high sort of showing you wealth and certain things like that. And you can see the culture of the cow in Egypt, where they make the golden calf and certain things like that, and the worship of the cow, which they also other little tribes along underneath Egypt and other places.
Okay, but we also know that what predates Samaria is Kemet. Like we know that. That we know that most of Kemetic culture would have come from the southern or upper Nile. Okay, so like in the day was all said.
Yeah, or northern upper Nile, isn't it? Because they look at it backwards, isn't it? So it would be Sudan. Yeah.
So it wouldn't be Sumeria coming into Egypt and giving them
civilization.
Yeah, it would be the opposite way.
No, it's a bit of both. It's both.
No, it
Yeah,
can't
it's
be
a bit
both.
of both. I agree with Turok. It's a bit of both.
No, the reason
So
why it
obviously,
can't be both. Wait, Con, the reason why it can't be both is because you see the reason why it's not both. The reason why it's not both is because you see trade routes, you see aspects of writing. Like the most precious thing that the Sumerians had was the way they were, the ink they used to write. Okay, a lot of the technological advancements that came to Sumer comes out of Egypt. Okay, so it's
Originally,
like, yeah.
but there
So
were
it
times
wouldn't.
where Sumerian civilization was more advanced, and they would then give
Like
back
what?
to. It
Like
was like a two-way relationship.
Yeah, but with
yeah,
with a
that's
two-way
what we said with
relationship.
colony.
All right, no,
Look
we
at
can
the
agree with that.
culture,
Let's
what
agree
they're
with that. Let's
sharing, like the
concede that.
experience, what they're
Well, let's
sharing.
concede that point. Let's concede that point. All right, we're gonna say that at times they gave, but a two-way street has to start one way. Okay.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
before you like Khan, because I
No
actually
doubt, no doubt, no doubt. We're
yeah.
not arguing that fact.
Oh no, I'm not. No, I'm just saying. I was just gonna give an example. Like, you know how you give out nutritional advice, and then yet people will pay you in return for that, but you have to originally give it out first to get the payment. So yeah, I agree
I
with you, Master.
understand.
Yeah. So that was my whole point. Is that like Turok is trying to. It
Yeah,
starts with like it's one way
he's trying
street
to
to
make
down.
it like a out of Asia.
Yeah,
Started in the
an out of
Middle East.
Asia theory.
Some people say
Yeah.
life started in the Middle East.
But that's not true though.
That's not true.
Or civilization started in the Middle
That's
East.
not true.
That's not
That's
true.
not true. I can tell you.
How can it?
What I'm trying to show you, there's a connection with both cultures and both people.
Yes, one
Yes.
influencing the other. That's it.
No, there's a connection with both people. Because you can
One
see now
influencing the
use
other.
each other's gods. They're
Torah,
using each other's gods, and they're using the same sort of
But
analogy.
Torah, you have to understand.
This is why
Sumer
I'm
did not
saying you
have
have to look
anything.
at the culture. You have to look at the culture.
Sumer
of certain
had to
people, what they're
import a
doing.
lot of its
You have
products.
to look at the culture of these people and certain
Torah,
things like that.
Sumer had to import a lot of its products. A lot. It didn't really have anything to give. Okay, it literally got most of its civilization and most of its development comes from other lands. That's why major trade routes went through Mesopotamia and Samaria. Like I don't need. This doesn't benefit me to make this up.
Yeah,
This is just how it is.
You're arguing with people that don't agree with.
Turkey has a lot of things. Turkey's actually where you would call ancient Mesopotamia.
What?
Where is it? Where is Mesopotamia?
With the Tigris.
Mesopotamia is the Levant region, the Euphrates, basically, where we would call that the Fertile Crescent, at the top of where Persia meets Iran, that kind of area.
Yeah. So it's
going
not
into touching Syria a little bit, but going a little bit into Turkey.
Oh, he said Syria. He means New Turkey.
Yeah, Syria's New Turkey, or vice versa, whatever way you want to look at it.
Yeah.
So near Ur, innit? Ur.
Yeah, but
Get
you can
me.
tell with culture and certain things that they're kind of entwined, even if it's culturally wise.
Yeah, but I don't think. I think the problem is.
Thing is, what I'm trying to ascertain, Brad, sorry to cut you. What I'm trying to
Go ahead, go
ascertain is, what does it benefit Turok to lean towards one side of the argument rather than the other, where we've got like evidence and we've got archaeological evidence, we've got DNA evidence, and there's so much evidence to prove that it's leaning in one direction, and he's just trying to lean the other way. I'm asking, what is the benefit of that? Like, why would someone do that? Is it to back some different kind of theory,
What have I said wrong?
or just to be not
Alright, you
wrong?
said
I'm
that
just
the
saying you're not
culture- you
going
said
with
the
the
culture-
with the consensus, like with
You
the
said
majority
the
of.
culture between
tell me what I
Egypt
have
and
on
you
my
said the
word,
culture.
not
Here, I got you. You said the culture between Sumer. You said the culture between. No, but your point is not even valid in any way. It's literally a personal
why it's
opinion.
valid because they're going by the stars.
I see. Never mind. This one
They're
is
going by the
trolling.
stars. They have the same
This one
constellation.
trolls. One second.
Yeah,
Yeah, but you understand that? Okay. So does anybody know?
Don't let people talk, Brad. You just
when you see
say
the
it.
Greco-Roman period, when you look at the Greco-Roman
Tell me
period,
some
right?
knowledge, man.
When you look at because you're not dropping anything, okay? You're literally dropping like
Come
utter
with
shit
knowledge.
right now, like gracious.
Don't
all right?
just
So-
piggyback off what I say. Then say, oh,
No,
yeah,
I'm
but
not. I'm about to destroy what you're saying. That's the whole point, okay?
Yeah, but
when
you
you
don't
try,
let me
he's
finish
trying.
in the first place because you just piggyback off what I
2
say.
seconds,
You
2
piggyback off
seconds,
the
2
first
seconds, 2
You
seconds.
piggyback off the
2
first
seconds,
sentences what I
2
say.
seconds.
No, let me speak.
2 seconds,
So
2
you can,
seconds.
so you can cut me properly or break down my argument properly, not just cut me when I first say one word.
Go ahead.
Exactly. So you
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
you see cultures of the star systems. The same story about like Enki and Il and the Emerald tablets and all these types of things is a cultural experience that is happening in that area. So take for instance with even the some of the Asians or the Hindus or some of the Buddhists, they talk about something like an event that happened in the middle of what we call the Middle East and certain things like that.
And some of these correlations and events go back even into a lot of ancient stories and certain things like that.
Okay, so for the stargazing or the study of a star, it would have to have for it to be shared amongst people. It would have to have a common source. Okay, there would have to be one source that spread this thing around. Okay, so you have to look at the civilization that was most mobile, that had most trade routes, and that was able, because this is how in antiquity, because we're talking about the age in which geopolitics was based on how many people were willing to come to your country to trade goods with you, and you can tax on the top. Okay, that was one of the major things when it comes to trade. When it comes from trading, we can look at it from Arabic, because Khan is a perfect example. Hey, Khan, is he still on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, okay. So if I were to say the word Baba, because this word is used a lot
Yeah.
amongst Yoruba,
Yeah.
Baba, and you use the word Baba, what would we be saying?
Yeah. Dad.
Dad. Okay, we can both agree
Yeah.
on that. Now, why would that
Yeah.
word be from the Yoruba to the Turkish? Why would that word be relevant to us? The
How do you mean? Why would it be relevant?
Because I was only saying because of the expansion of Islam in the Arabic language being used through trade. Okay, so for him to make this thing about people studying stars, it would have to originate from one source that was then spread around. Culture can
Yeah.
be spread around everywhere. Okay,
It's like
But it
farming. Farming has never been stolen or passed to anyone. Anyone who actually practices farming is related to the people who basically precede them, and that's just how it is. It's like, without people spreading around the world, there wouldn't be farming everywhere. Like no one independently woke up one day and thought, let me start some farming shit going on. Like that was obviously, you get me? Like people moving around the world taking this concept with them. Like there's no
and
two ways
then
about
being
it.
able to harvest, and the thing is, because there's so many different styles of agriculture, the styles are used based on the temperature and the environment of the individual people surviving in an area. Okay, so
Yeah.
the styles.
So there is a degree of adaptation to the local environment, but the concept itself would be centralized.
Yes, and that's where I'm getting to the point of, just because a culture may share something relevant does not mean that they have a likeness or a root.
The problem that I have, Brad, I don't view anyone as not having a civilization or a culture. You get
I
me?
actually heard you say that. I actually heard you say that one time. Yeah.
Where does civilization start from? As if there was people all over the place, but then in one particular place, civilization sprouted and then kind of like spread separately. So we have two maps: one of human beings coming out of Africa and spreading all around the world, and then one of civilization sparking somewhere and then spreading all over the world in a different route. But I don't agree with that. I think everyone, to a greater or lesser extent, was civilized.
Well, I believe that when we look at the term civilization,
it should mean like to have a family, to have a tribe, to have a family, to have some sort of structure, to have some sort of expression of a human experience is a civilization. You get me? So I don't understand that. How can anyone not? They say, "Oh, the dawn of civilization, the cradle of civilization." I don't really go for them concepts. Like I've never seen people that are not civilized.
And plus, we have to realize civilization is also subjective too, because I think it was you that said, I know, was it you or was it a Roman that said? It was you that said that you can't tell someone who lives in a village and they have they're able to farm, grow families, raise their families, grow old and die, that you're not going to tell them they don't have a civilization.
Exactly. But I didn't say that, but I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think it was you or Raph that said that. I think it was Raph that said it. Excuse me.
What did I say?
Yeah, that's right. That's just the same we have the same problem with languages, Brad. It's like when languages get to a certain point of development, then we give them the status of being a language. But before that, it's not classed as a language. And I don't agree with that. I think, like, no matter how basic a language is, we should still regard it as a language, because humans are linguistically communicating with each other. That's a language. You know what I mean? I understand that, like concepts and structures and, you know what I mean? These things are formed after, and like, maybe people took it to another level, but to say that people never had a language, that's an insult. to those people.
Yeah, because
I don't agree with
no
it. And
disrespect.
it's
I'm not trying to make this about a Muslim thing, but I've seen Muslims say that
you
about
know,
like West Africa, like, oh, before Arabic came, well, there was no languages and there was
yeah,
no
yeah,
way.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
like,
can
oh, that's
imagine. I've never seen it, but I can imagine that. Yeah,
yeah.
yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
but
Yeah,
no,
what did I say? So
Yeah.
I could agree
oh,
with
when I think you were talking about what rates of civilization, like you couldn't. I don't know if I think it was you that said it. If I was wrong, I'm wrong. But when you said that that you can't really say that someone who lives in a small village somewhere, you're not going to tell those people that they don't have a civilization, that they're not civilized. You know what I mean?
No, you
Like,
can't.
yeah, like what is? Because I know, yeah, because the way I see it is that like, okay, if you have a way to communicate, you have a way to survive, you have a stable environment. You know what I mean? I don't get how you wouldn't, you know, like how can you not say, oh, I have a this is not civilization, you know?
It's basically a bias towards farming. They're saying that people who farmed had additional wealth to invest in things like soldiers and like architects and builders and whatnot. They're classed as a civilization. Pre-farming, hunter-gatherers, they're not regarded as being civilized because they didn't have cities built. Do you know what I mean? Which I don't agree with that. That's like a very one-sided view of history.
Yeah.
So hunter-gatherers are given this impression like as if they're primitive people that haven't yet mastered farming or
The way I
achieved
see it though
the
is like if you're
status of
nomadic,
building cities.
yeah. If you're nomadic, I mean you can't
That's all it
really
is.
you know, say, well, someone who's nomadic isn't, you know, civilized in a sense. And I just don't buy that narrative at all.
No, of course. That, and you know, I was gonna bring this up in a conversation with James, isn't it? Because I don't know if you saw the video between James and Jedi, innit?
Oh no.
Yeah, it was. I feel like a lot of people.
Oh, is that the one where Jedi start calling him a nerd?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It was.
Khan was a bully in Turkey. He used to bully all the weaker Ottomans.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, in the video, if you watched, there was a part where they showed Jedi having a conversation with Raven.
Yeah.
And if you go to the actual video in the conversation with Raven and whatnot and everything, like this idea that you know, actually that's a different point. Actually, what I was going to say is that when we talk about civilizations and people how they act and whatnot and everything, like people often, you know, like you said, didn't it? Like people weren't wearing clothes. Also, they are not civilized. You know, people weren't. People didn't have technology, so they're not civilized. Like, I'm a proponent of science and technology, but I would definitely not look at a civilization and say just because they don't have technology. In fact, I even say in some ways they're better because the way we're using our science is to build weapons and guns and bombs and all these things to destroy ourselves. So why is it that we're more civilized than a group of people who are?
But I think civilized is also like you just said. I think it's 100% subjective. I think that when we because I was looking at the term Berber, like when someone was considered a Berber, and it was usually, especially within the African continent, it was usually designated to like nomadic people because they didn't have they were seen as like less than because they didn't have like a stable kingdom. You know what I mean? Like they didn't have like this is ours right here, and then like people who had a kingdom were looking down at them like, okay, it would be easier to take them, easier to conquer them. So I look at it from the whenever I hear the term like people who are civilized, I look at, if you look at the Reed dance in South Africa, and it's merely like young women who are virgins who are presenting themselves, and to the king and things like that. And they're topless, you know what I mean? Like if you go to Swaziland, you see the same type of, and I've seen people like write like, oh, I would never have my daughter there. South Africa is for it's so barbaric to have your daughter out there. But then no one asks is, all right, what is the cultural significance of like, do the people in these celebrations, do they not, is it because they don't sexualize, their women in the way that's like, okay, bare breast means automatically
Exactly.
like
Yeah.
sexual attraction,
Available. Yeah.
whereas like in Europe, it's like, oh, how dare you? You know what I mean? Like, how could you go out here dressed like that? So I agree 100% that when we talk about civilization and being civilized, I don't really think there's a true, meter for
Measure.
like,
Yeah,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
right.
Yeah,
I don't
'cause-
feel like you can do that. Yeah.
Yeah, because Jedi did say that in the video. It was like, oh, tit swinging and whatnot, and he made it kind of sound like a joke, which wasn't. It didn't help the argument too much. But the idea is that what's it called is like what we perceive to be wrong isn't really. This is subjective, like you said, innit? Like you can't just look down at someone and say, yeah, this is some type of backward civilization because they are doing certain things that what the West looks at says, oh, the West looks at it and says, wags their finger at them and says, yeah, that's wrong, that's not good, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
yeah.
And then on top of that, we have to be real that like civilizations, like I would always say, the more powerful civilization, I'm about to big up Khan, but the more powerful civilization can actually change the actual world. Because I mean, think about it. Walled cities, long sieges that would go on for months on end. Armies would like, you know what, we can't do that. It'll be the deciding factor on the war of nutrition. Like, and then here you go, you got this young little brat named Mehmet II who says, all right, launch this giant cannon at this wall and keep hitting it until you break it, making walls obsolete. So there is a degree in which we can say that the larger civilization can have a way of, I forget the name of it. Yoruba scholar, guy, I can't pronounce his last name, but he was talking about that there's some negative effects of that.
Are you talking about Wole Soyinka?
Yes. Oh my God. He did this thing where he was talking about, okay, the negative effects of foreign religions have played, like he always says that it demonizes our culture and makes the things that robs us of our sense. But he also said that a lot of our history would have been gone to the wind due to the wars if it wasn't for the writing languages that we had, that we developed and gotten from outside sources. And it was like, sometimes you have to look at a civilization in like the good and actually the bad. So it is, I stick by that, that like, I mean, of course, I'll never leave the point that like civilizations are, civilization and being civilized is subjective. But I also have to say that like, when we look at sometimes the over powerful one, the one that creates weapons and, what Raph would say, destroying themselves, we also have to realize that like in that destruction does come creation too. You know what I mean?
Of course, but that's like, you have to build. You have to destroy first before you build. You understand? It's like I don't think that's the way it's said, but that it's some way that said, yeah, in order for you to build, you have to destroy, and that's where out of the ashes comes people will rise again or something like that. So like, of course, there's going to be there's going to be a revolution before we get some type of peace. Well,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because like the thing is, and like to Turok, when Turok says you see some kind of connection within culture, I mean, like the Romans were notorious for this. There was a time in which the Romans would have been considered when they did the phalanx, and they fought like you would look at a Greek army and you look at a Roman army, you couldn't tell the difference. Then they had the Triarii phase, and then they went from the Triarii phase to the Legion phase. And I think at the moment when you see the Legion, that's when you see like what is considered a Roman Empire. I mean, a Roman military, what is considered Roman separate from Greek. Even when you look at the difference between the Macedonians and the other Hellenic, the other Greek states. Hellenic. Thank you so much. States, you see that like, okay, at first, what made the Macedonians separate was the champions, and these were long spearmen who had horseback. If we even let's stick to West Africa. What made the Oya stronger within the Niger-Congo region, or the Niger region, was the fact that they had an armored cavalry. Benin had one too, really. But I believe Benin's. Now, let me ask Mr. Riggs, he gonna correct me if I'm wrong. So that's why I'm gonna throw it out there. Okay, so I'm gonna say the Oya had it first, then Benin. No, it had to been Benin though. Oh, whatever. Fuck it. No, wait, it would have to be the Oya. Because it would have to be under the second king. It'd have to be under the second king Shango. Whatever. But no, you see that like with that when that comes in, but it was like I forget the name. He said that it was because
When you
of the
say
trade.
armored cavalry, do you mean chariots?
No, it would just be well armored men on horseback with thick plated. It's like a thick plated metal, but like on a nice cloth. The cloth was light enough for them to ride, and it was light enough for the horse to ride. But it was if you have like how like the Mongols, how the Mongols used to have to make their armies look bigger, they would have like one rider controlling like 4 horses.
Yeah.
So the impact of that on an infantry. So like picture us having all infantry. Like we only have foot soldiers, and you're the only one with a tank. Who would win that battle most likely? So that's essentially how the armored cavalry was. It was like a tank force that would smash battles. It made them easier for them to establish the empire. And then all they did was integrate the new fighting forces of the areas that they conquered into the empire, taking the very best of the people but cursing their worst. So like if they ever encountered someone that was dirty or didn't have proper sanitation, the Oya would make it taboo for that people to have it would make it taboo for them to have bad sanitation. Or like if you see like disgruntled, like one thing that I find interesting is that I can say this, that like, okay, they traded like their captives, but the idea of slavery amongst the Oya did not exist because they needed the new people to integrate into society to run their governments and things like that,
Yeah.
because they couldn't trust each other. Like it was like, for example, how like you see how sultans and the rise of like how sultans had no problem in using like foreign armies to run their kingdoms and stuff because they couldn't trust the next man,
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I still go by the out of Africa concept. I don't know about like these other guys and where they're getting their shit from or what they think it helps them with, but do you know what I mean? I don't see it working, to be honest.
What do you mean by EBA? What does that mean?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I said Turok was EBA, everything but African.
I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Wait, let me ask you a couple.
You know what? I want to work out the link between the Sumerians and the Turks, because there was a time where there were 2 tribes that mixed together. One of them was J2, and one of them was R1, B1A. And when them 2 tribes mixed together, that's when the Turks start moving from northern China all the way across to Bulgaria, or the Bulgar Turks. So that whole movement.
I watched the video. I'm sorry to cut you. It's just something I was wanting to ask you. I just saw this video last night on YouTube. So the Turks of Turkey, right?
Yeah.
Are you guys cousins to the Turks of Turkmenistan?
Yeah.
How does that work out?
No. What it is, yeah. There was all different tribes. Like, like Red Indians all have their all different tribes, yeah?
Yeah.
Now, people would create nations out of those tribes at different times. So the first one would probably be the Avars, and then you got the Gökturks, and then you got like all different groups come together to create nations that then fall apart and are reabsorbed by the next sort of rise of a nation, right? So as that process occurs, they slowly move across from northern China into basically into the Middle East area.
Okay.
And then
because you see, because
obviously at that point they split, and some go up through Ukraine and then come down into Asia, into Europe, and some come straight down through Persia, and then into Turkey that way.
Yeah, but
so the Turks that that led to the Ottoman Empire were from Turkmenistan. Yeah, they were directly from Turkmenistan.
Yeah, I saw that this thing said that they were.
So they sort of hopscotched.
Yeah.
They sort of jumped over. They leaped over the Seljuks. So the Seljuks, were sort of like Persian type. Indo-European Turks. Yeah, and what they did was they took Turks from Turkmenistan and put them basically from one end of their empire all the way to the other. So they used the Turkmen as a buffer to create a buffer between the Seljuk Turks and the Byzantium the Christians. So they basically wanted to plug up that through the Bering Strait. Sorry, not the Bering Strait, the Bosphorus crossing. Yeah. So they would cross from the Bosphorus into the Asia Minor. So they just basically put a whole tribe of people that blocked them from doing that.
So, because I saw this thing, so they were trying.
And they were Turkmen people.
Yeah, they were trying to tell the difference between. They were saying that there's a difference between Turkic, and Turkish, and they were saying that the Turkish, because of the mixing, that like you see that there's like that if you say that so if you look at the Turks as a one of like the people that are only in like Anatolia right now, you're gonna be most disappointed.
So the Turkic, like I said, the Turkic people would basically be people who started off in northern China and moved into what is called the Tarim Basin, and then from there they move over, like I said, and split into two groups. They're Turkic people. They're a race of people, and they go from China to Finland. So when you go to Finland, you see the Sami people, like all those kind of people, those nomadic people. They're all Turkic people. So they're a race of people. Yeah. Obviously, they branched off from the Mongols. So not the Mongol Empire, but the race of people that were Mongols. They branch off from the Mongols. So as they move eastwards, they obviously absorb and mix with whoever they come across. Yeah. But the Turks, like of Turkey, would have been from originally the leftovers or the remnants of the Ottoman Empire.
Okay. Thank you. Because I saw that and I was like, I'm not going to trust this dude. Is like straight up like Western European. I'm not going to trust this dude. Let me ask a Turk. You know what I mean? Let me ask one of the people. You know what I mean? One of
of course.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we started off as all being Turkic.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? But obviously there was a great admixture. You got to remember, white people, when we think of white people now, we're just talking about Europeans with a little station here, there, and everywhere. But really, white people went from Europe all the way across Russian steppes out into as far as China and into Persia. So all those people really are white, not the term white politically what we're saying now, white, but what we mean is R1B1A people. So R1B1A people could be found as far as northern China. You get me?
Okay.
So like most of the world, if you think about it, was actually white. But when the Mongols then broke off and become Turks, and then they make that other movement come in the opposite direction, they just pick up all those white people and turn them into Turkic people.
Okay.
So then the Turkic comes from China all the way to Finland. But those whites that were there, some of them were Celts, some of them were Slavs. Do you know what I mean? Like they all got like basically, assimilated.
Damn it, yo!
They become Turkic.
Yeah, Getty's in the chat on a different path. Getty, you're not fooling anybody, bro. You literally talk the same way. Melanated Igbo sold out Africa. You can never speak or be trusted by others. You spelled by wrong. It's B-Y, not B-Y-E. Others, the way you hate Nigerian Muslims. Astaghfirullah. Oh, man. Getty was the last dude I had faith in for the Somalis. But damn, it's gone now. It's gone. It's all gone. Yeah, my Babu Lawu told me I need to study other people more and stop just staying focused and just in West Africa. I need to get out more. I was like, all right, I got you, sir. Getty, I know that's you. Do you know why? Because you're the only one who thinks every West African is an Igbo. Goodness, man. Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Oh yeah, bro. Next year, man. When this thing is done, bro, I really want to go to Turkey. I had this Afro Turk chick I've been talking to, bro. Beautiful, bro. She got a mouth on her.
Someone was telling me. Someone was telling me about. I think was it Kenya or one of them countries around there.
Yeah.
They were saying that there's two types of black people: the darker ones and the lighter ones. And the difference is the lighter ones are mixed with Turks from the Ottoman Empire, but somehow they've become like they were one people, but they've sort of become two sort of classes of people, where the lighter ones obviously prefer themselves. I don't think there's any like racism there or any kind of like any kind of like abuse of each other. Yeah, but there is some degree of tribalism where somehow the mixed people are like richer or more well-to-do than the darker people, and they really don't mix with each other that much. I forget if it was Kenyans or
I think you sure it's not Tanzanians
or Sudanese or something like that.
That might be it. You might be because
it might be Sudan. Yeah,
isn't it like the Jajui or the aren't they the lighter
I forget,
ones?
but there was one guy, I forget his name, but he was on Daydun's show and he was telling me about his family and like the mixture. But he was saying like they're both black people. He's going like they're both like but ones he said they're really, really dark and the other ones are less darker because they have the admixture in with them.
Yeah.
It was quite interesting like to think like that these people were originally like one people. And just based on like the physical appearance, they've like basically that's become like the most important thing, like what you look like.
Yeah.
But it's like funny because in some other places it doesn't really make a difference and people just carry on mixing. Do you know what I mean? So you will see a difference in the shades of like how black they are, but in every family there'll be like a couple of light ones, a couple of dark ones. And it won't really be a political thing. It won't really matter. It's weird though, like what circumstances kind of like contribute to socioeconomical like outcomes.
Yeah.
Weird. So many variables with people, innit? There's so many variables of what can contribute to what. Do you know what I mean? It's just mind blowing. Like if you studied this thing like deep enough, it would just like do your head in.
Yeah, honestly, the one thing I must admit that I think because of like my experience here in America, I'm starting to think that maybe my knowledge on the idea of race is so antiquated. Like I need to start looking at the world bigger than these 50 states. Because I'm not gonna lie, Con, like remember when we first started talking, bro, like we hated each other.
You was going on about I would be Adolf Hitler if it was of benefit to my nation.
I remember you was in the car and you was like, did I hear that correctly?
That one quote like flipped me out. I was like, what the fuck?
Then I said
I would be Adolf Hitler.
Yeah. Then I said I would become Satan to help my people.
Yeah.
And it was like, he would become Satan. Do y'all hearing this? Belly, are you allowing this to be said?
That must have been about a year ago, no?
It feels like it, man. It feels like it.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I haven't been on a G Block for a year.
It's been less than that.
Yeah, it's beginning of this year.
So it was like me, you, Issa, Black Select Issa, melanated.
Yep.
And then when I come off, all I hear is like Issa trying to convince melanated, like, yeah, you was wrong. You're supposed to be our black sister. Like having a go. I was like, this guy.
And I was like, you should.
It was crazy. I was like, oh my god.
Yo, I haven't seen that in a long time, man.
I hope he's all right.
Me too, man. Me too.
Yeah, it's scary. Like the amount of people that disappear. Like,
yeah, it's like, but not. It's like it's like what what's his name said. What Ultra said. It's like you develop a rapport with these people that like when I look at. Like it's crazy every time I go because in Lanham, Maryland, right now, there's like a whole Turkish mosque, bro, like and a bathhouse.
Really?
Too. Like it's a whole cultural center here. Because I didn't know there was a whole community. There's like a whole Turkish community, and I was like, oh man, I have this homie in the UK, man. You guys, teach me more about it. He's like, so first rule of being Turkish, your loyalty is to Turkey.
Yeah.
Lessons done. And he was like, lessons done. That was it. He said, don't worry about anything else.
Yeah.
He says, we don't care if you're black, we don't care if you're white, Asian.
You
just
got to
be
remember
loyal.
though, Brad, like thingy, Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of UK, like his family was literally put to death. They were hanged for, well, I think his great granddad was hanged in the streets because they said that he was a spy for the English. Because after the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, they tried to instill puppet government, and his grandfather would have been the leader. You know what I mean? But he was literally hanged in the streets for being a traitor. Do you know what I mean? So
yeah,
there is that element, there is that scary element to the culture where they don't tolerate such things. It's like everyone needs to be kept as one nation. They don't let it split up. Like they don't let people infiltrate.
And the thing I
mean?
like is I was talking to, because as the more I talk to the Afro Turks, and it's like, oh, you should see, like, I was asking, like, so if I were to go to Turkey today, right, what would be the first, how would I be able to get comfortable there? He's like, well, I wouldn't come there speaking the way you speak. Learn Turkish. Don't insult us. And I was like, do I consider as a Muslim? And he was like, nah, we're too secular. Like, I didn't realize how secular. Like, I'm gonna be real. I'm gonna be real with you. I think Turkey could be the model for the future of like
Americans have said that before, though. Americans have said that Turkey is some sort of a model, how it's run and everything. Like I've heard Americans say that.
It is.
Yeah,
very.
but you got to remember. Yeah. You got to remember that it was. I'm not saying Turks invented the nation state, but they sort of did in a way that when you look at how the religious sector, the government sector, the financial sector, and the military kind of like work together.
Yeah,
it is like based on a Turkish model.
And they said the degree of nationalism, honestly, is so inspiring. It could honestly, that it like the idea of nationalism was like a Turkish thing, because it's like we don't care what you look like, as long as you rep that crescent moon and that star, you're good.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I was looking at this thing where they had people that came from I don't want to mispronounce his name. The president Adora, did I say that right? Eldoron. The president of Turkey, the prime minister,
the current president, Erdogan.
Erdogan, thank you.
Erdogan.
Erdogan.
Er means brave. You know, in the same way that Red Indians call their teenagers, they call them braves.
Braves. Okay. Well,
you know, like we refer to our young men as braves. Yeah, like same way that the Red Indians do. So means brave, and Doğan means born as. So he was saying he was born brave, basically.
Erdogan.
With an R.
Erdogan.
Yeah.
Don't worry, I'm gonna work on that. Yeah. But no, he took in a couple of people that were, when he heard about the racism that Africans were facing in China.
Yeah.
Yeah, he took in the ones that got evicted. Like they were able to stay
in
Turkey.
Yeah. Again, boy. Don't let Lady D hear about this one. Fuck's sake.
But no, he had taken them in, and you just see like everyone was like, well, you see like the people's reactions, and they were talking about like, well, when I saw them get off the plane, I just saw that crescent moon and that star, and I knew these are my brothers now. And I'm like, wait, what mystical land is this? You know, I got family members that for this country, and they couldn't even come home. Like, you know, the messed up thing about America is that like black troops in the same military could not use the bathroom, but Nazi POWs could.
Wow.
So like, yeah. Ethiopia.
Yeah, I remember God of Jacob was telling me some made up story about how he went to Istanbul as a GI and they treated him really badly, but they were nice to the white ones, but not to the black ones. And I just knew it was one God of Jacob made up story, just to try and guilt trip me.
The reason why I believe that probably would have happened is because if he came there as another soldier, like he came there as someone that wasn't like loyal. Because I said
that to him as well.
Yeah,
I said it was probably because you was wearing your uniform, and he was like, "No, man, it weren't that. It was because we were black." I was like, "All right, whatever."
Because I've seen them. Because they were talking about, there was this little thing that R did, and I saw this reaction video to it where they were talking about Afro Turks, the term being used as black as a derogatory term within that little story, and they were like, the Afro Turks that came out was like, no, black is more of just a description of, because they were talking about how like blacks are treated better than Kurdish people are treated.
Yeah.
And because Kurdish people are like
because they're loyal.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not loyal. Yeah.
It's like it's crazy. That's all you have to do is just maintain that have a little degree of nationalism. Because I really would trade racial pride.
Yeah, but this is the same thing with they talk about the Armenian genocide. You got to realize the degree of treachery.
What Armenian genocide?
Well, they got run out, innit? They got run out, bro. They got told like, pack up your stuff and just leave, innit?
Yeah.
But you got to remember the degree of genocide. You get me? So, I mean, sorry, you got to remember the degree of treachery that they sided with the West, and it ain't like they done it the one time. They've always done it. They've always been caught as well. Like they do it openly. Like the Armenians openly side with the West at every turn, and they somehow think that people are going to use them as an excuse to kind of like run in and save the day and save them as well. But it never happens because the West always sells them out. Like, you know, like we saw recently with the Kurds that got sold out in Syria.
Yeah.
It's the same exact thing. It's just that rather than it being Kurds, it was Armenians, and they really got duped into believing that the West would come and save them. So they were openly treacherous. They were like, "No,
the Kurds in Syria,
fuck the government."
The PFF, it's like a terrorist group or something. It's rated as a terrorist
PKK.
group. PKK. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and the YPG. Yeah.
Thank you. And it was like the U.S. was actually helping them fight against.
It was crazy because they were like already listed as a terrorist organization previously, and for some reason the Americans just thought, well, you know, let's put them to good use and let's have them working for us. And the Turks will jump on board. The Turks were like, what are you talking about? Like they've literally killed 40,000 civilians of both Turkish and Kurdish origin. You know what I mean? They've just literally just been bombing us from Syria for ages now. Like, do you think we're ever going to forgive them?
I heard he was trying.
They will never forgive them.
Really?
Yeah, like it's like Turkey. Like if you spill Turkish blood, especially like if it's uncalled for, they will never forgive you. Or if Turkish blood's been spilled on any soil, they will never give up that soil because that to them is like the blood of the martyrs. Like they will never. It's like Cyprus, isn't it? It's such a small island that Turkey didn't need to go to war over that shit. They could have just said, do you know what? There's so many Mediterranean islands, man. Take it, stick it up your ass. We don't give a shit. But because people died previously, like there were martyrs died and given for that land, for the sake of that land, they would never ever give it up.
Wow.
Same with the Turkmen that live in Syria. Yeah, when the British drew the border and they said, right, this is going to be Syria. There were Turkmen people living in Syria that basically stayed there. Like there's Turkmen all throughout that region, like Iraq, Iran. Turkmen, like there were nomadic people that settled in all throughout that region. Yeah, but the ones that were in Syria that live right close to the Turkish border, now because of this Turkish expansionism into Syria, like they've basically been joined with Turkey, the majority of Turks now.
Wait, come.
So you can see that, like, no matter how much time passes, their main priority is to protect their people. So, like, when there was the Bosnian War, for example, a lot of the Bosnians, they were mixed with Turks. Like, they had a lot of Turkish people that moved there and assimilated into Bosnian culture. As soon as the United Nations said to Turkey, you can put troops towards this operation, they sent as much troops as they could to protect them people. And the Greeks were complaining. They were like, wait a minute, we've got our enemy on one side, and now you're allowing them to put troops on the other side of us. We've got them surrounding us, sort of thing. They were objecting. You know what I mean? But Turkey was so happy to send troops, like, to protect their people. That's what they like. It's just the loyalty, and it goes both ways. It doesn't just go for their nation. It goes for Muslims as well, like for other Muslims, and then so it goes in this order: Turks first, Muslims second, and then the rest of the world third. Yeah, but like for example, when there's the Irish potato famine, Turkey sent so much aid to them because just on a humanitarian basis.
Yeah, it is something crazy. It's like I can't even explain it. It's like I don't want to call it a caliphate because they don't really want to make it that like Turkey's like a Muslim country. Like it's not like the goal to become like a Muslim country, but it's like
But they
the
have
way
some
the
weird values that seem prehistoric in
or the
modern
fact that the
terms.
president
People
will
start to use
recite the
the
Quran so beautifully that I want to learn
oh
Arabic
yeah
just to
yeah
hear it. I'm like, yo, what's up?
yeah
You know?
yeah yeah man.
Yeah,
But
I think
imagine like being in that position where you know you can afford to pay someone to teach you to recite the Quran, like your own personal tutor, or you've got money to build mosques and basically put imams there so people can have religion. Like it's such a cool thing to do, man. Like it's a beautiful thing to do. Like he's really blessed to be in that position. You know
yeah.
what I mean?
The
He
fact
needs
that
to be
he
saying about 1,000 alhamdulillahs a day. You know
But
what I
the
mean?
fact that he, but the fact that he, I gotta forget that. Damn it. The fact that the way he calls out Israel, it's like, yo, don't you know who Israel's like provider is? Like, no one calls out Israel, and he had the whole little map showing how Israel's taking the.
Yeah, man, they ain't fucking about, bro. They will go to war to the last man. They don't give a shit. They don't give a fuck, bro. On principle, they will go to war. Do you know what I mean? Like, you got to realize to what extent Turkey's been crippled by the whole world banking system and the IMF money that they owed for World War II and all the land that was taken away from them and all the population and that they lost. Like the Turkey that you're seeing today, which is still like what the fifth biggest army in NATO, yeah, really and truly should be much bigger and much stronger. So like they have been crippled, they have been held back, they have been stopped because.
Yeah,
Like,
I'll be right back. I had a phone call.
yeah, cool. Yeah, man. Big up the Turks, man. They're a different breed of people. You get me? Like, obviously, no, we're proud of our history, and I'm not saying we're all good. Like, we've done bad things as well, but in general, like we have held on to we believe that we've held on to our humanity in it as much as possible. Like, it's being civilized and being advanced and being modern people. We haven't really lost our roots in being human beings. Like, and I don't think Turkey, like, they don't have that materialistic, capitalistic ideology. Like, even when you see Turkish atheists, it's just because they've just been disillusioned or fallen out of love with the religion, probably because, you know, they've got a bad view of Arabs and they take it out on Islam. It might be that they don't really like Arabs because of the way Arabs are going on right now. But apart from that, like, you're not really going to see, you know, like the things that we see in the UK, you're not really going to see in Turkey. Like, you know, there's moral fiber in that nation still. You know, like when we look at the UK and we see the degeneracy and the disgustingness that we're seeing around us, and it's shocking. Like, and to the extent that you're seeing someone like Tommy Robinson fucking joining up with Muslims, shows you how drastic the situation is. How morality is, like, you know, a strong thing. Like, they've tried to make everyone amoral or immoral or somehow, like, you know, not in a position where they can stand on morality. But in actual facts, like, we're just guilt tripped into that. Like, oh, who am I to make a stand? You know, and that's something that we've lost. Like in Britain, you see groups of people rallying for shit, and they're just rallying for bullshit things. You know, like, oh, we've got a reason to fucking riot in the streets, and no, you haven't really. Do you know what I mean? Like, the last thing I saw positive was when everyone stood up against the war, and even that didn't work. You know, so where is the democracy? That's what I want to know. You know, all this democracy that everyone's bending over backwards for. Oh, we need to give up our religion for democracy. We need to give up, you know, like homophobia, or like, you know, we need to allow gays and that in our society. Oh, it's all for democracy. It's all for this and it's all for that. But really, you know, if that was the case and we're giving up all this, you know, individual belief systems for a greater good and a democracy, then when it comes down to it, where's that democracy then? At the end of the day, you know, it's not a democracy, is it? If we have to bail out the bankers, you know, and now we're going to have to pay for COVID, that's not democracy. That's the opposite of democracy, you know. But anyway. Yeah, while I've got the mic, I've got the place to myself. I just want to say big up to Veli, that he's had this rest in peace, brother Issa Frempany, the good die young, running for a couple of days now. You know, respect Veli for doing that, man. You're a top guy, Veli. Yeah. And big up to everyone who actually went to the janaza. Yeah. I wish I could have gone as well. I would have gone if I knew about it.
Big up, Khan. Hello, Khan. Khan, you can't hear me?
So yeah, I can hear you. Just having a bit of a family drama. Yeah, how you doing, Mel? You all right?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm over here eating. I'm like,
Yeah. Well, it's good of you to jump on. Yeah.
Listen, one of these days, I'm gonna get this damn dumpling together. So I made a dumpling.
I think we're having.
Put sugar.
Oh, we're having tacos tonight, so it's gonna be fun. I like tacos.
What kind of
Mexican
kind of meat do you put?
chicken.
You put chicken, or you do?
Yeah, chicken tonight. Thing is, new to us, you know, Mexican food's not really like, you know, so popular over here. I think, you know, like, we get satisfied on the spicy food from like different sources. We don't really need to rely on the Mexican. Because like, if you like, I don't know, do you have Indian restaurants where you are, like Pakistani, Bengali? Their food's amazing, man. Like,
wait, I don't know.
I was about 30 years old.
Okay, I don't know
Yeah.
what type of Indian. They just be Indian. I don't know. It's
Yeah.
just the Indian.
But it's nice though, isn't it? Like the spices, the variety of foods, like the way how we have it here, like the Indian food that we have here is beautiful. You know, like I always said that if I ever get married and I had a wedding, that I would have like an Indian restaurant do the food. Because I just love their food. Like I was about 30 years old, even older, like when I first tried it.
No, this ass bossy dude, he just wanted to cuss really foul, vulgar words. He's so fake, and that's why I don't understand. Like when he jumps on these panels, and it's like, yeah, we were Africa unite. I love Africa, and you know, my people and the children and the Africa people, and you're my Africa brother, you're my African sister, you my Africa. And then he just be like, fuck West Africans, y'all West Africans do this, West Africans. So then what do you mean by Africa? You only mean East Africans, and you might be cool with West Africans as long as they're Muslim. But if they're not Muslim, then fuck them. No, fuck you. Fuck you, bro. Fuck you.
I think there is more to it than that, though. Like I do think that with some Africans, like especially like the Muslim ones, they do feel that West Africans are sort of a dominant cultural representation of Africa outside of Africa. So there could be some sort of.
I'm talking about him. I'm talking about him and how he go on.
This Asketi. Yeah.
Asbati.
Well,
yeah.
He usually does apologize in the end, but you know.
I know. And listen, just same way that nobody want to hear apologies from you know who. How many times we gonna keep hearing this? No, listen. You violate. You disrespect my ancestors. There's no apology for that. It's straight war. It's blood. Fuck you. Nobody needs your whack ass apologies, because if you don't have enough common sense to know you should not have said that in the first place. You know, the Bible says, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. That's what's in your heart, bruh. That's what's in your heart. You probably said, oh, nobody likes, see, fuck your Africa. No, fuck you, bossy boy. I'm saying, Khan, don't try to take up for him because he's a bossy boy.
Well, you know, the Turks and the Somalis, we got the link up, innit? We're like brothers to the end. Like you can't separate Turks from Somalis.
So that means you co-sign the behavior of every Somali? If I was you, I wouldn't do that. If I was you, I wouldn't do that. Because guess what? They definitely reminded me, James Jones. Remember when they was doing that old question? If somebody was falling off a cliff, who would I say And I said I would save Betty. And then look what Betty did. Now I'm like, nah, you gotta recognize when you wrong. You can't stand behind people and they wrongness. He's wrong.
Yeah.
You need to fall down on a bed of nails. That's what you need to do.
Asketi, where are you, man? Jump on, have your say in it, because I know one time on Respects panel you had to jump on and apologize. Don't tell me you're gonna have to do the same thing again today.
Apologize for what? We're talking about
he gets
people's
passionate,
dead
man.
ancestors. We're talking about people's ancestors. What are you gonna apologize for? It's only
Come
because
on,
I
man.
have respect for. It's only because I have respect
People.
for decent Somalis that I don't just bun fire on his whole fucking country.
Yeah.
See, but he doesn't. He don't have that. So fuck him. I could talk about him
Sometimes that's what
personally.
people need to hear, innit? Sometimes that's what people need to hear to realize like how far they've gone, innit?
No,
You've gone
what
too
people
far
need,
now.
what people need is
People
those
tell him to go
those
fuck
good
yourself. You're
Somalis.
gonna have to.
Those good Somalis need to correct him. That's what need to happen if they about that life. So I'm gonna need Samaroon and Khalid and whoever else to holler at your brother, because he done lost his mind. You need to stop kissing up West African black men. Oh, my brother. No, leave them alone, because they eat dogs, like you keep saying. They eat dogs. Leave them alone. They're sellouts. Leave them alone. Stop kissing ass to West African black men then. And you better not be chasing after no West African black woman either. I don't play that shit. Can't even string a sentence together half the time, and everybody being nice to him when he's talking in circles and talking gibberish. And you're like,
what exactly is he melanated? What exactly is he said? Like, you're on the panel now. You might as well lay it out, innit? You might as well break it down. Like, what is he actually saying?
Okay.
I missed it. I'm not gonna lie.
You could read the chat. I don't know why you haven't been reading.
I've tried looking back through it, but it only goes
all
back
his
certain.
hatred is all his. He loves to jump on this. Today's not the first day. Any opportunity from the chat, we could be talking about what is the origins of Christians. Oh, you stupid West African sellout. Oh, you West African eat dogs. See what I'm saying? The whole West African, all of West Africans. See how stupid that sounds?
Yeah, I can't agree with any of that kind of talk, man.
But when people start bringing up things that might not be the whole East Africa, then you want to get all sensitive, right? That's not
getting,
cool.
man. What's going on with this divisionary position, man? We don't need this divide. Like, what? Because your own personal beef. You got your own personal beef, and you're turning it into some politicized view. Like, I don't know how many people actually agree with you, Asketi, man.
I'm gonna need these black men that befriend him to open up their eyes, and they need to ostracize his ass for real. You need to be like, yo, you are not allowed in the club. That's it. Stop. I don't care about he cool, because it's the same way they could banish other people and say, look, we don't support you. You want some fuck shit? He wants some fuck shit.
Asketi, man. What are you playing at? Come on, man. Defend yourself. Where are you? No one can defend this shit, Asketi. You need to defend it yourself.
You said black slaves gladly. He said the black slaves happily walked on the slave ship. That's what he said.
That can't be true. Otherwise, there won't be slaves then, would they?
Not apologize. I don't even want to hear no apology. He could just.
Asketi, what are you playing at, man? We can't condone this kind of behavior, man. Asketi.
Yo, we here?
But then.
Yes, uncle.
What's up, melanated? Yeah, I was coming to. I'm good. I was coming to holler at Brad, as far as this turkey thing.
He said he's got a phone call.
And
yeah, he said he got a phone call.
Dipped out on me. And I was pretty much trying to tell him, he got to experience that turkey shit for himself. You can't have this Turk selling turkey to you. You're gonna have to. He got to experience that for himself.
Selling turkey. It sounds funny because the animal turkey. You get it? Selling turkey.
Yeah, Yeah,
Just
you
trying to-
can't. You know what I'm saying? Now, melanated. I've served this country for almost 22 years. Been to Turkey at least more than 7 times, as far as I can count. And we have experienced racism over there. And I want Brad to understand that. If I'm trying to sell you a house, melanated, I'm gonna sell you on everything that's beautiful, right? I'm gonna sell you that shit.
Yeah, but you gotta tell me, you gotta sign them disclosures. You gotta tell me all the bad stuff too now.
Right.
Hold on.
So,
let me just
hold on.
interject. Go to Jacob. You come
Hold
on
on,
the
brother.
panel. You don't give me no salam, no shalom, no hello, no nothing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
God,
What
the Bati boy.
what's that about?
The Bati boy is here.
I'm talking to my fellow sister, man,
No,
right now.
so what is it you want to say?
And
Do you talk about those people attacking me on a
The
daily
Bati
basis?
boy just joined the
Oh,
panel
Lord.
and he just starts talking his
I'll
shit.
come back with Brad on. I'll come back with Brad on.
He come and join. So nobody can understand you. Nobody can understand you.
Listen,
Nobody can understand you. Nobody can understand you. Go ahead, and disrespect me. I'm a Islamophobe. Go ahead. I want you to hear everything he's saying, Khan.
I only came on the chat and they straight away attacked my people, my religion, and talking about all that as Somalis are like this and that. What do you know about it? We know the whole history what your people have gone through and what you are. Like, what the fuck you are. Don't talk shit about us. Like, you know what
Man,
we
you don't
are,
know
man.
shit,
We are the
nigga. Shut
straight
up. All you
warrior
do is
class,
sit up
man.
here and
Shut your
stunt.
mouth, man.
You ain't no. How you a warrior class up
We
here
are warrior
begging,
class, man.
motherfucker?
What have you ever done? What white man
You
have you
ain't
ever
no warrior
won?
class, man.
What war have
Fuck
you ever
out of
won,
here,
man?
nigga.
What a
All you warrior class Somalis.
Listen, what war have you ever won? What have you ever won? What war have you ever? What white man have you ever
How
beaten?
you a fucking
Listen,
warrior
what
in the
white man?
UK?
What war have
If
you
you
ever
was a
won, Brad?
fucking
You're pussy,
warrior,
yo.
nigga, you
What
would be
white
in
man have you
Somalia.
ever? Listen,
Don't tell me about you a
what war have you
warrior.
ever won?
Get
What
your
war have you
ass
ever
on the
won? What
battlefield
white
and
man?
learn some
We
English.
won
You've
it
been in the
2
country
times.
all that time and you still sound fucked up, man. If you a warrior, get your ass on the battlefield.
Remember, that's your language,
Get your
mate.
fucking ass on
still
the
got my language.
battlefield.
I still
Get
got
your
my
fucking
language.
ass on the
I
battlefield. You
still got
don't
my
speak the
language. You
language
ain't
in
got
your
no
fucking
war in
country.
Somalia. But your people
What
like
good is
our
having your language if you ain't in the
your whole
fucking
people
You heard
got
all
country?
that
take them
stupid
down,
shit
mate.
he
You's a
was
Take
fucking
saying.
down, take
coward.
out.
All you
You
niggas
heard
is
what he
Take
was
out. You're
saying.
a
He
coward,
said
mate.
all
people
you
who
I hate
warrior
you with a
class niggas
passion.
in the
You're
UK.
West
Shut
African
the
equal.
fuck up,
I
man.
hate you with a
Shut
You
passion,
hear
the
mate.
this?
fuck up.
You're
You
Don't
equal.
hear
ever
I
that,
hate
Khan?
you with a
don't ever
passion.
tell me you
You
Khan, you
hate
hear
the
that?
Muslims, innit?
in
You
UK.
hate us,
Khan, why
innit?
Get
you
your
on
You
mute,
bitch
hate
ass
us,
Khan?
on the
right? You
battlefield,
hate
Khan,
nigga.
why
us,
you
Fuck
right?
on
out
mute?
of
You
here.
hate us, right? You think you're better
These
than us, innit?
fucking
You
Khan,
think
why
warriors.
you
All
because
on
these
your
fucking
mute?
boys are more
warriors in
important
another
than us, yeah?
country.
Khan, these people are
Fuck out
dissing
of
us
here.
every day, blood. You think you're better than
Man,
us,
Khan, why
innit?
nigga,
You
you
get
think
on
your
you're
mute?
better
bitch
than us,
ass.
yeah?
You a coward.
I'm not
Whatever,
hiding. I'm just
whatever,
doing some painting
whatever,
here
Don't
whatever
ever
you
call yourself
Oh,
in
a
the
okay.
family
warrior
home,
what are you
like.
in the
saying if you
I
UK.
claim
got you.
melanated? Where do you stand?
I
You're
Don't
only
got
command no,
against
you.
the
don't
Somalis,
command no
right?
black
You don't
sister like
defend.
that,
You
man.
want to
Fuck out of
defend
here,
your own
bitch.
people, yeah? Your people are perfect, innit? These
Nigga in
people
the
talk
UK
about
talking about he a
Muslims all day
warrior.
You
long,
listen.
yeah?
I'm not trying to be
Yeah.
yelling. I'll
I'm
wait
not
for you to
trying to
In the
finish
hear
talking. I'll
nothing,
UK.
wait for you
man.
to finish
Talk
talking.
about those
I'll
people
wait for you
first.
to
Somali
finish
warriors
You
in
talking.
the
don't know me,
UK,
man.
brother.
I ain't
I'll
strong
wait for
like
you
that.
to
I'm
finish
gonna
talking.
bite
Yeah.
your fucking
I'll
head off
wait for
when
you to
you
finish.
come
I'll
for
wait
Talking
me.
for you to
shit.
When you
finish
come for
Running your
me, I'll
talking.
fucking
When you
bite
finish
your
Somali
head off,
mouth
talking,
mate.
then
You
in
know
the
what we
UK.
are, man. Mad
are you
mullah
You
for
done?
ain't gonna
life,
do
mate. We
shit.
took
Yeah,
down
you in another
Are you
we
person's
done?
took
land
down
hollering
British
you a
Empire.
warrior
What have
All
you
right.
ever
for
done?
Somali.
Who
Are
empire
you
have you ever
done?
won again? Who
You
empire? Who
done?
have you
Are you
ever won?
done?
Who have you
Yeah,
ever beaten?
you in
Who
somebody
have you
else's
ever
empire
beaten?
right now.
I don't want to hear none
Fuck
of
out
that
of
shit.
here, nigga.
Who are you ever beaten? Who you
Okay,
ever
so then
beaten?
hang up.
All you
Garbage.
So
know
hang
for
You
up.
selling your own
a
people. You
bobblehead.
sell
You a
egos, blood.
bobblehead. You just talk.
What you know for
If
you
you was a
sell your own
warrior,
people.
you would
You
be in
sell
your
out, blood.
land doing
Ah,
warrior
shut up,
shit.
mate.
Bye.
My land
Be
has never
doing
been
Bye.
warrior
exploited.
shit.
My land has not
Except
been
Are
exploited
you
you
for a
in
done?
the
meter.
king's
1 meter
bosom
of mineral
taking
has not left my
handouts,
land.
nigga. Shut the fuck up, nigga.
1
got
milliliter
you a
of oil has
Babylon.
never left my
You
land.
just
1
popping off
gram
at
of
the mouth,
diamond has never
and
left
you
my land.
sound
Look at your country, mate.
like a
They
garbage
call it the
mouth.
Gold Coast. Pick up Ghana. Pick up all
You
of
know
these.
what
But I
I'm
only
saying?
hate
Yeah.
your people, the
He from Somalia, in
that
the
try to
UK, but he a
equal with a
warrior.
passion.
That nigga
You're
ain't shit.
fucking sellouts, bro. You ain't gonna talk shit.
You ain't
When
shit, bro.
everybody
You a
goes
coward,
against us
nigga. You a
Muslims on the
coward.
chat, you say
Every
shit
Somali I
and
talk
get
to is in the
scared.
UK
You think we
or
ain't
Hello, are
strong?
America,
you
but
Hey,
they
done
bullshit.
Melody, you think
talking?
we ain't got no
Fuck
power, yeah? You think we can't defend
Could you
ourselves?
shut
out of here,
up
You
man.
think we can't
already?
defend
Yeah,
ourselves?
just shut
Could
up.
you
Yeah,
shut
you ain't
Your
talking
up?
people
shit.
can't defend yourself. Yo,
Just
you
shut
can't,
up.
you
Go
can't do
home and see
shit,
can you
man.
defend yourself.
Hello?
Go
Shut
find
up.
Listen,
another
do
land,
something for
nigga.
your people now, man. Do something for
I
your
am.
people now. We're
Do
doing
something for
hell a
your
lot of shit
people.
for our
Okay,
people.
okay,
And
We
bye.
stop
got
Hang up.
going
everyone is
Okay.
home.
loving us, mate.
What
We
time
got the
We
does your
can't
Turkish
flight
with us.
understand
leave?
We got
you.
everybody
What
with
We
us,
time
can't
man.
does
understand
your
you.
Who
Could
you
flight
you
got?
shut
leave?
up?
Who loves you, man? Who cares
What
about
Okay,
you?
time does your
All these
understand
flight leave,
sellouts. No one
ultimate
even cares.
warrior?
The whole of Africa hate equal. We know what
You
you
ain't in
done,
the
mate.
Horn of
We know
Africa,
what
nigga.
the
You
fuck
in
you
the
done.
King's
We know what you done
Queen's
against the
bosom,
Muslim
bitch.
Fulanis, the
you. Yep.
people you
This is
Suck
the
enslaved.
ass
religion
nigga.
Why
of
did you
peace,
enslave the
right?
Muslim?
That's what
Why
somebody
did
put
you
in the
He in
choose
chat.
to
the
enslave the
UK
Muslims
talking
only?
about he a
Why did
warrior.
you choose to enslave the Muslims first?
Why did you choose to enslave the Muslims?
All right,
Then?
Melanin.
And
Hey,
talk
let me
about
know when
English.
Brian come back.
Are you proud that you lost your language? You only speak English, fool. Hey, fool. Are you proud you only speak English, fool? I speak about 5 languages.
Okay, are you
fool.
done?
What language
Are
do
you
you
done?
speak, fool?
Are you done?
Hey, white, black on the outside, white on the inside.
Are
What
you
language
done?
do you speak, fool? I
Are
ain't
you
done for
done?
shit, man. I only telling you one thing. You're a biggest
All right,
sellout.
are you
You ain't
done?
gonna tell us
Are
East
you done?
African shit. You never gonna divert East African and Ethiopians. You
Get
never
out of
gonna divert.
here.
We ain't like you, man. We ain't like you, sellouts. We ain't like you. We hate you with a passion. You know we do, man.
And I hate you too. I hope you die on a. I'm gonna say I hope you die, but because no, I want you to live a very horrible life. That's what I want you to do. A very horrible life. Yeah, I'm glad. So, Khan, you confused on his position now? Because you was on mute.
Sorry, I was just looking for a screwdriver.
I'm sure you was. I'm sure.
Well, you know, as the story goes, my name is Paul, and this shit's between you all.
You said you guys stick together. So I guess you support all of that stuff. He said, I hate you West Africans. I hate you. I know you heard that.
He said with a passion. He hates you with a passion.
Right. So even
I can't
though
agree.
What's up, Mel?
I can't agree
What's
with
up?
hatred.
What's up, Con?
I can't agree with hatred in any shape.
Go ahead,
or
my
form.
Somali brother.
I can't agree with
How are
hatred.
you?
How's it going, man?
Pitch that.
I'm good, Mel.
Yeah.
I'm good. How you doing, sis? You right, yeah? That guy's a
I'm
scumbag,
good.
man. He's a fucking scumbag, yo. Hey, SK, if you can hear me, you fucking little bitch, man. I don't know why that guy even comes on here to do what? Just to be divisive, man. He's a fucking idiot, mate. He's a fucking idiot. So that has to like, so I'm not even a Muslim, and I feel like, yo, do you know what I mean? He's a fucking retard, man.
An embarrassment. And the thing about it is,
Trust me.
you know, he opens his mouth and it's like, yo, he representing y'all in the worst way. If you think that doesn't represent, yes, it does.
That guy's full of, listen, you see the hatred he has for Africans, he has that for his own ancestors. His ancestors that weren't Muslims. He has that same hatred for them. If you was to ask him what he thinks of them and the ones that fought against Islam and that, he'd probably say they're fucking scumbags or he's a fucking retard. He's just a Muslim drone, man. He's a fucking idiot.
All of those,
What's up anyway? What's up?
You know how to say all of the wrong stuff, but then gonna be like, oh, this is not my language. I know you know the difference between Igbo and West Africans, so you intentionally choose to say I hate West Africans. He's not saying I hate Igbo. He comes in the chat and says I hate West Africans.
No, that guy's definitely got hatred towards West Africans. Definitely. Yeah, man. Definitely.
Yeah, but then he's constantly in some West African chasing after some West African man. Go on panels that's not East African. Since that's where you feel comfortable.
I don't get it.
Why you
You just filled with hate. I
always
don't get
on
it, man.
respect, always on respect, always
It's Ramadan though. It's
block.
Ramadan, isn't it? So it's a bit weird, man. These guys are just weirdos, man. How's your day been, Mo? Anyway, apart from this bullshit.
I'm good, man. I'm good. Can't complain. You know.
What's up, Con, man?
I would like you to have
What
a
up with
bad
it,
life.
Con? I feel you.
They would like you to, but you know.
Trust me. I don't even see the point of coming around the place with that type of energy, man. It's pointless. It's not like you're not gonna get anywhere. Do you know what I mean? He comes around there talking about Julius Malema and all these things, and then he comes around with that type of like it's weird, man. He's a bipolar dude. Like, I really don't get it.
This just to be fake. You see what I'm saying? Like he just doesn't even care. It's just a fakeness, but he can't keep up the fake act very long. So it's like, yeah, you my African brother, because he just wants you to be Muslim. And if you're not Muslim,
you're just an enemy, yeah. To him, he's a fucking idiot, man.
Just the enemy, yep.
But he looks at me like I'm an enemy. Trust me, I'm an enemy to him, man.
Listen, man. Now, this is why I just want y'all to see how conveniently Conphone could not come off of mute while his Muslim brother carrying on stupid. Instead of him saying Aki this, Aki that, his phone is on mute. So that's why when some black person is saying they Islamophobic stuff, I'm out of my goddamn business. You feel me? Because I ain't no Muslim. Yep, that's what I'm gonna do too. When somebody want to say, hey, some racist stuff, and they want to be, oh, fuck the Turks, oh, fuck white people, oh, fuck this, I'm minding my goddamn business too, and my phone gonna stay on mute too. Cause see, that ain't no ally shit right there. We see right there who you rocking with, Con. That's cool. You want to be cool with Rosbeck, but you cool with somebody who hate West Africans too. I don't understand it. I'm confused. You want to be all with the Jamaican people and everything else, but this dude said he hates West Africans with a passion, and you couldn't even interject. You couldn't even do nothing. Nah, yo, that's not righteous right there. I gotta call it out. It's not righteous. But I feel you're not obligated to. You're definitely not obligated to. I just see how you get down. I just, that's it. It's all good. All good. In the hood. Whew, my lunch was banging.
What'd you have?
I made ackee and salt. No, I made ackee. I just made saltfish with dumpling, and even though I forgot to put sugar. And the funny thing is, I asked Ultra for the recipe and everything, and he told me to put the sugar. But guess what? I didn't put the damn sugar. Shit.
Bit of brown sugar.
It's probably best that you don't put sugar, because flour is like a starch, which is sugar. So it just makes it more unhealthy for you if you add sugar.
Definitely.
But
I had dumplings for a while, man. They're nice as well.
Yeah, it's different when you're making it yourself, because I'm used to somebody else making it for me, and I just have to eat it. That's way better.
You feel like when you cook for yourself, you feel a little accomplished as well. Like, makes you proud of yourself.
Yeah, you do. You're like, yay, I made this. Wait, Born Rich said. Oh, listen, I hear you, Born Rich. And I'm pointing out the code. So therefore, when
Big up,
we
Born Rich.
demonstrate, Born Rich said everyone has a code, melanated. I feel you 100%. But don't start expecting your Muslim, when your Muslim brother lean more towards his black code than his Muslim code, you better understand that too. You better understand that shit too. Everybody got a code. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even from East Africa, and I wouldn't be just letting somebody be like, I hate all these Africans. I'd be like, yo, how you gonna say some stupid shit like that?
Yeah,
Like,
some
I would
dumb
co-
logic, man.
I would correct that. Like, what? But listen,
I've never shared the panel with that guy before, man. Only ever, not tell a lie, I have once. One time.
and I just think it's more so like because like there's just a violation of talking about people, ancestors, and all of this other stuff.
Yeah, no, it's
I
just a blatant disrespect, isn't it? Like, yeah, man.
Yeah, you just gone too far. It's not even like, oh, yeah, I had an argument with this Igbo brother, and da da da, and you might calling out his name. Oh yeah, you and your family eat dogs. Or even if you want to say, oh, I looked it up in the Igbo culture. That's what. But damn, the whole
No, but the
West
way he's
African.
saying it, like, he's not saying it in a respectful way. He's not saying it like just questioning. He's like actually trying to, like, he's using it like an insult. So I can totally understand. He's an idiot, man. Hooyada Seal Caddy Ballet. What the get the fuck out of here? You're a fucking
What are you
idiot,
gonna
man.
do, fam? What are you gonna do, bro?
You're an idiot, bro. You're just a little piss.
Bro. You know the story to anything. You just
Where you gonna go? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. What's the story? What's the story? You got
Stories like
sensitive.
this, fam. From day
What's melanated said to you then?
I ain't got no beef with
What she said to
melanated.
you?
There's other
So
people
what
on
the
the
fuck you
chat.
talking about? What are you
So
talking
listen,
about?
shut your mouth and listen, innit? Let me tell
You're
you
talking
why.
shit.
Nothing
Every
about
day,
that
what
You're
they
talking
come
shit, man.
What would you just
He's
drop
lying.
somebody?
He's just
you know,
waffling. He's
trying
just a
to say
sensitive
There's
goon,
so
man.
many.
the whole of West
There's so many cool
say the West
Somali
Africa,
people
did I
in the
say
chat.
Igbo? But
Who's
listen, did I
talking
say Igbo
about?
or West
Say
Africa?
their
Did I
name.
say Igbo? No, did I say Igbo
Why
or
are
West
you even
Africa? I'm
talking?
gonna
Why are
read
you
that
even
question.
talking
No,
shit
you
about West
said West
Africans in the first
Africa.
place?
Listen, first
You
place,
said
why are they
West
attacking me?
Africa.
Why are they attacking Muslims? Why are
Who's
they attacking my
attacking
You
you?
said
That's
no. They're
because
not
you are
attacking
kafir, yeah?
you.
You think I ain't got no blood, fam? You think I ain't got no blood, fam?
Listen,
Every day they attack my prophet. The
listen.
prophet's like this. I haven't even said a word.
My
You
Straight
God.
away,
name the
full on
person.
attack.
Name the
Who are
person
they?
who's attacking
West
you. Name their
African. West
person. Say
African.
their name. Say their name.
I'll just tell you
Say
what's
this.
happening today on the chat. But mostly it's that everything is everything.
He's not even in the chat right now.
Even when the
Wait,
topic
your
is about
mic is messed up. Your mic is messed up.
okay.
We can't hear you. Your mic is messed up.
Whenever the topic is about Muslim and I come on the show, straight away is attack the Muslim.
Nobody's ever
You said
attacked you on here. I'll be listening. No one attacked you on here.
wait. You
People
said
let you
everything is
speak.
everything. Hold on. You said everything is everything. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Is there anyone
That's a
else
lot of
besides?
people. A majority of West African on your show. That's anti. That's
Who? Who's the majority? How do
Islamophobe.
you know
Islamophobe.
what they
That's
look like by
Islamophobe.
their
I'm
name?
gonna make you a list. But what are you gonna
How
do
do you
about it?
know?
Listen. Hold on. Melanated.
Because you
You see
can't.
these things going on. You see these things going on. Do you ever call them out? Do you ever call these
What
people out?
things? I don't know what things you're talking about.
When they attack my prophet, when they attack Somalis, when they attack Ethiopians, when they attack people that looks different from them, when they're calling us mixed race of African, all these things. We are mixed race of African, right? Listen, brother. I'm not soft like that.
Hold on. Excuse me.
You're an idiot, man.
Excuse me.
No, it's not that. It's not about being soft.
Listen.
You're just an idiot, man. You're an idiot.
Listen. Where were you when African spirituality was on trial?
Yeah, but African spirituality, why do you have to force something?
Where were you when African spirituality was on trial? No, I'm trying to say you over here crying. You over here crying about somebody talking about your prophet. Listen, people talk about Jesus. So far today, if you want to press the rewind button, people says Jesus is not here. Yesterday, I put Jesus has vitiligo, or early today, Jesus had vitiligo. You don't hear nobody acting, oh, you talking about my prophet. You over here crying. You're too sensitive.
Your majority of these dickheads on the chat.
I can't hear you. Can't hear you. You need a new earpiece.
That a majority of Islamophobe. They hate Muslims. And then now what happened?
You're overusing that word. Don't be throwing that label on everybody. Don't throw that label on everybody.
Better than you. We were doing better than you before slavery.
So why are you here then? Why are you here? Why are you hopping on it? Why are you hopping in like with Islamophobes?
Go back to Somalia. Go back to Somalia then.
Hey, why are you here? I don't get it. You're saying everyone's Islamophobes and had no extra to me. Why are you here, man?
So much better. You're better than everyone.
I think you ain't got no home in Somalia. You ain't got nowhere.
I am not from Somalia, man. That's the beauty of it. I'm not from Somalia, man. I'm from Somaliland. I'm from Somaliland, son.
I'm not from. You think you're allowed in Somaliland? Gal, you hoe.
Who are you?
Shit Muslim on the yeah. I usually need to shut your mouth, fam. You need to shut your mouth.
Hey, you need to stop being a retard, man.
If you want to leave Islam, just keep it to yourself. Who gives you the right to talk that shit, man? Yeah? we all crazy because of Ramadan. Yeah?
I'm gonna talk whatever I want to talk, man. What are you gonna do?
We are crazy because of Ramadan.
Go pray your God.
Listen to her though. I ain't got no beef with you, but don't say West Africa. I said Igbos. I said people like Betty. I said people like wastelands on the chat. That's anti-Muslim. I said Hector. Even you, if you are Islamophobe, you too.
Hey, listen, so what if people are anti-Muslim? Why are you disrespecting their ancestors, man? Why are you disrespecting them? Like, I don't get it.
Listen, while I'm attacking them, I'm defending myself.
Why? I'm asking you a question. Why are you disrespecting their ancestors? And like, I don't like.
When have I disrespected their ancestors? When they are all this made up.
Oh my God! See, you lying.
Just say it in words, then say it in words, melanated. Say it in words. What have I said? But forget all about that shit. Before I say anything in this chat, do I get attacked? You want to go back and watch and look at the chat? Do I say something every time they attack me? Like that. Somalis are mixed race. Somalis are like that.
I started attacking you.
Somalis are fucking warriors, bro.
I can speak for myself.
We beat them up
I
every
can speak
single
for
time.
myself.
When have you ever won a
Let
war
me tell
against
you.
these colonized? When have you?
Let me tell you.
Who wants it with the West Africans?
I
I'm
listen.
here.
I have been defending you because of that vile and disgusting thing that you said about our ancestors, right? Like if somebody, like if you want to say, oh, you know, she over here lighting sage, that's haram, you know, that we believe that that's such and such. And you want to make you have a critique, right, about something to do with my form of spirituality, then that's a critique of my spirituality, right? And I may not like it, but if you do it, right? But when you go to the point where you are saying and mocking slavery, mocking our slavery, you mock the fact that that our heritage was stolen from us, you mock the fact that we don't have our language and throw it in our face, and then you want to turn around and call other West African men your brothers. Why? Because you're the same God. So what? They supposed to allow you to talk about their ancestors that way? Because all of them Jamaican Muslims,
listen,
all
like,
of them Jamaican Muslims they have the same.
You know what you're doing, innit? You know what Reggie is on. Listen, my question is like this: we're living way better than you before the slavery and all of that shit. Why did you get jealous and you brought in the Portuguese in to attack us Muslims? You pointed at us. Nowadays,
Bro, what are you smoking, man? What are you smoking? What is this guy smoking, bro?
Nowadays,
What are you smoking, man?
You're trying to get the hate
What
on
the
Muslims
fuck
again,
are you
innit?
smoking?
And it's always been the West Africa. The reason I talk
Nobody
about
gives a
African
fuck
is the
about
truth,
you
is the
Muslims,
fact.
man. You just fucking You're a fucking idiot. Talata is the only man who had to call us a weapon. You're a fucking idiot, man. You well, look at me, kid. You're a fucking retard, man.
You can't talk to me, bro. Listen to me. Back in those days, the same excuse you were using because we were living better than you.
You are wanna whack it?
Hey, you weren't living better than anybody, bro. You think you are superior to people or something? What are you talking about, man?
Got the whole Africa destroyed.
You could appreciate this.
Who gives you the right to talk about
you could
Africa?
appreciate
Melanated, yeah.
In a court of law.
Hey, SK, shut up, man. Melanated, what you saying? This guy's just a fucking idiot. Melanated, what you saying?
Wanaume umbaya.
Watch out. Wanaume gani?
He definitely is, man.
That means that you're a bad man.
I know. I speak Swahili.
Swahili.
I speak Swahili. But listen, that is
Yeah,
a lie,
you
you know.
are
I speak Swahili.
That's getting you kafir. What's happening, man?
I'm trying to say, look, when you have people like Reggie and Betty, yeah,
I'm gonna start calling bad Muslims. I'm gonna start calling them kafirs.
What happened?
Because
When
you don't represent.
Reggie,
you don't
what
represent the
happened to
good
what you
stuff of
done in the
Islam.
past? We should just
You a
forgive you for what
kafir.
you done in the past, and we should trust you. How can we trust people like you, Reggie?
Ask Getty, you are a kafir. You are a bad Muslim.
What are you on about, Askeri? You're not making. Slow down. You're not making sense, man.
Listen, like you,
Reggie, he said that our ancestors
African development, African voices.
jumped on the slave ship. They didn't give up no fight. There was no rebellion. There was no war.
I'll say it again. I say it again. What
That's
I
what
said.
he
You
said.
want to hear what I said? You want me to hear? You want to tell you what I said? You want to hear me what I said? Always making up shit, you know. I said like this. You lot, as I said before, you lot got the Muslim enslaved, you know, because you were jealous of the way.
You lot, see, get a better earpiece. We can't even hear you.
SK, imagine it's Ramadan and you're doing this fuckery.
Yeah, the way
He said basically we didn't
start bringing
put up a
slavery
fight.
over to Africa because you were jealous. The Igbo tribe thought at that time they run the whole of Africa, so they brought white man in to destroy us.
So there was no slavery before the Igbo. There was no such thing as a sub-Saharan slavery. You sound dumb.
Jump on the ship. That's a fact. You jump on the ship because you got tricked by yourself. That's a fact because you thought these people were on your side. After they finished us off and we fought back to our lands and they took away our name, our everything, and our religion, while you lot were just dancing around, thought that you're their friends, you know, they came for you, you know.
What
but you didn't know it to the last minute. You didn't know it to the last minute. Your stellar behavior paid the price. And now
testing. Can anybody hear me?
You're not gonna
Hey,
speak.
SK, where are you from? You from
Hello, no
Somalia?
disrespect. Can
Well,
anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You kind of low. You're very low.
Where are you from? Are
Your
you
mic
from
is very
Somalia?
low.
You doing all this talking? Where are you from,
This
man?
guy
I'm
just
from
can't speak
Mogadishu.
Somali.
Who
He
wants
doesn't
it,
talk
bruv?
to me.
Who wants beef, bruv? I'm
He
from
can't speak
So
Mogadishu.
you're from
Somali.
Mogadishu, and then you got
Go,
done up by
go
the
take care
Italians,
of,
bro.
take
You're
care
doing
of,
all this talking,
go
man.
take care of
Stop
that
talking,
chaffer.
bro.
Ask Getty. Yo,
Huh?
Oz, go take care of that chaffer. Ask Getty.
Who?
Ask Getty. He's a chaffer.
So hold on, Melanie. That's like
But
me
why you
telling.
attacking Muslim? I
One
only
second,
try to
one second,
to attack
Marky.
me.
Watch me hot her up now. Not in a bad way, my sister. Yeah, but listen.
I don't
So that's like me
care. I
telling.
don't care. If you
No,
a
but
bad
hear
Muslim, I'm
this,
gonna
my
call you a
sister. Hear my
chaffer because you're not
retaliation. Yo,
representing.
hear my retaliation.
Let me tell you.
Yo, my
No, no,
sister,
no.
just
Let
hear
me
my
tell you how I'm
retaliation
using the
before you
word.
say anything
Let
else,
me tell
yeah?
you how I'm using the
I
word.
know,
Let
but
me
just
tell
hear
you
my
how I'm using the
retaliation.
word. Let me tell
Hear
you
the
how I'm using the word.
retaliation.
I'm telling you.
Go
Listen,
take care of your.
I'm saying if you
Listen,
are a
listen. Go
bad
take care of your
Muslim,
sellout
if
brother.
you're a bad Muslim, if you're
Who
a
had
bad
kids with a white
Muslim,
woman. How
you're
about
not
that?
representing the deen
How about that?
properly. I'm gonna call
Oh,
you what I want to
you're
call
not a
you.
black face, are you? Oh.
That's what I'm saying. He's a bad representative. He's a bad representative.
For defending my prophet, yeah? Because
The
West
piece,
Africa,
pieces.
they're
You
the
ain't
only
defend your
Africa in
prophet.
Africa.
They
Screenshot,
say
listen.
shit about my prophet.
Screenshot
What
or
did
put
he
the
say
insult to your
exactly?
prophet right now.
Nobody else,
What has he
brother.
said? What has he said
Screenshot.
Every
exactly?
day,
I got the
prophets
screenshot of
are
when he said fuck West
prophets like
Africa.
that.
I
Aisha.
got the
I keep hearing these
screenshot.
things
Are you saying
from
that he's
why?
been saying stuff that's anti-African? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
I'm only defending. I'm only
Okay.
defending,
If
but
I
I'm
was
not
in a
pissed
back
off
chat,
though.
if I was
I'm
gonna
gonna
hang out with you right
politely.
now, I took a screenshot. I
No,
took a
but my sister, I'm
screenshot
gonna
when he
politely
said,
step out that conversation because it's got nothing to do with me. I'm not African, so.
okay, listen, I got the screenshot of when he said fuck West Africa. He didn't say fuck Igbo. He's over here lying now and changing the whole
Yeah.
subject. You're
I'll be
lying.
sister. I'm not gonna get involved because the brother's gonna say you're not black, so I'm just gonna shout that you lot
But
argue.
listen, us, they're attacking Muslims. Do you think I openly said something about them? They say shit about my prophet.
As a
They
Muslim,
talk shit every day,
Who's
every
who's
day,
attacked
brother.
Muslims?
I'm gonna go to the
Who's attacked Muslims?
hangout.
It's every day, bro. It's every day. These people are the biggest
I'm gonna go to the
Islamophobe. And
hangout
this
and I'm
lady
gonna post
here
it.
straight
He's
away
lying.
attacking me, but she's
You're
letting
lying.
all
I
this
took
other
a
shit,
picture
all
of
these
it.
5, 6 people to attack me, Islamophobic.
Ain't
So
nobody was
hey,
attacking you. You came
But
on. You
as
came in
Who's
for
he
Getty,
the
talking
attack.
about though, Melanie? Get him
she's
to name
trying
people.
to stop
Who's he
me, bro.
talking
She's trying to
about?
stop.
These other
He's
people that
lying.
attack us.
One dickhead
Remember,
called Todd. There's a Todd guy. There's a Todd in there. Him. There's everything.
Bro, this is some emotional guy. You're just emotional, man. Like, fuck off out of here, yo.
I
Just
come on.
crying
I
your
come
ass
on,
to
bro.
like,
I
bro,
come
go
on.
get a tissue or
I
something.
come
Just
on.
fuck off.
Yeah, he's a
Whatever,
bad
whatever.
representative. You know what I'm saying? Like I like to
Abortia,
deal with good
say
Muslims.
what?
You know what I'm saying? That make you want to respect their religion. The way he talks, you ain't trying to respect nothing. The way he talks, what the hell
You know
he
what she's
talking?
done? You know what she's done? She put the whole West African. I said Igbo. I talk about those tribes that got the Muslim is
Oh my
West
God.
Africa
These
is
people
not.
were
West
jealous.
Africa is not all
Listen,
Igbo. It's not
no,
Igbo.
listen, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. These people got jealous, fam. Us Muslims were living richer, healthier, better life than them. They
The
brought us to
Mali
slavery.
Empire is
Now,
Hold on. Asgeti, one
that was
second.
that time. Now, they want to attack us again. They want to use another excuse. They want to use another excuse to attack Muslims.
Hey, SK, aren't there Muslims in West Africa?
You ain't gonna get through me, bro. I'm a half Messiah. Like, I'll jump over
Like,
your
what
head
is this
and
guy
I'll.
talking
You
about?
never do that to me. I'm a half a Messiah.
The whole
I'm a
freaking Mali
warrior.
Empire. He's wilding.
Chikubiara of the Igbo nation. Let me just part a couple words with you.
Yo, can we change the topic?
Oh, there you go.
In
Can we
relation,
change the
in
topic?
relation to him mentioning
I don't want to contribute on that, man. People gonna say, yo, you're not
Portugal,
black and all that stuff. You get me? So
Portugal.
You're a Muslim, innit?
Straight.
You're a Muslim, yeah. If
Kuffar
they attack
phobia.
your.
Listen, let Kingo speak. Let Kingo speak. He's an Igbo. Let Kingo speak.
Asgeti, they're not
Kuffar
Let
phobia.
King.
Asgeti,
Go
the
ahead,
sisters,
Kingo.
brothers are not pulling you up
Yeah,
on
but
that.
his point is not the void though. It's not really even making sense.
They're pulling you
Like,
up.
let Kingo.
To you, don't. You're anti-Muslim, innit? To you,
But
don't.
Asgeti,
The thing is, like,
let
your
Kingo
country is
speak.
run by
He is
Muslims, so you can't say shit. Whatever you believe, you can't do, mate. Your run is run by Muslims, and you can't do shit
It's not
about
run
it.
by Muslims.
You
It's
know
not
it.
run by.
Your president is a Muslim, and the
Oh my
Muslim is
God.
majority.
It's not
And you
run
know
by
what?
Muslims.
The Muslim back in those days fought off colonizers. Did you fought off
No,
colonizers? No,
Muslim
you
back
didn't.
in those days
Hold
were
on.
part
part. They're
Question
part
to
of
you.
the
Hold on.
Yeti.
Question to you.
Part of the
Did you
people that,
fight?
that
Did
sold
your
us.
tribe fought Keep believing that shit.
Yeah,
But did you
the
fight against
Fulanis
the
were very
colonizers?
good.
I don't understand.
The Fulanis were
Did
very,
you fight against the colonizer? Did your tribe fight against the
Fulanis,
colonizer?
the
Did your tribe
traders,
try to
slave
save
traders.
Nigeria? Did
Yeah,
your
but
tribe try to save
Calm down
Nigeria?
a bit, man.
Or
Fulanis
did
were
you?
like your prophet and slave
yeah, but I'm
traders.
You
gonna
see,
I'm gonna
I
address
want to
what
have
Brother
the voice,
said
and
to you.
Calm down a bit,
the
Hakeem.
history is out there. History is out there.
Replanting.
Only Fulanis and some other tribes in Nigeria tried to save their country and their people. These people wanted to sell their country and other countries in the whole continent because they're talking like the way they're talking now. They think they run Africa, bro. You need to be tried first for what you've done in the past. Don't you need to be tried for what you've done?
I've never heard
You need to
anyone
be
speak
tried
on Islam, by the way. So
They were
I think
traded
that's quite
slaves
cold.
like your prophet.
You need to be tried for what you've done in the past.
Who the fuck said that?
As a
Who
Pan
the
African,
fuck said? Who
whatever
the
you've
fuck
done in
said
the
that?
past, and
Who
you
the
can
fuck said?
on this and that.
Which
Nobody reads
disabled
what
fucker
you've
said
done.
that?
That's getty.
Nobody.
Couldn't they say the same to you about
It
your
was a thing
ancestors
though.
and the
I know it was
fuckery
a
they
thing
did?
though. The
That's
disabled
your
fucker.
ancestors, man. Prove it. There's nobody who's done
Yeah,
anything
Fucking
can I
idiot,
address
man.
what
more
brother?
than
Bro,
that.
disabled fucker, bro. That lives at home, bro.
Yo,
Fuck
can I
off, man.
address what brother Getty says? Respect Getty. Big up, brother.
Little
I don't know why you respecting him.
Big up, brother. Big up, brother.
See, this is the
She
bull
thinks
crap
I
right
hate
here.
you,
Don't be
I
respecting
don't
him.
hate you, bro. Me, you're cool, bro. I'm against anybody that attack. When I come on the show, why do you have to attack my prophet? Like, why can you attack me personally?
Oh my God.
You have to
Get
put
off
the
of these
Islamic side
panels.
of you and see me as a black
Crying
person who
baby.
represents Islam in
He was
Africa,
a slave
and you
trader.
hate
It's just a fact.
you hate it with a passion, bro. And that
But to
shit
be
will
fair,
never
I've never
come back.
really the only person who really attacks the prophet here, from what I come, or who's quite harsh on Islam, and I'm sure he's proud to say it, is Reggie.
No, in the chat, bro. Even it's probably happening now.
Who's
There's
in
one
the
guy
chat?
called
Who's in the chat?
There's another guy called
Everybody
Never
gets it.
mentioned.
Everybody
Yo,
gets it. Christianity
Look,
gets it. Reggie,
no. It's all
don't people come hard on Christianity too?
Look,
No, here they love
simple.
Christianity.
This is how simple it is.
Yeah, right.
Even if you're not talking about the topic about Islam now, people are gonna bonfire of they forget about as a population of Muslims in Africa, they're forgetting about it. You know? You sell out.
Listen, man, if I was in Africa, I'd be going. If I was in Somalia, I would be worshiping whatever the Somalia deities they had. I forgot the one that they told me the name of it before they was Islam. Before
I'm
the
gonna
one
say
that they
it
had
again.
before Islam.
Melody,
what's
you'll
the name?
be a
Chris,
hijabi. You'll be a hijabi.
No. I'm gonna say it again. Like, I ain't got no problem with you, Lord. I'm gonna try to say it again.
What's the name of the the deity that they had before Islam in Somali?
I swear I don't know. I don't know too much. Maybe this sellout here might know, this Somali sellout.
I'm sure
I'm trying to say. Listen, what I'm trying to say is
was there a deity?
the topic of Muslim Islam could be on the chat, on the show, yeah. And these people in the 80% of the people in the chat are attacking Muslims. Aisha.
How is he a sellout? Because he don't want to have your God. That's crazy.
Nah, bro, the guy came and dissed my mom for no reason. The guy came on and dissed my mom.
Yeah,
like, for no reason.
I did. That's the first thing I did. Because you're a fucking idiot, man.
Because you talked about my mom. You talked about my mom.
You should be worried about it. You should be worried about you being accepted in Somalia.
I don't give a fuck, man. I couldn't give a fuck. Listen, first of all, I'm not from Somalia. Second of all, I'm good, man. I'm good.
The world is big.
Sadly, I don't think Somalis can only be one thing, you know, like you, man.
No, that's a good question, you know. And what did the Somalians actually believe before they converted to Islam? Because obviously
they had a deity. I forgot.
We had our own thing, man. Yeah, we had our own thing back in the day.
Yeah. So I can imagine.
They had an indigenous a deity, right? And but now that's considered to be like the wrong thing to have. And Allah, they came with the right stuff, right? So Allah is supposed to be the right way, so the way that they're
because they fully rejected it. They fully rejected it. They fully it's referred to as Juju in their eyes as well. Yeah.
Bro, look at that guy called God in the chat. He just wrote, "We are taking over Africa and we're gonna run you out." Some shit like that. Before that, he was talking about Aisha. Before that, he was talking about Somalia.
God, bro, stop talking about people typing in the chat. No one cares, man.
He said, Somalia and Ethiopia, we're gonna take over Ethiopia and Somalia. This is the kind of shit that's very wrong.
If you come on here one-eyed,
you don't talk to those people.
and these
If
things
you
were happening
Yeah,
under
but
the
you
eyes.
can't get
Kingo,
triggered by some
wasn't people
next
talking
troll,
about
man.
African people, how we kill the albinos, the spiritual system, they do a cannibalism, human sacrifice, all of this stuff that they say about African
But man,
spirituality.
it's
Guess
happening
what?
for real. I've seen them all eyes. You do catch albinos. You do kill them for their blood or whatever, and think it's witch doctor. That's a known ritual in Africa. It's happening majorly in Tanzania, where even these people have to have protection around them. I was in Kenya when this was happening. You know, around
And that's wrong, right?
2010
wrong,
World
right?
Cup. When the 2010 the World Cup, they had to have protection for albinos on the buses because buses were leaving from Kenya all the way to South Africa, from Tanzania
yeah,
all the way
but
to
I
South
mean, it'd be
Africa.
nice if we could have the
But
same
I'm
amount of
just
protection.
saying that you gotta be able to deal with people having opinions about your belief system, and you can't just fall apart and start crying because somebody has an opinion, because they're going
No,
to.
it's not an opinion. It's not really an opinion. It's a straight up dissing. That thing like
So what? They straight up diss my stuff too. Guess
No,
what?
but
They
you
straight up
can't
diss my
insult.
belief
So
too.
you
I'm not
can't
that kind of
insult.
person,
Bro.
though.
When
I'm
it
not
goes
that
to
kind
an
of person.
insulting level, you can criticize the religion, but when it goes to an insulting level, then that's too far.
Yeah,
It's
bro.
like me
Like
saying,
That's what
it's
I'm
a
saying.
straight up
I
it's
test.
agree with
like
Shahid
it's like
right there.
me,
It's a
it's
straight
like
up
me
test. Like
saying,
they're trying to
hold on,
test
hold
me.
on. It's like me saying, if I insult Jesus from the Bible, that's insult. I'm not doing anything that is good towards the Bible, so I'm not going to insult
Like
Jesus. I'm not
scrutinization is
going to
one
insult the
thing,
Bible.
but
Okay, so
complete
so
disrespect
let me ask you
is
this. Let
another.
me ask you this, Shahid, right? Based on, because you're a Muslim, if you was to say the Bible is false, is that disrespectful?
Okay, so if I believe like
If
Reggie,
you say
okay,
it,
so
the
I'm gonna answer it.
Bible
I'm
is
gonna
false.
answer the question,
Okay.
man.
Okay.
If
I
I
just didn't want you to
believe
change it.
if I believe the Bible is false, that's my belief. The same way
That's
Reggie
not
will
what I
never
asked
believe.
you.
Okay,
That's
what
not
was
what
the
I asked
question?
you. See,
What
I
was
said
the
if you say it,
if I
The
say
only
the
time
Bible is false,
is
would that be disrespectful?
yes, that's my question.
Yes, towards a Christian, it'll be disrespectful.
I don't
Okay,
think. They,
let me ask you this: if you was to, okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
no, I'm
I
saying
was
I
having
don't
a
think
follow.
anyone is trying to entertain or trying to justify rather the fact that this us Getty is acting up again. Like I don't know if anyone
Yeah,
on
if
the
you go to
panel
a
actually.
Japanese
Yeah,
person,
he's just
you say fuck the
no, I'm
pandas,
trying to show him that if
and
someone has an opinion about your belief system and you're saying that you could feel it's disrespectful even though they're not being disrespectful, they're stating their belief, right? So like it's a Muslim, to a Muslim person, Jesus Christ did not die and resurrect. He did not, they don't believe that happened. They don't believe that happened. So if a Muslim
Yeah,
was to say, man, he didn't resurrect, they're not being
well, it depends.
disrespectful.
It,
They're
it
saying
depends.
they're saying their belief. Now, it might be contrary to yours, and you might find it disrespectful, but that doesn't mean it was actually a disrespectful thing to say.
Yeah,
To
so
be honest,
he has to
if
obviously
Reggie
quantify what was said.
if Reggie says the Quran is false, I'm not gonna take it as disrespect because that's his belief at the end of the day. He can say whatever he wants. But when it comes to an insulting level, that's what I don't like.
no, I think it'd be interesting to have a debate with some, or just a discussion about, what Asgeti, people like Asgeti, and have that type of
But I was
viewpoint
getting like, what is his
on Africa.
what did he come to
He's
even
just
like?
crying. He's just
Well,
crying.
I think what I've heard him saying, a couple of times is basically not like he's trying to compare Islam and sort of Islamic African places to Christian ourselves. You know what I mean? So, and he's trying to say that Christian places have done worse in relation to being sellouts, or they have hindered, progress to Africa in to a certain degree, I think. And
Yeah,
he's
that's the
basically
same.
saying they're
That's
sellouts. So, but
that's the
when
same thing.
when he talks about the Portuguese, the only time really I've seen from what I've studied so far, I may bump into other things, but you only get sort of like the conquistadors with Queen Isabella, and that they were sort of under sort of prisoners, they were like, but they were mulattoes as well. So they were sort of like more prisoners, but they were, that was when they were going over to the Americas. But and the Moors as well when they teamed up with the Vikings, yeah, and the Swedish to put the Slavs into slavery, and the Jews. So
but he's talking about
yeah, but I'm saying that's the relation. But that's the only time I can see through history. I was just gonna carry on saying, but that way I've seen sort of black people work with white people against other black people. Generally, the only time recently it's happened with like sort of like honestly, really with Muslim counterparts. So that would be that sort of like the Fulanis mostly actually. Go on.
Wait, so you guys
and you have the
Khanito is not Khan,
the Maroons,
right?
Khanito
is not Khan.
Yeah, Khanito is Khan.
There's about 40
is Khan, man.
Yeah. Well, King of Gold, I'm trying to address the point that you initially made about how he's pointing out that African Christians are more sellouts than Islamic, and like that's not a claim that is only unique to Ask Getty coming out with that. A lot of people have made that claim in different ways.
No, but the only reason why I would say that they could be accused of being that is because they held the most value when it comes to the the invaders coming to get and take slaves, because obviously they're sitting on the best land. Generally, the people in the best land would have had the best food, and then had the best migration genome.
What was the best land?
It would have been West Africa.
Well, West Africa, when
and it would have been more sort of like the east, more like the Niger region, Congo, Togo.
No, but Congo is not in West Africa.
Well, Central Africa, but I'm saying it stretches around. You know, it's Central West. Northwest Africa, Togo.
West Africa that he's referring to was majority Muslim during the slave trade. Not majority Muslim; it was majority Muslim and African spiritualists. There wasn't many Christians at that time.
At the time in West Africa with the Sokoto and the Songhai and the Mali empires.
Those are not Christian. Those are all Muslim.
They're the Muslim ones. They're the Muslim ones. So you have.
Who's likely to have more sellouts?
When I've looked through the history line, I've seen the Portuguese having a lot of
West Africa. Where's the Portuguese in
the Portuguese were in West Africa. They were in Mali. They were in and around Mali. They were even near the Fulanis.
No, when he's talking about sellouts, he's talking about African people selling out other African people. Kingo.
Oh, Africa, yeah, to white people, because he said
Portuguese are not African.
The Portuguese, he let the Portuguese in, and the Portuguese, you were dancing around with them, and they enslaved you, and you didn't even know. That's what he said. That's the claim he made. So that was what I was trying to address. I should have told you the claim he made.
Portuguese primarily went
to. That's what he's
Congo.
saying. He needs to articulate himself better, man. He's an idiot.
There was a couple places, Congo, but at that stage, the Portuguese weren't so strong. They weren't really going in on this mad, just cleansing and all these bombs dropping and that. It was a bit.
But he needs to check what he's talking about, because in West Africa, it was predominantly Islamic and African spiritualists. There wasn't many Christians during the slavery. People became Christian after the slavery through. Obviously, the Caribbean.
That's not true, though. Some places they converted the people and then started the slave trade.
That was 15, 16.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
English and Moroccan conquest was just a blip.
So you're saying that the people who was running the slave ships were Muslims, Reggie?
No, I'm saying that
in the Congo.
What belief system? What belief system were they, Reggie?
The people in West Africa at the point of slavery during that time were the Africans were African spiritualists and Muslims.
Wait, you're talking about the people who were enslaved?
Yes, the people that were enslaved, the people in Africa on the continent as well.
All right, okay, so the people who were enslaved were mostly African spiritualists and Muslims. My question is,
and the people that were the people that were trading as well. Hold on. I'm talking about the people that were trading. The people that were trading. The buyer was Christian, obviously. European Christian.
Okay.
the seller.
We just cannot leave Christianity out of it, right? Like,
No, I'm not
because
saying that. I'm saying it's evidently clear that the Europeans
because
were
if the ship is
Christian.
the good ship Jesus, it's not the good ship Joseph or Mary, but literally Jesus Christ.
No, but we're talking about
That's
the sellout amongst the African people. The people that were selling were African spiritualists and Muslims. They were more like, you know what I'm saying, the leaders of the leaders that were selling their people
And
were
Christian
African.
converts.
Well, where were the Christian converts in West Africa? Like you have to obviously
there were no
illustrate that.
Christian converts at that time.
15th
Christianity
century.
wasn't in. Are you telling me Christianity was not in West Africa by that time?
1900, there were 7 million Christians in the whole of Africa. 7 million in the whole of Africa. Just
I'm
that's
talking about West
1900.
Africa. I'm just
This is
asking the question.
1900.
Just bear in mind the Ottoman Turks started taking over the world in 800, like 800.
So if there's
AD.
7 million Christians in the whole of Africa in 1900, we want to have to go further back to even find out how many Christians you can imagine there was during the slave trade, the Atlantic one, which you guys are referring to. I was saying most of them were Muslim and African spiritualists. Right.
But what point? Yeah, okay, cool. So yeah, but that's not what the contention is. That's not what claim you made, isn't it? I thought the claim was that there's Portuguese
Look at this bullshit Khan puts in the damn chat. Hold on, let me.
were used
all this
to sort of enslave them or to do something to them, but
And the people that were selling people, because obviously not everyone was selling their own people. Some were obviously captured, but the ones that were selling were like mainly the chiefs that were selling people to the Europeans. You know what I'm saying?
I probably would say the chiefs, because the kingdoms and the Nris, which were what we call as a king, and they were the other side. They were sort of generally different sides, you know what I mean, of the river. So you'd have the chiefdoms and you have the kingdoms. But
I just want to bring attention to the chat.
But
Kingo, Belly just posted, Jesus of Lubeck became involved in the Atlantic slave trade under John Hawkins, who organized 4 voyages to West Africa and the West Indies between 1562 and 1568.
That's a white person. I didn't like
A
no
white
one's.
Christian.
How many
So,
times?
no,
Like, who in their right mind is going to come in and dispute that white Christians were involved in transatlantic slave trade? That is just like it's not even. You guys are just strawmanning again. Like that's just like
No,
everybody knows that. Even
maybe
a
I
4-year-old.
misunderstood. Maybe I misunderstood. It sounded as if you were saying that Christians were not involved.
No, he is referencing people. He's saying that the black Christians sold us out, as if we sold black Christians were the ones that were selling their own people into slavery.
Oh
And
no,
I'm
I understood. I got you when you said that that there weren't many African Christians like people who were already Christians, but and it was mostly Muslims. Yeah, I can understand that it was they were either Muslim or African spiritualists at that time, but that Christians were involved in the actual enslavement.
Yeah, the Europeans, that's well documented. Everyone knows that. Even like a 5-year-old, 6-year-old probably know that. Like, I can't even. That's not even disputed.
You'll be surprised well, have you been watching the show earlier today? You'd be surprised at how many people literally debate well-known information because they just it's contrary to whatever they believe. So like some stuff still got to be said. I'm sorry.
We definitely learned that like in our primary school. Actually secondary school. We learned that in the UK. So everyone should know that. I don't know. I haven't come across someone that would dispute that.
And don't forget, at that time, I'm not trying to soften any sellouts, soften the blow of the reputation, but don't forget this Reed company. Yeah, these what do you call it? These people that get you into work, but they're like middlemen. What are they called again? They get temp workers and all the rest of it. They're like employers, but they're not the employers. I forgot what they're called now. Yeah, but they're like one of the first slavers, bro. Like the people who find people work. Now I'm trying to think of the bloody. So let me see what reason.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't think anyone would believe. I don't think the same way that you're saying, no one would deny the knowledge of that there were white European Christian people who orchestrated their involvement of the slave trade, that there were African people, black people who participated in the slave trade. Yes.
Yeah. So recruitment.
I think that I don't with the recruitment and the whatever, selecting whatever group or whatever. I don't think that anyone would deny that happened, that there were African people who participated in that. But
No,
to say,
go on.
but to say that was West African, that's what this whole thing with, at least for me, because I was the one that was most like bothered by it. For me, you can't say, oh, the Igbo people did that. I hate the Igbo people, boom, boom, boom. But then say, all you slaves that willfully went into slavery, you don't have your language, you don't have, clearly there's more hatred and other underlying other things. Because now you demonizing the victims of it. 1 minute you're trying to come against the people who orchestrated it, right? And I can see why you would be angry at them. But now the people who are victims of it, you coming at them too. So what's really good?
Why hold on. Oh, cookie. Why is he coming at you?
That's so cute. You know my doggy's name.
I'm sharp, ain't I? But yeah, it's like I don't get that. I mean, at the end of the day, I don't understand why he's referencing Caribbean people in that. You get what I'm saying? West Africa and Caribbean is separate. You get what I'm saying? Of course, a lot of the Caribbeans might have come from West Africa, but like, you know, it's a bit sketchy. You get what I'm saying? Because some obviously came from other parts of Africa as well. No. In terms of West Africa, we got so like it's hard to even determine. You can't say it's exclusive to a particular tribe that was selling people. Anyway, like there's multiple tribes that were selling people. We have about 400 tribes even today. So
don't forget, there's like human resources.
Sorry about that.
They even call it human resources. You got Reed Recruitment Center. All these things, they all go back, man. You know, banks and that's, you know, the Freemasons and, you know, the Knights of the Templar. All goes back to. Don't forget, at the stage that the English, when the English came, they saw so much civilization and infrastructure. You know. And just a good economy in there. So at the time, I can imagine there were Nigerians that were saying, "Look, take them on a work basis," you know, because they were productive in that sense. They saw it as it was like a trade at that time. Whereas now we've turned it into read human resources. Go to your local recruitment center and get a job. You know what I mean? But so what they've done is they've taken that aspect of slavery and they've marketed it. So from that point of view, I can see where the ancestors fell into that trap if they did it out of non-maliciousness, you know what I mean? But if out of maliciousness, I can imagine that would be from result of war. But now we've seen the results of what people are capable of doing with other people, you know what I mean? But so I don't think that would be repeated. But I do know that when a lot of the Igbo, there's a lot of Igbo blood in the Caribbean and America. That's undisputed. It's all been tested, and the Igbos are known for knowing that they were blessed and going into another land, foreigners' land, where there was a monarchy, was against the whole ethos of Igbo people. They needed to thrive amongst their, you know what I mean, their chiefs. They had you know what I mean, they had their chiefs there and stuff. And you know, So they wouldn't have liked they would have been very resilient towards going towards somewhere. So they would have had to go and grab them up. And I've read like sayings where they used to say we were the most argument belligerent group of slaves, and they were the first ones to stand up in Haiti. Yeah, the first ones out of every rebellion that's ever taken place really against these Europeans have been from Igbo people. So for anybody to say that Igbos are sellouts is just I mean, that's a complete oxymoron in the way I'm looking at it. And
the thing is,
if you check all of the history, you can actually see where there's only been recently any sort of type of selloutism inside West Africa, actually the whole of West Africa. But you know, it's only recently happened where the white man's completely that has been the fruit bearer of just civil war, and that was when you see in the 60s. But before then, Nigeria, the Igbo people were independent and had been that way from a long time. A lot of the slaves that they were stolen from Igbo people, but they couldn't ever really go in and completely dominate the Igbos to where they've taken over their economic structure. That's only happened in the 60s. You know, and for the Medes to be the most belligerent slaves, and then for someone to be calling them out as, come on, bro. They would say they used to say things like, "Don't try and be too smart now," you know, like when they were coming off the boats, and yeah, they weren't having it. The ancestors were not having it at all. And you know, we'd have to go into the suicides and countless voluntary deaths. They say what the boats brought us in there to take us away. That's what they were singing. You know what I mean? That was something that they told their people when they left. You know what I mean? And then they find out now, the people in Nigeria, that's what they heard, innit? Because that's what they said before they left. They said, yeah, look, the folks can take us away, but the ways will see us leave. You know what I mean? So that's not many other ethnic tribes have done that. The only other instances in history I've really seen people willingly commit suicide at that rate would have been even the South Americans got burnt to a stake because a lot of them couldn't, you know, it would have been hard. Imagine trying to kill yourself. So it would have been the Japanese when after the Americans invaded, they were jumping off their cliffs and they got the biggest. That's where the most suicides happen anyway. So I can understand why they've done that. I can see why the culture is a bit crazy, but it's a bit different. I wouldn't say it's crazy, but yeah. So that sort of stain's got to come off the Igbo. You know what I mean? The Igbo, whoever trying to tarnish it to that degree, it shouldn't be. They may be inwards people, which won't help many other people when it comes to charity, but they are giving people. It's part of their nature, isn't it? Like they're very giving people.
The thing is, I don't really understand what Asketi is getting. Like, he seems to be at a campaign against Nigerians for some reason. But generally, I don't think that Nigerians have even got time for a lot of these these groups. You know what I mean? We're very independent as a country. You get what I'm saying? So generally, I don't know why.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know who's ever really come up from any Nigerians saying that Islam's done this and that, unless it would have possibly be you or Turok. Is it Turok says? No, he don't say he's Igbo. He said he's
Rich's probably got a whole gang of man them, he knows.
Yeah, but there's a lot of Muslims in Nigeria as well, so I don't really understand how that is an equivalence to say, because some people here may have said some stuff about Islam, therefore in Nigeria, Christians and Muslims are all sellouts. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Tribe in West Africa, I can't even name them now. I can't remember their names, but they took out they conquered one of the conquering lines of Africa, and they literally went to Islam. You know what I mean? So it's not all like, he needs to really understand the history.
I don't think it's well. I don't think it's very well. I don't think it's very well, but for like, obviously Somalia's got his own problems, you know what I mean? So I don't really understand why he's so vested in Nigeria so much. But
exactly, bro. He's got his own shit to worry about, man.
Listen, you guys, I got the road. I actually have to do a little bit of work since they paying me during this corona, so I can't just take advantage of this. Huh? Oh, they called you? That's what's up.
Peace out, man.
Yeah, yeah, so I just wanted to give you guys all peace. Peace to everyone in the chat.
Yeah, bless
I'll
up.
holler at D Block later.
Peace, peace.
Yeah, later. What?
Yeah,
Oh,
but
no.
it's an interesting history. It's got its turns, and it's like it's an interesting stage in West Africa actually, between Islam when the Fulanis take over the most of the Islamic regions, pretty much. As a note, considering they haven't really got a sort of set base unless it's sort of like northern Nigeria or places like that, they sort of like gone around and they've kind of overthrown empires, but they've done it in a like against other Muslims, and for you could say the West, because at that time Portuguese was firmly set. But there's other, obviously Christians have done this different, Congo, Rwanda, but that's it's neither here nor there on a continent. I don't think religion. I think politics has always shone above religion when it comes out there. I think religion has just allowed it to become more of a sort of a mass group war, like, all inclusive war sort of thing. So I think that's the only way Africa's kind of gone down, is where they've had these Abrahamic religions, man, and just big groups now. It's like world war in Africa sort of thing. Whereas before there was loads of little tribes fighting their neighbors. Now it's just like the whole place is different sections fighting different sections and shit. But yeah, what Kush?
What's up, man?
Can I ask something? You said you're East African, isn't it? You said obviously with that name, East African.
I'm Somali, man.
All right, okay. But you're not taken to Islam fully?
I'm not a Muslim, no, man. I'm an agnostic.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly what I am actually. I would say I'm an atheist. But
yeah, man. It's been a long time since I've prayed to God or anything like that. How long you been agnostic for?
Me, I would say my whole life really, because I always had that question. But because I was so practical, I couldn't really see into the sort of spiritual realm or the other dimensions, so to speak. You know what I mean? I couldn't really expand my horizon because I was so practical and I want to see everything, like an atheist, almost. But I'm kind of like in line with their thinking to a degree, but I don't have their testicles to actually completely say there's no God and disrespect him to a certain degree. Certain people I see going into, I was like, right, if there is a God, you're getting locked up in a dungeon rather than throwing away the key. So, but
man, like Rob,
that dark, that deep place inside me that's like, you know what, just that one factor alone just makes me respect them, and just other people's what they hold dear. You know what I mean? You can't just go to someone and say something, even if you think it look ugly. It's like if someone goes to someone's girlfriend, she's not good looking though. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, she's good looking.
No, I feel you. It's all on your delivery, innit?
It's like, yeah, exactly. It's always I joke, bro, but you know what I mean. I think there's levels to it. Like there's definitely levels to it. But I think that's just generally how people raise their children in this day and age. But
yeah, you can inquire about something and ask a question and say things like that. But to just act like and just it can come across like pretty rude, innit? Offensive. So depends how it's said, innit? Really. It all depends.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. I don't think people want to be that disrespectful online, because even when you see people like times like when Tommy Robinson went to that guy's house because he was talking crap on. I think he left a message about how he should die or something like that. And he went,
I ain't got a clue,
you know
bro.
what I mean? Yeah, I was watching something, and he confronted him, and the guy was, you know, some killer online, but he was just like quiet as a mouse, really, when he came to his door. So, and it's not like Tommy Robinson's a big guy or anything. So, yeah, I think to their face, I don't think they'll, you know what I mean, they'll go to that, to them extent, to them lengths.
That's
Because
good, bro.
we know about London, man. These people don't have it, bro. It's gonna punch you up.
Well, go on. It's popping, mate.
What's up, bro?
Yes.
Just chilling, man.
Right on, man. Damn.
Yeah.
Just chilling, bro. Chilling.
Hey, Belly, the spiritual gods
Yo.
have given us a blessing.
Yeah, have they?
Yeah, no, they have. They've offered us a revolutionary metaphysical way of looking at the creator and the oneness of this universe, which we know as life, or
Instagram pop, yeah.
hydrogen or whatever, atoms and stuff. Like
You say because there's spots on Instagram, that means there's a god.
because of what on Instagram?
Because of the girls on Instagram. Is that why you're saying there's a god?
Because I can see Ethiopian girls on Facebook. Yeah, there's definitely a god. No, but really, Dr. Phil Valentine, as the great teacher himself, Hotep to the brother, he's just released some interesting 3-hour PowerPoint seminar and lecture, teaching us about spirituality to such a degree where he's talking about geometry and the way the atom is made up of numbers and geometry, and it's a specific amount of numbers. So it's like he breaks it down to such an understanding where it's like, bro, there's like, it's almost like an equation, but it's really good, man. It's really good, mate. I think over the next couple of months we're gonna have some serious spirituality conversation.
Wait, what does Phil Valentine break down that makes you feel like this shit's real?
Well, he speaks on a lot about genes and the helix and all of that, and the way it, like all the geometry shaped, the way the body travels, your mind follows your mind, and your mind's not something that's in your body, at which, do you know what I mean? It's like it's so sick, bro, the way he breaks it down. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I'm gonna go through it fully. It's like a 3-hour PowerPoint, but he talks about genes and genetic code.
If I show this video to my brethren Robbo Ranks, yeah, would you bun too fire on it?
Can you bun too far? No, but depends.
No Robbo Ranks.
Who's that?
Robbo Ranks. Robbie. Yeah,
Rob.
Bobby.
Rob. I think Rob will like it because it depends. I mean, he's got quite a good grasp of his vocabulary, so I can imagine he'd be able to break down and understand what this guy is talking about. He talks about NXA evolving the DNA and RNA programming. Nothing would call the indispensability of DNA or RNA based life into question more than a generation of an entirely synthetic alternative life form built from the ground up entirely. So it's quite intense metaphysical. I don't really want to go into that type of degree, but because even me, I have to pause it and start going onto the internet to actually understand what each word he's saying sometimes, because he's using sort of jargon from metaphysical science, which is but I'm telling you what, bro, I'm so happy with this. That's why one of the main reason why I came on. But yeah, it's looking peak.
So listen to this here. Go. Listen to this here. You see, if Dr. Phil Valentine was a white guy, yeah, with blonde hair, or a ginger guy with would you believe all the stuff that he was saying?
Do you know why I would? Because what I would do is I would listen to at least 2 or 3 of his shows, and not saying I believe entirely what he's saying, but I would say I believe in his sincerity if he was actually trying, if what he believed was the truth. You know what I mean? Maybe someone might be rolling with the wrong truth and he could just fix it after a while.
Like, do you listen to like David Icke?
Yeah, so them guys generally, if I can believe a lot of them, but I've got to understand, I've got to know whether they're coming from a position where they're speaking against the oppressor, because that's the main tell, because the chance of them being an agent is very slim. But for you to speak on the oppressor,
you know what?
It's automatically ruling you out.
Don't you feel like in my own personal opinion,
being an enemy?
This is one of the things that I get an issue with. Yeah, when man say we make blanket statements for saying like, right, the oppressor and the so and so, and it's like, bruv, who can we point at and say that's the oppressor so we can get rid of them and then carry on?
The oppressor. So any oppressor comes in all different types. The oppressor, the establishment, a lot of racists, someone who just and you know, talking about just giving advice, isn't it? Just say, look, even if it's down to someone saying something too harsh, just saying, look, just maybe you should moderate it a bit. That's fine. That's like speaking up, isn't it? You know, it seemed like you're trying to sort of show, at least tell the person to show a bit of respect. I think, yeah, but I mean, going back to your initial question about coming from a white man, I would trust it, but you know, as long as he seemed like he was for the cause and he wasn't with that narrative that everybody's trying to push, you know what I mean, Veli? Where it's just like it's bait. Some people just come and so bait, where it's just like, you know what, Islam, blah, 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 we're going to tarnish that, and anti-theist, because that is a general push right now, especially. It's silently that whole theist thing, I think. Because the only reason why I say that is because Stanford Hill Jews are going out, bruv, and marching like everybody else, saying, look, these people in Zion are non-believers, are atheists. They're not having it, bruv.
Do you want to know why? Because there's so many holes in religion. It's like, do you know what I'm saying? It's like a bloody sieve. It's like sipping a cup of, trying to put your a minty, yeah, a cup of minty into a sieve, leave it on the side, and come back to it. The shit's just gonna be all over.
Let me
the
just
table.
say something on the political agenda. Religion is horrible, but on the ground level, with a normal person you see in the street, I'd say they have a better life if they were to take to Islam. Do you know why? They wash their fucking ass, they clean their body more. They, excuse my language, sorry, and they pray a lot, and they got good bloody.
I'll tell you why I doubt it, yeah, because when you see the people that's religious
and they don't gamble and they don't drink,
the ones that we interact with, yeah, they're usually like quite upset about a lot of stuff every day.
Okay, and they don't gamble, they don't drink, they're always a bit more intelligent than the general person I've seen in the UK.
What?
I'm sorry, crazy. Mate. I'm sorry. When I've seen anybody,
listen to this, yeah. Wait. Go. Listen to this, yeah.
Arabic.
I can genuinely tell that they're a bit more clever than the average person, yeah. So
I've just got a bit more
energy. But wait, listen.
Go on.
First of all, yeah, answer the question, man. Answer the question first of all, yeah. So you say that.
Go on.
Religious people are just a little bit cleverer than normal people, yeah.
I would, yeah. They've got a bit something. There's something else in them. There's something else that they 100%.
What is that?
100%, brother. And now my family like 60, 70, and I've seen a lot of things, and I'm sure you have as well. I'm just saying that it's their demeanor, it's is their general attitude, mate, is much better. Christians alike. If you get a proper Christian, you're going to go into the house. It's going to be loads of positive thingies. I know, it's like, what's the difference between someone banging
But
out?
listen to this though. Yeah. Why that even makes sense what you're saying.
I was going to make a good point. I'm going to finish my point, though, man. I'm saying if there was for example, my mum, in my mum's house, she's got like wings and stuff, of angels. Do you reckon she's more at peace by having that or listening to, some hardcore rock music? Is she good? Do you reckon she'd be more honestly? Be honest though. Be honest to your heart, bro. Do you reckon she's going to be more of a level-headed, nicer person, more of a so mentally secure person? If she's listening to rock, which actually encourages drinking, all the stupidity that we look in certain genres today, or a person who's got wings up on their thing and they believe in God and they may not be devout about it, but they just got a sense of it. That's what I'm saying.
But bro, this is what I'm trying to ask you to explain to me.
Explain
how someone being more religious makes them more smart, because that I don't get that part. If anything, it's like the other way around, isn't it? Because you believe in something.
I give you one.
You've got a belief in something you can't prove.
Let me tell you why.
I'd say really, you're more religiously, you're more intellectually dishonest. As a religious people are intellectually dishonest.
No. That's hard to say. Now, what we'll go back to. What do I reckon? Religious people are more intelligent. I'll tell you what. Yes, you know why? Especially from birth, and they've got a sort of a moderate devoutness to a high devoutness. I reckon why is because they're going to read a book, and a lot of people don't even bloody read a book, and they've got to be forced to in school, and they don't ever, and they come out and they go on the internet and they make a business or whatever. They might just be in a dead end job, never reading their life, newspapers and sex and a couple of online.
People that go to church should do that, bro.
Instagram stuff.
There's no one that works at McDonald's that go to church.
But first of all, you read a book. You have to read a book. That's just the base of it. The second thing is if you're born into it, you're more likely to be in a community where it advocates learning and being a better in yourself.
Listen to this, Listen to this, Why I say,
about saying.
Let me give you an example, So there's a fat bastard called Khan, He was supposed to be fasting, over Ramadan. And he's online eating crisp in the middle of the day. And eating magnums, in the middle of blood clot Ramadan. So does that say that does that tell you that a man is smart or a man is not so smart?
He's devout. His level of devout is I would say. I'm just judging. I mean, it's hard to. Someone said so. No, anyway, I'd say it's kind of low-ish. I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but judging just from what I know of him, he could have a different. But I think according to that, you can't really be that high regarded as a person that's being seen devout. That's why I say I judge different people who claim to be religious.
Yeah, but just being a devout religious person,
there's like a level to it,
Just being a devout religious person doesn't bring no benefits to the society.
Doesn't bring no benefits.
Mm-hmm.
What? Really? Are you serious?
Yeah.
Serious? Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Man trying to draw me out so I can come on the panel because he's bored.
It worked, yeah.
Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. I'm here for you, family.
Yeah, man.
Joker.
Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, what do you agree with? Do you agree with old King Go Gold then?
What particular thing that he's saying? Is he talking about the white albino monkeys again?
Oh shit! Is he up for this? Are you on the beef thing?
No.
Are you on beef thing? Listen. 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock. We're having a session.
Oh, listen.
Are you ready? I ain't advertising anything else, but 9 o'clock be ready, yeah?
I'm gonna start calling you Askazanian.
Askazanian.
Because
Listen, but don't try bullying me, yeah? I ain't no albino.
Nah. Hey, so I think
you can do some rituals on me.
Me, do you know what? I'm too.
You know what? Like, to be honest, like saying what shocked me, yeah. This fucking prick Reggie. Sorry for calling him a prick because he's actually a humble guy. Reggie, you've been dissing Islam all this time, yeah. Now you come on and you say the African spiritualists sold the Muslims into slavery, and most of the people on the West Coast were Muslim because the Christian conversion hadn't started yet. Do you know how mad that is that he's actually saying that, bro? It's just boggling my brain.
It's true.
It's crazy that he's actually even saying that.
But it's true though.
Yeah, I know it's true, but I'm saying for him to say that, yeah, that proves that the only reason he hates Islam is because of what's going on in Nigeria right now. It's that internal little war is made him become a sectarian or
no, not necessarily. I tell you why, Khan. He may have a stance.
1 minute, like Turok's quite far from his mic. I can't hear Turok. You're speaking over him. Turok's actually speaking. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Turok, you're really far from your mic, brother.
Maybe I can't hear you, bro. Yeah, we hear you now, man.
Yeah, you're low, man.
Yeah, like
Real
that's
low.
what I always was saying. Basically, with Reggie, he's a Yoruba person, and the Fulanis and the Yorubas had a lot of different types of wars along the years and certain things like that. So I can understand when certain other people came in from Europe, they sort of benefited through arms and weapons to fight against Muslims and certain things like that, or other tribes.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why sometimes they took on Christianity as well. It wasn't really too forced like how it was in the Americas or other places.
Let me tell you why, Khan. I tell you why he's against Islam because he's not worried about.
No, listen, wait, hold on. Through the Islamic slave trade, yeah, there was different deals made with different African states where they had to pay them a certain amount of slaves per year. You know what I'm saying? That so there was deals already being made first of all, and then obviously the Portuguese and them man are coming on the trade.
Yeah, really. Let me ask you something, because you're an intelligent guy, innit? And you're good with things like money and economies and things like you know about certain things, innit? How is it, yeah, that this massive slave trade that was like worth like what would now be billions, yeah? How is it that overnight they just abolished it and now there's no slavery in the world?
It's not abolished.
How is it? How do you mean? Go on, explain for me.
It's fully. So it's fully. It got when Britain started to abolish the slave trade. They went into colonization. So it was basically a different form, innit? So there was. And then after the colonization, there's the second part of colonization, where the countries owe money to banks and they're getting taxes and whatever flooded out of their country via offshore accounts.
Oh, so you're saying that by hook or by crook, they're not losing any money. They're still getting the same money.
Yeah, we'd probably get more.
Also, it was a world war.
Scary.
Also, they had like the world wars that happened as well. So when all the world wars happened, they couldn't really continue with slavery and certain things like that.
Yeah, because obviously they had the idea of colonization. Even the people like the abolitionists, yeah,
the abolitionists.
They still saw themselves above the slaves and whatever. They didn't see the slaves as at the same level as them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That.
Yeah.
So
I get you.
It wasn't like to stop slavery because of human rights.
No,
to stop slavery. For
their own
something else, innit?
Yeah.
For your own benefit.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it was. And obviously the people that they've made deals with, now they try to make different deals with. Like I spoke about this guy called Tipu Tip. He was a massive slave trader in Zanzibar.
Mm-hmm.
He had a big deal with the British and the Portuguese and so, and even like with some Arab traders and whatever. and obviously they was trying to get him. They made a deal with him to stop the slavery and start the colonization thing, innit?
Yeah.
Oh, do you know who was fighting for the South Americans and the Americans, Turok, against the English?
Jasper Younger.
Yeah, the Portuguese and the Spanish. They armed
not the Portuguese and the Spanish.
Yeah, they armed the a lot of Indian tribes against the English. And the English were doing it doing that to the other side tribes as well. And they were trading pelts and wine and spices from India.
Portuguese, yeah.
Go on.
The Portuguese and the Spanish had heinous colonies in South America. You know what I'm saying? That. So
yeah, they came with the
there was a guy in Brazil. There's a guy in Brazil called Ganga Zumbi. Have you heard of Ganga Zumbi before?
No. Who's your chief?
No. All right. So there's a guy in Brazil called Ganga Zumbi. He was a prince in Congo. He got taken as a slave to Africa. He escaped and made a sort of
a rebellion,
sort of like a fortress thing in the Brazilian mountains or whatever. And he used to free slaves and made a sort of a treaty with the Portuguese where any of the slaves that got to his land was free in it. So he had his own like council and everything. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, that's Ganga Zumbi. And then you know that Zumba,
the Black Panther.
Yeah, the Zumba.
No, it's Capoeira. It's Capoeira, really.
Yeah, Capoeira.
Oh,
That's it, Capoeira.
Yeah, Capoeira, bro.
And Zumba, yeah. So they started practicing.
Zumba.
They used to do some. They used to do some dances, man.
Really thinking about losing weight already.
Listen. First of all, listen. Yeah, so there was some dances, yeah, that they used to do, yeah. What they used to look like they was dancing, yeah, but it's the Capoeira fighting thing, innit? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they used to do the dancing, innit? And then what's it called? And that's how they would sort of escape, innit? By
learning to fight.
The fight dancing shit, yeah.
Yeah, Capoeira is pretty cool, man. That stuff's crazy, man.
So did they do Capoeira?
Then that Gaspar Yanga. I'm not sure still, but there was a guy called Gaspar Yanga, yeah, that was in Mexico, and I think he was the first president or something of Mexico, and he helped sort of free some slaves and all that. I don't know his full story properly, but I'm sure, yeah. If you speak to the Dons in Portuguese, yeah, the South America Dons in Portuguese, and the ones that speak Spanish, yeah, they'll be able to tell you about the different folk tales of different heroes and whatever that was fighting and whatnot.
Royal bloodlines are going to marry Brazilian for some reason, because I think that's royal bloodlines are going to marry into Brazil.
I think Congolese princes were taken to Brazil.
Yeah. That was Ganga Zumbi, man.
I think that was wasn't Congo where the Black Panther, where Wakanda is meant to be.
Is that where it's like?
Can I ask a question? I wanna ask a question. Can everyone hear me? Everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Right. When we look at like the whole of humanity till now, we're lucky that we're living in a little window of opportunity where we don't have to be no one's slave, innit? When we think about it, majority of the time that humans have been on Earth, someone's been someone's slave, innit? No matter what form of slavery you look at it, someone's been living off the neck of someone else, yeah, up until now. Like, we're the lucky ones, innit? My question is, yeah, do you think, yeah, that what we're doing now, how we're living now, is going to catch on, and the rest of the world's going to live how we're living, or is it going to be the other way around, where we're all going to end up being slaves again, and this was just like a little blip that kind of like will go down in history as literally the only time that people ever lived without being slaves? Because as we can see, like with this corona thing, like we think we're living a certain way, and then
there's still slavery in places like India.
They're
Yeah,
still
there's
So really,
much
you're
more up
saying
to
it's
the actual
people
people, innit?
power. You're saying it's people power that's keeping us free.
No, well, it's like you're saying, up to the people to understand, like, right, what it
I mean, all
is.
the people around the world, it's up to them to like look at us and say, well, if they can have it, we can have it.
Not really. I'm just saying that it's up to the free people not to be able to do anything that's going to be able to sign themselves back into some sort of slavery, and then even more is to do whatever can be done to try and stop the rest of the people that are being subjugated around the world. So it's for the civilization to get to the next level, like type 1, type 2, and all them shits.
Yeah. Interesting.
So for
Anyone else want to add
the
anything?
advancement of humans to get to the next level. Innit? So it's
I hear
not.
what you're saying. You're saying people need to take responsibility for their own lives.
There's still slavery in places like India, certain places around the world, but it's very rife in India with the darker people. And I think slavery is going to happen in the future again, I think, to be honest.
Bro, your mic's low, Torok. People can hardly hear you, man.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Nah, it's low, man.
Still really low.
It's like you're on the other side of the room, man.
Can you hear me now?
Still low.
What about? Is that better?
Go on, one more time. No.
Can you hear me now?
I hear him, yeah,
still,
but
but
Testing. Fucking 1, 2, 3.
it's hard to hear you on the stream, Torok, as well, yo.
Okay.
Be honest with you, bro.
Yeah.
Oz, my brother. Salaam alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Can you do me a
Oz, I've been
favor?
accused.
Oz,
I need you to defend me. Yeah, I've been accused of being a greedy fat bastard that didn't fast because I was too greedy to give up cheeseburgers. Can you tell these people, yeah, under what circumstances is a Muslim prohibited, like doesn't have to fast?
First of all, it depends on your medical condition.
Thank you.
If you have any kind of medical conditions that
so what? Because you're clinically obese, that means you can't fast.
There's no such thing as clinically. Well, there's no such thing as clinically obese.
I don't know.
There's no such thing as clinically obese.
What's going on?
Clinically obese, you know. You can't get writ off from work for being obese. It's not a medical condition that they recognize.
So anyway,
In America, it is.
Can I answer the question?
Please answer the question in full.
First of all, if there's a number of medical conditions, so I'm not going to name each one because I don't know all of them. But first of all, if you have a medical condition that prevents you from fasting, and the second main thing that I know that you can not fast for is if you're traveling over a certain amount of miles. I think it's 100 miles. I'm not sure.
Cool. So
and if you're a woman, if it's your menstruation
in defense of myself, these are the meds I got to take on a daily basis.
If you're a lady and you're on your time of the month or whatever you want to call it, you don't have to fast that time either.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, man's got to take all these things, man. Get me?
What's that? Xanax is. So Xanax is.
Yeah.
So the pills he's shot in. Codeine. Can't put in codeine, Xanax and all that shit.
All right. Can you tell me if you understand this?
Khan, you do know that the cheeseburgers from McDonald's are haram, bro.
Who said McDonald's? You can make cheeseburgers at home, you know.
Listen to this, okay? According to
I ain't gonna lie, Khan. Yeah, at home I only make half pounders, no cheeseburgers. Come on.
Yeah, but you're a big guy, man.
Yes.
Anyway,
yeah, man. You know what? Yeah. Wait, before you man go in, yeah. Again, yeah. Obviously, true. It's Issa's janaza today, innit? Like, one that every now and then, innit? Just mention that. Yeah. Rest in peace, brother Issa. Hold tight for the Frimpong family. Our condolences
are with you from the family of Valley Vision G Block. Yeah, and yeah, rest in peace to the young brother Issa, man, and I'm saying hopefully his family can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Yeah, man. So yeah.
Well said, Veli. Well said.
Carry on, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say, I said it earlier as well, that respect to Veli, man, because he's had that little banner running for a couple of days now. You get me? Like,
Well, really,
I'm sure he knew Issa personally.
Yo, you man, there's certain moderations that should be done right now on the channel. So can you do that?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, mod. James joins anyone in the chat. Ultra, I know you're the Ultra. Come on, bro.
Let's get a couple minutes silence just to piss them people off.
Let's not even discuss that, mate. What was you gonna say?
This. Oh, go on, Con. Go on, bro. You want to say something?
Well, hold on a sec, yeah. Come off you, man, yeah. We're gonna do a proper minute silent, innit, yeah.
All right.
But let's time it properly, yeah. So, one sec. Stopwatch. All right, so we got a minute silence starting from now. All right, yeah, man. Rest in peace to brother Issa. Yeah, me that a good day, and all that, man. So
yeah, man. Rest in peace, brother.
Yeah, respect the dead.
Yeah, show some sort of respect in it, man.
Definitely.
Yeah. So yeah, what was he talking about though, anyway, man?
Well, we was talking about like modern day slavery, like
what
how other countries gonna catch up to us, sort of thing.
How would it advance past there being some might not be something that obviously the religious people might want to hear.
Yeah,
but I do feel like stuff like hanging on to old stuff like religions and things like that isn't helping
democracy.
Isn't helping the advancement for the
thing is though, Veli, yeah, let me say something. Most people, yeah, this is what we don't take into consideration when talking about religion. Most people have a dual identity. Like they just because they've been brought up in a culture or in a religion, don't mean they can't operate outside of that. You know? So taking away religion ain't gonna make people more democratic. You get what I mean? Because people operate with different hats on every day. Like, you know, when you're with your mom, she might be like, come, let's go to church. And you go with her. Whether you believe it or not, it's irrelevant, isn't it? Like, you're there with your mom. You're involved in your culture. You got your rituals, your practices, your wedding ceremonies, and all whatever comes with religion. You can be a cultural Christian or whatever you want to be, yeah? That's like one aspect of your identity. Like, I think most people, especially like I was studying this year, like most especially immigrants, our generation immigrants, have got a dual identity where at home they're like one thing and when they're out they're something else, innit? So I don't think that taking away religion is going to actually, like the effort that it would take to take away the religion isn't really going to yield the amount of change that you're expecting to see, because I don't think people are going to put down one thing and pick up another thing. You get me? But being born and brought up in this culture,
you know
go on.
What I feel like it is the evolution of the next stage of society. So there's got to be some things that where, do you know what I'm saying, where people look at each other as less as do you know what I'm saying, like as lower or stuff like that, or things, whatever helps people to see someone else as less or something like that. Yeah, some of those things are the things that might need to be lost before the next stage or whatever. I feel that.
Yeah, that's the only way it's going to get there, to be honest. I agree with you totally. You need democracy.
I personally don't agree with that. I think education is the key. Like, I think what the education you receive at school, in your mind, is always going to come first than what your parents taught you, because what your parents taught you is old school, innit? It's from backyard. You get me? Like, when you're here, you're looking to move forward and progress in your life. You're looking to move forward by your peers, like people your own age group or your own generation, and mainly what you're taught in the system, how to advance within that system. You know what I mean? Like, what you learn at home with your family, you know, like celebrating New Year's Eve, or some people celebrate Christmas or whatever it is. I think that's always going to be secondary, and it will take a lot of effort to remove that. Like, I know so many people that we were brought up multicultural, yeah, like how we were brought up, my generation, Veli's generation, our age groups, yeah, we was brought up in a school system that promoted multiculturalism. So in RE, we would learn about all different religions. In like food tech or whatever, you'd learn about different foods. There was no one's allowed to be racist and things like that. And that's what's made us who we are. Like, we will have a cohesive culture where you see, like, when I went to college, like, I used to see black boys talking Turkish. I used to see Turkish boys speaking like they're from the ends.
I hear you, yeah, but there's people in the world, and they live with the primary, like, they live like religion as the primary. Like, they see the world via few, like.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say. Like,
but no one who had that. Hold on, no one who had that priority would ever move to England ever. Your parents are lying to you if that's what they're telling you. They're lying.
Yeah, but it's not. Remember, you were saying that for the we're like talking hypothetically in a world situation, and
yeah, of
course it can't, because like. It's not like, I don't want just England to be just one nice place and everywhere else in the world is fucked as well. You get me? Man's definitely looking for the rest of the world to, because like I keep trying to sort of explain it. Yeah, is that if there's a group that feels like they're being downtrodden or whatever, yeah, or left on the outside, left in the cold, or being used, abused, or whatever, yeah, they're going to be the group that's going to be trying to move together to make some changes in the shit, innit? So, or really, that should be a group that is really doing whatever the best they can to make the changes in the shit, so it changes better still. So if there's anything that is like holding everyone down or holding people back, or makes me if I've got a belief that makes me look at Khan and say, oh, you're less than me because you're not in my belief group, or you're not in my race group, or you're not the same, you're not a man, or you're not as man enough as me, or you're not tough, or do you know what I mean? That's something, whatever it might be.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
That you're a lesser person than whatever. Yeah. Once them sort of things are gone, then maybe I feel like all the stuff like slavery, people being kidnapped and forced trafficking and all them sort of like being forced to work for lower wages, people being tricked like by trafficking and all them sort of shits, like that's the only sort of way that them sort of things will start to go as well.
You're talking about is ma'at, balance. It needs to be balanced in the world, because then and balance starts in the household, your community. You know what I mean? Because all other ethnicities are working together hand in hand. But
are they? Where do you get that from? What ethnicities are working together?
The more people, the more you get Britishized, the more you. I reckon that's when you start to decline. When it comes to having opportunity to build in a group setting, you know what I mean? Because when you become westernized, I don't think that's. I reckon it's beneficial to hold on to them cultural aspects, like, you know what I mean, and to try and stay part of a community, because that's where you're gonna thrive, and that's what they try to stop. You know what I mean? And I think
a good thing would be gold, to be able to move in both of them, man.
Everybody's
move in both of the communities, isn't it? So keep your folk ways, so you understand where your people came from as well. But if you're in like you've moved to a different country, you've moved to Australia or whatever, and you come from Nigeria or whatnot, obviously you still want to keep your Nigerian ways, but there's still some sort of Australian bits and pieces what you might have to learn to get through in Australia as well, isn't it? Like, so it's knowing how to navigate the place where you are, but still being able to keep your roots and culture sort of thing intact as well. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course. So
that's what I feel where people thrive in other places of the world, where they're able to make. So like Chinatown, there's a Chinatown everywhere, so it's not a compromise, isn't it? Like they've brought China to other places. That makes sense. Yeah, so there's a Chinatown in England, there's a Chinatown in every country in Europe, there's a Chinatown in all them American places. You know what I'm saying? Like, so
you see that?
So Banglatowns and that, bro.
Chinatown in Africa and that, you get me? So
when you become westernized, you're on the benefits, blood. You're part of that schooling system. You lose your cultural principles and things, and you know what I mean, even down to the cuisine that just cooked. More time now, you just throw something in the microwave, whereas your family would have been cooking something for hours just for one meal, and that's going to be the most cleanest meal. So that's what I mean. But when you say the communities calm, what communities work together? Benny just said it. That answers the question then.
No, you said ethnicities.
Turks, but because you're British and you're very kind of not westernized to that degree, you still know a lot of information. But like you said, you're probably second generation, I can imagine. I'm third.
There's no ethnicities that's working together. Show me, like in this country, where people are pulling together based on their ethnicity. It's not happening,
mate. In London, I don't know, but I know from maybe I don't know what line of work you're in, but I've been in the line of work where I've seen a lot of thousands of thousands, like every day, and I've met a lot of people, and I've kind of half done business with people, and they've all got their own particular hotels that they go in and book from their countries. They all go in pretty much the same areas. The Spanish stay with the Spanish. I've seen it, man. The Polish same with that.
I guarantee you,
this where I live, the Polish have bought a church, their own church.
Yeah, but here's what I'm saying to you. Out of every community, only 20% of them would have an in-group preference and prefer their own and have that. But because to you it's a foreign thing and you're looking from the outside, you're seeing 20% of Polish people pulling together and you're like, wow, I'm impressed. These Polish really know how to pull together. But you're not counting all the Polish that are walking around pretending to be English.
The fundamental thing you're getting from that is that the business side of it, they're putting together mostly. And I can tell you, especially the Asians. The Asians, have you been watching all of these trading standards on TV, where the Asians only go to the Asians if they want, even down to a boiler replacer. All them contracts.
All right, cool. Are you comparing, before I say what I'm going to say here, are you comparing black communities to non-black communities?
No, well, to a degree. The only reason why
what is the standard you're comparing? Are you comparing to white communities or black?
No, I'm saying
when you're talking about Asians,
black people, Somalians, they're probably one of the.
All right, cool. All right, here's the thing with black people, because black people have been through what they've been through. Every black man calls his next black man, he calls him brother. Yeah, and he can't oppress his brother because of what they've been through. Now, all other communities that ain't been through that kind of shit, yeah, there will be an oppressor or a capitalist, and there will be someone who's basically in a servitude position. And that's why you're seeing them having communities, because an Asian man who's got a shop that sells Afro hair care products is bringing 5 people from his village back home to work there, and he don't really need to pay them full wages. He's paying them a pittance, and he's basically got a flat above the shop where 10 people are sleeping on one floor. And he's making a fortune, because if he'd had to hire people from the job center, he would be paying out a fortune, and his business wouldn't have got off the ground. You see what I mean?
Yeah, but
black people can't do that. Black people can't do that. That's why black people, in a certain way, they're the same as white people, because white people can't do that either. White people can't slave each other or put each other to work in that way. Get me? Because they're part of the system, and they can't build a system within a system.
See the
Does that make sense?
What we got to look at is the geopolitics of it. Look at it like this.
No, it's the socio-economics. It's not the geopolitics.
No. Look at it. Why I'm going to geopolitics is because in all these African countries where there's war, there's not many people you can send your money back, plus the conversion rate for you to be able to benefit with this English. I'll be honest with you, brother. There's too much war, mate, for you to even and.
Bro, Nicky, if me and you put money together and we opened the patty shop in Brixton, and I said to you, Nicky, phone Yard, innit? Phone Jamaica and get us 3 Jamaican chefs over here now to cook up the food for us, yeah? But we're going to pay them shit money, right? I guarantee you, even if we manage to get them over, within about 3 weeks of clocking that we're fucking taking a piss out of them, they'll either smash up the shop and leave, or they'll just tell us straight, like, listen, you like ain't taking the fucking piss out of us in this way. Because everyone else is getting £11 an hour, and you're giving us fucking £3 an hour, plus the free use of the flat upstairs. Like, you're taking the piss. Do you understand what I mean? Whereas an Indian man who owns a fucking Balti takeaway can phone up Bangladesh, get about 10 geezers sent over, and they were sleeping in the same room, sharing the same blanket. And by the time they realize what's going on, about 10 years has passed. That's how the man is making their money, bro, because they're saving money on labor. But no black person's going to put up with that because of what they've been through historically. No black man's going to let you fucking slave him like that. Do you understand?
No,
he will not let it happen.
I wouldn't totally agree with that. I wouldn't totally agree with that, because I've seen a lot of black people in retail jobs in the last 5 to 10 years.
Majority of black people coming over here, bro, can already speak English and they can read and write up to a good standard. They ain't gonna let you slave them. Whereas Bengalis coming from or Turkish people come from the mountains of Turkey, they can't read and write English. They can't even speak. When you try to speak to them, they'll be like stuttering, like they can't even get their words out. That's how. Imagine a human being that can't communicate verbally or by writing. They're just literally slaved within their own bodies. They're trapped inside their own bodies. They can't even communicate with you. You get me? So it's so easy to manipulate those people. And every time you go into a Turkish shop, there's that little guy in the corner stacking the shelves. Yeah, you don't know about my man, innit? Mom, you don't know my man's story, but I do, innit? Because I can speak to him in his language, and he'll be telling me, yeah, I come to this country with nothing. I'm working in his shop stacking shelves. My wife's at home. My kids have got holes in their socks. You get me?
They send
man can't read and write. I can't tell him, same as my African brother. I can tell my African brother, go down to this address in Oxford Street, and there's a security firm there, and I can get you hooked up with a job straight away. I can't say that to my Turkish brethren. I can say that to my Nigerian brethren. They all get security jobs. You get me? Like, they all get good dollar.
Yeah, but I don't know exactly what you're trying to.
What I'm trying to say is that these people, are not going to let you slave them. They're not going to let you take the piss out of them. So you can't make no money off of them. So if you can't make no money off of them, there's no relationship between you and them. Every man that reaches the UK shores is looking to do his own thing.
Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, of course. But after, like, I tell you an example. Yeah, I met a Spanish girl, and she came over, and she started coming over, and they stayed with me, and then she started bringing in, like, the next minute she knew a community already in the UK where there was meditation, Spanish meditation places. There was they just stay together in it. I mean, they'll meet up, but generally at that stage is the infancy. But when they start making money, they're gonna start. You've seen a lot of places where they're buying the actual shop themselves. I think that's where you can see disproportionate when it comes to black community. Yeah, you'll see food shops. You'll see, maybe a couple of they might buy a couple of nightclubs, have some shares in it.
Bro, do you know when you go to the, like Veli said about Chinatown, yeah? Do you know how much of a go on?
I was gonna say, because I've seen it, I've been there, brother. I know what I'm talking about, innit? I've lived it.
All right, cool. You know when Veli's talking about Chinatown, yeah? Do you know how much corruption goes on in that small 1 mile place? They bring people over and they convince them that it costs about 20 grand or whatever to bring them here. They put them in so much debt, that them people, people have got nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. Because the guy that's slaving them and making them work for a pittance, he ain't saying to them, you owe me 20 grand, but I'm going to pay you £11 an hour until you pay me back. He's saying, you owe me 20 grand, I'm paying you £3 an hour till you pay me back. So really ain't 20 grand you owe, it's 60 grand. You get me? And furthermore, if you don't pay, they know where your mum and dad lives and they'll turn up with the meat cleavers and fucking chop suey them motherfuckers up. And they ain't ramping. You get me? So in Chinatown, you might say it's a small little area, but the amount of money that's going on around them ends, the amount of corruption, the amount of literal slaves they've got, that you see man working in Chinatown for 10 years, he can't learn to even speak English. He ain't got no NI number, nothing. He ain't married. He can't afford to get married.
Listen,
Yo.
You know, when in Chinatown, I used to promote nightclubs all along Oxford Circus, Piccadilly Circus, and this place we've got Hamlets now. I forgot what it's called anyway. So I was in touch with a lot of the Asian restaurants. I got to Four Seasons, Wong Kee, all of them places there. I've tried out all of them.
Yeah, all right.
So when you look at the staff, they're all Chinese, mate. Not one black person, not one white person. They're all Chinese.
Yeah, and they're all slaves. They all owe about 20 grand before they can even get to work there.
Families, maybe you could go as far to slave. They may have a couple delivery drivers that maybe look a bit sort of Brazilian or maybe Asian or
but you know why? Because their own people, they can't let them out because they'll run away.
Now it's all under surveillance of the establishment. So for anything to become where it come out where it's like too sort of against humanity, it's not going to be able to happen. That can't run. Do you know why? Because you could go as far as to say people get a little bit in the back pocket for stuff that's not sort of written down. But at the same time, like there's human rights. But this is the UK. No one's really gonna you could go as far as to say, oh, is a woman going selling her stuff and someone having her in there as a pimp, is that ethical? I mean, that can say that's slavery, and that's what's happening in Soho. But they say no, that's a job, and that's has Soho ever changed to this day? So, but I mean, these guys, I've seen them. They don't look like they're bloody slaves, mate. And what you're talking about, them man are right. They're nice. They're driving around in some high vis. Got loads of layers on, happy, chirpy, you know what I mean, on the back of the head, getting a little bit of cash in hand. If they're a kitchen porter and they're doing a little thing on the side, couple hours a week washing up, they might not get paid from their dickhead manager. You know what I mean? It might something might happen. Something just might happen. But I very much doubt it. At the end of the day, there is definitely modern day slavery that happening, because don't forget the wage is what, £7.50 an hour now. But yeah, that's like the bread basket. You can make everybody's making money down there, and them guys, they're not just doing that; they're doing other things. I mean, they're not. They'll be working in. They'll be and then people are allowed to get jobs in these swanky little burger joints and stuff. They're all foreigners. So the whole economy is based on foreigners, and they're sending their money back home. They're getting a nice little majority of the Europeans, especially coming back and spending their money and getting their money. Sending their money back. Unless it's enough, recently the Euros kind of destroyed their hopes of really dominating when it comes to them sort of getting.
All right, Nicky, let me ask you a question, because you've gone off on a side issue. Yeah, let me ask you a question. Can you name me 10 black people that are reliant on the same source of income?
10 black people that are reliant on the
that
same.
Have you ever come across a situation? Right, fuck it, forget 10. 5.
Give me an example.
Can you show me 5 black people that you've ever come across in your life in the 30 or whatever years you've lived on this planet, living in London? Can you show me 5 black people that have basically been reliant on the same source of income? In other words, they were all partners in the same restaurant, or they had a little mafia thing running, or whatever business it might be, yeah? But without falling out, they managed 5 black people managed to stick together and have like a clan, like call it a clan. Like they had a clan, let's say.
Yeah, go on. Okay.
Have you ever seen a situation like that?
Well, I have.
I'm not talking about, shotting or hustling, or I'm not talking about anything like that. You get me?
What are you
I'm talking about a normal business. I'm talking about a normal business. I'm not talking about illegal shit where, because we're on the run from the police, we've got to stick together. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a normal business.
I asked that question. Real estate wise, there probably will be, but not many at all. Because they're dominating.
Forget your speculations. I'm saying in your life, if you come across, like if we could walk into any Afro hair care beauty product,
Of course I have.
Go on, name me one example, because I might be missing it out. Go
on. Radio sets.
That's illegal. Next.
That's not illegal.
What, having a radio station ain't illegal?
Radio set, but there's a license. There's an after hours license on late set, so it's all legal, mate.
All right. Anyway.
Yeah, license. But anyway.
Show me one example.
And that's where black people pretty much entertainment is there, you know what I mean? And so that
I'll give you an example, Let's say for example you go into a patty shop, you got the geezer who owns it, and the members of staff, there's more than 5 people running one shop, Now any one of them people, is not taking a cut in wages for the betterment of the clan. Right? Everyone's getting their full wages, isn't it? I guarantee you go into any Asian business, right? Like fucking hair care places that sell Dax hair, wax and extensions and red hair, and we pick out 5 Asians. I guarantee you one of them is making bare money off the others.
Of course, that's how it is with all. But when's it ever?
No, it ain't. You can't do that to black people. You can't do that. You can't tell a black person you work for me, and I'll give you £6 an hour rather than you going and working in Tesco's and getting £11 an hour. He wouldn't do it.
There's a hierarchy. That's what we call up. Val. That's what we call up. Boss. I'm not trying to be condescending, but
This
shit is broken.
We're popping, man.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, man. We can hear you, man.
Hey, what's up, Val? I was trying to say what's up to you for the longest.
What are you saying, brother? Are you good? Yeah, long time lived it, man.
Long time, B. Long time. I'm hearing the combo. I think I got. Like maybe I'm looking at something wrong because your title, it looks a little different, but I'm listening to you guys' conversation.
It's Chinese whisper around here. It starts off with one question in it, and then it Chinese whispers around into a whole different sort of topic sometimes still. So right now I don't even know where we're at still, man, but I'm just busting some jokes in the chat and even part of the debate, man. We be catching jokes still, man. So join in and have a chat with Khan and them, man. Still, man. So get involved in Khan and Gold. Bring Lived it up to speed with the convo where it's at. I'm
gonna get out of it, yo.
Before you even go there, I just wanted to. My bad, man. Before we even get into it, I just want to say it's good to know that you're good to go, and I know you took care of your family, else you wouldn't be on right now. And God bless. I know you ain't religious or whatever, but all the best to you and your family, man. This is it's just good to see good people still around. That's all. But go ahead, man.
Yeah, big up, man. Big up, bro. Go on then, you man. Update lived it in it.
So lived it. My point is this, yeah. Nicky's always talking about how other communities perform differently than the black community when it comes to, for example, having community in terms of business and things like that. My point is that that's not always a good thing, because for communities to have businesses in common, usually someone's slaving someone, or someone's putting someone in some massive debt that they need to get out of, like them Chinese that work in West End in the restaurants and whatnot. They owe minimum 20 grand a head.
Let me ask you a question, Carl.
Well,
What do you
look,
think of recruitment centers? See, recruitment centers,
I don't know.
They pay you a certain amount. So you could say Reed Recruitment Center are taking an amount of it, you know, and it would vary.
Yeah. But here's the deal though, Nick. Here's the deal though, Nicky. You get a job from the recruitment agency, sooner or later the company should turn around and offer you a contract. So you might get introduced to them through an agency and you get like a temporary contract, but then they should offer you a proper contract.
Okay, so now why I say it's better to have cash in hand and being an immigrant as opposed to someone who is living here and or being part of some sort of great beneficial system, which you're alluding to, which you're trying to.
No, I'm not saying it's a beneficial system. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying the mafia started off by subjugating their own community. When you look at Turkish communities, it's the Turkish gangs that's coming around telling you we need protection money, otherwise the youth stem's going to come down and fucking petrol bomb up your place. That's how they start off, innit? That's how these mafias start off, by sucking the blood out of their own communities first and foremost.
Okay, so what you're trying to say?
I was listening to you guys.
Go on, Lived it. Go on, brother. Lived.
Oh, yeah.
Julius,
I was
go ahead,
listening.
brother.
I was listening to you guys, and just someone listening, it sounds circular. Like, you know, you're saying the same, you're re-emphasizing the same points, the two of you, because, you know, obviously you're sticking to your guns. But to me, on the outside, trying to be objective, I got an opinion too. Trying to be objective on this side of the pond.
Okay.
All right, go on, bro.
To me, it's a non-argument. It's a waste of time. And respectfully, this is not to slight at either one of you, but this is the exact type of carrot that the 1% and those who really have this thing rigged the way it is. This is the exact type of carrot they've been holding out for centuries. They get us to fight amongst each others over completely fictitious arguments that fall completely apart when any of humanity faces disaster. Don't care what continent you're on, what the people are, anything. And so we got to stop the shit. What you're describing is exploitation. It doesn't just happen in the West. It doesn't just happen in capitalism. And yes, it is unique in ethnic environments in this respect. It starts by feeding on your own. Everyone involved in so-called human trafficking, i.e. slavery, everyone involved in that, there are people being victimized, and it starts where they are with people who look like them, who sound like them, who grow up with them, who have mothers and daughters like them. So it's not just something we see here. It's a very old practice. And in every corner of the world, the rich bastards there and the rich bastards here, they eat caviar together, don't they? You always see them on TV, right? Going to gala affairs while we're struggling, trying to, feed babies and pay rent. So we got to stop this. I know I'm babbling, man, but
no, you're on point. You're on point.
Enough. If you're not paying attention to right now, the past 3 months has been showing you but we're digging ditches in the Bronx in New York City to fill up, the unclaimed bodies. So, these type of things don't give a fuck about, the fake racial, religious arguments that these characters make to keep us running around like hamsters on a wheel while they carve up the world.
I agree with you, Lived it. I agree with you. But what I'm saying is they don't even need to devise a fake lie. We're all too willing to fall into that trap by looking at other people and not recognizing what we're seeing. See, like, I'll give you an
Always-
example. If I'm working as a security guard and I see 25 Colombian girls turn up with one guy running them, I'm not looking at him thinking, oh, you're racist. You only hire Colombian women. I'm looking at them women and thinking, rare, you're not getting slaved. Because I know for a fact my man ain't paying you full wage.
All I'm
So
saying
it's about
is
your position. It's about what
you're-
position you're taking.
the second position that you made is what we call the adult position. All that other babble is usually made up by those who cannot truthfully, honestly sit down with you or the people you're talking to here. If you met the babblers who say this shit online, they couldn't sit down with you and have a conversation about anything, even if you're at a pub or a bar, let alone if you're at work or in a park or something. They're complete morons. And they make up, that's what they call, on my side of the pond in politics, they call it the red meat. You know, you get some racist fucker or something that throws out something to get other racists riled up or to get other babblers riled up. And look, we as grown folks, hey, our parents are dying, bro. People are looking at food lines. At least for right now, while it's grown folks' time, send all that fucking babble back to the fucking sandbox with the kids or something. Right now, men and women of planet Earth got real fucking shit to deal with, and all of our fuckery, all of the divisiveness has led to us being at the most technologically advanced part of our lives, no matter where you are. Mankind knows more than his grandfather did. And yet when this shit happened, we froze, and we're still frozen. It's like we're standing on a fucking train line and we're watching it coming. Everybody's watching it. So let's start with the bullshit is all I'm saying.
All right, cool. I know you know what? It kind of reminded me of a scene in Die Hard with Bruce Willis.
Oh Jesus.
Just before he goes to jump off the bridge. Nah, I'm only joking. Nah, I'm only joking, bro. Nah,
I'm being this, I don't mean to make you shit.
No, it sounded very
Veli,
heroic.
you know me. Veli know that I fucking
Pretty inspirational talk you said.
Veli, you know
You're
I
right.
talk that
You're right. You're totally right.
non-fun, non-happy shit. But I didn't mean to rain on you guys or anything or fuck up the combo. I'm just saying.
I think what I personally think, bro, is if respectful conversation, is the best way. I think when it comes to disrespect to that degree, that's when tempers start flaring, and then it starts becoming a tit for tat.
But see, that's a choice, champ.
Yeah. So that's so. Let's not try and I don't know, like even if we hadn't been speaking and speculating over religion and all the rest of it, the train would have still been coming. The question is what do you do from here? Now we know the train's coming. You could easily get out of the way of it. And talking about people, the diaspora possibly going on a sort of out of Africa vibe is building. So we're gonna have to talk about, unfortunately, differences. And where it comes the differences in there, and it's not from the majority of blacks, is when you got people like, I'm gonna have to say it, Reggie and these other brothers talking about, he's not West African, you're not, we're Indian, you lot stealing our culture, let's not come together.
Kingo, let me cut you there quickly. I want to say something. When you come to this country, from wherever you come from, you've only got a certain window of opportunity to make some money, and that's because you're still used to living how you was living back home. So you'd maybe eat meat once a week. You did have like non-meat days. You'd eat vegetarian. You wouldn't have a satellite TV bill of £80, £100 a month. You'd be looking to have more children, not less children. Like you'd be thinking like people back home, innit? People who come with that mentality and stick with that mentality, the longer they stick with it, the more they can generate money and hold on to money. As soon as you become acclimatized, that means you're having children at the rate that the indigenous are having children. You're spending money on your weekly shopping the same as a white man. You're buying things that you don't need, like broadband and rare tear.
Let me just stop there. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
You might as well say, let me just finish my point, which is you've just now run out of wiggle room to make any money.
Look,
know that.
If your intent,
and that's exactly the point I was trying to make. We're in agreement.
If your intent is to assimilate, then here's where you'll have the freedom in the West to do that. Now, if your intent is not to assimilate in return, then that's free as well. Aside from all of the babble, again, over 200 years old or more,
right now, today, if we keep fucking looking behind us, then everyone the world over, those in solidarity, humankind, we're gonna miss it. Look at what's possible here. Take a continent like Africa itself. Now, exclude, obviously, like this is for economic reasons. Exclude the nations like Egypt or South Africa per se, because largely they are not. They're not subject to the perils of the majority of the continent, largely, mainly due to because their economies are practically entirely Western based, either because of the oil or because they, South Africa is it not. We already know the history of this. If you look at the whole continent of Africa, or certain places in the southern steppes, like around Afghanistan and shit, but definitely in Africa, if you look at it, you're looking at an incredible opportunity for mankind today. That is all mankind, especially sons and daughters of Africa. First, they would actually have to lead it, obviously, right? But if you're looking at a place where the governments, so-called, of much of the nations there, largely could give less than a you-know-what, right? Same as any other government, except for the corruption is even more entrenched in the open, and it's wholesale. Now, that is bad, yes, but here's the thing. That's an opportunity for you, me, any righteous person walking the earth today. If the sons and daughters of Africa actually wanted to, they could make grassroots level. You ain't got to UN, you don't have to even notify the governments there. We all know that money in many countries in Africa and many parts of even wealthy countries like Nigeria, if you got the money, you can fucking buy the zip code if you want. You could do whatever. Literally, we know this. Now, that's an opportunity for people to actually do something righteous. And to keep it righteous, the best way is to have the maximum amount of people involved as possible. That way, there's no room for ego. But yous would have to figure that out, and you would have to have a series of conversations in that direction rather than dusting through the pages of history for purposes other than education. You read history and learn it for education so you don't repeat the past, not to relitigate and bring the sentiment from back then forward. That's retarded. That's like poisoning the well today. That's retarded. But there's real work to be done. You watch the largest government on earth, or largest economic, government, or the government with the largest economy, rather, right? Most active economy. You watched it come to complete seizure. We're still in seizure, mainly because we got a dickhead in control, a fascistic element.
So you
running
still haven't really expanded or hit a good enough point for us to understand what you mean by pulling up stuff from the history.
I think the concept. No, that was just a point. When I said pulling up point from history, I was very careful to say for other than points of education. We read and consult and learn history. This is why we even have archaeologists digging into the ground. It's for purposes of education. Look, the bottom line is the divisiveness is the stones in the shoes of society going forward. So if everyone's feet is hurting and ow each, and you can't even get to the point where you can have a series of tables of discussions, if you can never get there and you're still chasing your fucking tail the way they've always done for hundreds of years, then now I'm sure people will figure out what the problem is. But at this point, it's a willful choice. You have to want to be looking backwards rather than saying, let me roll up my sleeves and hey, let's even start having some discussions to move that way. This is not something that would happen overnight. And rest assured, there are millions of people already engaged.
They do say that you're closing a lot of your brain down by looking in the past, because there's three different: present, past, and future in it. If you look, there's percentage in that. So you're pretty much knocking down 100% of your concentration on the present.
Well, then you would never learn anything.
You know what I mean?
You would have never learned to walk, talk, anything. That's retarded. If you take anything to the extreme, it's going to be extreme.
Yeah, but at this stage, I'm saying, if you focus on the present 100%, is what you're trying to say. Because at a kid,
Well, this is what our enemies do. And when I say this is what our enemies do, in my opinion. And from my opinion is drawn from observation, not just what the fuck I feel, right? So, and when I say our, I'm talking in Western society largely. I'm not just talking in the United States or some type of shit like this. I'm talking a whole lot of freedom-loving people, man. The common man, rather. The enemies of the common man throughout all time have always, whenever they've gotten too close to being, looking straight and seeing what's in front of them, they've always thrown something down to, start a fight in the crowd or, spill a drink over here or throw a Molotov over there. They've always done something to start division and chaos. And if you really look at them and you want to be honest, it's not like they really put a lot of effort into it. They prey upon the ignorance that is already among the general public, even the love of ignorance. Those who don't want to really, they talk about they want to be, get things together and turn upside down world right. They talk that shit, but really they like fuckery. Really they like to snap or throw a little jab or start some type of drama. Ha ha, hee hee, tree swinging shit. Really they want to do that type of shit. We keep doing the fucking job of the evil ones for them. That's got to stop. And if death hasn't stopped it, if death, the first 5 months in 2020, doctor tell you got 20/20 vision, they say you can see. Is everyone looking? Is everyone looking? If death hasn't stopped the bullshit, all hope is truly lost.
Okay, so it seems to me like, I do understand what you're saying, but are you addressing the general public, or are you sort of directing this towards sort of like the establishment, or are you saying the establishment is the problem?
General public.
The general public. Okay. So do you have any sort of similar sort of aura about the temperament about the establishment also?
Okay. Obviously, if I'm directing it at the general public,
because I've just met you, so generally, according to me right now,
but just so that you going forward would know,
general people talking about things. But go on.
So when you're building, like when you're, making your statement, just realize the analogy. When I said the general public, like, remember how I put them like people in a stand? I said someone throws a Molotov there, starts a fight in the crowd over there. That's the general public. Who is throwing shit in the crowd to start them, to get them riled up? That would be the establishment, right? That would be the authorities, right? It's not the general public doing it to themselves. They have fuckery in them. They love to chase their tail. They love to just twerk and fuck off on everything. Everything's a damn joke all the time. Yes, that is innately in the general public. That's why that enables someone who's in charge to play Pied Piper and just lead them like a bunch of damn rats or something. Right. If they get too smart, throw a chicken bone down and they start fighting with each other.
I wouldn't say it was because I would say the sort of blasé type attitude that people have. I'd say it's money. It's way more of an influencer and a detriment to the reason why people are such sheeple.
That's true.
Yeah. So, but it's definitely a factor. I could say it's a factor because it makes it makes someone a bit passive to being, I say serious to a degree, but and in serious times call for serious measures, isn't it? But at the end of the day, I do know a lot of people that laugh and joke, but to be honest with you, I know if the shit hit the fan, but they'd be more effective against, what I mean, when the shit is a fan, they're just as much as someone else who perceived to be a person who's at the peak of overthrowing the government. You know what I mean? Because then people can make out they are, but they have a little secret agenda. But I would say a majority of people.
Can I ask a question?
Just want that money, mate. They like the pound, and nothing's going to change. And one thing before I was going to land. And what's not going to change as well is people's lust for coming over here to work, and the hold that the West has on the rest of the planet. I don't think they're willing to stop to stop sort of ciphering people's natural resources. Never going to stop.
Well,
It's
so
Can I quickly interject? I want to ask a quick question, if that's okay.
Yeah, the whole world of farmyard. They're
if
going to
you
name
don't
it.
identify your enemy, then you're like a blind, you know, it's like sticking your hand into a rattlesnake pit, you know, and you don't know if there's snakes there or not.
So,
like your enemy is not, let's
Ben,
say,
can you lot hear me? I don't think you lot can even hear me, can you?
Yo, G, it's 9 o'clock.
I hear him.
I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to.
what? Give me one sec. Live
I
there.
hear him.
I was gonna ask you, like in England, we've got such a thing called a floating economy. In other words, if like I don't know, Germany was to bomb the fuck out of our infrastructure, majority of our wealth is stationed all around the world, Cayman Islands, whatever it is. Yeah. Now the same way, our government, I would say, is now in a floating position where we could, in my opinion, we can't overthrow our government now. Do you agree with that or not?
We can't.
Not only we couldn't currently, as the system is, we could not overthrow our leadership. Not only do they have like people infiltrating in all rebellions and all groups and all communities.
For me personally, like I don't. If you're just laying your position, then if you just lay in your position, then I can just tell you I hear you loud and clear. But that's not my position at all. I think all of that is counterproductive.
But what I'm saying is like the way how our government is structured at the moment, the way how it's set up, it would literally be impossible for us to overthrow them. It wouldn't be as simple as going down to the town hall with a machine gun and telling all these pricks to get outside.
All I can tell you is I'm glad that you, at least you or whoever is of that position that overthrow is what's necessary. I'm glad at least your brains are on tight enough to recognize that as a reality. It's instantaneous death.
That's right.
Again, this is why I was quick to tell you halfway through your statement. I just hear you, but you were talking in a way like as if I was, you know, like we were parallel thinking.
No. I'm just saying, from my position,
part of the defense of my country relies on, you know.
But even then, I think that's just.
I just think that the whole Western.
That's just an illusion, man. I don't think.
The problem is we have too many. But
what I'm saying, Julius, let me make my point. If everything was, hold on. If everything was physical, like for example, if the gold was in the Tower of London and the Queen was in the fucking castle and the people were at the gates, you could see a physical effort to make a change. What I'm saying is now money ain't money. Money is like numbers on a screen, right? The gold, I don't know what the fuck they done with the gold, but they got rid of the gold. The gold ain't there no more. The Queen ain't even a queen no more. And nothing's really real no more. So we're living in a phantom era. The government itself is like a phantom. It's just like a facade.
We went off. Well, there's, you know, if you're going somewhere, you got to go somewhere, right? You don't want to make too many twists and turns. You can't tell. But as far as the gold standard in my country, we've been off the gold standard before I was born. Okay, that shit went with Nixon. So it's not new, and they've always been playing with numbers. This, you know, that's how the whole shit happened in the 30s. Remember, you know. So
it's Wittgensteiner.
The bottom line is, for those, like I put it like this: our societal model is the one that works, paid for, with people all over the world for centuries. Blood, sweat, tears, torture, slavery is the ultimate torture to me, because for life, like you're not even human, right? So we paid people all over the common peoples of the world paid for every inch of this model that was allowed to happen. And as soon as they erected it, it was hijacked, and no one, the babblers that just seek to burn, they don't even know they're anarchists, but they are. The ones that just want to burn the fucking world and somehow think that's better.
Get down.
These ones, they would have us destroy everything that was built by generations, right? So that's retarded. That's like inheriting a castle. You inherit it and you didn't even know you had it, and you get there, it's overgrown with vines and it's nasty because no one been there. What do you just say? Fuck it, I don't want it. It's worth a fortune.
You clean it out. You re-gut. And one of the first things is economically, our economics don't match our legal and social ideals, our fucking rhetoric, because it's unfair. Runaway capitalism is not what was envisioned. If we had the same model of capitalism today as when we founded most of the Western societal world, it'd be in absolute fucking ruins long before Napoleon came on the scene. Ruins. It'd be dark ages right now. This shit is retarded. But do I say that I'll burn the house down? No. What we're saying is everything designed, all the wallpaper in this house is tacky. This shit is stupid. That's what we're saying. We're the new kids. Okay, we design it. But you don't burn down your fucking house. That's what the enemies of your grandparents always wanted. Your dumb ass gonna do the work for them? Don't do that. Don't do that. People all over the world today, and me in your time, scream my rights in different languages. They say that because of untold millions that paid in blood and tears, most of it in the last century, before our parents were even born. They ran up on Normandy and shit. After that, the whole world said new day. All of the British fucking claims, that's why they got a floating economy now. That was all colonial, that was all people subjugated. World War II changed that. We even here, our hypocritical ass insisted that the Brits break up the fucking empire. That was one of the provisions to even get ships sent from Virginia to London when Hitler was all over their ass. See, our people today don't know this, and our kids know even less. And there's mangy wool, mutts all around them waiting to just lead them astray. We can't let that happen. We cannot do the work of our grandparents' enemies. Fuck, no, whether here at home with the goose stepping and Nazis and KK, all of this shit all over the fucking place.
I love the Americans.
Or abroad.
Yeah, I do love them. I gotta respect the Americans. I do.
We gotta respect all freedom-loving people, bro. Whether they from New York City, Johannesburg,
they are like the English, but
Sydney.
People get misconstrued. People get you lot. You know
That's
what I mean?
the enemy of our grandparents, bro.
Mixed up. They get the United States mixed up because
Look how they did with slavery in my country. Look what they did. Now they took our grandparents in Puerto Rico and here in the States. Everybody knows. My family, my grandparents.
Okay. Right.
So they took our people here, whether you were Taino descent, Native American, African slave, or Aboriginal people in North America, all of them. One of the first practices, including the Irish who came. They were among the first, because slavery was integrated in the beginning. There were black slave owners, one of the wealthiest, right? New Orleans. So what they did was, in all peoples, the word slave comes from the word Slav, because in the old world, that tells you how they seen the Yugoslavian and Slavic peoples in Eastern Europe. All of the medieval culture sports them like Igor, like they were all treated like less than serfs. This is known. Even in Africa and Middle Eastern ancient texts has this is recorded. That's where the word comes from. Slave, Slav. Back in them days, you said slave, they'd imagine someone with a pale face. Today, you see how much different. What they did, though, in all peoples, is they took the smartest, and they usually killed them off. They would usually break in the smartest people the way you would think they would have to break in a real strong man, like breaking a horse. Like you got too much power, too much strength. You got to learn to act right. No, they did that.
Kill the smart.
They did that to the smart ones. The smart ones they broke.
Yeah.
I mean, they told you to be stupid. You had to act stupid or hide your intelligence. This was the first thing. This made a brutish mentality, both obviously among African people who were enslaved, Taino people enslaved, Eastern Europeans who were in the beginning. This is how it came to that.
They say enslave the slave the smart, kill the strong.
I'm no anthropologist. I'm just saying it's the same metric.
I know you're going on a monologue. Anyway,
you were too. I mean,
God, all right. Yeah, no, peace. Sorry, man. Sorry, I was just gonna say that they had this thing where it's like they said enslave the smart, kill the strong, and breed the weak.
Well, it
So-
was the opposite here in North America, because in North America, they literally wanted it, because we were treated like fucking less than mules. So they wanted you bigger, stronger, faster, all of that shit. They're like, this is how it was done here. And in fact, here in America here, like especially along the East Coast from the South up here, all of us who have grandparents and things from Puerto Rico to Alabama and all points in between, it was different. Okay, the one thing that they wanted bred out of us completely was any modicum of intelligence, which is why we're made a buffoonery of today. When they show you largely North American, Black and Latino people, they use a word, they say urban or ghetto, right? And this is what they immediately go to the hood shit immediately. Same thing with Italians were that way too. They used to call them, you don't even want to know their names here in New York. We got epithets for everything. But the thing is, intelligence, morality, all of the things that make the human psyche, these things were like stamped upon.